All right. We are live for the Tatum Offensive Line Coaches Clinic. Guys will be coming in, hopefully. If people have any questions, make sure you put them in the comments section. We will be rolling on talking about the speakers, talking about everything that we have set up for today. It's going to be a great day, full of knowledge, full of interaction, and full of just talking ball, man. And I am so excited for what we have in the store. If you are watching, I see there's 7 guys in here right now, and that'll steadily grow. Make sure that you go into the comment section, all right, and make sure you comment your name and where you coach, okay? So, like, your name, what position you coach, keep it short. And you got to be like, I'm the offensive coordinator. That's the offensive line coach, recruiting coordinator, also the band director and the field painter. And I'll just be like, hey, I'm the OCO line coach, okay? And then put your school, the name of the school or wherever you are, club, youth program, whatever it is, and then the city and state, right? And I'm going to keep up with that. I know you do that stuff in the in my Google sheet, which was great. But if you can do it on here, so we can kind of interact, see where everybody's from, where everybody's coming from. And I know we got international guys on here. We got guys all across the country. So make sure you do that for me. And then I'll see them come up. And then during this 30 minutes, the first 30 minutes is kind of like a meet and greet and an overview. And I'm going to try and do a little bit of interaction. So if you put a comment in, I'm going to highlight it and bring it up on the screen. And then we'll kind of have some talk, okay? But yeah, make sure you sign in. Look, guys, we're gonna have an amazing day. My wife is out of town, so we are talking straight ball. Okay, no one is obligated to stay the full 12 hours. Okay, I'm gonna be here from 8 a.m. I will be here through both breaks. So through the lunch break, through the dinner break, I will be here live. This live stream is going for 12 hours. All right. No one is obligated to do that because you are not crazy. I am. So if you want to stay and hang out, if you want to be here while you're eating lunch, I'm going to be eating lunch on stream, so you can make fun of me what I'm eating. But we will be chilling. We'll be hanging out. But again, no one's obligated because I don't want anybody to get divorced, right? So come and go as you please. These are being recorded. So if you miss a session and you want to be able to see it later, make sure you come back in. I don't know when they're going to be uploaded, guys. That is not on my mind right now. But they will be steadily coming out, right? Because I'm starting a new job on Monday. So however that looks, I'll be trying to get these out, guys. All right, getting some interaction. Heck yeah. Coach Dinsmore from Indian River. Okay, I used to pass Indian River High School every day to go to Tallwood, right? I used to live down there in Berkeley, off Berkeley Avenue in Norfolk, and he knows how bad of an area that was. Well, as a stupid young kid, I didn't know how bad Berkeley was because I had never moved to Norfolk before. But yeah, I used to pass the road to go down to Indian River all the time. Coach Woodard, my man, O-line coach at Carver, man, he hit me up this morning. Was like, Coach, can I still get in? And I was like, man, you can still get in. Okay. I was going to cut off last night, but you know what? I'm going to keep it rolling. And just because you know my man Aaron Crum, I had to get you in, right? Coach, I'm assuming it's Gerard. And guys, I'm not great at pronouncing things. I'm not an English guy. I'm a social studies guy. So hopefully it's Coach Mac Gerard or Gerard. I don't know. He's the quarterback coach at Plymouth State University. So, Coach, I appreciate you coming and joining in Plymouth, New Hampshire. Great. Coach Shane Short. What's going on, Coach? Great meeting you at the clinic in Charlotte, down in Bessemer City. I got big love for North Carolina guys. Big love for North Carolina coaches. I'm really hoping this is not going to lag too bad. I'm the only one on the Wi-Fi. So, but I hope it's not going to lag. We only have one North Carolina high school coach on to speak. And then we have one trainer that works in Raleigh. So it's 2 North Carolina guys, but we got a lot of love for North Carolina. Let's see, James McCormick, O-line, D-line at Nashoba Valley Tech, okay, in Westford, Massachusetts. Coach, I appreciate you joining. My dog, Coach Aaron Crum at Carver, Winston-Salem. My dog, my roommate in college. Got a lot of love for Coach Crum. Let's see. Who is next? All right, Coach Parrish, assistant offensive line coach at University of Oshkosh. Oshkosh, stand up. Let's see. Guys, I'm lagging a little bit. If I am, let me know, because I'm going to figure out something. Probably have to hot wire myself in. I'll probably just go ahead and do that. Bear with me. I'll get back to the introductions in a second. Well, let's see. Wouldn't be a live stream without some technical difficulties. Okay, so once that is going to hook up, and then we should be able to roll. Awesome. Appreciate everybody joining in. That should get better. All right. Okay, Coach Parrish, yes, Oshkosh, assistant offensive line coach at University of Oshkosh. Awesome. All right. Dream Chasers 6122, Coach Banton, co-OC offensive line coach at Jefferson County in Monticello, Florida. Awesome, Coach. Appreciate you being here. Awesome to have you. Let's go, Craig Friedrich. I'm assuming that's what it is, Friedrich. Let's see. The OL and OC at Pickering North High School in Pickering, Ohio. Appreciate you being here, Coach. Coach John Butler, okay, Forest Hills Eastern and Ada. I'm saying it's Ada or Ida, Michigan. Appreciate you being here, Coach. And then Coach Eric Newton, assistant head coach and offensive line coach at Livonia. Coach, I don't know. LSHS, that's what we're calling it. Okay, in Michigan. Coach, appreciate you being here. Yeah, I think it was a little laggy a minute ago, but hopefully that just fixed that by hot wiring myself in. Coach Jamie Small, OC O-line coach at Forest Hills High School. Some guys that don't know, since I'm at Walkertown, we will be seeing Coach the third game of the season. So, Coach, I appreciate you coming on and talking, come listen to a little bit of us talk ball. Coach Richard Gray, okay, a late addition. Coach put his information in this morning, but he's a North Carolina guy, so I had to get him in, right? Okay, Coach Richard Gray, offensive line coach at Jordan High School in Durham. Coach, I appreciate you coming on. Guys, keep rolling with the introductions. Sorry if it was laggy through some of those. You should be able to see each other down here and see where everybody's coming from. Make sure to like the stream. Like the stream. You should see the little thumbs up. Do that. It lets me know that everything is sounding good, at least right now. Appreciate that. We're going to keep rolling with these introductions, and then we're going to get into the schedule. The schedule is what it is. I mean, it's been out for a minute, right? The last session that some of y'all might not have seen, I do have Coach Carlson from University of West Georgia. He is going to come on at 3:30, and he's going to talk about pass pro and picking up stunts and twists and stuff. So appreciate Coach coming on last minute and really helping me out, get me out of a tight spot, because honestly, I did not want to have to present today. I just wanted to be able to learn and host and moderate. And cut coaches off. I'm going to have to cut coaches off at certain time. Yeah. Hopefully, I've talked to everybody beforehand. Everybody's going to try and keep it to 30 minutes. Some are going to try and go 25 to 27 minutes, and then at the end, take as many questions as they can. There's only one coach I know that's going to go long, and that's my old head coach, Nygel Pearson. He already told me he was going to go long. I don't know how the schedule is going to make up for it, but we will see how we do that. All right. His name is Positive Vibes of Mr. Z. Cool. Chris Zablocki. I hope it's Zablocki because that's an awesome name, Coach. Head coach, OC at Sheboygan Falls High School, Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. Sheboygan is the most Wisconsin word I've ever thought of in my life. So I appreciate Coach coming on. Again, like the stream. If you have not subscribed to the YouTube channel here at Coach Tatum, make sure you do that. Yeah, I'm trying to build the brand, guys, for myself and for y'all, bringing out great content. So we are going to be getting into a little bit of the schedule right now. Let me present my screen and let me share this with y'all. All right. Let me make sure y'all can see. Oh, that's going to look really weird for y'all. All right. Hope y'all can see that right there. First up, me running my mouth, talking about nothing. All right. Hold on, guys. Getting some guys saying they don't see the link. Yeah, hold on, let me email Coach back real quick. Yeah, y'all can see the schedule right there. Pretty straightforward. Coach Rackler, he's gonna talk about some spread ISO, and if y'all know me or you've seen my video on ISO, I love ISO. My mentor, my late mentor, Cecil Mitchell. Some of y'all know him. Some of y'all should know him. He was a great man. He used to run ISO like 7 times in a row. And some people are like, gee, really? I'm like, yes, sir. And so that is something really special to me. So, all right, got to check that sent in. So we're talking about some spread ISO and some compliments, all right, with Coach Rackler at 8:30. As soon as I get up off of here, running my mouth. And then Coach Brian Wille, offensive coordinator, offensive line at Fairmont High School in Minnesota. He's going to talk about some basics and fundamentals of A-Gap power. And I apologize for reading this out, guys. I don't assume you're stupid. You can't read for yourself, but I'm just going through it. It helps me know who's coming up and who's going down because I had a lot of information come through the last month, right? So make sure you're staying around for a lot of these guys. Coach Willie's a real sharp guy. His team made it to the I believe you'll call it the semifinals. Is the game before the championship in the state of Minnesota in 3A. They got to play at Minnesota Vikings Stadium, USA Bank. I think it's US Bank. I think it is. Yeah, US Bank. Get to play in the dome. So that's pretty cool. So we're gonna have some great clips from that. And then Coach Dean Davidson, okay, from Tennessee. He is going to talk about putting defenders in conflict. And then Coach Bobby Johnson at Albion College. He just took that job. He's really excited about that. We're talking about everyday drills and passing the run game. And then my boy Ty Hayworth from Dobyns-Bennett in Tennessee. If you've never been to Kingsport, Tennessee, you've never seen their stadium. I don't know if he's going to have pictures of their stadium. I might have to find some, but their stadium is nicer than some lower D1 colleges, guys. 100%. He's going to talk about establishing culture, the beef boy culture, and empowering players to embrace the position. And then Coach Nora Cornell is going to talk about counter and buck from 10 and 11 personnel. He's from Oklahoma. And then Justin, I'm just call him Coach Justin because his last name is still kind of foreign to me. Because I would call him Dottavio, and I asked him last night, and he told me, and I totally forgot because I had 100 things going on. I forgot how he pronounces it, so I'm going to call him Coach Justin. Coach Justin is my strength and conditioning guy coming on from the great state of North Carolina, talking about speed training for the OL. Then we're going to have lunch, and then we're going to roll on. So that's that. I'm going to stop sharing, come back over here. So yeah. There's the schedule, and then we're gonna see how it goes. Coach says, all right. Then Coach Andrew Workman is in the house. O-line and run game coordinator at West Virginia State, a speaker. Pretty sure he's the first speaker to come on and put his introduction in. I appreciate Coach Workman. Coach Workman helped me out get my last speaker, guys. He helped me get Coach Carlson. So shout out to Coach, really coming through and helping me out. Really great guy. He said he's from deep in West Virginia. So let's see. Oh no, guys, I got Coach Cornell. What is his time slot? Coach Cornell at 11 o'clock. All right. Coach Cornell cannot make his time slot at 11 o'clock. We got to adjust. Hey, we are offensive line coaches. We got to be able to adjust, right? So we got to make it happen. So we will figure out what to do with that. I'm probably going to see if I can sort of move some guys around. I'll make some calls. But pretty much I appreciate Coach Workman for all the work he's done. No pun intended. And then Coach Gotcher, I'm assuming it's Gotcher, Coach Gotcher from Skyline High School in Front Royal, Virginia. Shout out to my Virginia guys. Like I said, I used to coach in Virginia for a year. And if my dad hadn't gotten prostate cancer, which he's fine now, if he hadn't gotten prostate cancer, I would probably still be in Virginia. But I also wouldn't be married right now because I came back to North Carolina and I met my wife. So things happen for a reason. But yeah, that's the lineup. Everybody's still coming in. We've got 23 guys watching right now. Make sure we keep it rolling. If you know guys that are signed up and you know guys are supposed to be here, make sure you get them in here. Tell them to come on. The next speaker, the first speaker of the day, Coach Rackler. Coach Dillon Rackler, OC at Dimmitt High School. And guys, I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to keep it loose. If cussing happens on this stream, I don't care. But my wife thought your high school was the name of your high school was hilarious. She was like, Dimmitt. I was like, yeah, you say it too fast, you're cussing. So, Dimmitt High School out in West Texas. Coach, I'm going to tell you right now, I looked at where your school is. And I don't want to hurt your feelings, nothing, but there is nothing there but probably oil and dirt. But it's Texas, so everything's better in Texas, right? Or so they say. So I'm excited to hear Coach talk about spread ISO. Let's go, Coach Rick Kramer. Rick Kramer at Edward Little High School in Auburn, Maine. Okay. Coach, I'm going to tell you right now, my head coach in Virginia Beach, John Keppel, at Tallwood High School, he is from Maine. Don't know what part of Maine, but he is from Maine. Got a lot of love for that man, but his accent is something different. Like he used to pronounce, like everybody pronounces W, right? Because one of our slot receivers, the letter was W. It wasn't W, it was W. And every time he would say it, and I'm like, what the heck is that? And so I love Coach Keppel. Never been to Maine. It's on the bucket list because I want to try and go to all 50 states. But I want to visit Maine one day. Appreciate you joining, Coach. Okay. Coach, I am going to try and get this, pronounce this name. Samuel Cornier. I don't know. If I'm wrong, cool. O-line coach at Lord. I don't know, Coach. Clyde Thurberg High School? I don't know, but coaches from Canada. So, it's going to be interesting. It's all French, Canadian, and Quebec, I believe. But, yeah, appreciate Coach coming. Our first international guest. Everybody, hey, clap it up for Coach. First international guest. We have 9 international coaches signed up to come listen to the Tatum Offensive Line Coaches Clinic. Huge, guys. Huge. But I appreciate Coach coming on. Coach Rackler is cattle country. It's cattle country, Coach, because nobody wants to live there except for you and people in West Texas. But I would love to visit West Texas because y'all take ball so serious. And that's what I would love. My boy, Carlo, Coach Carlo, down at Somerville High School, coaches running backs and tight ends. If you don't know about Somerville High School, which I know all the South Carolina coaches do, Somerville High School is one of the biggest and best high schools in the state of South Carolina, down in the Charleston area in Somerville. A lot of tradition, right? The winningest head coach in South Carolina history was at Somerville and built that program up. So he's doing great things. My boy Carlo, he's a rock star in this profession. And I got a lot of love for him. We went to college together, and I worked for him at Gardner-Webb. Tried my best to spare you the French. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, my brother-in-law is his family is from Haiti, but his dad works for the government in Haiti, but his mom lives in Montreal. So yeah, he speaks. He was in the Army and he was a linguist, so he can speak English, Spanish, Creole, French, Farsi, Arabic, Hebrew, whatever. Speaks all of them. But yeah, I appreciate you sparing me the French, Coach, because that's not me. I struggle with speaking English. Coach Herman, pretty sure it's Herman, O-line, D-line coach at South Laurel High School in London, Kentucky. Appreciate you coming on, Coach. Guys, make sure you're liking the stream. If it sounds good, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube. Let me respond to Coach Cornell. Let him know everything's all good. It's all good, Coach. We can adjust. Nothing against Coach. That kind of sucks. Sucks for him. We'll be fine. Kind of sucks for him. But we'll be all right. I got guys coming in still DMing me. Say, hey, is it too late? No, it's not too late. I will be still sending out this stream link to guys. That is fine with me. Guys, if you know anybody that wants to come on and watch, give them the link. I was doing the Google Sheet just to get interest, right? If I just put out a link randomly on Twitter, nobody's coming to watch. But if I put it on a Google Sheet and make you invested by putting your name and information, I know you're going to come, right? So that's why I got 30 guys in here watching. But got 7 minutes. 7 minutes until Coach Rackler comes on and talks about spread ISO. I hope you're excited. If you are, please hit like and let's talk about it. While I have 30 guys in here, keep going with the introductions and saying who is here and who's not, and sign in. But I want to just put a plug in your ear. Okay, June 10th is a tentative date. June 10th, I'm planning on doing another clinic. Hopefully everything goes well with this one, and I want to do another clinic. Coach will be like, dang, Coach, 2 clinics in the offseason? Yes, we are grinding. I am here to learn as much ball as I can because I want to help my kids as much as I can. I can't do that if I think I know everything, right? So I'm always trying to learn, but next clinic will be a banger. What does that mean, Coach? It's going to be a banger because I'm going to have some heavy hitters, right? I'm going to try and get as big time a coach as I can for you guys. I'm in talks with the O-line coach of Florida. I'm in talks with Coach Lonnie Tinsley at South Carolina. But it's not just offensive line coaches. I'm trying to do every position I can. I'm trying to get at least one or two of every position coach I can and roll it out, right? But the only caveat, this one's free because it's offensive line oriented, and y'all are my guys. Offensive line coaches are the best, right? But this one, I got to charge for it, right? I don't know how much I'm going to charge for it yet, but it's going to be a fundraiser for my football team, all right? So everybody knows, fundraising is hard. Fundraising, you have to be proactive with it, right? We're a 2A high school here in North Carolina. I believe we got about 700 to 800 kids. So we're not one of the biggest schools, right? So we have to fundraise and we have to push this out. So I am going to head that up. I'm going to be getting great speakers that people want to come and listen to. We're going to charge. We'll figure it out. I'm going to try and engage with guys will be willing to pay. And we're going to do that, right? So stay tuned. I mean, that's over almost 2.5 months away. But I'm doing it June 10th for 2 reasons. One, my wife is out of town again. She's going on a beach trip with her girlfriends. Okay, so I've got to stay married, right? So she's going out of town June 10th. Excuse me. And second of all, I am we're all out of school, right? We're all high school. We're all working in the school system. We're out of school. So some guys are going to be going on vacation, which that's fine. I mean, just tell your wife that you're going to watch a little bit of ball. But the money will go towards the football program at Walkertown High School and help us buy some helmets, help us buy some pregame meals and stuff like that, and just equipment. And then trying to do some fun stuff for our kids that are grinding, man. They deserve the world, and we're going to try and give it to them. So it's a one fundraiser we're doing. So if you are interested in that, you ain't got to tell me right now because it's a long way away, and I guarantee you if you tell me now, you're not going to be able to do it later. But once it gets closer to June 10th, you'll definitely be seeing me talk about it. But guys, let's get some of these other guys in here. Trey Goodwin, Coach Goodwin's Trey Goodwin, senior, okay, at Ridgeland Hardyville High School in Ridgeland, South Carolina. Shout out to South Carolina. Assistant head coach, offensive line coach, run game coordinator. Appreciate you, Coach. Got a lot of love for South Carolina guys. Coach Justin Tate, head football coach at Weatherford Christian School in Weatherford, Texas. Shout out to Texas. Let's see. Jared Rickman, offensive line coach at Sanger West High School in Fresno, California. I just want to clap it up. Clap it up for Coach Rickman. If y'all don't know, it's 5:00 in California, and Coach is here joining us and hanging out. Okay, and I really appreciate Coach. James Dickens from Nova Scotia, Canada. Coach, second international coach coming on to talk to us. Coaching ages 6 to 14, co-ed, and senior ladies. Coach, that is dope. That is dope. I got a lot of love for guys that coach youth in middle school, what we consider middle school. And then the senior ladies, that's awesome, man. You should have came on. You should have asked me to come on and speak if you didn't already. That'd have been awesome to hear. Third international coach, Paulo. I don't know. Moretti, wide receivers, quarterbacks, an OC for the Cincia, I don't know, club in Florence, Italy. Shout out to Florence, Italy. Okay, Coach, I want to come to Italy one day. Hopefully you can have that and be welcome to Italy. Coach Corey Adams. Coach Adams, shout out to Coach Adams, just took the new job, okay, at North Forsyth High School in Winston-Salem. Congrats, Coach. Coach Rackler. Can you hear me, Coach?
I can hear you.
Awesome, Coach. Put your ticker up. Coach, I'm going to let you roll. You're a minute early. Let's get it.
All right. So I just thank you guys for letting me come on here. Coach Tatum, thanks for putting this on. But I do want to clarify, we have a lot of cattle around here, and we are in the middle of nowhere. You are correct about that. My father-in-law actually moved to North Carolina pretty recently and got to go out there and visit him in the summer. And I will say, I don't think I've ever seen that many trees in my life. But
No
it was
doubt.
good. But I'm going to go ahead and put this on there. Share my screen so I can get that going.
All right, there you go.
You see that all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. So, like I said, my name is Dillon Rackler. I'm the offensive coordinator at Dimmitt High School in Texas. I went ahead and put my Twitter and cell number on there. I know this is going to go pretty fast since these are 30-minute time slots. So if any of you guys have any questions or anything that I go over, just feel free to contact me. I'll put this up at the end as well if we have time. That way we can clarify things. I'd like to have some time for question and answer, but no promises. Let's see. All right, here we go. So just a little bit about me and kind of how I became the offense coordinator and pretty much why we chose ISO and why I'm presenting that today. So this is my third year as an offensive coordinator. Before that, I spent one season as an offensive line coach, kind of how I started in the offensive side of things. I came in as on the air raid side of air raid offense. Kind of my first experience with offensive linemen. And I will say it was probably my favorite year of coaching that I've done so far. Those are some pretty special guys. And as you guys that coach offensive line, you probably know that. Before that, I spent 1 year as a defensive coordinator. And I always tell these guys that younger coaches coming through, if you want to know the offensive side of the ball, look at the defensive side of the ball first. So that was kind of a pretty special year for me. It's my 7th year total. I've coached pretty much in anything that you can imagine. I started off coaching career in the split bag veer. The first year that I was offensive coordinator, I actually coached in the flex bone offense. So that was kind of a good time for me to kind of learn some new things as far as running the ball goes. And I think it's kind of built my system. Like I said, I went through air raid as well. So we use a lot of pass concepts for the air raid, but our run game is pretty different as far as what you typically would see from an air raid spread system. So we kind of combine those things to really create something different, something that we could use to really kind of attack guys through the air and on the ground. And so kind of a little bit about why we do the things we do here. We're a small school, 3A. So in Texas, we do 1 through 6A, and each one of those is split into 2 different divisions. So we have Division 1 and Division 2. Division 2 are actually the smaller schools. So we're a 3A Division 2. So we're a pretty small school up here in the Panhandle. Like I said, there's really nothing here other than cattle. So we are in a pretty tough district. In fact, we play one of the teams that appears in the state tournament or state games pretty regularly. So really nice to see some of that competition and be at a high level of football. But like I said, we're a spread offense. We like to spread the ball just to run it. It's really kind of helped us to really kind of expose some teams. But one of the biggest things is we're a struggling program. People see us more as a basketball school, and anybody that knows anything about the Texas Panhandle knows that football is big, but basketball is big as well. And that's kind of what's been the case for Dimmitt for a really long time, and I kind of knew that coming in. So we've struggled quite a bit recently, but one of the reasons that I kind of chose ISO and wanted to speak about it today was as struggling of a program as we've been, ISO has been one of the plays that we could rely on pretty regularly to really help us and to help our offensive linemen that may not know or may not have ever played football before really see some success, what just in general. So it allows us to kind of run downhill, allows us to make it easy for our athletes. Like I said, we're pretty inexperienced when it comes to just football knowledge in general. So the easier we can make it for our athletes, the better. So we really chose ISO this last year. My head coach that came in, he's a slot eye guy. So when we were talking about things that he wanted to do and the way that he wanted to structure offense, he kind of let me have free reign, but he did say, I want to run ISO. So that's one of the things that we did, and it's really been one of our better plays. And so let's kind of get into some of the ISO rules and kind of how we structure our ISO. I know everybody kind of does it just a little bit different, but it's pretty much the same once you look into it. Our basic ISO rules, we start with 1 LOS and 2 LOS. That just really means the line of scrimmage. So kind of think like veer. We want to identify number 1 and number 2 on the line of scrimmage, whether that be a nose guard, a tackle, whoever that is. We really like to have our play side offensive linemen designate 1 and 2 immediately, because that'll help them kind of know who they're going to block. Watching Coach Tatum's his YouTube video on ISO is kind of what he talks about, more of being a man scheme, and that's kind of what we're looking at when we designate who we're going to block. So one LOS, 2 LOS. Another rule that we like to talk about is we always double the nose. We want to get a double team at the point of attack as many times as possible. And when we go through the drawings, you'll kind of see what I'm talking about, but we'll double the nose. I always say we scoop the backside, because when we were in the flex bone, that's really what you talk about on the backside of things. Some people like to say that you want to zone the backside. Some people will actually block, designate man on the backside, but we really just scoop to the play side. Their biggest rule is just don't let anything cross your face. We're going to ISO the first linebacker play side. We usually do it with 20 personnel. We run out of 20 personnel quite a bit, but we will do it out of 10 personnel. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. But we do use the same side handoff. I did put an asterisk there because we changed that side, just kind of depending on our run game, which again, I'll show you once we get into some of the film and things like that. But it's just really a play that allows you to run downhill. And like I said, we've struggled quite a bit, but just being able to run downhill and get going has really kind of helped us to establish a run game, and it's been one of our more effective plays. So let's talk about some of the basic scheme of ISO. ISO is a pretty basic play. If you've been around football any length of time, you're going to have seen this play. But a lot of guys now, or especially in the spread formations, are trying to go more to a zone insert scheme. And when we first actually started running ISO, that's how we started it off. This was a zone insert. And the thing that we found was we didn't like our running back running opposite of where kind of we were designating the play. Just the play calling just didn't seem to work for us as well. So when we went to just a straight line ISO, it really kind of helped our running back know exactly where he's going to go. And like I said, it simplified it for our kids that are pretty inexperienced. So it's really been beneficial to us, especially since we were coming from a flex bone style of play. It's kind of helped just that transition just a little bit easier. So you'll notice right here on the under front, we really like to go just double the nose play size. So if we're talking about our 1 LOS, 2 LOS, this nose is going to be our 1 LOS. The end is 2 LOS. So one guy line of scrimmage, 2. Double the nose. We'd like to get to that backside linebacker if possible, but I think most of our guys that started up front for us this year really weren't the type of guys that have been doing it long enough to stress that too much. So when we were teaching this, we really told them to stay on the double team as much as possible. And we had a pretty talented quarterback, so we'll take care of the backside linebacker if we need to throw any kind of RPOs or anything off of that. Just helping the offensive line out the best we can was kind of our main thing. Then, like I said, 2 LOS, we're just going to kick out that end. Our aiming point is just his inside shoulder. Armpit is really what we tell those guys. Step with your inside foot and get him out of the way. Scoop in the backside. ISO in the first linebacker play side, and same side handoff and downhill. This is the run that we always like to hit it against because it's a pretty good look for us, but as we know in football, nothing's really the best pictures. So I also drew it up to the over front. Now the thing with the over front, this is our first. We don't like to run to a 3 technique because we don't really like the way that it sets up in the A gap. A lot of people will say ISO's an A gap play, and we do aim to the A gap, but we know it's going to hit a little bit wider. But our first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go designate 1 and 2. We got a tackle and an in, 1, 2. We're going to try to hit those guys, get those guys out of there. Like I said, we run a lot out of 20 personnel, so our H-back's going to be the guy inserting to the play side, inside linebacker, doubling the nose. So we're zoning to the play side, and we're going to go double the nose backside, so the rules don't change for that. To the backside linebacker if we can. If not, we can always zone up to the backside linebacker as well. But that's the basic look to ISO. Now, like I said, we're a pretty undersized offensive line. We've had some struggles as far as experience. So we have some ways we can deal with this 3 technique because we don't really like to block it this way, which we'll get into a little bit later. But I just kind of want to start off with the basic components. So that's really to a 4-man front. When you get into a 3-man front, I did 2 different drawings here for this. And a 3-4, especially any kind of odd fronts, guys really like to mess with you defensively, and they try to get cute. So the rules really don't change for us. We're going to double the nose. He's our 1 LOS. Our 2 LOS, we're going to block out, ISO the first linebacker play side. The problem that we had was, like I said, defensive guys that run in the odd fronts. They like to be cute, so they'll bring this rover down in here, or outside linebacker, whatever you want to call him. They'll man us up on the outside and then just send pressure off the edge. We had a couple ways we could take care of that. The first one is we could out block that and designate the end as the 1 LOS and have the guard take care of him, and then have the outside linebacker be blocked by the tackle. But the more guys that we have in the box, that's harder to run on. So we'll throw something out here. Any of our quick game, we'll tag it. Just kind of make sure that these outside linebackers kind of know that we're active on the outside as well. But like I said, we have a couple different ways we can do that, out, or tag that in there. We could also, if we needed to, we could add a tight end. Our Y kind of doubled as a tight end as well for us, so we could bring him in to take care of any extra hats in the box too. So really not that big of a deal for us, but our rules, we try to keep them as simple as we can for the offensive line. So if we can block it the same, we're going to. To the stack, this is kind of where things get a little bit odd. So we get same rules, double the nose, kick out on the number 2. So we got 1 and 2. ISO, the first linebacker play side. The middle linebacker is the one that causes us all the problems in a stack. Ideally, we'd like to get a vertical push on the nose and somebody come off and combo to that middle linebacker. That would be great, and everybody would love to do something like that. We have not been able to do that in recent years, so we do have an answer for that in the stack, which we'll get into in just a second. But just basic rules, this is kind of what it's going to look like for us. So let's kind of get into some of the answers, because as much as ISO is great, it's a great play, allows us to run downhill, we do have some issues with it. So every issue has to have an answer. So these are some of the answers that we've come up with. I feel like they've really helped us to allow us to run this play and not have to change really who we are or what we do. So the first one is going to be our cross block tag. This is the first tag that we usually install with any kind of offensive line whenever we start talking ISO. And it's really just there to help us to handle a strong 3 technique. We've come up against some teams this last couple of years. They've had a 3 technique. One particular team up here has had a 3 technique that's he's pushing 300 pounds, probably a little bit more than that. We just were not able to move him one-on-one if we're talking our basic rules with a 1-2 and a single block on that tackle with our guard, just being undersized. So we have to be able to find angles where we can get them. So what we did was we just allowed them to cross block it. We didn't really care what they called it, and this wasn't something that we called in the box. It wasn't as coaches where we'd signal out there and tell the offensive line what they were doing. We really gave them the ability to call it on the field if they saw it. But it was up to the guard to do that. So if the guard saw that he had 3 technique to his side, that he knew he wasn't going to be able to take one-on-one, he was able to call this. They've called it all kinds of different things. The main thing was that your offensive line is on the same page, and they just really need to know these 3 guys, the guard, the tackle, and that H-back are really the only ones that really need to know what that tag is. So like I said, they've all called it different things, but the main idea here is that once the guard calls it, the tackle knows that he's going to go first, and he's going to block down on that 3 technique to really just help us out with the angle there. Now that allows the guard to kick out on the end. So really they're just switching number 1 and number 2. The guard's path is kind of odd right here because that tackle has to go first. But one thing that I did learn when I was coaching in the flex bone, I was actually able to coach the offensive line in the flex bone just a little bit. And when the teams are running buck sweep, or not buck sweep, when they're running a belly in the flex bone, Harding really does a good job of that guard being able to do what they call a check mark step. And so he'll basically take just a false step backwards with his play side foot. So it'd be his right foot here. And then kind of push that tackle's butt across as he goes, and then just run right behind him and kick that out. So that's really what we taught on that, and kind of allowed us to get a better angle. This H-back knows that he's kind of just got to delay a little bit and still hit that up inside. So it's been a really good play for us. I wish I had some film on it. We don't run it a whole lot. At the team that I know that we used it a couple times, I really couldn't find any film. Going back a couple years, Huddle makes us delete all of our film because they don't really we don't want to pay. We're a small school. We don't want to pay for all the big storage. So we kind of lost some of that film in that. So if I find some, anybody wants any of that, I could probably try to salvage some. So that's this first tag we install. The next one is our probably my favorite tag, and you'll notice if I get a chance to go to the film that this is probably the one that we use the most. And it's just our follow or keep tag, and that just allows our quarterback to be the ball carrier. We've been fortunate the past couple of years to have a running quarterback that's just been really good for us downhill. He's a big body kid, a strong runner. So we wanted to utilize that as much as possible. So we installed the follow tag. And so now that allows us to get an extra hat to the play side. Like I said, it's our best answer for the stack because that middle linebacker, instead of having to come off on the double team here, now we can just send our running back there with his eyes inside to take care of him without changing anybody else's rules. You'll notice we got a double on the nose, kick out the end, first linebacker play side. Now he just got his eyes inside to the middle linebacker. Now it allows our quarterback to be the runner. So in the stack, if we're in 20 personnel, this is our primary answer. But it also allows us to run ISO in 10 personnel, which we do quite a bit. We'll take our H-back, and he's a slot for us, so he'll move out to the slot. And so now we can just run ISO with follow tag. You can just imagine, if the H isn't here, now that F knows that he's got to take the H's responsibility in a follow tag. So now the F's just going to ISO the first linebacker play side. So pretty simple for us, just a little different look for us to be able to kind of let teams know that we're going to run ISO, whether we're in 10 personnel, 12 personnel, it doesn't matter. We're going to run ISO some way. Another one we're going to do, this is our primary answer to a 3 technique. Teams will try to set their 3 technique to our H-back side. So our first answer before we do the cross block tag is to formation them first. So we're going to move the H-back to the side of 3 technique. Hopefully they're going to move them there. And then we'll just call ISO the opposite direction. And the H-back just has to know based on the play call where he's going to go. So whether he's set away and comes up in here, we'll also put him in a split back over here by the quarterback. And then he knows he's got to go opposite first and ISO that linebacker. He's just got to have eyes on him. It basically becomes like a skip pull, just like an offensive lineman would. So pretty easy, but it allows us to really hurt teams that are going to set, especially those even front teams that are going to set their strength to the side of our H, which a lot of teams will do. So that's really our first answer. It's not really a tag. It's just a matter of our formation and play call name. One of our other tags that we like to use, I know we're all offensive line guys and we love to run the ball, but sometimes whenever you're running the ball quite a bit, have success with it, teams are going to start keying on it, and they will. So we install what we call our H-pop tag. All that does allow us, if linebackers, this inside linebacker, in our defense, we teach our inside linebackers, if you see a block coming at you head on, you're going to meet it in the hole. So if they start seeing that with our ISO back pretty frequently, we'll just sidestep him and throw that over the top of him. But it has to be a really quick pass. If you want to be able to see that linebacker flowing downhill and that quarterback just, if he wants to ride that out just for maybe a second and then pop it over his head, that's how we want it to be executed. I will say you don't want the quarterback to hold on to it too long. When I was going back and looking for film of this, we actually got one of these intercepted because the quarterback wanted to hold on to it too long and threw an interception to one of the safeties sitting back there. So it's just got to be right behind that linebacker's head as he comes through. So pretty risky pass, but also has quite a bit of a reward if teams are keying on that ISO. So that's kind of the last tag that we'll install. This isn't something that I've done a lot, but I have seen it before. We're probably going to start messing with this a little bit more this year. Now I know that a lot of guys will look at these and they'll say, "Oh, that's A-gap power or one back power. That's dart." And you're right, it is. But we package it with our ISO series. That way, we try to keep things simple for our kids. So for some reason, if we tell them we're going to install a new play, all of a sudden they think, "Oh my goodness, like it's a new play. I'm not gonna be able to learn it." But if you tell them, "Hey, it's the same play, but now this guy's going to do this," all of a sudden they have no problems with it. So, we have the ability to run A-gap power. We have the ability to run dart, but we'll do it with our ISO call. We'll just tag it. And I got that from a YouTube video. I'll put it here if you guys want to go watch it. The only thing that really changes with this, I drew it up wrong. The handoff will change, and it'll be an opposite handoff. So the tailback will actually come across the quarterback's body. But the rules for the offensive line doesn't change. They're going to designate 1 and 2. They'll double the nose, kick out the end. And then if we tag the guard, now he's going to be the one that's pulling, just like power. And he's going to come up here, and he's going to be the ISO back on the play side, inside linebacker. So now that F's actually going to come across the quarterback's face, take that handoff for ISO. And what that does is allows the quarterback to get his eyes on the unblocked guy in the box that we're using for that pull now. And we'll be able to use him and read something with the quarterback. So if we have that linebacker earlier that said was giving us issues and we're not being able to come off on that block, we'll just go 10 personnel, bring him over, and now we'll just read this guy. One thing that people talk about all the time in the flex bone is if you can't block him, read him. So that's kind of what we'll do. If we can't get to that guy, we're just going to read him and do something with the quarterback. And then same thing over here. If we're having a hard time with the backside end, if they're chasing us down, which they shouldn't in ISO, but if they do, we'll just call it just like dart, but we're going to double the 1, kick out here. And we'll just call it ISO, and we'll call it with the tag it with the tackle. Now quarterback, like I said, he's still opposite handoff. F's coming through, and we're reading that backside end. So pretty simple tag that allows us to be pretty versatile with just a simple play call. So I like to get into a little bit of film right here. I'm gonna try to get through this pretty quick. So if anybody has questions, we can kind of get them the last couple minutes. So you'll notice we're not very good up front, but this play works pretty simple. You'll notice here, we're going to kick out. This is 1, this is 2. Our H-back's going to ISO here, and we're going to have a keep tag. We really don't need it here. I just like to call it quite a bit. So we have an ISO keep. That hole opens up. These quarterback coaches, I don't know what they're thinking. They don't tell these guys to run behind their blockers, but you'll notice that hole opens up right there. Get a pretty good ISO on this guy. We have the extra blocker. All he's got to do is follow him. But he's a running back, or he's a quarterback that really wants to run outside, so can't fault him for a 10-yard gain. But if he'd follow his blockers, he might get a little bit more. Another look at it here. So even front, this will be 1. This is 2. We're going to get a double on this guy. We're going to kick him out. This is going to be the ISO guy with our H-back. You can kind of see he's standing flat-footed. He's pretty anticipating this. It's also going to be a keep, so our quarterback's going to be the one running the ball here. We don't really get a true double team on that guy, but we get pretty good movement. Right here on the point of attack really opens up for the ISO block. We don't get a very good block out here with our tackle. I'd really like to see him step with his inside foot and kick him out with his aim at that armpit and push him out. He ends up being the one making the play. But just a pretty good seam downhill. Another look at it here. Now, this we do not block very well at all, but the reason I put it on here is I want guys to be able to see that this is a play that if you have any crease whatsoever, you're going to get some yards. That's why we rely on it so much. So you'll notice, our guard is catching. He's not blocking that very well at all, but we get a follow tag, just a simple crease, and we're downhill and we're running. So pretty good gain right there, just off a small little ISO play. Pretty effective. Just any little gap you can get whatsoever, it's going to go. Another look at it here. This is actually the team I was talking about. We had a pretty good they had a pretty good 3 technique, and they're actually away from it right here. But we're going to be able to go 1, 2. This is the play side inside linebacker, so that's going to be the H-back's responsibility. They're in a 4-3, so the inside linebacker now is going to be the running back in the follow tag. He actually misses him. This is a running back that had to come in because our other running back got hurt. So he's going to miss him, but he should have his eyes inside. You'll notice right there in the ISO, we get 1, 2. He's going to go ISO this guy. He should have his eyes inside for him. They actually send him on a stunt, so he goes right by him. So if he had his eyes inside, we actually could have got him blocked with the backside linebacker. But we just get a small little crease for a positive gain. That's what I love about this play. I'm not afraid to call this anywhere on the field because I know that even if we don't block it perfect, one little crease is going to get us a positive gain. So we'll call it anywhere. Just a couple more clips here. Our wide and tight really looks about the same. We do run out of split backs as well. It does change the handoff, but it doesn't really change any of the rules for the lineman or anything, which is what I like about it. There's that opposite handoff. We scoop the backside, so he almost gets chased from behind. But again, just a small little crease in the play, knowing that we got 1, 2 and blocked, and then we're ISO in this play side linebacker. That's really all we need. So we're not a very dominant offensive line. So I really want to stress that, because if you have some guys that can move some bodies, this play is going to be even better for you. Last couple things here. You'll notice these guys coming up in this gap. They're going to come try to get this H-back. Our H-back tries to go in there low, which I really don't like from that. But again, just a small little crease, and we're off and running. One more. I wanted to show something in the stack. So we actually had a team in the stack right here. This would be 1, 2. This is a play side linebacker. Here's inside. It's another keep. This is actually a good block right here. We're going to have our H-back on the outside guy, and our running back with his eyes inside blocking the inside guy. Again, just a small little crease that we can run in. So some pretty good looks at it there. Like I said, if anybody has any questions, I know we've got just a couple minutes here. I put my information back on there. Feel free to get at me on my cell phone or Twitter. Either way, I'd be happy to talk through some of these. I know it's a pretty simple play and pretty straightforward, but I feel like I said before, it really can help you guys that just maybe either you don't have offensive linemen, or maybe you got the guys that can move them. And as long as you have somebody that's willing to hit that thing downhill, you're gonna go some yards. And I know it's really helped us. So that's all I got. If anybody's got anything, or
it probably got answered while you were doing your film, but he said when you run follow, do you ride that F and pull it, or do you just go straight quarterback ISO? It looked like you just go straight quarterback ISO.
Yeah, we go straight quarterback ISO. We've kind of messed around doing it both ways. It really kind of depends on what you want to do out of it. If you want to run some RPOs and do things like that, maybe you're a little better off selling that fake. But we've tried to just run straight downhill quite a bit. So with our quarterback being more of a big body kid, we're just going to catch the ball and go right behind them. So it's really just straight quarterback ISO.
Cool. Well, Coach, I appreciate it. I love the video. I love the presentation, and I appreciate you coming on. I'm going to go ahead and grab Coach Wille and get him on here, and we'll keep rolling on, okay? Everybody go and follow Coach Rackler on Twitter and hit him up for that presentation if you're really interested in that, all right?
All right, Coach. Thanks.
Thank you. Coach,
Good morning, Coach. How we doing?
Good morning. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you rolling. We're going to go straight into it. Let me put your banner up. There you go. And take it away.
All right. Appreciate it. All right, folks. Today we're going to talk a little bit about A-gap power. Here's my contact information. If it's something that you want to get a hold of me, the best way to probably get a hold of me is going to be via Twitter. I'm always on my Twitter account, Coach Brian Wille. One long word there for me. There's my email if you want any cut-ups or anything with this presentation. So why A-gap power? For us, the reason we go A-gap power is in large part because of what it does to attack the interior of the defense. Now, I will start off by saying A-gap power. I would strongly recommend that you run C-gap power or some form of a B-gap power to complement it. We're a big B-gap and counter team. That's probably our two base runs. A-gap power is an ancillary run for us. It complements what we already do. So I don't think this is something that's going to be a standalone run scheme for you. I really do believe you need to complement it with traditional power and counter as well. But the big benefit for us, so how it complements C-gap and B-gap power as well as our counter game, is that it first off causes misfits by the linebackers. And you'll see a little bit of that when I talk later through film and kind of what it does to the linebackers' reads and scraping over the top and where their run fits may be. And the other thing for our offensive linemen is the mindset's a little bit different in terms of how we're going to block it, causing, misfits from that linebacker position, but yet we're only going to focus on the first level defenders. And we'll go over that here, kind of how we decide and how we move people at that first level here as we go on in our presentation. Now, there is some limitations to the scheme. It's not a perfect scheme. It's not something that you can just show up after watching on, tape over the weekend and say, we're going to install it on Monday and play with it on Friday. In large part because there is so much that goes into generating movement, whether you want to do it lateral or vertically on level one. There's a lot of different fundamental techniques that you're going to need to master in order for you to get consistent movement on level one. Personally, we believe that it's best run versus a forefront. Due to the variables that are more present in the three front. And in our conference anyway, most of the teams run a three front. So based on a year to year, this play has its limitations. And so that's what part of the reason why we more so major in a C-gap power system or counter system. And then this is something that just simply complements it along the way. We do believe that you need an H-back and fullback to run it effectively. Unless you plan on reading it. If you plan on reading it, you can sub out an H-back or fullback, and then just simply that person who you would kick out, it becomes your read guy. We've actually had more success reading it over the last couple of years than actually running it with an H-back and fullback, but that's just simply a personnel thing on our piece. But the big reason why we limit ourselves to how much we practice it and use it in a game is because it's expensive to teach and become good at it. Just like anything, you use only so much time that you have, especially in high school football, to go out and run certain schemes. For us, this is just an expensive one to teach and run, and as a result, we just use it as an ancillary one. So I don't want to use this to scare you guys away, but I just want to be real with y'all that there's going to be certain limitations as we go through any kind of scheme that we're going to talk about. So let's first talk about blocking rules. I'm going to start backside because backside is going to kind of be the easiest part to teach because a lot of it is very similar to your traditional gap scheme rules. So your backside tackle is going to hinge the B gap and funnel anything up the field. And so for us, that's a shuffle technique. Kind of we think of it like a paint slide in basketball, right? You want to be at as flat of an angle as possible to cut anything off or choke that backside to make sure nobody runs through that B gap. That's where most teams try to generate pressure on us, whether it be by lining up a three technique backside and seeing that three technique can run through the guard. You got to really spend a lot of time on that backside tackle, like you do with any gap scheme, working that backside hinge. You can't spend enough time on that in individual time. Your backside guard is going to do a square pull to the opposite A gap. For our guys, they know that you are the fixer. Okay, your eyes are going to be on the double team play side, but if anything goes wrong with that double team and there's not enough movement, your job is to do what we call a double bump technique. That double bump technique is, imagine that the two guys working the double team have their defenders stood up, but they can't get any movement. They're at a standstill. Your job is to come in and almost gallop into that with a gallop technique and create displacement. We call that displacement that you're creating a double bump. And you're trying to create like a payloader. You're trying to create movement to get that A gap clear. Because if that A gap isn't clear, this play is going to be in an immense amount of trouble. Okay, so the backside guard is going to square pull, and it's going to be a shuffle, and kind of insert into the A gap if he doesn't need to double bump. If he's during that 2 shuffles, seeing that A and that B gap needs a little bit more help, that's where he double bumps it and clears it up. And if he does get all that completed, then he just helps create a wall going to the second level. Now, in terms of what do we teach this guy on a square pull, when he's going to the second level, we do not tell him that there's a specific guy pre-snap, like the first linebacker play side, that he needs to get to. It's whoever shows up in the A gap first. And if a guy crosses his face in the A gap, he can either U-turn and continue to clear that guy out, or he can continue to make a wall with the hopeful backside, or with the hopeful play side double team. So the shuffle pull, again, kind of just fixer is kind of what we just tell him he needs to be. So he's reading that play side double team. He's kicking out also, he's seeing the kick out from the fullback and the halfback, and he's reading where he needs to insert. He cannot get spilled, and he cannot work outside of B gap. So for us, when we're teaching it day one, we set up cones that we believe would be in the A gap and B gap. We have the play side double team work against, in some pod work, a defensive lineman. And then as the guy is shuffling down the line, he sees that cone. And we usually try to get these really, really large, traffic cones like you would for driver's ed, so the guys can see it a little bit bigger. His eyes look at that double team, and then he kind of in his peripherals can see where this big cone is. That tells him how far he gets to go in terms of trying to make movement in that A gap. That seems to help us, because then also when our defensive line wants to work any loops and twists, if he sees anybody leave and go beyond that, he knows just to leave it. And he knows it's not something that he's going to be responsible for inserting into A gap. Okay. So that double bump technique, again, what we tell our guys is as you are inserting into that A gap, this is that pulling guard, use your same foot, same shoulder. And so kind of the teaching point we use is if you're going to pull right, you have to kick out with your right. So if I'm pulling to my right, I'm going to use my right foot and right shoulder to create that double bump, and trying to keep also my shoulders square as I'm displacing the defender. If I'm pulling left, I'm going to use my left foot, left shoulder. Pull right, use right, pull left, use left. If at any point in time he's deciding in his pull, he's not sure if he should double bump or he should insert because it's cloudy, we just tell him, make a wall and push it vertical. Let's get to the next play. Worst case scenario, give us a 1 to 2 yard gain, and let's move forward. The last thing we want the guy to do, and you'll see it in some of our teaching tape here, you'll see that he doesn't know what to do, and he either gets too wide or he doesn't block anybody. And when that happens, it's a very ineffective play. So trust your read, and if it's ever cloudy, make a wall, get us to the next play. So play side tackle now. The play side tackle's job is paramount in this play, and if you do not have a play side tackle who can create displacement, this is not a play that's going to be very successful for you. So what we tell him is he has to stay flat to prevent any run through by the linebacker until his block and double team reaches the backside A gap. At that point, he can reinforce anything in the backside A gap until it's cleared and then climb vertically. We always tell him, keep your head in front of the linebacker. You don't want to have anybody beat you over top. If anybody's going to beat you over top, then that inside guy who's going to be our lifter in this double team is going to be having a little bit more of a difficult job to do. So with our guy in A-gap power, we do not tell our tackle, you have to get off to anybody second level. Now, in your traditional C-gap system, in terms of C-gap power, a lot of times that displacement in that double team, you want your tackle to get to some linebacker backside. In A-gap, we do not. We tell them, you need to worry about clearing the front side A-gap. Do not worry about getting off to a linebacker at the second level. We teach them what we call a skate step. So think of a skate step like you're a pitcher on a pitching rubber. What we got our guys do is that first foot and that first step is going to be kind of a stab step with his inside foot. It's going to pick up and put back down, a settle step, if you will. His then outside foot is going to come up, and almost like he's going to then take a small gather step where he's going to be putting his outside foot almost like it's on a pitching rubber. And when he does that, now he's trying to create some torque. And then at that point, he's going to come flat down the line of scrimmage with the third step back on the inside foot and try to then use almost like a gallop technique in which to get to the hip of the defender that you're going to be double teaming. Okay, we call this a skate step, but also with a lateral block. Because as now that third step with your inside foot is coming down, you should be creating contact. And what you should be doing is placing your inside hand on the back of the guard in order to kind of choke out any kind of air between the double team. And also by putting that hand on the backside of the guard, you're going to start turning your shoulders at a more horizontal path, which is going to help you then get your outside or backside hand to get to that hip point to help create the displacement. You have to be able to displace the hip. If you decide to try to make any kind of movement too high, you don't get that kind of movement that you need. So for when we're drilling it, what we'll do is we'll take those hand shields, we'll place it right on the defender's hip. And so then we'll have our guys work kind of getting through those first 2 steps, getting that skate step in the ground. And then on that 3rd step, creating contact, getting your hand on the back of your partner that you're doing the double team with. And then your outside hand is then smashing that inside hip and striking the core of the defender. Your play side guard, never reach back for a B gap defender. If anybody leaves the B gap from you, so we're talking like a 3 technique. If a guy's lined up in the 3 technique at pre-snap, you can work that double team with the outside tackle. But if all of a sudden you see him loop out, you're gone. You're leaving him. You're not going to chase anybody. Okay, you get 1 step there. And if at any point that 1 step, he's disappearing even beyond the tackle, get yourself vertical and go find some work at the 2nd level. Traditionally, when we're running this play, we'll run it versus a 3 technique or a 2 technique. So let's talk about like what your different thought processes are for the 3 and the 2. If you get a 3 technique, the job we have our inside guard is to settle and stab. So what do we mean by settle and stab? It's kind of your gather step with your inside foot as well. You're going to pick that up, put it down to get a good base, and then you're going to take your foot that is covered by the play side defender, and you're going to use that to split the crotch of the defender. Okay, and as you're doing that, what we're hoping that you do is keep your hips square, keep your eyes still in your gap, which is a gap, because this is still a gap scheme. And then what we're hoping that you do is you're waiting for the outside tackle to bring the defender to you. So really your covered hand is the one that you're trying to get some sort of a lift with. And by creating that lift, then now our guy who's bringing down the double team from the tackle position, hopefully will bring that defender to you. So then you can continue on with that horizontally. We feel that if you try to get way too much vertical movement with this, the defender has a better chance of sliding off and you can't get that horizontal displacement. As such, you have to kind of drill with your play side guard. You have to settle. You have to just be patient. Let the tackle bring him to you, because if you try to push him vertically and then all of a sudden your tackle is trying to push him horizontally, you're not going to get the type of movement you're going to get. And you're going to end up with a lot of stalemates and a lot of double bumps. And this play hits big when you don't have to have any double bumps. Now, if you have a 1 or a 0 tack your side, now the guard becomes the skate stepper. So now it's that inside foot to settle, outside foot to set the pitching rubber and get that skate ready. 3rd step, now you're making contact, striking the hip of the defender. Now, against that outside, for that guard versus that 3 technique, make sure you're keeping that outside elbow tight while the lifting in the near armpit of the defender. That's kind of like the key teaching point that we tell for our guard is if you're going to be the lifter in this situation, keep that elbow tight. And what we want you to aim point for is that lift that near armpit of the defender. And then once you're finished, roll it once your arm forward, roll it once that defender has been brought to you. That'll help create that a little bit of extra push. If you have a 2 technique, this gets a little bit more dicey, but you still need to aim with your eyes. Keep your eyes still in your gap. And what you're wanting to do is strike through the core of the defender. Again, you're going to want to settle and stab and wait for that play side tackle to help push the movement horizontally. But in this case, you can get now 2 arms on him to create the lift and allow that tackle to have that hip nicely exposed. Your center, you're securing backside A gap to prevent any kind of run through. Use your inside double team rules, the same as we just went through with the guard on a 0 or a 1 technique. For example, if you got a play side 1 technique, say we're going to the right, and you got a 1 technique to the right. If you see that there, now you become the guard's rules. You got to settle and stab, create that lift on that inside armpit, and wait for the guard now to bring him through. If it's a true 0 technique, now it's just like a 2 technique for the play side guard. Try to get that double arms in there. You get 2 hands of contact, create lift on the defender to create that nice surface so that way the play side guard can strike the hip. Now, if you get any kind of movement, I've kind of touched on this already, but kind of if you get the play side 3 technique playing loose or looping over the play side tackle's block, just leave him and work immediately to the backside linebacker. That's for the play side guard and play side tackle. The reason being, you're going to see the fullback and the H-back, their job is to kick out anything outside of B gap. So if the defender is leaving B gap, leave him there because your fullback and your H-back are going to kick him out. If that play side 3 tech decides to slant directly at the play side tackle, which you see a lot of, just decide, okay, that's going to be in a situation where we have to work a stalemate. Have your play side guard, play side tackle, ensure they don't get split and they don't get spilled by any mean where he works into you and then kind of rolls off. Still get that contact, but then at that point, wait for the double bump to come and create any kind of displacement. You cannot get spilled. A lot of times what will happen when we see this 3-tech slant at our tackle is our guard will sometimes overreact and think that maybe he's trying to get over top on a loop, and he'll leave to go backside. Well, then what happens is we get spilled by our guard who's trying to come around and be the fixer. Just tell him to be patient. If he's slanting at the tackle, specifically the inside half of it, working through B gap, just be patient, allow that stalemate, and then allow the backside guard to be the fixer. Now let's talk about 2-technique movements. If you're a 2-tech and that loops at the play side tackle, again, engage the stalemate. If he's going to be going in there, wait and be patient. Do not let that person spill you, and then work for a double team. Now, if that 3-tech loops towards the tackle and goes beyond the tackle, okay, we're going to say, let's say he lines up in a 3 technique, but he's going and displacing out to C gap. So a big time loop. At that point in time, you and the tackle work through your assigned gaps so that we play side guard work through A gap, play side tackle work through B gap. And again, like I said before, fullback, H-back will kick that out. Play side guard, if the 2 technique loops at the play side tackle, work immediately to the backside linebacker. Again, if it starts the 2 technique, if he's going outside of C gap. Okay, don't think if he's going 2 gap or 2 technique and he's slanting into B gap that you leave him. It's if he gets a 2 technique and slant out all the way and loop out to a C gap. That rarely happens, but we've seen it once or twice, which is why I included it on this slide. Now, play side tackle versus a 3 front. I'm just going to go over this before I roll into my film here. Versus a 3 front, there's a lot more variables because I just kind of went through all the variables of what a play side guard has to go through. A 3 tech versus a 2 tech. I think clearly you can see there's a lot more variables with a 2 technique. Well, now imagine the play side tackle has to go through that exact same process. In his case, that exact same process comes from 3 front. When you get these 4 and 4 eye techs stepping out, buzzing their feet, trying to 2 gap you. Okay, when you get these 3 front teams, play side tackle, my teaching point to you is you're going to have to work a lot of stalemates. And you're also going to have to work a lot of eye discipline. Okay, so if you're going to have a 4 tech versus a 3 front and he works outside of you into that C gap, again, you leave him because that's where going to be your fullback's going to kick out. However, if he slants inside of you, now you got to work that double team by yourself and have him clear, because versus most 3 fronts, our play side guard and center are the ones working a double team to clear the front side A gap. So again, a lot more different variables there, and that's why we do a lot of different variations for that. Again, fullback, H-back, pretty simple. Your job, we tell you to align typically a little bit inside of the B gap, and then your job is to insert into the B gap and kick out the first defender outside of it, okay? Your aiming point's the middle of the play side guard in terms of entry, and then from that point forward, kicking anything out. Running back, your aiming point is the front side A gap to backside A gap. You get 1 cut, that's it. Okay, so sometimes if it's a little bit cloudy, you got to hug the inside puller in terms of inside hip. And then if the front side is cloudy, just bang that thing in the backside A gap. But sometimes you got to run through some clouds and some smoke, but eventually if you continue to stay that path, you're going to get some big hitting plays. This is a system and a play that there's a lot of 3 and 4 yard gains before you actually hit it big. Okay, so here's blocking it versus the 4 front very statically. You can kind of see it drawn up here. The first clip I'm going to show you is by guys who do it about as best as anybody, and these are the people who taught it to me. It would be North Dakota State. So this would be when, back when Trey Lance would have been the quarterback for the Bison. I'm going to pause it here at the tight. You can kind of see it a little bit better here. So when we look at it here from North Dakota State standpoint, you got a 4-man front. You can see here you're going to have a 3 technique and then your one technique backside. So really focus on here. This first part I want you to see is the skate step here by this tackle. You can watch kind of how he's going to really get on that first step. He's going to pick it up and put it back down. And the second step, set it for a skate step. Okay. So here comes the snap, comes straight down. In this case, the guy is going to slant outside of him. So this guy becomes the guy that he works towards. Okay. And one of the things that they talk about is read the hips of the defender. If the hips of the defender are pointed out this way, likely that's where he's going to be slanting. And so for this particular clip, you see that the guard and the tackle probably see that. And you can see also here with this tackle, his foot's a little bit staggered. That's to help set the pitching rubber for that skate step to make it go a little bit faster. So in this case, his eyes are right on the core of the defender. If those hips move away from him in this way, he's going to get right away through his A gap to go help backside. So here, gets through. See that hand on the backside of the defender just in case he were to work into the gap. climbs through, creates that displacement now on the defender who now has shown up play side A gap. Okay, you can see there. Look where he's striking with that outside hand. Right to the hip of the defender, creating displacement, and then there's your hole. You can see here for their fullback, he's going right through the midline of the guard, looking for the first thing that shows up in the B gap, which would be this defender right here. And as he works through, running back is staying play side A gap and makes a good, nice run. Now, again, you can see here with the guard, you can see kind of the shuffle step, shuffle, 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 inserts A gap. Never goes outside of A gap as he goes through. You can see he strikes, he pulls left, strikes left, left foot, left shoulder, right through the core of the defender, and then there's your run. Now, again, when you see like a traditional C gap team, in terms of C gap power, a lot of these running or linebackers are taught to flow over top in order to get to that defender. Well, if they do that versus A gap power, they're going to run themselves outside of the fit. So specifically this play side linebacker, if he's seen a healthy dose of C gap power, he's going to either be trying to insert right here or trying to be inserting right here. Well, he's just going to run himself out of the play and likely right into our kick out block. So as a result, you can see here now run also with Kansas State this past year. Let's get you right to the tight here. So we have Deuce Vaughn. So you can see it here. They have their fullback offset a little bit. But again, now in this case, you have a really heavy zero technique and shade. In this case, you're going to be running it to the left as well. So you can see now, watch this number 70 right here. Watch kind of his technique as he execute the block. Skate step, gather right through. Oh, excuse me, my apologies. Going to the other side, to the right. So pull right, kick right here. Nobody is through either one of these gaps. So there's nobody in this gap for the defender. So he's going to work through here. There's one technique, or the heavy zero. This guy has nobody in the B gap, so he's going to work directly to the first linebacker backside. And as you go through all of that, you'll see here, create a nice little movement for him. Now, in this case, they don't have their fullback getting through the B gap lined up here and working out to here. This is just probably a game plan specific thing for them. They believe that they could choke this backside B gap here with this alignment. Now I'm going to show you us running. This is the first day we ever ran it. Okay, so I want to show you some of the errors that we have, and then I'm going to jump ahead quickly to the three front stuff, and then show you some of the variations we have here because I know I'm getting short on time. So here you can see based on alignment, our guard and center splits are terrible. You can see in between the guard on this side and the guard on this side, they're just different on both sides. That's going to create a lot different run gaps and fits for the linebackers and for our linemen. They need to be tighter. But also you can see our fullback here, he needs to be lined up splitting our guard here. Now watch what happens. So our tight end, if we ever play with one, his job is going to be to kick out the first defender in the D gap. Okay, so he's a plus defender for us. If there's nobody in the D gap, let's just say he's lined up in here, then work to yourself a first linebacker at the second level, or second level defender. So you can see here now for our play, he's trying to insert in the A gap. You can see this nice shuffle here. But what happens is because there's so big of a gap right here, the defender's so far out here, when we're trying to create displacement and our guys actually get a decent double team here, even when that double team is, we still have this huge gap right here that we're going to have to deal with. And so when our guard is doing what he's supposed to, which is coming tight off the double team, we still have this gigantic gap here that this backside linebacker is easily able to fill. So make sure you spend time on the splits of the defenders or splits of your guards to make sure that they're appropriate to help out. Then you can see our fullback here, because he's lined up way too far outside, he gets too far outside in terms of a kick out. If he would have worked more flat, this guy would have shown up in the B gap first, which would allow the kick out there, and we would have had a nice little crease there. So this would be on the some game film here. It's a terrible angle here. I apologize. This was during COVID. But you can see here against the forefront, our guys working to the left here. This should have been a double bump technique. You can see with our backside guard here working through. He feels it gets vertical and just runs it through A gap. Part of the reason this play worked was because the play side or the backside one technique worked straight up the field. Our center missed the play, but he just ran himself out of the fit, which gave us a nice little avenue to run in. Let's show some three front. So again, here's North Dakota State showing it first. I'll get you to the tight. So you can see their lineup offset here. They're going to run it to our left. They're right. And in this case, again, if this guy would have been lined up in a 4 technique, you're going to have this play side tackle try to work a stalemate, and then you're going to work a double bump technique. Because he's outside, now that allows him to have a vacant gap on his inside, work directly to the backside linebacker. This is the ideal picture versus a 3 front. Rarely do you get it. That's why it's so difficult. Now the guard in the center are working that play side double team tech. So inside foot here, you take that first step, then he's going to skate, watches his hand right here, watch him work through the core of the defender, strikes, displaces. You have your running back and fullback now working through the A gap. But in this case, the quarterback's the one who's going to be the ball handler. Okay. Now, there's some things you can do with it. So here's, us versus a 3 front. We didn't run it all that well, but you can see it from the tight here, kind of what our guys did on this play. We have a linebacker walked up. And so we're running it to the left. With him walking into our gap here, our job is to fill through the gap with our tackle. He gets movement. Our backside guard, apologize for how zoomed out it is. Backside guard is square shuffling through here, inserting into A gap. Our running back is holding the puller's inside hip. You can see our guard and our center there. You can see the left hand of our guard as it comes through here. Look where it's at. It's right in that hip. Creates a little bit of movement, and then there's our run. Getting about a nice 10, 12-yard run play. Now, what you can see, I'm going to skip ahead here just a little bit because we're in time. The most common variation you're going to see is going to be power read. If you want to see a team run power read, study Montana State. Coach Armstrong does a fantastic job up there. I'm teaching the power read. It's all the same rules, but basically you're removing the H-back and fullback, and you're not kicking him out now in the end man of the line of scrimmage. So in this case, they're running into 4 front. You're going to see this man would traditionally have been kicked out by the fullback. Now they're just going to read him. And you can see kind of as that goes forward, what that does, you just take your fullback and now keep him outside as a +1 run blocker for your running back. And then your quarterback here keeps it as part of the read. So you can see he's reading him, still inserting into A gap. In this case, he has to make a good play, but I use this clip to show you kind of what they're trying to do. Okay, I'm going to actually get to our variations of non-read now quick because I got like 2 minutes left. So if you don't want to get into the read scheme, one of the things that we'll do is we'll do a couple of different variations to just pre-snap it for our players. So this one we call fold. And so in this case, what we do when we fold is we're going to take our guard against these 3 front teams, the guard out and fold the tackle now as part of the designed backside double. Leave the play side linebacker for our shuffle pull guy if he decides to fit. And then we actually line up our H-back, our fullback, right in the A gap, and we have these 2 guys, him and the center, work a backside double to the backside linebacker as well, the Wille back here. Okay, and what this does, hopefully, is creates better angles for our running back. You can see in this case, this guy plays out, like is what we fear a lot of 3 front teams do, which makes it an easy angle block here for our guard. So now that fold allows our tackle to get flat, but he chooses the wrong guy in this case. And look at the guy who makes the play, which is that backside linebacker. We want 2 guys heading back towards him because we're not sure always that this fullback and this center are going to be able to create this double team. So this fold concept on the front side versus 3 front teams is a way for you to protect your A-gap power. We like it a lot versus A-gap teams. The other one we use is a fan call. So when you run a fan, now you're going to see here, once I get it loaded up, we send, instead of now folding, if we're running this technique this way, we send both of them out, and then we insert our fullback in our center here still, working that double back to this guy right here. Okay, still square shuffle pull, insert right here. And what we actually really like to do when we fan is pull the guard, insert here, and actually lead the running back through and run our quarterback. That's kind of our preferred way of running it. But you can just see here kind of what it does when you get both the double fan going. Great angles when they slant outside. If you would have hugged this thing tight, this knows a good football player, you can work yourself through in the A-gap there as well. Okay. So, in the nature of time, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I know there's a lot. I mean, I could have gone there for, about 45 minutes to this topic, but with it being so intricate. I tried to give you guys the basics of it. If you want more details or just even want to sit down one-on-one with me, I felt kind of rushed with this, but I can go into more details, get on the whiteboard with you guys, hit me up on Twitter. I'm happy to serve you guys any way possible. And thanks again, Coach, for giving me the opportunity to speak to you guys. And I really appreciate all you're doing for the coaching fraternity.
Hey, Coach, I appreciate you coming on and talking about AGAT power. And, this is what we're here for, trying to make guys better.
Yes, sir.
Coach hasn't joined yet, but if you want to hop off, you can. Otherwise, we can sit here and chill. But guys, the clinic's going great. If you haven't already, make sure you like and subscribe. We're going to keep it rolling. One thing about a schedule change, okay? Coach Cornell at 11 o'clock had a drop. He had some things with family going on. So Coach Saulnier, okay, the coach at University of West Florida, he is going to jump from 2 to 11 o'clock. Okay, so if you are looking forward to hearing Coach Saulnier from West Florida, he is going to jump to 11 o'clock. Okay, we're offensive line coaches. We got to make it happen, right? So we got to be able to adjust and make it happen. I'm going to text Coach Davidson, see where he's at, and we will keep it rolling. But guys, make sure you're tell me where you're from. We had a couple guys come in a little later. Put them up there. Nick Schumann, I'm pretty sure I hadn't talked about him yet. O-line coach from Chelsea High School in Chelsea, Michigan. And then Coach Rick Rago, O-line, D-line, JV, DC at Peshtigo High School in Peshtigo, Wisconsin. Got the defensive guys in here. I love it. Make sure that we're interacting, guys. Y'all can talk in the chat. Okay, it ain't got to be like a graveyard out here, right? Make sure you're talking, interact. Make sure you follow each other. Y'all all have the Google sheet with everybody's Twitter handles. Make sure you're following each other. Make sure there's great interaction. Let's see where Coach Davidson's at. Let's see. Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure I sent him the thing. Let's see. Who's enjoying the clinic so far? Coach Rackler and Coach Wille are doing really good stuff, guys. Blessed to have them on here, talk to y'all, and share some knowledge. But other than that, I am new to this format. Will these presentations be later? Available later? Yes, they will. Not later today. Sorry, Coach. Not later today. I am rolling until 8 o'clock tonight. I will be done at 8:30, and then by that time, I'll be ready to either go to sleep or hang out with my boys. It will not be later today. I don't know when they will be uploaded, but they will be uploaded to my YouTube. But stay tuned. Okay, make sure you're subscribed so you know when they come out. Coach Davidson forgot about Eastern Standard Time. It's all good. Okay, it's all good. He will be coming on in a minute. He is from the great state of Tennessee. My best friend lives in Tennessee, so I got a lot of love for them. Let's see. Been awesome so far. Appreciate it, Coach Dickens. Coach Woodard. Power is such a sexy play when that double team is great. No doubt. I'm a big gap scheme guy. Coach Davidson. My man. Morning. Hey, it's all good about the time difference. It gets me every time.
Yeah. Sorry about it, guys. So I'll go ahead and jump into it then. I've already wasted enough time. All right, we got it up, Coach?
Yeah, it's up there, Coach. You're good.
All right. So I'm Dean Davidson. I'm the offensive line coach and co-offensive coordinator at Obion County Central High School in Troy, Tennessee. What we're going to talk this morning about is putting defenders in conflict. We'll talk a little bit about this past season, This is my first season there. We took a 4-6 team to 6-6. We got to win the 4th playoff game in school history. Our running back, we believe, was the first All-State nominee in school history. He was also the region MVP, probably the first time in our school history for that. As far as my offensive line goes, my left tackle was awarded Super 22. So that's for us, that's between All-State and All-Region. So really proud of him for that. I had 1 All-Region offensive lineman, my right guard, and then 2 honorable mentions with my center and right tackle. Get my left guard and my 2 tackles back this year. So I'm really excited about that. So we're talking about conflict this morning, putting defenders in conflict. And our working definition that we're going to use this morning is conflict is when a defender has 2 differing responsibilities on one play. So with the RPO and everything, it's become kind of a run-pass conflict everybody's looking for, but it doesn't always have to be a run or a pass conflict at the same play. Looking at run conflict kind of originated, as far as I can tell, with the bootleg, where the quarterback back in the days under center, turn his back to the defense, hand the ball off, and continue his fake for 3 or 4 steps. And that backside defensive end that most of us read now with zone read, he would have to decide, am I going to chase the run down from the line of scrimmage, or am I going to make sure the quarterback doesn't have the ball and throw it 30, 40 yards downfield? So that would be a type of conflict there. Like I mentioned, zone read is pretty much now how we control that guy. In the past, you can think about a cover 2 corner versus smash. Am I going to come up and play the hitch and get the corner thrown behind me, or am I going to sink and play the corner and go rally to the hitch? You can also think about a free safety in cover 3 against 4 verts. Got to pick one of those seams to cover. Quarterback ideally looking one way and throwing the other. But what this came to that we're really talking about this morning is the RPO, the run pass option, mostly where we're going to talk about having a run and pass conflict on the same play, but we're going to get a little bit deeper than that depending on the defense. So what we want to focus on, what your objective is we want to find where we are one-on-one and win that matchup. Down here at the bottom, I've kind of got my philosophy. Our head coach calls the plays. I don't. And I don't want to hear him in my ear on Friday night asking, why can't we block that guy if it's not somebody that the offensive line is supposed to block? So we've got to figure out who that extra guy is and control him some way. So where we are one-on-one can differ depending on the defense. It could be a hat for a hat in the box for the run. If we've got, 5 offensive linemen and a fullback or a tight end, maybe 6 blockers, if we can handle 6 guys in the box. If that 7th guy makes the tackle, I've got to be able to tell our head coach who's making that tackle and what we need to do to control him. We could be one-on-one on this for screen blocking on the perimeter. If that's our one-on-one, then I don't want to run the ball. As much as I love running the ball, I don't want to run it if we can't block for it. It could also be reading a 2nd or 3rd level defender. Our one-on-one could be in the RPO game with a receiver on a corner. So how do we do this? First, I got to identify our defensive structure, because I like to attack 1 and 2 high very differently. We got to figure out who that extra guy is going to be based on the defensive structure there. If it's a 1 high team, that extra fitter is what I call that guy we can't block. He's down by alignment, whether it's a 3-3 or a 4-2. They've brought him out of the roof from 2 high. He's in the box, might be a linebacker, might be a safety, depending on how they're playing it. But either way, it's a guy we can't block, and he's brought down by his alignment. With 2 high, depending on our formation, it could be primarily going to be outside linebackers and safeties who that extra guy is. So again, we got to figure out who it's going to be and RPO off of that. So when we figure it out who the extra fitter is, now we've got to figure out what his rules are and use them against him. In general, I think the best way to attack 1 high is with zone read, maybe get some extended triple option concepts that we'll draw up here in a minute. And with 2 high, I think we're looking more for the RPO. So again, it's about how the defense fits the run. Traditionally, we're going to get a run fit, something like this. If I can get my pencil working right, where the star that we call him now used to be kind of the Wille linebacker. He'd be responsible for that backside B gap. And we could RPO, we could read him, run something like a double slant concept behind him where he can't cover both, right? If he comes up to play the run, then you throw the slant behind him. If he stays back, then we've got our 6-for-6 in the box. What defenses have done now is they have worked to take him out of conflict. They call it slinging their fits. I traditionally just think about it as option run fits because you'd have your dive player, your quarterback player, and then depending on cover 2 or cover 4, one of these two would be your pitch player. It's why I don't really care for zone read against too high because your quarterback player and pitch player, they can make the play. And I like it better against one high that we'll talk about. But when they're having their option run fits, they'll fit it up something like this to where now the strong safety is responsible for a gap. So instead of the backside Wille star linebacker being in conflict, it's going to be the safety. So again, you got to figure out how the defense is trying to attack you and use their rules against them. So that's with 4 down. I'll never be accused of only drawing 4 down because I think we see 3 down way more. But the old 3-4 run fits would look something like this. Same deal. The star is still in conflict here. We could still run that double slant concept backside. And now on the right, you see the tight front. If you're like us, you saw it almost every game this season. And it's what I would run if I were a defensive coordinator for the same reason. But this is how they fit it up. Again, trying to take that star out of conflict. All right. They don't want him to have to get involved with the run because of the RPO, and that's how they've chosen to defend it. So looking at some ways to attack too high right here, especially with the tight front, I think zone insert is a great way. That's what I'd call force. I'm a Shanahan McVay guy personally, so all this terminology is stuff that I've adapted from them. But we would get I'd like outside zone here where we get the box blocked like this. So we've got 5 offensive linemen and a fullback. They've got 6 in the box. We can handle all 6 with our 6. Now what we've got to figure out, again, is who is number 7 that we can't block. If they're the tight front, they're probably already having those sling option fits. So my first look is going to be that play side safety. We faced a lot of too high, cover 4-ish, and so that safety's rule is if number 2 blocks, he has to even out the box for the defense. Well, who's number 2? It's the fullback. Okay, so if the fullback blocks, which we've got him doing here, that safety's rule is to get involved in the run game and to be that extra fitter. So the way that we could have our conflict there is run the glance right behind him. So we'd read the safety. Okay, if the safety gets involved in the run, they have 7 guys, we have 6. We can't block them. So where's our one-on-one? Right here. Remember, it's about finding one-on-one, being able to win that matchup. We've got 11, they've got 11. We've got to figure out who we can put somewhere better than who they've got there. And this is a place we'd have to be able to win that matchup. If the safety gets involved in the run game, quarterback pull it, throw the glance right behind him. So that's with zone insert there. You can also do this if you've got a backside defensive end where you can run a split zone concept. All right, everybody else, we'd still be running outside or wide zone here. So now we've got 7 in the box, brought the tight end in. This would be 21 personnel. We've got 7, and they've got 7. Same concept. We got to figure out who their number 8's going to be. If it's too high, they're going to choose to bring one of the safeties down. If they're staying, in that cover 4 quarters concept, then it's probably still going to be that play side safety. So we can still read him and have our glance behind him there. Maybe they're running some sort of cover 6 is really what it would be with weak rotation, where they bring the backside safety down and bump everybody over a gap. We could also run X glance from this formation here because we've got single receivers to both sides. So we got to figure out, again, just which defender is going to be that extra guy, and we've got to be able to control him. Now, for you gap scheme guys, I've got power here too. You don't have to just run zone. Gap schemes are also very good for this. It's really just about being able to block the guys that are in the box. All right, so we've still got 7. They've got 7. We've got the quarterback protected from sea to shining sea, as I heard Brent Dearman call it once. I liked that analogy there. So he's protected in the box. We got 7 for 7. Same as last slide here. You can RPO off either safety once you figure out which one's coming down with a glance. So let's look at single high now, how we can attack them. Now, single high defenses are not going to have their sling run fits because, again, that extra defender is already down by his alignment. They have already got more than we can block. We've got 6 guys. They've got 7. All right, and that's from a 4-2. Same with the 4-3 or a 3-3. You're going to have each stack responsible for those 2 gaps, and then they'd have the jack off the edge right there. The same deal. They've got 7. We've got 7. So we have to look towards the perimeter really for our one-on-ones, but also understanding that the safety is really a half player to each side based on his rules there. So what I like to do with single high coverage is the zone read, because the free safety has to be the quarterback player or the pitch player. And normally you'd think he'd be the quarterback player because your outside linebackers, some call them safeties, the down safeties, they would be your force players, so they would need to be the pitch players. So if we're just keeping the same zone theories here, now we read the backside end, give pull read. All right, where's our one-on-ones? We're backside. All right, we are one-on-one screen blocking on the perimeter. We are one-on-one in the box if you don't count the end. So if he's going to add himself to be the 7th run defender, then we're one-on-one with the quarterback pull. If the defensive end is going to stay and play the quarterback, we're one-on-one in the box. Now, what I don't want to do is RPO here. A very common way to block for RPOs is what a lot of people call a zone lock, where we're manning the backside and reading that inside defender. Let's just keep it consistent with double slants. All right, you could be, we'll even go with the cover 3 beater with the dragon concept slant arrow. So if the quarterback is reading the mic right here for his give or pass read, the mic doesn't care that there's anything going on out here because it's not his responsibility. If the mic sees the run action, his rule is to come up and fill that A gap. All right, so we're not in a good position there. We could be given a pass read, or we could be given a run read into a box that we can't block. So I don't think that RPOs against single high defenses, I think that you're more so relying on a kid not to do his job, which is something we want to rely on pretty frequently, but not something that this place is not where I really want to rely on it. I think we're better off trying to read and read the first level and make that even out our box. So I've kind of drew up one just regular zone read. We'll look at some zone read triple option here. Again, keeping just with outside zone. We'd still read the defensive end. Now we can run either a bubble concept where we read the defensive end and then we read the star for a pitch key. If the quarterback pulls it, we could either run bubble or smoke. A lot of people call it now screens, right, where the slot receiver goes to block the corner. Either way, that's our one-on-one. Just another way to give the defense a little different things. Maybe you've got guys that you don't really like blocking out there on the perimeter, especially if you're a quarterback. You're already nervous enough about getting your quarterback involved in the run game, and you don't want to have 160-pound receivers blocking for him out there. So maybe you end up throwing a concept like this. Another thing that I like versus one high is zone load. So you'll see these formations, the first one and this one right here. I always like having 2 receivers to the front side versus one high because it takes the force defender out of the box. All right, so now they kind of have to force up the defensive end here. So again, if we're keeping outside zone, this is how we would look, or wide zone. All right, so now we can read the defensive end. The play side force defender's gone for the running back. We'll block him with the tight end there. And then the fullback, instead of having that split zone block, is going to loop around and load block for the quarterback. So again, where's our one-on-ones? If the defensive end stays home for the quarterback, we've got 5 for 5 for the running back. If the defensive end crashes for the running back, we've got either 1 for 1 with the fullback and the jack, or you could count it 2 for 2 if you count the fullback and the X receiver backside. So that's our one-on-ones there. And then the free safety in the middle of the field is supposed to be the quarterback player. But again, this is where I do like to count on kids not doing their jobs. We had a play this season where our quarterback ran for 70 yards because they were playing one high defense. The free safety chased the run, even though he had to be the quarterback player, and the quarterback hit his head on the goalpost. He took off. So let's look at some different formations you can use to induce this conflict. All right, we want to use our formations for a purpose. We don't want to just be calling formations randomly, but you want to know how your formation is going to stress a defense and then be able to attack that exploitation there. So what I like to do against two high defenses, if they're slinging their run fits, is any formation we can to get two receivers, to get twins backside. If they're going to keep that 3-over-2 and take that apex defender out of the run fit, I want to keep two guys backside because now we're even to the front side, except for the corner that I don't really ever want to block. We can either run him with the glance, or we're going to scoop the wide receiver under there and block a safety because corners don't want to tackle. So anything where we're too high and they're taking those option fits, and we can get 3-over-2 backside, that's a great way to do it. Anything with twins backside. Next is something that you're not going to see from many spread teams, but I think a lot of people are missing out on a formation like this. Another way to get twins backside, this would be West slot. In Shanahan-McVay terms, slot brings the Z to the backside slot. You're again going to force 3-over-2 backside, or you're going to force them to bring a corner over. And then you're still going to be able to check if the defense is slinging their fits. So this might be a good early game formation if you don't know if they're going to sling their fits or not. You can still run something like the double slant concept there and still get everybody in the box except the corner blocked. All right, so maybe you, if you got a fullback or a second tight end, we can still get everybody but the corner blocked, and the corner's got to be the force player for the outside gap there. So great formation here. Next, we'll look at what I'd call speed. Sprint would swap the A and the Z here. Really just any version of trips closed, especially if we got the running back to the trips, because you got to force the defense into a trips check. We got 4 defenders there for our 3 receivers. They have to account for the extra gap, and they've got to figure out who's going to carry number 3 vertical. So if we're running, again, just some kind of outside zone, then we run like a X skinny post or something. If we figure out who's carrying 3 vertical, this could be a great play. Are they going to take the money backer to carry him? Well, if so, then we've got one of our best receivers on a linebacker. Okay, so we can throw just regular passes then. If they're going to try and poach the strong safety over, now they've got to get the corner involved in the run fit, and we're going to run the ball pretty well there. Another formation to look at is what we'd call trips with the McVay system. Most people would call this tray, tight end trips. All right, so again, same concept here. Defense has the extra gap to worry about while also having to figure out a way to carry 3 vertical just on the attached from the backside here instead of the front side. All right. Last one that we'll look at is red and change. So red, this is red. Change would swap the halfback, and we'd want our fullback to be the adjuster there. This is good because you've got tons of different ways to block the box. All right, you can run zone lock with an insert, where you're man in the backside and inserting the fullback there. You can run the split zone concept that we had earlier. And you got your gap schemes available here too. Plenty of different ways to block these 7 with your 7. And then you've got your glance to either side, like we showed earlier, to protect against either safety getting involved in the run fit. All right, so just to quickly recap, remember our objective here is going to be to figure out where we are one-on-one and have a guy there that can win that matchup. Maybe it's our 5 offensive linemen and a fullback versus the 6 guys in the box. That's ideal as far as I'm concerned. But when they bring that 7th guy in, we've got to figure out a way to control him. Maybe our one-on-one then becomes a wide receiver against the DV. Maybe it's that glance route, that one-on-one with the corner. Maybe it's blocking on the perimeter for a pull read. Maybe it's a screen option there, a run screen option, the triple option that we drew up there. So figuring out where we are one-on-one and winning that matchup. How we're going to attack the defensive structure. Too high. Again, we're going to want to find some way to block these 6 with our 6 or 7 with 7. And then we've got to figure out who that extra guy is going to be and figure out how to control him. You can block the box with split zone, with zone lock or zone ISO. You can do it with gap schemes because you get that backside hinge so the quarterback is protected from C to C or C to D, depending on if you got a tight end. With 1 high, you got to read somebody on the first level to even out the box with the quarterback. Again, I don't think RPOs against 1 high defenses are quite as good as if you could run some things like zone read, finding some way to read a first level defender. Again, so we got even box whether we hand the ball off or not, or whether we pull it. You can do it with zone read, with extended triple option, the run screen option there. You can run zone load, where that fullback wraps around to block for the quarterback. You can run midline. The Titans did that a couple years ago with Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry on the goal line. And it was actually a wide zone play, too. It was really cool. You can do it with power read. I think power read is a great play. You can do power shovel. Tennessee does that on the goal line. The Vols do that on the goal line a lot. You can make it like speed option, where you're running it, to the side of the running back, and then you still got your down blocks and your guard wrapping around and still reading that defensive end. All right, so you can run speed option there with power read. You can also run bash. One of my favorite plays that we ran this year frequently was our counter tray bash, GT counter bash. Yeah, I think you can even do it with wide zone too, where your running back is running away from the wide zone blocking, and if the quarterback gets a pull read, he's now running for wide zone. So I think that's a good way to attack the defense there, putting those defenders in conflict and understanding how they're in conflict and how to exploit it. So hopefully that helps y'all with conflict there, some of my philosophies. If you want to hit me up on Twitter or YouTube, you can go at @coach_D Davidson. Don't have much on YouTube yet. I'm pretty active on Twitter. I'm coaching middle school baseball right now. And once our season's over, I plan on trying to get some stuff out on YouTube. Coach Tatum's done a great job starting his channel up this year and hoping to emulate something like it.
Awesome. Coach, I appreciate you coming on and talking about putting defenders in conflict. I had to get something to eat. I was about to die over here. But I was right, have notes over here right now, stuff. Some questions that have been going through, kind of like when these videos are going to be uploaded. Guys, I'm trying to get them uploaded because I want to be able to watch the replays as well and do like more detailed notes. But yeah, hit up Coach. Make sure that you follow him. Go subscribe to his YouTube. He's doing some great things, and Coach is very knowledgeable, and I love the session.
Appreciate it. Thanks for putting us on, and thanks for having me.
Of course. Guys, we like I said, the schedule change. Coach Cornell had a drop at 11, so Coach Saulnier is coming to talk at 11. The coach from West Florida. Appreciate everybody coming in. Make sure everybody is liking and subscribing to the channel. Make sure that you are signing in. Make sure that you tell people where you are, what you're doing. Make sure, hey, interaction, guys. I mean, like I said, it's still real quiet down here. But I said on Twitter, you didn't see, if you're not on Twitter looking at it right now, Coach Molson out in California, up early, and then Coach Navarro out in Alaska. Got a lot of love for these dudes because they are up right now grinding, trying to get better. And then my boy, my Coach Stephenson, one of the speakers, guys, make sure you're there for his session. It's going to be a really good one. Make sure you're there. He's up this morning as well. So appreciate all my West Coast guys hanging out with me and us, here on the East Coast where it's, almost 10 o'clock. Coach Bobby Johnson III is coming on. I've reached out to him, so we're kind of waiting on him. But until that time, does anybody have any questions? Does this all sound good? Everybody's rocking and rolling. Guys, this is going really good. It's going really, really good, and I appreciate the interaction and the hype around it. Make sure, if you want to, go ahead and share it out. Go ahead and share out the private link. I'm not going to because I said I wasn't. But if you want to, go for it. But we are going to keep it rolling as soon as Coach Johnson gets in here. Also, one other thing, since Coach Cornell had a drop and we moved Coach Saulnier in to his spot, my previous head coach, Nygel Pearson, he's coaching at Spring Valley, South Carolina and Columbia. He is going to take over that hour spot. My man is told me he was going to needed more than an hour, and he's the only person that gets an hour. And the reason is because it's my clinic and he's my guy. He's my former head coach. I learned pretty much everything from him. So he gets the hour. But he's going to talk about pit and pool, and it's really good stuff. So tap in. Coach was the OC at South Carolina State, his alma mater, and he was a run game coordinator, O-line coach at Catawba College here in North Carolina. So it's going to be a lot of really good stuff. We are going to keep it rolling. Let's see, Coach Lopez from San Marcos, Texas. Okay, the O-line, D-line coach at Goodnight Middle. Coach, I love middle school. I work in a middle school. And my next school I'm moving to on Monday is the middle school that feeds to the high school I'm coaching at. So I have a lot of love for middle school coaches. I appreciate you. Appreciate what you're doing at the lower levels. Getting these guys prepared to get it going. And San Marcos, trust me, I mean, Texas State, I know exactly what San Marcos is. Malik Banton, coach, recommend splits on the O-line. For me personally, my splits, my philosophy is get wide. Now, I'm not air raid, darn near 5-foot splits, but between the guard and the center, I say 3 because you're gonna get like 2.5. And then the tackles will be 3.5 to 4. I mean, get them wide. I mean, it's really based off you have athletic guys. If you don't have guys that move great, don't get wide splits. If you have athletic, quick guys, get shorter. Get wide splits. But if you have guys that walk around like they got sand in their ankles and they ain't gonna be able to move real fast, pack them down. Be able to pack them down and just move guys off the ball. So. Coach Galloway, which is a speaker. He's speaking tonight. He's on the graveyard shift. Make sure you're coming out, Coach Patrick Galloway at Gettysburg College. He said 2-foot split is standard for pro and spread, adjust by play, and a couple inches per play. Love it. Guys interact with each other. Okay. I'm going to give you what I would suggest, but I can't necessarily say that anything that I say is right. I mean, it could be wrong for you. Okay, do what your kids can do. Let's see. I'm gonna pull up. There's Coach Pearson right there. Yeah, he gets the hour. Make sure you are on tap for him at 2:00. Okay. He's just gassing me up, saying that I'm the man. He's the man. Appreciate the effort putting this together, guys. Honestly, I like technology. I like interacting with coaches. So this was not the big a deal to me. But some guys are like, Coach, this is a really big deal. And I kind of see that. But to me, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, shoot. I mean, I like Excel and keeping tabs of everybody and doing all this stuff. So to me, it's not that big of a deal, but I appreciate the love. Coach Tony, I'm assuming I'm not going to call you Parrot, but I'm going to say Coach Parrot. I don't know any other to say that. I hope that doesn't offend you. But the O-line run game coordinator, Osborne High School in Virginia. Thanks for the clinic. I appreciate you, Coach. I appreciate you. Got a lot of love from our Virginia coaches. Is that a Cat U? Yeah, he was at Catawba. He coached at Catawba for several years. So yeah, that and there's an A in that, coach, not Coach Pearson. It's Coach Pearson. Typo, it's all good. So splits depend on intention and system. Wider is better in our system of the run and shoot, no doubt. Yeah, whatever works for your kids. Like I said, if you got slow, big old linemen, don't be putting them in 4-foot splits because the guys are going to slant on them and you're going to be taking tackles for loss. But if you have guys that can move fast and are quick, yeah, spread the defense out. Spread the defensive line out. Still don't know where Coach Johnson is. I've hit him up on everything, so we'll see what happens. But we can adjust. We can make it happen. Yeah, Coach Dinsmore. Coach Dinsmore's been here since he was the first guy to comment. Shout out to Coach. In Chesapeake. Common sense splits. Yeah. I don't know if you're just talking about based off the play. I've heard it called smart splits as well. Like if you know you're going to double a one technique, like on Coach's ISO presentation, if you know you're going to double a one technique, get that guard and center a little closer, right? Make the one technique squeeze down, and then just double team them. Like, why are you going to have a huge split when you got to come together anyway? So yeah, smart splits. If you can get your kids to understand it, just more often than not, high schoolers are not they're not working. Coach Kramer looking for 3 feet. We do not through from standard launch point. Half roll helps our O line. Any more flex bone guys here? Maybe in the chat, Coach. I would say the only non-spread guy I think is Coach Bennett, and he's the last session of the day at 8:00. Coach Bennett, great guy from South Carolina. If you want to see he's a wing T guy. He's not flex bone, but he's a wing T. But I'm saying non-spread guys, he's the only one I believe. So definitely stay around and listen for him. He said he takes pride in being the only wing T guy. So be here listening for that. Coach William Patterson, O-line DB coach, which is very interesting. O-line DB special teams coordinator at Bellevue East High School in Bellevue, Nebraska. Well, is it Bellevue or Bellevue? I'm just going to call it Bellevue. That makes sense to me. I would love to know, Coach, how you became the O-line and DB coach, because I don't know if there's two polar opposites of positions you could coach. Coach Gotcher, I like the wrinkles in the ISO. Coach Rackler was explaining good stuff. It was great stuff. The H-pop is dirty. If you have those linebackers that are coming down fit in ISO, shoot, get that guy right behind them, right? Especially if they have split safeties. They have a guy, if he's running, if they have one high, don't run that guy to the safety, right? He's gonna get his head taken off. But runners split the safeties, go straight down the middle of the field. It'd be really good. Then Coach Richard Gray had pick up the car from the shop and listening to the clinic in the car, and people looking at me crazy like, what are you listening to? Hey, getting better. Hey, Coach, you got to, because if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. And that's what we preach to the kids. And so we need to be taking the same mindset. The fact that, some guys are like, I don't have to go and do that and get better. That's sad. It really is. But I appreciate you. What's up with your car? I hope your car is good. Coach Butler, any more power T or wing T coaches presenting today? Just Coach Bennett tonight. at 8 o'clock. So Wing T is like, it's a cult, Coach. It's kind of like the air raid or the run and shoot. It's a cult, and they like to keep things close to their vest. But Coach is going to be talking about just the basis of their offense, and they do a real good job down at Clinton High School in South Carolina. Let's see, Coach Jesse. I'm gonna say it's Sarato, OL Coach in SoCal, youth coach. Love it, Coach. I appreciate you. Got a lot of love for youth coaches, because without y'all, there's no us. So if no one's told you, I appreciate you. Okay, at being a youth coach. Coach Patterson. I've been a DC for many years and love DB play. I hear you. Go for it, man. I hear you. Sarato, do you put the most aggressive kids on the D line? Yeah. Usually, it depends on what your philosophy is as a head coach. If you are one, you're the OLDL coach. So whatever your head coach's philosophy, if he's a defensive-minded guy, he's gonna put the 11 best guys on defense. Makes sense. If he's an offensive guy, he's probably gonna fill out the skill players, and then obviously the big boys are gonna play offensive line. For me personally, you got to have your aggressive kids on the D line. Now, if he's aggressive and he's a great tackler, put him at linebacker. But if he likes to absorb contact and make plays, put him at D end, or if he's a big boy, put him inside. Let's see. 3-point, 2-point stance. It depends. And what I mean by that is guards, 3-point stance, 100%. Come off low, fire out the ball, block somebody. Tackles, I will say 2-point stance, but if they play too high, 3-point. But if they're a guy that bends well, they can stay low, cool. You can play in a 2-point because they can get their eyes up and they can see what they're doing. Because Dismore says 2-point. I mean, it depends on what your philosophy is too. If your guys play better at a 2-point, or they can't, you got guys that just can't get their eyes up, put them in a 2-point. Don't put a square peg in a round hole. Coach Davidson, I coached middle school for a year. You think you know something until you have to explain it to kids who don't know anything. Great way to learn and teach football. 100%. 100%. I coached middle schoolers for 3 years, and it was like herding sheep. Or some people call it herding cats. You can't do it. It is that. Youth and middle school coaches kind of get a bad rap because it's kind of like, they just give the ball to the fastest kid and run outside. Sometimes that's what you got to do because your kids don't understand, But it helps you be a better teacher, 100%. Stances everywhere. Everywhere I've been is the type of offense. For us, we are 2-point at tackles, 3-point in interior. When I was true air raid, it was full 2-point. Yeah, exactly. If you're air raid, you're throwing it almost every down. Get your guys in the 2-point stance and tell them, block somebody. You know what I mean? So, Coach Yanu Sinis. I'm going to call it Giannis Sinis. Let's go. From Nice High School, offensive line, coming off first year coaching. Congrats, Coach. Congrats. We got a young ball coach in the chat. Very thankful for all the knowledge. I'm looking forward to seeing some new everyday drills. Yeah, Coach is supposed to be on here. I don't know what happened to Coach. I haven't heard from him. A little unfortunate, but I haven't heard from Coach. So I can, if push comes to shove, I'm gonna keep reading these comments because I love the interaction, guys. At the end, push comes to shove, I'll talk about some of my everyday drills. Y'all post the everyday drills in the y'all run as well. Coach Tyler Stevens, OL coach at Bradford High School in Stark, Florida. Appreciate the effort and put this together. Coach, ain't nothing but a thing. I'm here for y'all. I'm not trying to downplay the praise, but for me, it was not that big a deal, and I love doing it. Jamie Small, Coach Jamie Small. We all love as many variations of run play as possible. When do you narrow the playbook down because of lack of practice time, or do you take it week by week based on who you play? You gotta put your base in. For me, for what we've done in the past, we were a big counter power team. So you need to know how you got to be able to block power and counter against every front and every defense. And then once you get really good, and this is like through spring ball, summer camp, once you get good at the base play, then you can start getting fun. And what I mean by that is you just like call it GT, right? GT counter. So we'll have GT and GY, which is just GH, whatever you want to call it, and we'll get good at that. And then we'll start putting some reads on it. We'll start putting bash on it where we read it. We'll do like a little toss. We'll then on power, we'll do power read. We'll do toss power read. That's when you start getting your tags, you get your variations. But those things are very inexpensive to put in my opinion. If you run inside zone, you already work meshes, right? So you should be able to read power read, right? The running back, his track's just out, like almost like outside zone. So something you can try to marry some things up. Don't try to just be like, oh, I can't do bash because it's a whole new thing. No, bash and power read are the same thing. It's just going the opposite direction, right? Power read's going to front side, bash on GT is going backside. It's the same read pretty much. So don't overthink it, but you can take it week by week. It all depends on what your kids can absorb and what they can do. Coach Dinsmore, center always plays from a 2-point. Why not make the adjustment for rest of the line? That's true. That's true, especially if your guys come off hard and fast. Here we go. Coach Garrett Mills. That's my head coach, my new head coach. Walkertown High School in Forsyth County. This is awesome. Coach, it's great. I don't know where Coach Johnson is. Maybe something happened. I'll hear from him later. So, but yeah, that's my head coach. Y'all, hit him up. A lot of knowledge right there in that man, offense and defense. My boy, Coach Crum, Coach Aaron Crum. Love what I'm hearing so far, coaches. Thank you all for sharing. Coach Dan for organizing the clinic. Aaron, I appreciate you. Former roommate, one of my best friends. Love him. Coach, I appreciate you saying the kind words. Coach Dinsmore and Jamie Small, I firmly believe less is more. Be great at one thing. 100%. My thing is, if I'm going to get really good at power, I'm going to get really good at power. But my philosophy is adding power read isn't taken away. I'm not disagreeing with Coach Dinsmore. This is what I'm saying. I think adding that read to power is not that much. You're like what Coach Wille was saying, Coach Wille was saying, all power and power read, the difference is you take the H back out. You're not kicking somebody you're reading. Right? We run, if you're an inside zone team and you run inside zone and you lock the backside or you run split zone and then you end up reading it, that's not that big of a deal to some guys. So reading power is not that big a deal in my eyes. But yeah, I agree with Coach Dinsmore. Less is more. Be great at one thing. I love it. For sure, I had to adapt and change my way of teaching middle schoolers. You got to, because those kids are crazy. You got to adjust. You got to adjust. You just have to. All right. It's over 15 minutes. Coach Johnson is tied up. I'm going to text Coach Hayworth, my boy from Dobyns-Bennett High School in Tennessee, and I'm going to see if he can hop on early. And if not, I'll keep talking to y'all and keeping y'all entertained. And if not, we'll figure it out. I'm like, hey, Coach, I have 53 great coaches watching, and I'm gonna say, can you go early? All right. Malik Bant, let's go. Let's see. Will be a speaker on pin and pull? Yeah, Coach, I got the best speaker for pin and pull that you've ever heard. His name is Nygel Pearson. He's the head coach at Spring Valley High School in Columbia, South Carolina. I don't know I don't know if he's still in the chat or not, but he is probably the best guy for pin and pull. I'm just saying that because he's my mentor and my former head coach. But he's going to talk about pin and pull, and guess what? He's a full hour because Coach Cornell had a drop for family reasons, and so Coach Pearson gets the full hour because he's my guy. So if you're here for pin and pull, I got you. Okay. David Dinsmore, Power Read is an expensive tag to power, 100%. And then you know what's even almost as inexpensive is putting toss on it. If you run toss, do it. If you run speed option, don't toss it, just option it, right? Attack the read guy, toss it on, pitch off of him. You're really good. Trust me. Trust me. Toss versus read gets that end out more, right? And the read's a little better, in my opinion. Anthony Lopez, I believe Chris Tatum has something lined up for it. Yes, I do. What happened to Bobby Johnson III? Couldn't tell you, Coach. Hadn't heard from him. And again, I'm very sarcastic. I'm very keeping it loose. I have nothing against Coach Johnson. I'm sure something happened, and he'll let me know later. I just like keeping it loose. I also like adding Y insert to inside zone. Yep. Like Coach was saying on his ISO, he used to do inside zone Y insert. He just ended up switching to ISO, but it's essentially the same thing. Any drills to improve pulling linemen? You got to do it. And that's kind of, duh to say. You got to do it. Get better at it. Know what you believe in pulling. I teach two pulls. I teach a trap pull, and I teach a skip pull. And I go both ways. And, yeah, you got to. Give them multiple ways to pull and then rep the heck out of it. Coach Hayworth, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Coach, let me get to these comments real quick, and I'll get to you. Coach Jamie Small, to keep different topics going. Thoughts on fold inside zone blocking. Hey, if it gets you better angles, got to do it. Patrick Galloway, same side, toss, bash, read, power read, all of them only change one or two things for each guy. It's very inexpensive. 100%, very inexpensive to do that. And then my boy Carlo, Hornet Bama, baby. Heck yeah, we that's a play at Gardner Webb we ran. Carlo, correct me if I'm wrong. That's the one we scored on Liberty in 2015, I believe. Kyle Horton scored on Hornet Bama, I believe, and blew that game open. One of the best games I've ever been a part of. Anyway, Coach, how are you?
Doing good. How are you doing, Coach?
Fantastic. We are rolling along. It is 10:22. Are you in Central Time Zone? Are you still?
No, we're in Eastern Time Zone.
Eastern.
So
That's what I thought.
Far. You think in Tennessee? You talking that far northeast tip? That's where we're at.
Yeah.
5 minutes from Virginia, about 25 minutes from North Carolina.
Yeah. Because since my friend Jacob, he moved from Kingsport out to Memphis. He took a job at Amazon, and so I know he is in Central. I couldn't remember if he was still in Central at that point. But, yeah. But, Coach, you want to go ahead and share, and we'll get it going?
Absolutely. We'll get rolling.
Yeah.
So just, a couple minutes just to introduce myself as I'm getting these slides pulled up. My name's Ty Hayworth. I'm the offensive line coach at Dobyns-Bennett High School in Northeast Tennessee. I've been coaching this is my 6th year coaching football, 4th year coaching the offensive line. I have a background in offensive line play. I grew up an O-lineman. Played college ball at Wake Forest University over in North Carolina. I spent, I had a cup of coffee in NFL, got my 3 days in with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and, that was it. But, it's one of those things that is what it is. But I learned a lot along the way, and I jumped straight into to coaching. And I love it, working with these kids, trying to help them be successful, that kind of stuff. That's what we do. That's what we're all about. And to me, we coach a position group that a lot of times with kids in this generation does not have a ton of buy-in. Not a lot of people want to be an offensive lineman. They don't, these kids want all the stats. They want the catches. They want the rushing yards. They want the tackles, all that stuff, for a kid, nowadays in high school, to be an offensive lineman, you got to give up a little bit of that selfishness. And, we all know that especially if you coach or have played offensive line. And, I have a specific way that I teach it and the specific way that I go about it. And, at Wake Forest, my junior year, we wanted to have an identity. We came up with the Beef Boys. Like, we rolled with that. We came up with this whole thing. And I said, when I got my first O-line job, that's what we were going to be. I said, we were going to take that mindset, that culture, because we were bought in. We loved it. We rolled with it. And I've done that for the past 4 years, and my kids have absolutely loved it. And I have kids begging me to play on the offensive line. They want to be a Beef Boy now because of some of the things that we do, and we just make it fun. I tell them all the time, I'm going to coach you hard, but I'm going to love you hard too. Like, we're going to have fun, but we're going to get work done. So I'm just going to show you guys a slideshow I give to my kids at the beginning of every spring and summer. So like, I'm actually about to give this presentation to my kids in the next couple weeks as we get rolling, getting ready for spring ball. And like, this is just what it is. It's our culture and our mindset of how we attack it every day and what it's like to be an offensive lineman at Dobyns-Bennett High School and what my expectations are for you. So I'll just get rolling through this. But, you'll see a lot. I'm wearing the O-Line Mastermind shirt. A lot of the stuff that I teach comes from, Big Duke Miniweather. I had the opportunity last year to go and work with him for one of the Final Five camps in Nashville.
We might have lost Coach for a second. We'll see if we can get him back. But until Coach gets back, this stuff is great. I don't know if y'all are big on culture in your position group. You need to be. You need to get back. You need to have some type of a culture. You there, Coach?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. There you go. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So just talking about the mindset, there's no greater joy in life than moving a man from point A to point B against his will. I talk about as an offensive lineman, it's fantastic. You take a D lineman, you drive him into a linebacker's lap and finish him into the ground. Yes, that's one of the best feelings in the world. But me as a coach, I'm moving you from point A to point B against your will. You might be on board for it, but I'm going to challenge you in ways that you've never been challenged. And I'm going to move you from point A to point B to make you a better man, a football player, a husband, father, eventually an adult in life, a functioning member of society. So like, that's our mindset across the board, is we're going to move each other and push each other from point A to point B, even if it is against our will. And then here it is, the Beef Boy culture. Like I said in the beginning, we're the Beef Boys, and that stands for something. That's just not just, we're a bunch of hogs and stuff like that. And it ties in great, but we have a motto, and it's an acronym, and we've had to edit it since playing college ball, but it's an acronym: beefed up, be excellent every freaking day. And that's everything we do. And like I said, we have a mission statement to be excellent in everything we do, football, school, life included. We live by this statement. If you are at my football practice, you hear me say be excellent probably 13,000 times in one practice. I mean, be excellent every freaking day. We live by that motto. We've got shirts. We've got everything with the beefed up mindset on it. We're the Beef Boys, and everything we do, whether it's the first rep of practice, whether it's indie drills, we talk about being excellent in every step of it. And, the guys buy in and they live by it. It's some great stuff. We talk about having traits to be successful. And guys, you're probably going to know all of these things, but like, this is what I go about teaching these kids and working with these kids in every aspect of it. We talk about toughness, the ability to execute small and large details when situations are less than ideal. It's easy to get the job done, if you're getting a base look, if you're getting a base, 3-4 look and you're running inside zone, what your rules are. It's going to be easy to accomplish that. Now, when it gets hard, when they start moving guys, when they start showing different looks that maybe we've not seen in practice, are you going to be mentally tough enough for that? Or, did you tweak your ankle and you're having to battle through in the fourth quarter? You're tired, all that stuff. We know it. Teaching those kids that toughness isn't just, the next play. It's mental toughness. It's physical toughness, emotionally tough. We talk about all the time that sometimes our emotions can go up and down in the swing of a game. Being emotionally tough to be able to play the next play. If you get your butt beat one play, you got to wipe it off and go to the next one and be ready to step in and not let that last play affect the next play. Teamwork. I mean, I played for, I don't know if any of you guys know Jonathan Heimbach, who right now is the offensive line coach for the XFL, the Arlington XFL team. His big thing is 5 is 1. We had, when I was playing for him at Wake, we had 5 is 1 t-shirts made, and he that was his thing. He preached 5 is 1, 5 is 1. That's what teamwork is as an offensive lineman. The ability of team members to work together, communicate effectively, anticipate and meet each other's demands, and inspire confidence, resulting in a coordinated collective action. The definition for teamwork is offensive line play. I mean, that whole definition is what we do as offensive linemen. And, preaching that to my kids, you're not by yourself in this. Just because you might have a single block right here, you got to know what everybody else is doing. We've got to work together. And, if you're going to be successful, we've got to have teamwork. If our group is going to be successful, we've got to have teamwork. Consistency. Consistency leads to momentum. The more consistently you do something, the easier it becomes and the more momentum you build. And that's just that. You do something over and over and over again. I say it all the time. Practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice gives you the ability to make the plays when you need to make them. You're never going to be perfect, right? We can practice our drills, though, as perfect as we can so that when we get out there in the battlefield, Duke says this all the time. If, in the heat of the moment, when you start to lose control, you're going to fall back on your most basic teachings and trainings. If we consistently train with our technique and our mindset, when it gets into the heat of the battle and things get crazy, you're going to be able to fall back on that basic level of training. We want that basic level of training to be as high as possible so you can consistently execute the job that needs to be done. Trust, we rely on the person beside us. You feel safe with them, have confidence they're not going to hurt or violate you. We trust each other. We got to trust that the guy beside us is going to do the job. The Patriots always talk about do your job the Patriot way, do your job and do it well. We trust that everybody is going to do their job. And then technique, which is probably one of the most important things. And it's the tools, the vehicle to execute your job. You give that, you use great technique and you're in the right spot, you're going to have a chance to do the job right. But that's where the consistency rolls in with it. Power, we're going to give maximum effort every single day. That's a part of that beef boy mindset, to be excellent every freaking day. We're going to give max effort. We're going to, every single thing we do. And then finish. Finish comes in a lot of different things, whether it's we're finishing reps in the weight room, finishing sprints and conditioning. We're finishing, we're finishing the block. We're finishing guys through the echo of the whistle. And the physical definitions, to bring or come to a stopping point or limit. Finish may stress completion of a final step in the process. Well, I know that final step, and I'm pass proing, is that guy's not going to touch the quarterback. And so I'm going to finish that rep until that ball's gone so that guy doesn't touch my quarterback. Or if I'm in a run game, I'm finishing through the echo of that whistle. I'm not letting up until that guy's dug into the ground. And, we are big on finishing blocks at Dobyns-Bennett. And we keep stats. Offensive linemen don't have stats. We keep stats. We keep blocks leading to touchdown. We keep pancake blocks, knockdowns. And then we have sacks allowed. Those are my 3 stats that I keep on all my guys. And we track it, and those kids are competitive. They want to have as many pancake blocks. They don't want to give up any sacks, and they buy into it. And I show it on the board every day, every Sunday when we come in. Hey, this is the updated leaderboard. Who's got the most pancakes? For it, because typically you don't get those stats. So I try to give it to them as much as possible. We talk about our run game philosophy. No matter what the scheme is, sometimes, this past year we've been more of a wide zone team. We've been in the pass gap, power, counter, whatever it is. Whatever thing we're doing in the run game, we're trying to create displacement. We want to move a guy so we can create space. That's it. We want to displace them out of where they want to be. They want to hold that gap. We're going to move that gap 3 inches, 6 inches, whatever. Just those little creases are what's going to create space. We want to create displacement everywhere, whether we're running power, counter, wide zone. Think about the philosophy of your run game. If you create displacement, what's going to happen? Good things are going to happen. Our pass pro philosophy, all it is, we want to create time, we want to create space. And I've got, stats for, how long it takes for our quarterbacks average to get the ball out. So we know that we've got about generally 4 seconds that we want to, protect for. If we can protect for 4 seconds, ideally we're in good shape. Realistically, 2.5, 3 seconds is when the ball should be out. But, we're playing high school football, and sometimes the quarterbacks take a little bit more time to get that ball out. So we want to create time, create space for the quarterbacks to move around. We don't want it to be all jumbled up mess to where there's no room for our quarterback to create space in the pocket. So when we have specific rules for that and whatnot. And then we talk about our 5 rules of pass protection. This is, again, another Duke Manyweather. I stole this from him, basically. But it was a lot of the same things that I taught, but it just put it in a much easier way to explain it. And my kids were able to understand, and they're able to self-identify as they learn this rules of pass protection. And I won't go into a lot of the details of it just because, it's you can find his stuff on his Twitter, his Instagram. He goes through a lot of this stuff. And, I'm here talking about culture, but this is the first thing my kids learn. They're going to learn the 5 rules of pass pro before they even step out and take a rep from me. They're going to learn stance, get out your stance, get to the spot, create space. We're going to have half man leverage, even weight distribution, and then we're going to have the 3-headed monster as patience with our punch. Know your strike zone, first meaningful contact, which number 2 of that 3-headed monster might be the most important when you talk about your punch, and then you got to anchor it in the fight. I've been blessed to have a great offensive line. We take a lot of pride in not giving up sacks. We gave up 3 sacks on an entire season last year, playing 11 games, and we drop back and throw it about 60% of the time. So being able to, to really hone in on this, and, we spend a lot of time pass pro, our basic pass pro techniques, and, we do blitz pickup 3 days a week with our offensive coordinator, our quarterbacks, and our running backs, and to make sure that when we drop back, we know quarterback's going to have time, and it's on our receivers to get open to make those plays. And we're going to give them an opportunity to do that. And then again, O-line masterminds mindset, run game rules. We're going to strike, we're going to leverage, we're going to drive, we're going to finish. That's just what it is. That's how we do things. And I always go back to the traits to be successful. You talk about consistency. I throw this picture of Joe Thomas up. 10,353 straight snaps or something like that he played in the NFL. Talk about consistency. He's the picture of consistency of offensive line play. He dominated, and that picture says enough as it is. So we live by this. We talk about it. When we talk through our run game, progression, we're talking about the strike, the leverage, the drive, and the finish. So it's the same consistent things that they hear from me all the time. And so they know what to expect. They know what they're going to get every single day. Nothing's going to change up as far as their technique goes, as far as how I'm going to coach them, that kind of stuff. So when they know what to expect, they know, they can go a little bit faster. They can go a little harder. They're not going to be surprised. We do. I talk about culture, buy-in, getting kids excited about playing offensive line. I have a graphic design background a little bit. So we're going to get our offensive line. We're going to have pictures, and I'm going to make social media posts because these kids love social media. Like, they're all about, even though they're playing a selfish position, they still got a little selfish bone in them, and they want to be able to post stuff on. They want to get those cool shots on social media. So, I'm going to make posts like these, have graphics like these. I'm going to share it on my social media. I send it to them. They can share on their social media, stuff like that. It's little things, man. These guys, they really, they buy in. We get the graphics. The beef of the week, is our guy. And I didn't get a picture of it, but we actually have a trophy out of all of we do a position group of the week every game, which player there was a player of the week. So we have an O-lineman of the week. We call it the beef of the week. And that we actually have a big trophy that we sold enough T-shirts our first year. And I had a bunch of kids donate money that we had enough on it extra to buy a trophy for it. So I've got a Beef of the Week trophy. It's this big trophy with a bull on top. And, they get that and they hold it in their locker till the next week. It's just another point of pride for them. Everybody's trying to work a little bit harder. And so, we make a social media post there. And I'll tell you that not all of it is my graphic design work. These 2 are mine. I made those. These posts right here, our school district just invested in Box Out Sports. I don't know if your school districts or people use it, but it is such an easy thing because I don't have a ton of time. So that's why, I try to put things together. I was able to put out about twice as many graphics for my kids because Box Out Sports makes it so easy to create a graphic. They have templates like this stuff that would have taken me hours to make in Photoshop. I was able to go into their website and make it in 10 minutes. Like, stuff like that. It makes it really easy to turn those things out, and the kids love it, and it's great. Other things we do, in the summertime, we do 7-on-7. Our skill guys go to 7-on-7. Well, guess what? The big boys are back at home working. We're doing our drill work, all that stuff. When they're doing 7-on-7, if we work hard during our indie periods, we're gonna do a 7-on-7 tournament. So it ends up being about 10-on-10 or however many guys. Last year I had about 25 guys in my group. There have been years before where it's about 17-on-17 because I've had almost 40 kids in the group. But we do that, and the kids, they love it. They look out. They look forward to the 7-on-7 days, and it's just another way they're gonna have fun. We're gonna make it fun. We're not just gonna grind them constantly to the point where they are miserable and they hate coming to football practice. We're gonna make it fun. They're gonna have to go work hard, but we're gonna make it fun on top of it. Other things that we do, I'm all about team bonding, group bonding, whatever. On the left, that was into this past year. I have all the kids in my house. I'm big in barbecue. I made them a huge barbecue spread, and we had an end of the year kind of celebration with the entire offensive line group. I also right before graduation, I bring all the seniors over, and we have a cookout just to celebrate. We make memories. These kids, it's their last time probably all being together, and we have one last hoorah, and I provide all of it for them, that kind of stuff, and it's just a good time. I've been doing that for the past 3 years, and it's been pretty cool. Those kids love it. They look forward to it. And, you have kids like that, and especially when you have kids that you enjoy and you enjoy working with. And I'll tell you something, you see in both of those pictures, you can see my son in the corner. They treat my son like just another teammate, and he loves it. And it's like, I told them at the end of this year, my son started coming to practice a little bit more, and like, he would get so excited. Like, we'd be driving up and he'd be like, man, and he'd say, I can't wait to see my best friends. And I was like, listen, y'all have created an environment for him that he loves to be at football practice. And he looks to you guys like you're his best friends. And I said, and so as much as I'd like to say that I helped do that, you guys have bought that in too, and have created an environment that, people just want to be a part of. You see that group picture, that's not on the left. That's not everybody in our group. We had about 10 kids that couldn't show up. I have a huge offensive line group that I've got to roll through. So you think about, how hard it is to get indie reps in. I'm stealing as much time as I can so every kid can get reps. But I had, kids want to play offensive line at Dobyns-Bennett. And, we've got kids that probably should be tight ends that want to be in our group. And, we're not going to tell them no if that's where they want to be. And then this last one, man, this is funny to me. This was one of my seniors last year. He sends me a text. He just turned 18. He said, Coach, I'm a part of the Beef Boy lifestyle. He's like, he went and got a tattoo of the Beef Boy logo. And it's one of those things that, did I tell him to go out there and get tatted up? Absolutely not. But as a coach, you feel like you made a difference on a kid's life. If something that you did for him, he wants to have that put on his body for the rest of his life. And to me, that was like that was something that was like, man, we're doing something right. These kids enjoy being here. They enjoy being with us. And that's just what it is, man. I enjoy it. I love it. I love working with these kids, and it's great. I love working, I love offensive line play, working with it, but also I thoroughly enjoy, working with every single one of these kids to be successful human beings in life. And if I can help them get a job, I write scholarship recommendations. I give job references to these kids. I tell them at the last day, our banquet, our last game, like, listen, if you guys ever need anything, you've got me for life. Like, you've got a forever reference in me. If you stuck it out for me and worked hard for me, you've got somebody on your side for the rest of your life. And, whether that's, I've had, me and my wife have given kids $20 to go get food before, whether that, just little things, just making them know you love them. If they know that you care about them and you love them, they're going to do 100,000 things for you. They'll push themselves to no end to see you, to help you be successful on your team if they know that you've got their back. And that's part of my mantra and what I do is those kids know every day at the end of practice, I say, I love you guys like you're my own kid. If you need anything, let me know. I know I'll see you tomorrow, but if something happens tonight, call me. And they know I've got an open door with me, and that's it. So,
Coach, got a question right here. Coach Parrott wants to know, you teach drive catch or kick slide?
So let me say this, and there are probably people that that will probably fight me on this, but the concept of drive catch, I'm teaching. But my kids, instead of saying drive catch, because that's not what they've heard, I say kick slide. But we are really drive catching.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Every kid is not going to be the same. It's not going to look the same. I'm tweaking it for each kid individually as we work through their pass pro, if we're going to drive. But we're drive catching.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it's as simple as that. You create more power that way. You have better leverage that way. When you tell a kid just kick slide without the concept, they're throwing their body all out of length. Their weight distribution is going to be out. That's rule 4 is even weight distribution. Well, drive catching keeps you in that even weight distribution. So technically I'm drive catching, but I don't say drive catch to the kids just because they start thinking about it too much and they've always heard kick slide.
Mm-hmm.
I just tell them how we are going to kick slide. That
makes sense. And Coach, talk about box out, because I never even heard of that. I mean, I just looked it up real quick and that looks dope. It's
awesome. Listen, let me see if I can pull that up, because it is one of those things that it's been incredible. I can make a graphic in like 30 seconds if I have everything that I need. So I'm going to pull it up right here and I'll share the screen. Let's see here. So window. So this is what it looks like. So we have it set up. Our athletic department sets it up. And I can go down through here and you can see like I made a highlight. We led the way in one game for 310 rushing yards. First play of the game, we busted for a 90, I think it was like a 96-yard run for a touchdown. And so I was able to make this graphic. It's a motion feature graphic. Real quick, you throw everything in there. You just type in what you want on the left side, and you're going to get a graphic.
Wow.
Our athletic department uploads all of our logos in there. So if I wanted to grab a template, like I could literally grab a template, find something random, and the templates are you've got, and they've even added ones for brackets for, I guess, if March Madness or whatever, because colleges use these things for their sports information. But like you go through, you grab one, player spotlight. You want to spotlight a player, bang, you've got one right there. You can grab, you just hit, add the team, and then you go in and throw your pictures and your information in there. It takes no time at all. And I think it's a little expensive, but for as much as like we have a lot of sports at our school, and our district, we have one person who runs the social media. So he's able to go in here and he gets a text of a score of a game. He can go in here, throw a picture up from the team, whether it be whatever, and they have it split up. So I have it for only football stuff. So I get all of our football stuff. Well, he's got it for the entire district, and he can make all kinds of, like, it's just one of those things that they set it up to where it makes it super easy. I have Photoshop, but when you have something like this, you're not going to spend more time than you have to. But it's great. It really is. It's one of those things that it has been a great value for our district. And throwing graphics out there. If you follow KCS, it's Kingsport City Schools. So KCS Athletics, you scroll through there. I mean, you see the content our athletic department throws out there, and it's really cool. And our kids love it, man. It's something that kids love. Social media. They love the graphics. They want all the photos, and we're blessed. I mean, our school district, we've got our football team. We've got a guy who works on our staff. He's not a coach. His only job is multimedia. So he's got a video camera at practice every day, and he's got an expensive camera. He's got video, experience, and he's making highlight films for us every week. And he's filming. He's on the sideline at games with one of those tripods, working. It's like, like big college, like one of those things that, we've got graphics. We've got a jumbotron in our stadium. So, our kids are doing, you saw in the one Beef of the Week picture, it's in a studio. Like we created a studio in our alumni room and took headshots, video shots. And that we have intro videos for our kids on the jumbotron where they're, we've got a D lineman that takes a freaking cone and is like slamming the cone and like ripping his shirt open kind of thing. And those kids love it, man. It really is. It is really one of those things that they buy in, and if you can get 85 kids plus to buy in, or actually, we've got 85 plus on the roster. You can get 30 of those kids to buy in. It's going to help you be successful.
No doubt. All right, Coach. I'm gonna go ahead and keep it rolling. I appreciate. I loved the talk on culture.
Absolutely.
Several guys have said they're gonna steal some stuff and
Feel it, man.
Yeah.
Listen, shoot me a message. You saw on there my Twitter, at Coach Hayworth on Twitter, on Instagram. Shoot me a message if you want me to share that slideshow with you or anything. Like, I'll be more than welcome to share it with you. If you got questions, anything just about what we do, just shoot me a message. I'm an open book. I like I said, I steal things from everybody. Like I am no genius here. I'm just a guy who uses my resources effectively. Is ultimately what it is. I've learned from a lot of really good people, and I'm using that to help teach the next generation of kids. So shoot me a message at Coach Hayworth, and I will answer any questions, share anything I've got with you. I have no problem with that. So I appreciate you, Coach. This is awesome what you're putting together here. Anytime offensive line minds can get together in one spot and learn a little something, I think it's a wonderful thing. So, I appreciate you putting this all together and having me on to speak.
No doubt. I appreciate you, Coach.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Just a little bit of not necessarily housekeeping, but like I said, Coach Cornell could not speak at 11. Some family things. So now Coach Saulnier, I'm pretty sure it's Saulnier. He told me last night, I have 100,000 things going through my mind. I'm pretty sure he said it was French, so I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it. He's going to hop on momentarily. We are 10 minutes early. We are rolling on. Energy's flowing. I have a ginger ale right here. My dog is between my legs, laying down. We are rolling on, and we're an hour from lunch, so we are rocking and rolling. One thing I will say is that graphic stuff was awesome. I did look it up. It's a little expensive. Their basic package like $450, which when you're at a school like ours, $450 goes a long way. Which brings me into what I want to talk about. The next clinic I'm doing in June. Yeah, June's a long ways away. People are thinking about getting out of school in June, especially teachers. But June 10th is a tentative date. It might change, probably not, but June 10th, I'm going to be doing a massive clinic. It's not just offensive line coaches. It'll be every coaching position, hopefully, coordinators, offense, defense, special teams, head coaching stuff, maybe some strength stuff. But I'm going to try and have some heavy hitters, some guys that people want to pay to hear. And it's nothing against, high school guys or lower level college guys, because I love those guys. Personally, I love those guys. But I want guys that y'all want to pay for. So I will charge for that clinic. And it'll be a fundraiser for my football team. Unselfishly, I want to put my kids in the best position. And sometimes you got to have money to do that. So this one's going to be free. I'm going to try and do the Tatum OL Coaches Clinic every year, and this will always be free because O-line coaches are my guys. But the big one in June, I'm going to charge. I don't know how much I'm going to charge yet, but it'll be so we can buy more helmets, more equipment, maybe a sled if I can get my coach to do that. Pre-game meals, stuff like that, use it for good stuff. So that's what we'll be doing that. Hopefully y'all will be interested in that. But if not, it's all good because I still love you because you're here today. So, Coach will be getting on in a minute. If you have any questions or you have any comments, please put them down. We will holler at you. And I appreciate all 54 guys on here right now. I don't know how many of y'all are new or old, but obviously you know who I am. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. But the sessions that have gone on so far have been outstanding. How good were our first 3 sessions, man? Excuse me, 4 sessions. It was great. Some basic questions that have been asked. I'm going to try and get these videos uploaded through the next couple of weeks. I don't want to just bombard my YouTube with a whole bunch of videos. I like quality over quantity all at one time. Which these are quality, by the way. But I don't like just putting like 7 videos out because then nobody watches 5 of them, right? So I'm gonna put them out leisurely, and people can watch them for playback because I definitely will. I have notes over here, but I can't be writing down everything because guys only have 30 minutes and they can't talk that fast, except for Coach Wille because he's from the Midwest and he talks super fast. So But yeah, we are rolling right along. One thing I will say is y'all have been awesome. Y'all have been absolutely outstanding. The level of response to this has been humbling, and I really do appreciate that. Again, share out the stream if you want to. I'm not, but if you want to share out the stream, you can. I would assume most of us are all O-line coaches. But what I will say is, until Coach gets here, if you have not tried, go and watch my coaching philosophy video. I think it's good. None of that is fluff. All that's from the heart. I really do believe everything that I talk about. So if you want to really get to know me, I pour my heart out into that video, talking about what I believe in coaching and teaching and mentoring and motivating kids. So make sure you do that. Make sure to like the stream. Make sure you like it. Lets me know that you care. Makes me know that you give a crap. And then make sure you subscribe. Guys, we are almost at 500. I'm going to go look at it right now. Last time I looked at it, we were still under 500. We are almost at 500 subscribers. If you had told me we are over 500, look at y'all. We are over 500 subscribers. We're at 504. Y'all keep doing your thing, man. Keep supporting me. It's huge motivation for me. I really appreciate everything that y'all are doing and watching my videos. What I've told people is I don't do these videos out of selfish gain. I do it for my kids. And they're like, what is talking about counter on YouTube to help you with your kids? And it brings more people to me. It brings me more resources. Like I have almost 4,000 followers on Twitter, and now I have 500 subscribers on YouTube, and I think I can learn from every one of them, and that helps my kids. I'm making relationships with these college coaches. I'm trying to help my kids get recruited, but doing it in a respectful way and not bombarding the college coaches, because I know how hard it is on them. So I'm never going to, leverage a relationship with a college coach, but maybe one day I'm going to have a guy which I do have guys, but I have a guy that, hey, a perfect fit for a college coach that I meet. And that through that relationship, I can get one of my guys to college. So that's, like I said, I'm trying to do it for my guys. And of course, talking ball is fun. And so that's why I do it as well. Plus my wife lets me do it. So that's definitely fantastic. Let me make sure I emailed it. But yeah. Well, let's see. Coach Dickens. Love the videos. I think I've watched every one. Well, Coach, you are awesome. I appreciate it. I have fun trying to come up with the topics to speak about. Going through plays or going through some defense or going through different stuff. It's funny, my everyday drills video is my best one so far, performing wise. It's almost at 1,000 views. And all I do is talk about, I don't even show anything. I just talk about what I do. And it's got 1,000, which is absolutely crazy. But yeah, I hope everybody is enjoying. It seems like it. Go and retweet my stuff on Twitter, if you don't mind. If we're just sitting here chilling. Guys, it's a Saturday, and you're spending it with me. You could be out doing something. What I will say is, I'm going to talk about him real quick. So I had to switch around in some sessions, and I asked Coach Workman, which is the O-line coach at West Virginia State, and asked him if he would switch, and he said, sorry, Coach, I can't. So he's going, hold on, let me read the text. I hope he doesn't mind I do that, but read the text. He said, fortunately, I can't, Coach. I'll be painting all morning. Then I've got to pick up some straw around noon and spread it. Literally, that's the most West Virginia thing I've ever heard in my life. But I got love for West Virginia. I got love for all the states. While we're sitting here talking and nobody's talking back to me, we have 9 international coaches. I don't know if my Australian buddies have gotten on yet. There's 2 Aussies. I think it's still nighttime there. But let's see what coach said. Okay. Coach will be getting on soon. So it is my international coaches. We have the most coaches. I did by state. The most coaches we have is North Carolina because we're the best state, not necessarily the best coaching association or the best paid, obviously, but we're the best because it's where I live. Second is the state of Texas, which is obviously amazing. And then third, I think it's California. But Coach is on. How are you, Coach?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
I can. Let me put your banner up.
You want to hit the present below?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead and hit present.
Share screen, right? Yep.
Yes, sir.
Share screen. Hold on one second.
Yeah, and Coach, it's Saulnier, right?
Saulnier, yes, sir. Close enough. Yeah, Coach Steve's fine. Yep.
I've been saying it right all day. Cool.
You've been good. You've been great. You've been great.
Awesome. All right, Coach, I'm gonna back out. I'm gonna let you get it.
Okay, am I on now?
Yes, sir. You are.
All right. You see, UWF head football coach Caleb Nobles.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay, good. No, again, I'm honored. I appreciate you guys having me all over Pensacola. It's great to hear so many great speakers already. I was just stepped on listening to Coach Hayworth. Great job. I mean, I love what he's talking about. Love up front. He mentioned the Joe Moore Award. I had the privilege of working camps with Coach Moore when he was at Notre Dame in the 90s, and believe me, it was unbelievable. It was a great experience. So I encourage, like Coach Hayworth said, man, just get out, meet people, try to visit as many people as you can, work as many camps as you can, make connections, because you can always learn. I feel I am a better coach now than I ever had been because I constantly keep on learning, and I just want to encourage every young coach to do that and keep learning and never stop learning, and just always keep on adding to your repertoire and just keep growing. I think it's so important to build those relationships that you can, because that's what gets you places, and that's helps people, really does, and so that's awesome. Again, Steve Saulnier, offensive line coach here at the University of West Florida. I was fortunate for to be on the offensive line, coaching offensive line for a good number of years. I've been on both sides of the ball. So I've depending what year, I've been a head coach on the high school level, been a head coach on a small college level, been a coordinator on the defense side of the ball. I said I worked both sides of the ball during my graduate assistantship area, times, and it's been awesome. I've been very blessed and fortunate to work with some either coached by or coached with some great offensive line coaches over the years, and and they become mentors to me, and it's been totally awesome, and I'm very grateful and thankful. So I really feel I have a little bit of everyone I worked with or for, and then a lot of me as well too, because I just feel there's so much that goes into one coach. It takes a village, obviously, to raise someone, and I feel it just it takes a bunch of coaches to help one coach get along. So I'm grateful. I really am. I'm going to show you a little history of this. This is our current head coach. Coach Nobles was our first quarterback here at the University of West Florida. He came as a graduate student, and when our first season was 2016, so we only had 6 seasons because COVID. Obviously, we did not play COVID years, so we did not play that season. But Coach Nobles was our first quarterback. Then became a graduate assistant. Then became a full-time coach. Then became coordinator. Then went to Clemson for a couple of years, and now has come back as our head coach. The previous head coach is Coach Pete Shinnick, who I worked for many years. Loved working for Coach Shinnick. We were together for about 16 years. We started the program in North Carolina, UNC Pembroke. Had some success there. Went to the playoffs a couple of times, and this job opened up for Coach Shinnick, and he took this job in 2014, and then started the first season in 2016. And then he had very successful year. I'll show you the 6 we've had here. This is our coaching staff. We got a D-line coach who was added after this picture, but these are some of our coaches as well. And then, so here's a history of our 6 seasons. 2016 was our first season. We ended up with 5-6 record. Year 2, we were literally in the national championship game. We were the national runner-up. We were 11-4. Year 3, we used 4 quarterbacks that year. We had a quarterback injury. Anyway, so and bottom line is we were 6-5. Then year 3, we won the national championship on a D2 level. We were 13-2. Then 2021, we were conference champions. We were 9-2. Got beat in the playoffs. And then 2022, we ended up 12-2, made it to the Final Four, lost to eventual national champion Ferris State, who does a great job up there. They're amazing. And then our career playoff record is 12-3. And according to what we were told, the highest playoff win percentage with a minimum of 15 games played, obviously. So I think we've had some success in a matter of 6 seasons, never having football ever before. So it's pretty amazing to think that we've had 6 seasons, 4 playoff teams, 4 Final Fours, 2 national championship games, winning 1, losing 1, etc. And then we've had plenty of all-conference players, all-American players. We have one guy literally in the NFL right now who's made the 53-man roster. We have one playing in the XFL. We've had a couple guys playing the Canadian League. So we've had some really good success. I'm really excited about what we're doing. Coach Shinnick built a great program here, and he's at Towson now. And I was fortunate enough to have the option to go or stay. And I decided to stay. And I'm really excited about what's going on here, and really excited what's going on in Towson as well, too, because those guys are my friends. They really are. So that's our history. I just wanted to show you that real quick. Here, this is what we've done in the last couple of years. 2 seasons ago in 2021, obviously you can see the yards we gained and touchdowns. We were number 1 in the nation, the fewest, giving up the fewest tackles for losses. That was 2021. We were 7th in the nation in total offense. We were 3 in the nation, fewest fumbles. Then passing, we passed the ball well as much as we ran the ball as well too. So you see that we were 6th in the least amount of sacks. So, but TFLs to me is very important. And so we were number 1 in 2021, and then 2022 we ended up number 2 with TFLs. We were number 2 for tackles for loss TFLs. We were number 2. Then we went down a spot. We were 5 in the nation first downs, number 3 in the nation scoring. Our quarterback was responsible. He was number 3 in the nation with total points responsible for. He did an amazing job for us. We were 7th in the nation rushing, and our running back was number 1. He was number 1 in the nation in yards per carry in 2021, and then he was number 4 in the nation in yards per carry in 2022. So again, hopefully we're doing some good things. And then sacks allowed, we were 11 in the nation. We dipped down from 5 from number 6, 5 spots. But anyhow, so then we were 5 in the nation. And so that's our history. I know that's real fast, but I wanted to get right into what we do. I'm going to talk about inside zone. We run gap, we run counter, we run outside zone, we run inside zone. So I'm going to probably focus more on inside zone. I got some outside zone. I got some individual, they've got some pass pro stuff, but I'm probably, for time's sake, it's probably going to be just narrowed down to inside zone. So I'm just going to keep going. And so inside zone, again, here's, obviously you got to show them what we're doing. Bottom line is we start, are you covered or are you uncovered? Okay. So obviously if you're covered, you're thinking about a stretch base. Okay. If you're uncovered, you're looking to attach yourself and do a stretch combo. So that's kind of in its purest, simplest forms. With inside zone, are you covered or you're uncovered? So obviously you see a 3-man front here. Well, obviously the 2 guards are uncovered. Say we're running inside zone to the left. Well, then as the guards, I'm attaching myself to a covered guy to start a combo. And then you see backside right tackle here and tight end. They will combo up to the Sam. So against a 3-man front, obviously you have 3 combos at the line of scrimmage, and then obviously you're working up to the second level, whether it's the Sam, the Mike, or the Will backer. So those are what we do. Those are our rules. Names have changed. So here's another drawing against a 4-man front. Okay, again, am I covered? Am I uncovered? That's the bottom line. Okay, so that's the start of it. And despite what's called, I call them strong suggestions. Okay. So despite what's called, I still got to be able to adjust once the ball snapped, because we could have a combo called between the center and the guard. And now obviously the defense runs a stunt. Okay. They run a stunt. And now all of a sudden that just became a 3-man combo because the defensive end came into the B gap where the guard's B gap. So then he has to end up taking the end. and then obviously the tackle. So we have to adjust despite what's called, you're looking for a combo, obviously. You're going to, and someone's going to have a single block, and a couple of guys are going to have combo blocks. We call them combo blocks more than double teams, okay? Because we always want to end up 5-on-5 up front. We always, if we get a hat on a hat, obviously we're hopefully we're pretty, gives us a chance to be successful, guys. Again, we got some clips here. Yeah, guys, we play in the Gulf South Conference. Total respect for every opponent we face. It's amazing that just the every week, we got to bring our A game in the Gulf South Conference, and obviously outside the conference as well too, because there are some incredible teams out there and well coached teams. So as we all know, a lot goes into 1 week. A lot goes into winning one game. The general public has no idea, obviously, what we go through as coaches. It's great to have a great coach's wife, which I do. I'm very blessed. She gets it, and she totally supports me, and it's totally awesome over all the years that she has supported me and make sure that I'm doing my work too, because she likes living in Pensacola, Florida. So I want to keep that going. So it's no due respect to, because we're showing film on a team I got utmost respect for every team we face. So, we got bad plays that I can show you as well too, but I want to show you obviously some clips here from the end zone copy. So here's an example. Again, I want to invite you into our O-line meeting room. Okay, these are clips that I would show the O-line after a game. These are notes that I would show them. I'll try to describe. Describe what's being said. Okay, you see red, yellow, green. That's kind of what we talk about. The pace we're setting. You'll see O-line working as one in unison, like a chorus line, a parade of elephants. So if we're working together, our big thing is we want to take care of the line of scrimmage first before we go to level 2. Okay, so we want to make sure we're taking care of the line of scrimmage. So you'll see our guys. So we start just like you're sitting at a red light. Your car is going full throttle. It's still on. The pistons are going. Everything's going. Obviously, then the light starts changing, goes into a yellow, and then goes into green. But until my green light goes on, I'm going red, yellow, green. So let's just watch our center here. Okay. He was actually, this is his junior year. He was first team all conference his junior year as a center. Then he was first team all conference as a guard his senior year in the GSC, and was a Gene Upshur finalist, and he was a first team All-American for us. But he's playing center here. So you see his pacer, ball snap. Okay, so obviously we're running inside zone to our left here. So he's securing the A gap, but he's not just flying out of there and going right to the back, even though that's his guy per se by assignment. Okay, but watch his pace here. So he's going to rewind, bam, help the right guard right here. Okay, so we're going to take care of the offensive line first. So it's I call it active feet. I know coaches call it. I know Coach McNally calls it foot fire. So you pound on the ground, boom. So he helps the right guard out, even though the play's going left. He gets on his guy. We call it a double under. Okay, and then he's just going to try to drive that linebacker out. So this is kind of just what we're trying to do. We're going to take care of the line of scrimmage first. Okay, we got our call. So I guarantee you, in this call right here, there's one combo call probably between the center and left guard. That's probably the only combo call that's called. But again, because of the pace, okay, I'm going from red, yellow to green. 55, Big Dalton, he helps the right guard, and then he gets up on his backer. We got a hat on the hat. We got an opportunity to be success, gain about 19 yards. So that's just an example right there. We'll go to a next play here. And guys, some plays, some clips are going to be good and some are going to be bad, okay? So again, a hat on a hat gives us a chance, okay? So here's a good job sorting it out and good exchange. We went from red, yellow to green again. Just watch it. Okay, so obviously they're showing, linebacker up on the line. Okay, 5-man surface here. Not sure who's blocking who. Okay, so they obviously do a little X stunt. Okay, here. So left guard and center are trying to sort it out. Again, they're active feet. Okay, so they get a hat on a hat. It gives our running backs a chance. So now it's one-on-one with the safety. Okay, so that gives us an opportunity again. So again, I'm taking care of the line of scrimmage first, making our calls. Okay, I'm gathering information before the ball snapped. Okay, all right. So here's another example here. I'm gonna get a little tighter copy here. Okay, so now we're gonna run inside zone, going to our left. Okay, so initially, I'm sure The combo called is between the center and left guard. Okay, great combo working together. Left guard, good forward leg post, which with a wide base and a point of attack. Good red, yellow, green pace. Center, good square arrival and takeover. So let's look at that block right there in the middle here. Okay, let's see what we got here. His helmet gets pulled off, but okay, so let's look here. So it's third down and short. It's a great team here. Okay, so you see how left guard here. He's going to step left, step right. He's going to land that right foot right down the middle. He's going to post him up. Could be a little lower, possibly. Yes. I love our center getting there square, left, right, left, and the scoop. Okay, he's square as can be. You see a little overlap right here. I really like that. Just like we do on PAT field goal. All right, we don't want this guy, splitting us. We do not want this the defensive attack. There's no way that defensive line can split us if we got a little overlap. It's a little overlap, just like we do on PAT field goal. Why do we do it on a PAT field goal? Because we don't want anyone splitting the seam and making through the gap. So I took that to okay. Look, let's do that on run blocking. You see a little overlap here between the backside tackle and tight end. Those two guys are blocking those two guys. Okay. All right. So let's look at that again. So in the footwork for the uncovered guy for our center, he's going to go left, right, left, and he's reading this guy. If he sees that hip away, his green light is going to be on up to that linebacker. But right now, he's going red, yellow. He's yellow right now. He sees opposite colored jersey. He's doing all he can right there to take over this block, basically to rub 77 off and to block the linebacker right there. We talk about we don't want to really chase linebackers as linemen. Despite as the linemen always tell me how great an athlete they are. We're big athletes, we are, but I got to give these guys a little bit more credit. Linebackers, they're probably a little bit more athletic than we are. So we really don't want to chase those guys. We talk about, I'm going to depart, okay, as he approaches me, okay? We talk about wait till the depth of the linebacker comes to me, and then I'm going to come off. In the meantime, we're pushing, we're getting some movement on the line of scrimmage. And we talk about, everybody talks about push. I understand the concept of pushing the line of scrimmage, but we always talk about finishing with a lift and a torque. And that's one thing we practice all the time. And so it's very with an arch back. So I think it's very important. So let's look at our left guard again in center. Okay. 1, 2, boom. All right, they're there. All right. So now you see 77. Now he comes off because the depth of the linebacker comes to him right now. So now it's not going to be perfect, but we got a hat on a hat. We got a chance. Okay. It doesn't look like much. That's a 7-yard gain. Okay. On a 3rd and 2 play. Obviously, everyone listening will take that, obviously, in 3rd and 2. But I love the patience of 77. I love the takeover of our center. Our left, they're working an ace combo here. Now look at our right guard, 67. Okay. Now he's basically on a solo block. Okay. So he's stepping inside, staying square. Okay. And I would really like for him to get a little more torque action, but he gets the defensive tackle covered up. I like to see him work more of the backside because I got to keep working your backside through. And basically what I'm telling him is to get your backside elbow and knee through and get his shoulders turned. Lift, torque. Okay. I really believe that defensively, they're trying to get your shoulders turned. You get your shoulders turned as an offensive lineman, it's hard to block. If I get his shoulders turned, I think we're doing a good job. So that's one thing that we talk about as well, too. And then obviously my point to the right tackle, finish the block completely, 100%, work his upfield number. We talk about as well, don't let the guy cross your face, okay? Make him go behind you. I don't like that effort. That's, to me, I want him to finish that more backside tackle, okay? The left tackle knows he's by himself, okay? Wide rusher, so he's going to use a little inside footwork. Can he stay square initially? Yes, but I like his effort. I love his effort. Love the finish there. I love that. So let's go to the next play here. All right, I'm going to bounce around. We're getting goal line situations. Okay, so we got a tight end in the game, and we got 6 linemen in the game right now. Okay, so there's 7 of us. Okay, 5 linemen, the extra lineman, and then the tight end. There's 7 of us. Basically there's 9 guys around the box. We talk about obviously identifying the 7 most dangerous men. So we got to, and really. So they're going to identify the 7 most dangerous guys. We can only block 7. There's only 7 of us. Okay, so running back's going to have to make a great play if it's 1-on-1 in the hole. But again, we make our calls. Okay, I'm just going to let this run here. Now we for some reason, I would like to think we should identify this number 5 right here. We did not, but we identified out. I thought maybe we should have came in, but the bottom line is they made their calls. Running back knows who's not being blocked, and then he makes his cutback. So again, we identified. There's only 5 of us, and then obviously plus the tight end, plus an extra tight end. So we got to DL guys and then go with it and make the call. So as long as we're on the same page, at least we're on the same page. Here's a practice clip. Okay, just against a 3-man front. It's 2 springs ago, I believe. Okay, so again, here it is. Again, here's my notes to him. I'm telling the right guard, don't reach for the linebacker, step on his toes, and use double under and finish with a lift and torque. You're going to see him. He's going to lift. He's going to fall forward. It's going to what I call falling out the window. I don't want our guys being waist benders. I love ankle flexion, knee flexibility is knee bend is very important. Hip flexibility is very important. I'm going to tell our center here must get all your cleats in the ground at the point of attack. Look at your lift at the point of attack. Okay, so that's my notes to him as I send them out. Left guard, good approach and double under, but you need to finish with a lift and torque. You'll see lift and torque. Because I really believe we want to finish kind of like a forklift going forward. It goes and it lifts. Okay, and then we're just going to add a torque to it. Again, I get his shoulders turned. It's hard for him to make a good tackle. Okay, and then our left tackle, good squareness. Just keep working your backside more forcefully to get his shoulders turned. So let's run the clip. I'm going to start with the right guard and right tackle. So 76. Okay, keep pounding the ground. Okay, again, active feet. Keep on. But you see him starting to lean towards that backer. That's where we're going to get in trouble. Okay, so here's a clip. I guess I got good and bad clips. But again, so what I really want him to do, continuing pounding the ground up to that backer, and my heel is going to replace my toe with a nice wide base. And then I'm going to look to double under that guy again. Then I'm going to torque him. I'm going to use his momentum against himself. Let's watch our other guards. So both guards are uncovered. Okay, so they're going to attach themselves, so they're uncovered. So now they're going to start a stretch double, a combo. So both guards are covered. I like 77. He's going right, left, right. He sees hip away at the nose tackle. Now he has his green light up to the backer. Okay, so what I really like. I really like 77 initially. Okay. I like his right now. I don't see him out here. I see tight. I don't even see his arms. So now I know he's pretty tight in that backer. So he's trying to work the double under. Could have a better base. Okay. But now he realizes that it's getting wider. Now he is trying to get a lift and trying to get a torque. Okay. Again, that's a pretty good gain. Okay. It's not perfect, but again, still trying to work the mechanics. Okay. Of what we're trying to do each and every day in practice and during individual drills. Okay, let's look at another clip here. I'm going to get a tighter copy. All right, so again, I always talk about when we go individual, we think of pods. Here's a not so good clip. Okay, I got a question mark. What was the combo call? Okay, think pods. What was the communication here? This is questions I'm asking the guys. They get these, and then we discuss them during our individual meeting. Okay, right tackle, right guard. Good work together, kind of like a clinic. Okay, that's good. Left guard. If I have to point to with my right hand to ID the backer, I'm thinking ace combo here. Okay, you're blocking nobody here. You to go left to come back all the way to your right makes little sense here. We need to clean this up. So that's my point to some great players. Okay, no one's perfect. Okay, so you're going to see. All right, so I felt the combo should have been up to this backer here. Okay, so we're thinking pods. Okay, so because now you see this backer, you see the center. The center, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if it was loud enough or not, but it looks like the left guard and left tackle are on the same page. There's no doubt about it. But now the center can't block the nose tackle and the mic, and the mic backer. So there's some miscommunication going, and that happens from time to time, unfortunately. And great running backs obviously help you out as well too with a gain of 6 yards. Okay, I didn't want to put every touchdown on here long runs, but I just want to put good and bad. I want a good discussion. I just want to show you obviously struggles that we all go through and okay. So again, same game. So now I think they cleaned it up. Whatever later on in the game. Okay, so again, good. I got center, good green light. Read to the linebacker with a good double under. Right guard, good arrival and takeover. So let's look at this combo here right in the middle here. Okay, so we're thinking pods. Okay, so the right guard's uncovered. Okay, so he's going left, right, left with a scoot footwork. 1, 2, 3. looking to take over. All right, so he takes over again. He does get the guy's shoulders turned. Okay, it's hard for that guy to make a block. Okay, let's look at our center. All right. Okay, so now he's thinking, okay, he knows his help is coming. When you're covered, you got to know, where's my help coming from? Okay, so our center here, he knows his help is coming from his right. So he's probably going to start this play, okay, stepping left, right, bracing himself, okay. Now we realize that guy's going back. He's going to get a good shove. Okay, he's going to get a good shove. I love where his eyes are, right to the backer, but he's helping the right guard. Again, we're taking care of the line of scrimmage first. Okay, we're taking care of the line of scrimmage first. Okay, so he helps out. Now look, you see, maybe he's winding up a little bit too much, but I like how he's trying to work the double under. Okay, now we got his hands inside. Now lift. Now work a torque. There's a torque. So again, I got shoulders turned here, shoulders turned here. Okay, we got a hat on the inside. Our right guard is getting his guy work that backside more. Get this guy's shoulders turned. Okay, so we'll see that real quick. I'll rewind that. Okay. All right, so 67. Nose, our tackle, 67, excuse me. Our right tackle, 67. And tight end, no. I got good squareness and good job covering him up. So he did cover him up. Okay, so the right tackle, he got him covered, staying square. And, and he runs into a little deal here. Obviously, we probably would have gotten more of this guy. Definitely this guy's in his way, but he's trying to fight, obviously, up to take that guy over. And he's definitely, at least he's occupying him, okay? Nothing's perfect, but again, great gain of 34 yards. So again, am I covered? Am I uncovered? If I'm covered, where's my help coming from? If I'm uncovered, I'm attaching myself, and we're going to take care of the line of scrimmage first, okay? So here we go. Again, great effort in taking over the game up front. So we got a situation here. It's somewhere very close game, another great GSE opponent. I mean, it's crucial here. It's 2nd and 3. We need obviously 2 yards first down. Okay. But you see a backside combo here. So we ideal guys. Okay. So we know the center and right guard are working through the nose up to the mic right here. Okay. So watch the combo here. All right. So center nose, watch the center. But again, what I love about the center, he's just not flying out of it. Oh, that's my guy. I go block him. He does that. This guy's going to be in the backfield tackling our running back. And for obviously for a tackle for loss, which we don't want. Okay, so you see his pace. Watch the center. He's left, right. He lands. Could be a little wider, but this guy is working back too. Okay, it's not like the guy is going straight up on this guy. But I think our center, who's a great center, he has the awareness. So now he's trying to get a piece of him with his eyes where they need to be. And this guy knows I got to take over this. So the right guard knows he has to take over. So just watch. Okay, so here we go. There's your combo. Okay, right guard's 1, 2. He sees him coming this way. He got to take over now. Keep taking over. Okay. I think that's a pretty good job by the right guard. I really do. I think it's a really good combo by the center and right guard, and especially working all the way out to this Mike backer, because the left guard and left tackle, they got a combo going out to the Wille backer, who you don't see in this tight copy, but he's out there. So they have a combo, okay? Good front side fan out call, okay? Left guard, good job being grounded at the point of attack, working the torque. Left tackle, don't lean. And you see it, the term I use, don't fall out the window. Finish with a lift and torque. So let's look at our left guard here, okay? So he's going out. He's bracing him. Watch out. Okay, so watch his seat here, okay? All right, so he's going left, right. He's grounded, okay? He's grounded. All his cleats are in the ground at the point of attack, which to me is very, very, very important. So now he realized that could his his right hand be inside more? Yes, he can. This kid's country strong. He's going to take this guy. He's going to realize and then torque him, get his shoulders turned. It's hard for a defensive lineman or defender to make a tackle if your shoulders are turned. Okay, get them turned. And again, a great running back is going to make a cut, gain of 10. So again, I like where we're at. I like where our eyes are at. I like how we're grounded at the point of attack. I like our footwork. All right. Again, I like our pace. We're all taking care of the line of scrimmage. No one is getting out of dodge and say, oh, that's my guy. I got to go right now. Because if the center was to do that, I guarantee you this backside guard would have a hard time blocking that nose tackle. That nose tackle would be very disruptive in the backfield, and we would have a tackle for a loss. So that's one thing that we've always talked about. Take care of the line of scrimmage first. It's not going to be perfect, but if I get a piece of them, it's going to be good, and we're going to help each other out. Okay, let's take the next one here. All right, I'm going to tight copy again. Okay, so let's look at this here. Okay, a hat on a hat always gives us a chance. 7 defenders are being blocked right here. Okay, all right, left guard, great effort working your way up to the linebacker. Just be more condensed, working through the line of scrimmage, and finish with a torque. So you're going to see our left guard. He's going to work through. I think he can be a little bit more condensed here. But all right, so so you see he's trying to keep the pace. He's going red, yellow. You know, kind of. Am I helping this guy? But he knows eventually you got to get to that backer. Okay, so now he gets to that backer, working a double under. Okay, get him covered up. All right, is it perfect? The guy gets on the tackle, but it's still a 13-yard gain. It's not perfect, but again, get at least get to him, get him covered up. Okay. Right guard, right tackle, good wash, arrival, square to help yourself more. Right guard, footwork looks good, leading up to the linebacker. Looks like you got tripped up a little. Okay, good. All right, good inside footwork. Okay, so again, here's an example. Not perfect, but again, we got a 13-yard gain, obviously. So again, we're all taking care. We're all active feet. Okay, right tackle can be square, but the bottom line is he's going to wash that guy down. Obviously, and then we're going to let our quarterback run the ball inside zone once in a while too. Okay, kind of. All right, so let's look here. Get a tighter copy here. Okay, here we go. All right, so here's 3-man front. Right tackle, right guard. All right, they're making their calls. We got a 4-eye right here. I got right tackle's notes. Good job setting up the post and timing up. And then the green light came on. Okay. O-line, great fits, great work. Gain of 13. All right, center, left guard. Let's strain through that nose tackle more for better movement, a shove, or torque. So I'm probably not very happy with this middle here. Arrive square. Could we have stayed on the nose tackle a bit longer? So obviously the guy we can't block is the circled guy here. He's out of the, kind of apex guy. We got a couple receivers out there. But again, there's 5 of us. We got to decide what 5 are we blocking. So it's pretty simple here. You got 3 down linemen. We got the Wille. We got the Micah with the ball. We got the Sam out of the box right there, okay? Because obviously, we can pass the ball as well, too. But yeah, let's look at the right tackle, right guard. Okay, so let's look at the right tackle. He picks up his right foot, picks it up, puts it down. He's going to try to set the post. Could it be a little lower? Yes, probably, okay. All right, can our right guard be a little bit square on the rival? Kind of, yes. But again, we're getting some movement. Okay, so now his green light's on. So now the right tackle knows I got to go get to the backer. Go double under him, okay? Go double under him. All right, center, left guard. Okay, center is covered. He knows his help's coming from the left guard. He's going to start the block with his right foot, 1, 2, okay? All right, so here we go. All right, so again, keeps right here. My point is this. I think we both could stay straining through this guy longer, and we could block too by blocking the 1 sometimes. I don't know if we really had to come off. Don't chase. I really think we could have stayed on, but now it ends up a hat on a hat. It does somewhat. Not perfect. It's not perfect, but again, we gained 13. Okay, as we all know, we don't live in a perfect world. All right, let's look at this one here. All right, here we go. All right, so we're going to run inside zone going left. All right, so both guards are uncovered. Gets a 3-man front. Watch our left guard here. Same foot, same shoulder. I still think that's a great principle that has withstood the test of time in football. There's power. I really believe that. It's timing and technique. All right, if I can lay my same foot, same shoulder, I still think there's power, and then try to play along with that. Okay, so you're going to look at our left guard here. All right. I like the pace. He's working through. He went from yellow to green light. Let's watch the left guard right here, number 55. Great one. So I guarantee you the combo's called. Okay, so the combo's probably called between the left guard and left tackle. Okay, so he is responsible for B gap. Okay, but watch the pace of our left guard. I really like this. 1, 2. Okay, he's not in a big. So he's still going to help out a head up nose tackle. Okay. He's making it. His pace is good. He's going red, yellow. There's the same foot, same shoulder. Okay, so he's going to help the center out a little here. Okay, bam. Okay, that's that little pop right there. Okay, that little rewind, a little shove right there helps our center big time. So now, but 55 never loses sight of who he's blocking. I like where his eyes are. He's using peripheral vision to see where what's happening in his backside. Makes his hit. Now here's his double under. I think that's a pretty good. I know. Just keep working, keep working, keep working, keep working, keep working, keep working. Again, all right. Gain about 11. Okay. Again. So nothing's really perfect, but it's pretty excellent. It really is. Okay. Good job working your squareness through the line of scrimmage. 1, 2, 3 step. Read. Green light goes on to the lineman. So let's watch our right guard. Okay. Let's watch our right guard. All right, so he sees hip away by the nose tackle. Now his green light's on. I mean, he went from red, yellow to green pretty quick here. So you're the right guard. You're uncovered. I'm attaching myself. Okay, well, now that hip goes away. Okay, keep the base. He should be stepping left, right, left, pound the ground. Heel replace his toe, double under on the backer. Okay, and then torque, whatever happens, happens, right? Okay, we'll take that. Not perfect. All right, let's look here. All right, so let's look here. Okay, so looking at the combo between the center and left guard, okay. I got left guard, good recognition and seeing the nose working backside, okay. So he's going to take over that. Center, good active feet and pace through the line of scrimmage and up to the linebacker once your green light came on. So let's look at the pace, red, yellow to green. Let's watch the left guard and center. Watch your bam. So again, I like where the center's eyes are. He sees his nose go away. He's going to work a double under on the linebacker right there, on this backer right here, the sand backer. Okay. Now watch our right guard. Okay. All right. So he gets just enough. It's not great, but his green light really he should have recognized it's real quick. But he gets just enough. Was it perfect? No, it wasn't. Would you like to have a cleaner block? No doubt about it. But you know what? He got enough of the guy. I'm sorry. He got enough of the linebacker. Coach, we doing okay?
Yeah. I'll let you go 5 minutes over, Coach. If you want to finish this play right here, then
yes,
I think I thought the next one.
Okay, good. No, I'll finish this one here right here. All right, this is good. And again, I get it's not perfect, but guys, we got assignments. Am I covered? Am I uncovered? Okay. If I'm covered, where's my help coming from? If I'm uncovered, who am I attaching with? Obviously, there's a lot that goes into the techniques we're talking about. We work on obviously constantly during individual, and then we bring it to the team period. So with that being said, I'll finish here. If there are any questions, I'll be more than glad to help you guys out, and talk. I'm going to go all the way down. I do want to show you, talk about culture. Got some individual. Let's finish with this. I got a good sense of humor too. I know, Ian, you got a sense of humor. Bruce Lee talked. He has a quote: "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." So, that's pretty cool. I'm just going to twist that and make my own quote, just jokingly, of course. I said, "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kick slides or push slides once, whatever you want to call it, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick slide 10,000 times." Bottom line is, guys, we got to get so many reps and we got to do it right so many times that we don't know how to do it wrong. And I really believe that. And I'm a big rep guy and getting right reps. So I think that's very important. So I love that quote by Bruce Lee. And then, guys, this was our culture we built on. We call it 3 sets of threes. Our program is built around the word arte, which is excellence of any kind. We seek excellence daily. We will talk about being a great communicator. We're putting the team first in all your actions. I'll behave. We got a no cursing policy. We want to keep it PG mentality. We want family kids to be around practice when they can. I'm not going to change my coaching style because some administrator shows up or parent shows up. We're talking about be early to everything and being honest. And then on the field, it's how we play, not who we play. Win the field position battle and win the tournament battle. So thank you, Coach. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming on. I let Coach go over, which is fine. Coach Justin told me that he was fine with that going into lunch. But, Coach, thank you. You could have went for an hour. Yeah,
no doubt.
Great stuff.
Good deal.
One day, Coach, I'd love to get you on and we just talk a little more. You just go, and
that'd be
just
great.
Keep it rolling.
That'd be great. No, I got so many people to thank. I don't even want to start because I'm going to leave someone out. But just all the coaches have influenced my life from my high school. I kept in touch with my high school coach until he passed away last year, and other coaches. So I'm grateful for coaches. I'm grateful for you doing this. And God, I just think we have an awesome responsibility as coaches to really make an impact on young men's lives through our great sport of football. So keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Coach, how you doing?
All right, should be good. How you doing?
Good. I'm great. Glad. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for
Of course.
for coming in. Hey, you're going to get your full 30 minutes, so I appreciate it. So, Coach, you want to go ahead and share your screen? You can roll.
Yeah. Let's see here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Coach. Go ahead.
There you go. All right. So I'm going to do here is so today, we're going to talk a little bit about speed training for the offensive line and what that means and the importance of that. And I know that's a little bit different, of a topic per se than in a lot of places, but a lot of things that you might hear today. But why do we want to do this? I'm a firm believer in a what, how, why. And why we want to do this is because we all want to win as many games as possible, right? And that's done by having the most ability and the most availability of said ability. Jim Ross from wrestling said, the best ability is reliability. We all want to be reliable, and you want reliable guys that you work with, that you coach with, but also you want reliable players. And, I don't know about you, but I've coached at levels that had 17 on the roster all the way up to 100, right? And then all the way back down. And I've coached freshman, middle, in varsity, JV, the whole deal. And, currently I'm now working with in a private facility for strength and conditioning, but, coached about every position, offense, defense coordinator, head coach, the whole deal. So, what, how, why is really important. And having those guys, especially on the offensive line, the same 5, 6, 7 people in your rotation available is so important. So, that's how we're, in my mind, the what, how, why of this, the why truly is to be available, and so the how is kind of be the agenda there. And, we'll get moving. So football science, right? The science of football, as we all, pretty much understand it is, if you look at, Dr. Ray from, was at Alabama and with IMG in Indiana, and then at the Saints now, he did tons and tons of data. And so is Kurt Hester from Tulane on how long the average play is, right? And how many seconds of recovery there are, plus then, seconds of rest between drives. If you don't play both ways, right? And I've been on, obviously, on Ironman teams when you only have 17, 18 guys. And then all the way to where everybody was, on a single side. The average drive is about 6 plays, 7 plays in high school. And so, you're getting about 13 series, but there's so much rest between, right? You're actually getting 6 minutes maybe between drives, depending on how everything goes. And so, do you have to blow people up in order to get them in football shape? Probably not, right? So Charlie Francis, the famous speed coach, was talking about max velocity being gained in under 6 seconds. That's something we're going to kind of consider, and that's basically the football play, right? In under 6 seconds. So Fergus Connolly talks about the 4 coactives of an offensive lineman. I'm not going to go through this too much, but, physical preparation. So is the actual football player physically prepared to meet the demand, right? And we would all like to think of, peak power, the ability to identify, use your eyes at all, right? The last coach had said peripheral vision. That's huge. A lot of what we do in the weight room when we start working, tandem sprinting and matching is peripheral vision. We don't allow them to look to the side. They have to look straight ahead and use their eye to match the tempo of the other person. Of course, psychological preparation. I call that clarity, confidence, conviction. If you're a wrestling person, you're going to like me because that's from Sting, the wrestler. I stole that from him. So if you like WCW, WWF, you're going to enjoy that. And then technical preparation is obviously, what a lot of, and tactical is what we're going through today in this clinic, right? Tactical being, how to run duo, inside zone, outside zone, pass protection, and technical being kick slide versus drive catch, right? And so that's not the part that I work on at the gym at all. I keep that to you guys. What I do is physical and some psychological preparation. This is just the OODA loop. This came from the Air Force and a pilot, Boyd, and the idea of observe, orient, decide, and act. Observing would be your pre-snap alignments of Okay, are they in an even or an odd? Who's up at the line of scrimmage? Is it a 3-tech or a 1? Post snap, any movement adjusting. Guys are twisting and stunning. Staying on your path. What kind of be your orient. Deciding what to do. Right. I have stuff that is in my repertoire. Right. Almost like you said with Bruce Lee. Things. How many kicks do you have in your repertoire? Right. And then peak power is what we have to realize is that peak power in offensive lineman is met at 0.45 seconds. So an offensive lineman has to get to peak power in 0.45 seconds, typically considered the second step and punch, right? To go through that loop pretty darn quick. And in order to do that, we have to lift fast and we have to move fast and sprint fast, right? And you guys can go through this later. I'm going to put it up. It'll be anybody that's in this thing can obviously have this for free. The do's and don'ts of the offensive line. I'm a firm believer in technique counts, reverse engineer your plays, which we'll do in a second. Thinking about short sprints, right, and true agility, where you have to react and work off of somebody else, versus bag drills and things like that are not specific to what we do. You can go through the KPIs and checklists later. This is just my interpretation. I want peak power, true agility, and strike accuracy as my 3 big ones. I try to stick everything, core values, KPIs, whatever, to like 3 things. It's hard to remember more than 3 things. So exercise selection, again, we stick to the bottom of this pyramid, and I try not to do anything that really looks like football in the weight room, because I know that would have pissed me off as a coach, and I don't really want to be the guy that does that to other people. The platinum rule, treat people how you think they want to be treated, but also you for the golden rule. And so conditioning, this is more of our meat and potatoes. What do we do mostly on the offensive line? I played offensive line. I coached it for over a dozen years, right? What do we mostly do? It's pushing against weight, right? So we hit that first point, 0.45 seconds. We're in there. We're locked in. We're going to drive out. And now it's really about a 5-second fight, right? Whether that's a fight that takes you to the second or third level and downfield, like we've seen some of the clips, or that's a fight that's just right here. You see a lot of that Clemson blocking was kind of a stalemate at the line, and then they just stayed engaged and locked you in, and then the back's cut off of you, right? So if gassers take more than 10 seconds, what's the benefit? Your players are going to be slower, increases injury risk, and it will ruin your form. And I'm going to tell you why in a second, why form matters. To condition your athletes, heavy prowler sled drive for 3 to 7 seconds with a 35-second walk back, recovery. It's not a true rest. It's just recovery. 6 short sprints, the last 3 to 7 seconds. And then contact preparation, right, which is becoming a huge, kind of fad and trend right now. And, in a sense, it kind of should be, right? And so I'm not going to go through the contact prep thing in its entirety, but we will put it on here for a second. We start off with an AirX pad, and they're locked up and fitted on me. And I just have them to kind of use their shoulder to warm it up and try to warm their shoulder up at 3 different levels. So super low, medium, and high. This is more for tackling right here, but you can kind of get the gist. I mean, you guys probably do a lot of the med ball fits and working med balls and locking and driving out. And so that's always, a good thing to do with your offensive linemen. But you can just kind of get an idea of contact preparation stuff and, the different things that go along with that. Exercise selection, why sprinting? So that's kind of our question number 1, right? Like, why sprinting? Well, we all want to be strong, right? And no weight room exercise will put 3 to 4 times body weight on a single leg, right? And that's what sprinting does. I mean, if you go out and do it, I did it last night, after teaching an entire school day and then coaching from 4 to 6, I sprinted from 6 to 6:30, and whew, it does take a toll on you, right? And so if I'm 240, that's 720 to 960 on each leg for each step. And you're just not going to get that out of reps in a weight room, right? Injury prevention. We just think about bulletproofing the hamstrings and those max velocities done 1 to 2 times a week for 2 to 3 fully recovered reps. And that full recovery would be to wait a minute for every 10 yards, right? So an offensive lineman, 30s might be good enough. And so they need to wait about 3 minutes between, hit another one, then you're good. Do 2 twice a week, right? Movement efficiency. We all want guys that can get out on screens, move up to the second level and to pull and stuff in our gap schemes and pulls. We want guys right now with how fast these linebackers are and people that are sending guys from everywhere, nickels and whatnot. You want to be able to have guys that can, get into pass protection and do it well, right? And not look sloppy. And so when we have to turn and ride a guy, used to call no shit block, when you had to open up your hips and ride a guy upfield and scrape, right? And that's, move well, move fast, right? And then linear speed program. I use Dale Basquet's program, which I'm not going to give to you per se, because that would be, not very kosher. But you can see one of the clips here. High knee, short cycle, stride, right? And that cleans up a lot of form and technique. We'll do that in a bridge version during the season. That might be something you do in pre-practice, and you get guys out to run. And we don't think about doing, maybe in the weight room is short. Maybe you only have 50 minutes in your class, or you don't have a class of weightlifting at all. I've been places we didn't have it at all. It's all after school. Something I would do, at least once a week is to get into a speed program like Dale Basquet's, and I've linked that up for you. And then to do an abridged version. So if he's got 3 of each exercise, do 1, right? 1 high knee, short cycle stride, 1 this, 1 that, and then to get that max velocity sprint out. And you can do that by having guys chase after somebody that's got a 2-3 yard lead. Have them chase after him, and you don't have to break out the free laps and all these gimmicks. I love the free lap, but you don't have to do it. You can just go out and do it, right? And just chase after guys, and competition will be key anyway, right? In what we do in the first place. So dynamic question 2 is why curb sprinting? It's a little closer up that pyramid, away from general preparation. It replicates some sports movements, as we'll see in the clips. Prepares your offensive line when it's time to run Indian group periods, right? Think about screen drill and periods, combo into second level and gap schemes. And then why change of direction drills? Well, early on, when we're not practicing, if you're at a place that restricts practice, right, from November or December all the way through until May or maybe even June, you're going to lose it. Use it or lose it, baby. So you want to use it, and you want to be able to stop and reaccelerate. It's great for hamstrings, it's great for coordination, and it is a lot like how you play. I mean, you're going to sprint. Maybe you're going up to the second levels. You're engaged. You sprint. You want to look good doing it. You're going to re-engage, sprint again, something like that. So you want to be able to do that and do it well. And again, reverse engineering, right? And there's all kinds of data here on reverse engineering for you. Does it apply to sports? Yes. Now we're about to apply it to the offensive line. And Zach Deschamps from TCU is really big into doing that. And you can see Cooper Kupp's route tree and how the different vectors work out for it. And areas of performance, warm-up speed, COD, plyos, agility, power, strength, energy systems, and rehab. So to test some of this stuff that makes it kind of fun, I borrowed this from a few other people and sort of honed it, kind of made it my own. Where we add time if you start dipping in further into these cones that are set on the ground. We're going to time your 10. So you get a couple yards to build into it, and then you're going to sprint and have your 10 timed. And so Grace here is going to sprint, motor down, and since she stopped in that second set of cones, you'd add 0.5 to her sprint, right? If she stops in between the first 2 reds, nothing is added. Anything further than that, you add another second on. And so we start competing in our 10-yard change of direction and ability to slow down, right? And so that's pretty cool just to have a test. As a teacher, I guess, I like to have a test for everything we do. And so that's one of the things, right? And another general prep would just be the standard linear weave. You see a wide receiver here running the linear weave. And so those are about 4 to 5 yards apart inside of the other side of the gym. And just really working on not getting too far wide, right? Weaving right in between and staying in those gaps. And then you've got, snake sprints, which get a little wider here. I think this is a girl soccer player. She's getting really, crazy leg there. But good stuff from her there. Phenomenal worker. And so, yeah, as Uncle Roscoe always says in every stadium and every high school town all over the world, block somebody. So how are we going to do it? We got wide pull versus lateral and curve, matching up dart to a roll and accelerate, matching up the double screen to a shuffle back and sprint or a curve, matching middle screen to a zigzag curve, and an inside zone with the RPO bubble tagged onto it to come to balance. And you can see here how they match up, right? So you're seeing IMG Academy, the enemy, the evil empire. I got some footage from them from a friend. And that's CC, who is now at the University of Miami. I think, heading into spring, he was already starting as a true freshman. He's a massive dude. But you can see how this all matches up. Look at the steps in order from where Olivia here, soccer player, is from where he's going. The crossover step, I let her use her own. It's kind of a choose your own adventure. Use your sports crossover. I don't try to tell these guys how their sport works. So they kind of have to do it on their own. Like master of none, or kind of a philosophy there. And so we're going to see, CC here run his wide pull. It's funny about this clip. He didn't touch a sole. Maybe you got a pinky nail on that guy if he forgot to trim earlier this week. Right, so you can see old CC getting out there. That's against St. Francis, so this is like best on best, right? And then now you can kind of see some of these elite soccer players. Same stuff, right? Crossover step, turn, curve, and go. And while you're not, and then there's some youths getting some work in there too. And so going back again in reverse engineering and matching what you see in your plays to what you can do as a strength and conditioning coach. While you're not able to run plays, or you want to get a little bit of extra time in, that's kind of the theory there. So you've got dart versus a rolling acceleration. So rolling back and accelerating, right? That's a high level private school soccer player there on the state championship team here in Raleigh, and you can see exactly how dart works. Our guy in the pink sleeves is our guy here to watch. So, some reason that one's not running. Uh-oh. What happened here? I'll have to go back and get that thing for you later. But you can see her running the drill, right? So she's going to go down, out, and around, and then work up field, right? And that's important for us. We can see the double screen here. This is from when I was the offensive coordinator, an offensive line coach at Broughton here in Raleigh before my retirement. We scored 30-something points a game back then. Nowadays, not so much. But you can see here, he takes that jab step, works in, starts to come outside. He's going to work a flat path down and then start to turn up field. Also doesn't touch much of a sole, but, can't win them all. And then you can see here with the shuffle back and curve as well. These are all kind of similar there. We can watch that double. Paul steps inside, comes up field. He's got that out pattern. You can see it's a curved sprint, right? And he was recovering from a broken leg. So he's moving pretty good for a guy that, was a little on the overweight side with a broken leg. So how do we attach that to what we're doing in the weight room? You can see here on the first one, shuffle back, work up field in a nice flat pattern. He's going to accelerate out of that. And then you've got Nat, who's going to shuffle back, turn, and run the curve, right? Depending on what angle you think your double screen is going to wind up in. Middle screen, we ran that there at Broughton as well for those couple of years I was there. Our three, obviously, interior linemen are in this screen. Our tackles are wide setting, trying to draw guys kind of inside out, trying to get them to go real wide. Then we're going to throw right up, inside of them, let the tackles come in. And then our three inside guys, obviously, as you can see in the clip there, the screenshot are going to run in. And the zigzag curve kind of works the same way. And so it looks very similar to what we get here out of the clip. As you can see, our linemen kind of working up, zigzagging around, picking guys up, working up field. And then you can see how it works almost the same way. He's got to zigzag up, come up, pick up field. And so again, we're not trying to do exactly what you guys do or I used to do on the practice field, because to me, that's over the line of what I do. I don't do that, right? That's for you guys. What we do is prepare them to go to you and be able to do this stuff on the field. And so here's a little is RPO bubble, simple stuff. Guy takes it to the house. We're a little more focused on the offensive line guys. And it's come to balance. This is an NC Central linebacker who I worked with in the summer before his freshman year, but also as his coach there at the high school level for a couple of years. We can see that inside zone. Looking at our lineman. The center is the guy we want to keep our eyes on. Tall, thin guy. He's now a rower for UNC. I had to do the rowing motion to be able to remember what the word was. Nice little touchdown there, and you can see him here once our camera guy starts having a nervous breakdown. You can see 64 getting upfield and just working, right? So again, that's that come to balance. I'm going to sprint and get out, come to balance, sprint up again. You can see Reg here do that. Yeah, and he doesn't come to a full balance. He's just kind of giving me that pitter pat. And this is available for you guys in a full cut up and drill tape, and it'll take you through everything. So you're going to be able to see each one of the general preps. You're going to have dart, mixed in there. For some reason it worked there, but it didn't work in the other thing. And all the plays and how they line up to the drill specifically, and even the 10-yard test are all in there. So you have all the access to those things, and the ability really to see that for what you basically need to see it. Now, I wanted some time, if anybody has any questions, to go ahead and ask away about anything. I literally just came from working with a high school wide receiver who's a starting wide receiver at Wake Forest High here, and a Division I quality basketball player and an adult women's rugby player. So, today alone, yesterday, I had a JV offensive lineman at Heritage and a national ranked tennis player. So anybody have any questions about any of this stuff, how to use it, how to implement it, just please go ahead and ask away.
Coach right here said, great stuff. Coach, well, I will ask you a question while guys are trying to come in. What made you want to get into doing strength and conditioning?
Well, it's an interesting question. So, it was one of those things that was just part of what we did, right? Like, we did it at my house. My dad was a strength coach and a baseball coach and was a firefighter. And it was just a part of our household. My brother is a really high-level baseball player. Obviously played hockey and football and wrestled. And it was kind of a part of what you did. As a coach, it was a really good way to stick around and to be there in the off season when I was in college. I didn't play college football. You want to stick around college, kind of help out. And you sort of, grow it and adapt that way. And you learn a lot more about what's going on. You also learn the players better, and you get to spend more time with them and the other coaches. It's not just in the mass rush of practice, right? And then when I took over at Cornerstone Charter down in Belle Isle, Florida, we were absolutely terrible. There was 8-9 guys in the program when I took it over. It was pretty much dead. We owed $20,000 in debt that, somebody had left. The weight room didn't exist. It was literally empty. We did not have a home field. So it was a real part of the process. And so we did the same stuff we'd always done, same things I'd always done, right? So we did, bigger, faster, stronger. Not there's anything wrong with it. It's just nowadays I wouldn't necessarily use that as my fallback. We ran them to death. We did all the different circuits and ladders and all that stuff, and we ground them up and spit them out, right? When you only have 17 guys, you think that that's the answer in a sense, but you're just leading to more injuries, guys quitting, and I know you don't really want it. There is a slippery slope on guys who would quit because you ran them a little hard, but
yeah,
it is a slippery slope, and sometimes you need people that you may otherwise not need when you have 35 people. Somebody might have been like Sia, but you can't when there's 17. So it just became more and more of a thing where I thought, we're getting better at the X's and O's thing, but we're not going to recruit. So we're going to get whoever shows up. We've got to develop the guys who show up. And we, had a quarterback, and I timed him at a 5.9 in the 40, right? And you're probably thinking like, holy crap, that's slow. And then in 18 months, he ran a 4.9. Well, he went from running for 1.8 yards per carry to like 5.5. And the difference between that is obviously 1st and 10 is being 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9, or it's being 2nd and 4 or 5. And so it was a method that Dale Basquette came in. We had gone and changed a lot of our lifting. And then Dale Basquette had come in and brought him in. And man, he just changed everything for me. And that's a great question that just got posted. How much time do you spend teaching form running? Bigger kids don't know how to run. And so Dale had a great point on this. He said, just because you're bigger doesn't mean you can't run well. And he's right. It doesn't take a lot, especially if you use this program. It's literally eyes are up, find a focal point to stare at. So if you have something on the fence that you can maybe hang a cone from it or a laundry loop or something and say, we're going to run at this fence, or we're going to run right at the goalpost. Right? So maybe you're not going to do it on the track. Maybe you're going to do it on the field. We're going to run directly at the goalpost. Eyes are up, right? We're going to be here. You're going to rub your ribs. Your fingers are going to be like knives. If you're going to rub your ribs, fingers, knives, and your eyes are up, almost everything else is going to come with it. Butt cheek to face cheek. Butt cheek to face cheek, right? So you're not chopping like this. You're rotating at the shoulder. Think about the pin in the shoulder. And pretty much they pick it up. I had a tennis player I had yesterday. Geez, she came in running something awful. Even her tennis coach was concerned. Like her actual skills coach was concerned. Like, this is just bad. And by the end, I'm not going to say she was a 10 at the end. No. But she went from being a 0. I would consider her running a 0 after one session, she was probably in the 4 or 5 range out of 10. That's a lot of improvement, and we only, the running part in the gym that we do is probably about 10, 15 minutes out of the hour. So I don't think it takes that long. A big thing for those guys is distances. Your big guy doesn't need to run 53 to 30 yards or 100 or a 300. That's why they're going to run like crap. If all they're doing is running 20s, they're going to spend a lot more time on it. I mean, I'm a bigger person. I'm only 5'9" and 245 pounds, right? I'm not exactly, slim and trim. So for me, it's the same thing. I abridge a lot of Dale down because he finds the middle. Yeah. He's approaching the 40-yardish, 35-yard range. You can pare it down for O-line, and then you span it out for running backs and receivers, right? And so if I was to do it, I mean, let's say if you're going to – this summer, you're going to have guys in 4 days a week. I would have, a curve day, a day that you work on your actual Indy and stuff like that, of course, which would be your COD day. Because once you're in there in the summer, the COD day can kind of go to the side. That's Indy period. And then 2 linear days. So 2 days where you are focusing on sprint mechanics. But again, you don't have to get blocks. I would never do that. I wouldn't even start in a down stance. I would just have them up with toe to heel. The leg that's back is the arm that's up, and have them work out of that. And if you follow Dale's, practice and you fit it to what you do, I think that, it literally doesn't take much time. I mean, again, in the gym, we abridge it. In the pre-practice, I would abridge it. It would probably take at most 12 minutes, I'd say, under 15. So it isn't taxing. And again, it's fingers like knives, eyes up, fingers like knives, rub ribs. Eyes up, fingers like knives, rub ribs. Okay, butt cheek, face cheek, butt cheek, face cheek. You can say 4 things, and they do exactly how it is. And the funny part is everybody you remember that commercial where the dad is throwing the baseball and the kid throws it real weird. Then you see the dad like, good job, son. The dad throws it really strange, almost looks like Tim Wakefield. Hopefully that's not how I run, and then everybody watches exactly how I do it. But a lot of the guys girls that you see come through run exactly the same way because I've taught them Dale's method, and everybody in that program runs almost identically the same way. So you can always see in a tape who didn't go with me and who's been with me based on how they run. They almost all run the exact same way.
There's another one, Coach.
Sammy T, former player of mine who's been through the tortures of knowing me for a long time. All the agony of that. There's sadists and masochists in every business. We know which one he is. Coach, how do you incorporate speed training at programs where there is no emphasis? Wow, that's a great question, too. When I got to Broughton, there was no emphasis on speed training at all. It was gassers and conditioning, and we have to be 4 quarters strong. And the funny thing was, by the 4th quarter, they were down 49-0 in almost every game they played. They had been 2-9 consecutive years and 1-10 the 3 years prior to that in a row. So they hadn't won very many games. And it was like, well, you're scoring with your varsity #1 offense against somebody's like JV throw-in, third teamers. Well, of course you scored in the 4th quarter. All their worst players were in, and the running clock is going. The game's short. It's not because you ran 100 300s in the summer. It's because they were putting their worst players in against your best. So I just tried to push it to, what are you going to do when the talent isn't there? The first year I was there, we were very talented college football players, right? The second year we didn't. We had kids who went to college to, hang out and be normal college students, or to be on the crew team and not on the dang football team, right? So how do you do that? How do you make those guys win 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games? And that was the gap question, right? When you look at the science, I mean, being a nerd, it's easier for me, I guess, to approach science. But when you look at the science, it just proves its point. If you want to run stadiums, time them. Mm-hmm. If they aren't within the 3 to 7 second range of going up and 35-second recovery, you're not training for football. Should you go a little bit under and a little bit over? Sure. And when we do stuff like curve sprinting and COD, it's not a 3-minute wait. You turn around, walk back, get in the line, and go again, right? Like that stuff is a 30-second wait. I usually think curve sprinting would be about 45 seconds between each one, and COD is about 30 to 35. But the linear sprint, so Dale's drills are just walk back and go again. So you might wait 1 minute for 30 yards. But when you run a max velocity sprint with everything you got, so a 20 or 40 or 60, that has to have the time period. So science is one way. If people, the thing is there are people that you could never convince of anything, and you're probably just at a loss and you want to change jobs. Because if you can never convince them and they keep losing and people keep getting injured, that's the number one thing is do no harm, right? And if people keep getting injured, there's nothing you're probably going to convince them if they don't see injuries and losses and think maybe it's me. And that's where at CCA where I thought it's my fault. So now how do I fix it? And Dale Basquette was the idea to fix it.
Awesome. Well, Coach, you literally just that's right there at 30 minutes. I mean, you can keep talking if you want to, because we're at lunch. So guys are going to be coming in and going. I'm rolling right through lunch. But otherwise, I'm just going to keep these guys entertained, and I'm just kind of hitting up some guys that are asking me questions. But guys, hit up Coach. Any questions? He's got his socials right there, his business name and all that stuff. Hit him up and pick his brain. You know, he's coming on here. He's giving you free game, as the kids say. So come on and pick his brain, because this is an area that I'm not well versed in. So that's why I wanted to have a strength guy come on, especially talk specifically with offensive line play. So, Coach, I appreciate that.
Of course, man. I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah. Guys, we're going to roll right through lunch. If anybody has any questions, drop them. Keep signing in. There's 39 guys in here. Guys are coming in and out. Make sure you like the stream. We are getting better today. I'm having guys hit me up on Twitter, being like, "Oh, I'm getting in late. Can I get the stream?" So I'm sending them the stream. Make sure y'all are sending it out, and we will keep on getting better. Oh, man. Today's gone by fast. Let's see. What do y'all want to talk about? Because we got 20 minutes till next coach comes on, and y'all come and go. Get yourself a sandwich. Come hang out. That's what I'll say. I have nothing to eat, so my wife is out of town. I cook here, but my wife is out of town, so I don't feel like cooking. I will cook dinner, but yeah. Holla at me. So we got some comments. Let's see. So I'm having to go back and forth. Yep. He said, if you want the presentation for free, Coach Tatum is the code. That's a great code right there. Just leave a review. Guys, reviews are huge for private businesses. My dad has a private business. He has a small business, private business. So reviews are huge, and they go a long way. So make sure you do that for Coach. He came in. He gave some time for you guys. So make sure you give some time for him. Holla at me. We halfway through the day. It doesn't really feel like it, because we haven't really been through a lot. One thing I want to address. I don't know if you're still here or not. I'm petty, okay. But I'm gonna keep it 100. So I tell my kids, I'll never lie to you. I'll never lie for you. I'm gonna keep it 100 all the time. Because I think that's what character is. But what I will say is, I saw the comment that was made in the chat. I'm not going to address the person, but I'm going to address the comment. If you don't like something on here, get to stepping. We ain't got to deal with it. So something you don't like, a coach ain't getting to his topic like you feel like he should. Well, guess what? It's my clinic, and these guys have been gracious enough to give their time. And so we are going to go with what they say. And we're here to listen to them. They're not being paid. You didn't pay anything. So we're going to roll on. That's the last time I should be able to have to say that. So you don't like it? Kick rocks. So let's talk guardian caps and knee braces. Anyway, requiring kids to wear them. Coach DeBose, my dude, what I will say is about guardian caps and knee braces or anything extra for your kids, right? If you can afford it, cool. If you can't, I'm not worried about it. Until they start requiring guardian caps and knee braces, I'm not requiring guardian caps and knee braces, especially since they can get expensive. Knee braces are huge for offensive line. They are. When I was in college, all the starters and the twos had them because knees are very delicate and you can get rolled up on. Guardian caps, there is science and there is data to support helping with concussions, lowering the rate of concussions, and they're fantastic. But if you can't afford them, cool. But if you can afford it, I think go for it, man. That's what I will say. Now, requiring kids to wear them, I don't know if you can require it. But I mean, if you have the means, go for it. Let's see. Sorry, I should have put your comment up. There it is. Next one. How can I get my hands on the presentation again, please? Coach is on Twitter. I'll pull up his Twitter. He just mentioned me in his tweet. I'll retweet it. Coach Navarro, I'm gonna retweet it right now. You can go, you can get it. So thank you to Coach for presenting today. There you go. So I just retweeted that. So y'all go and show Coach some love. He didn't have to, but he did. He came on and talked. Coach Rapanick, my dog, another speaker coming and hanging out with us during lunch. We just ordered guardian caps for OLDL and linebackers and running backs in our program. I would love to do knee braces, but big money for kids with no insurance, 100%. So, like I said, if you can afford it, which I don't know the pricing on guardian caps. I have to ask somebody that knows. But I would assume it's going to cost you some money. So, if you can afford it, do it. If not, figure it out. But yeah, hit up Coach about the presentation. I mean, that was great stuff. This is being recorded, so you should be able to go back and watch it. But he has links and stuff. He has links to people that he knows or he's worked with. You can link to their stuff. You probably have to pay for that, but I mean, you can use Coach for everything he's got. It's free today. Use Coach Tatum, which is an awesome code. Yeah, we are rolling on. My dog Brody is right here in the floor asleep, and we're gonna keep rolling on. Coach Hensley. Our entire program was donated guardian caps. They have affectionately been nicknamed helmets. Okay. Kids are required to have their helmet every day at practice. Well, cool. I mean, yeah, they're great. Let's see. Thanks to our booster club. Okay, cool. Our OL room went from 14 to 36 in 6 weeks last year. Oh, $50? Oh, shoot. Okay. Cool. We got 30, and they were about $1,100, I believe. If we have the ability to do something to protect our kids in our game, no question. Our AD is big on that stuff. Heck yeah. And Coach and I talked about this yesterday. Coach Rapanick and I did. Literally having good administration is priceless. So his AD is big on it. So if you can get somebody that, it will okay it. I mean, obviously you got to protect your kids. That's how I would present it. But I'm not sure, Coach, you're talking about your OL room went. Oh, you're talking about went from 14 to 36. You're talking about kids? If you went from 14 to 36, good Lord. But yeah, let me check the schedule real quick. And I know Coach Ty Rogers is supposed to be the speaker after lunch. He is going to talk about outside zone. First outside zone topic. He's from Coach Houston, Texas. Let's see. Coming up on your first year coaching, I played OL in high school and college, but I have been in strength and conditioning for the past 4 years. Any advice? My first year as an OL coach. Everybody clap it up for Coach Jonah Milton. Okay, Coach, you're going to Southeast Alamance, right? The new startup program, correct? I believe, with Coach Aguilar. Shout out to our North Carolina guy. Yeah. So everybody clap it up for a first year coach. Coach, I love it. First year as offensive line coach, find a mentor. And I'm not talking about a coach, not a coaching mentor. I'm talking about an offensive line mentor. Okay. I'm not throwing myself out there. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying find somebody that you can learn from. I don't know, like Coach Aguilar, if he's got the background in offensive line, pick his brain though. He's a head coach. Got to know something, right? But find guys around your area that you can hit up and just talk ball, talk offensive line. You need to know what your everyday drills are going to be. Some things that you know you're going to work on every day. For me, I always try to do stance and starts. So put them in a 3-point stance, put them in a 2-point stance. Work your steps. Whether if you're going to be a zone team, work your zone steps, inside and outside zone, getting your first and second steps in the ground. If you're a gap scheme team, work a lot of down blocks, work a lot of pulls, work a lot of combos to backside and frontside linebackers. Just know what you're going to do. Have a plan. Always have a plan for every day. Oh, God, sorry, I'm getting notifications. Okay. Make sure you always have a plan for every day, and then have your run emphasis and have your pass pro emphasis. Okay, I don't know what kind of. I mean, I would assume it's the same stuff he did at Eastern Guilford before he left. But know what you got to do on offense for run game and pass game. But then, like I said, be honest with your kids. Love your kids. Love them. As soon as they know that you got their back, they're going to have yours, and they're going to play even harder for you. So that's all I feel like I can say right now. But, hey, heck yeah. Is this your first year coaching OL or first year coaching period? Because those are two different things. To me, it's kind of like doing it all over again. But if it's your first one coaching OL, yeah, just, you know about all your drills and stuff. You just make sure. But offensive linemen are delicate. They're the best group on the field, but sometimes you gotta not take it easy on them, but you gotta kind of bring them along and make them feel important. That's what I'll say. Make them feel important. If anybody else wants to comment on that and help Coach Melton out, because they had number shoot up. That is awesome. That's 36 offensive linemen. I can't imagine that. I would assume most of them are playing defensive line as well. I would hope, because that's a big room, even split between, unless it's varsity, JV, and freshman. But Coach Hensley, outside zone or wide zone, Tatum, which do you prefer? I'll be honest with you, I don't run outside zone. I don't run wide zone. So I guess learning about it, I would say wide zone. And the reason is because I've listened and learned more about wide zone than outside zone. But honestly, you're splitting hairs because at the end of the day, everybody's reaching and running. But I would say wide zone because my band, Coach Caduti down in Texas, he's the wide zone guy. He's got his own YouTube. He doesn't really post much because he's a head coach and he's super busy. But he's active on Twitter. Get on there and talk. Listen to him talk about wide zone. Now, if you ask some guys outside zone or just straight up stretch, like turn to the sideline and run, elephants on parade, get to the sideline, that kind of stuff, I mean, shoot. That's what you want to do? Cool. We get our outside runs with bash and power read and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we're gonna run jet this year. So I'm gonna be teaching. We're gonna call it sweep because we are a gap scheme team. So we're not calling it outside zone. We're calling it sweep. It's the same thing, but we're gap scheme. Yeah, we're doing that. All right. Coach Melton, been coaching the strength and conditioning at college level for the past 4 years. First year is high school level. Boy, you're in for it. You're in for it. Kids are fun. But yeah, you're at the new high school, I believe. So hey, there's not many expectations, which can be good and bad. So set your own. set your own expectations, set your own standards that mirror the head coaches, but have a little bit to do with you, right? How you want things to happen in your offensive line room. Coach says all levels. That's awesome. Coach Hensley, Jonah, anything you can do to build camaraderie in your offensive line room this offseason is huge. Yes. Whether it be getting them together, going out, or just doing drills together, make them feel important just together, right? That's huge. Build that camaraderie. Make them I don't know if you're working in the building. If you're working in the building, once the school year comes and they all eat in the cafeteria, try to get them to eat together. You want them to be best friends. That's really what you want. What are your thoughts about playing exclusively out of a 3-point stance? It's not for me, but if I have a kid that plays better in a 2-point stance, I'm gonna let him do it because I want the kid to be successful. I don't want my mindset to dominate. But yeah, if they can play in a 2-point stance, let them play. But for me, guards are a 3. But that's what it is. Coach says, and emphasize the players that keeping their new rooms clean. Yes. Okay, you have a new facility. Keep it clean. Keep it nice. I'm excited for what y'all going to do at Southeast, Coach. I would love to go to a new program and start one. That would be huge. Be able to set standards, and there's no history. You get to set your own history. To me that'd be awesome. 5 minutes until Coach Rogers comes on. I'm gonna text him, make sure that we are still on pace to be great. Coach Rogers. Hey, Coach, are you ready to go? Hope everybody had a good lunch. I was talking ball with y'all for lunch. I did eat a little breakfast, though. So y'all just couldn't see me because I was hiding. No doubt. Super excited. I'm excited for you, Coach. You played in the 3A out in Alamance County, so go you. You're not playing anywhere near me, so it'll be an awesome opportunity for sure. No doubt, Coach. No doubt. Got emailed. But yeah. Guys, we're coming up on 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. My dog keeps knocking my stuff off and my charger out of my computer. But yeah. Guys are coming and going. That's cool. I'm really interested to see when, like, the vast majority of everybody's going to come and bombard this thing. Because we've been at, like, 40 to 50 guys consistently, which is outstanding. But out of 270 guys, I am kind of interested to see when the big rush is going to come through. Please let me know. Okay. Yep. Guys, until Coach gets on here, what's your favorite college team? Let me know that. Football. What's your favorite college football team? Mine is North Carolina State University. Go Wolfpack. Happens to be the same mascot of the high school team that I coach for, Walkertown. Go Wolfpack. Let me know. Kind of just some interaction. Just want you to know, if you say Carolina, I'm talking about North Carolina, you're wrong. So just don't even put that. Just be like, if you're gonna say Carolina, just be like oh my gosh. Just say a team in North Carolina. Don't say University of North Carolina. Carroll College. I know exactly where that is, Coach. Coach Melton said Tar Heels. Can't even talk crap. See, a couple of days ago, I was able to talk crap and be like, shit, Carolina didn't make the tournament. Then State lays an egg and we suck. So we lose in the first round. So it is what it is. But football is where it's at. Meet us on the football field, coach. I feel like there's 35 guys on here, and like 25 of them just have it on, which is fine. Some are driving down the highway listening to us. Helena, Montana. Good AIs. Yep. Program tough league. Yep. I want to visit Montana one day, coach. One day. I might go and never come back. But it'll be all right. My wife don't like the cold, though, so probably not going to be for us. Well, not sure where coach is. All I know about Montana is from the series Yellowstone. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. My father loves Yellowstone. That is his jam. Coach Rapanick, it's beautiful. We went last summer. Great fishing, too. Oh, I love fishing. I love fishing. He said Montana will do that to you. Be careful. Yep. Coach Short says, go Gators. Go Gators, Coach. Go Gators. Oh, this is not going to be another situation. I haven't heard from Coach Rogers. It is what it is. I just keep hanging out with y'all. It's cool. Four hours and 30 minutes. Yep. At 1 o'clock, my boy CJ Cain's coming on. I don't know if Coach Cain is on the chat or not, but he is the offensive line coach at Barton College here in North Carolina. Anyone run duo? Does anybody run duo? I was going to do a video on duo. I don't know if I did I? No, I haven't done one yet. I was going to do a video on duo. It's not something that we've tried to run a little bit. Not true duo, but it's great stuff. It's really good. I love the read for the running back, reading the linebacker. I like it. But I don't know. I think you should have an A-gap play, which you can hit A, B, or C. But you need an inside run. Let's see. Coach Davidson got the clinic on one screen, my PlayStation on the other. My wife out of town, too. Been a great morning so far. Coach, what are you playing? I'm a gamer. You can't see it, but I have my Xbox right here. Last night, guys, I didn't go to bed till 3 o'clock in the morning. And I got up at 7:20. Come on, do this clinic. Got up, took a shower, got ready. My best friend lives in Memphis, and so he's an hour behind. And and he has 2 kids, and one was born at the end of February, so he is dealing with that. So only time he can get on, hang out, we play games like that is like really late at night. So I bit the bullet and did that. And but we play COD, Rocket League, Hogwarts Legacy. I'm low key a nerd too, guys. So Hogwarts Legacy, stuff like that. But let's see, Coach Patterson. We feel it's easier for the O-line compared to inside zone, no doubt. Getting all of them to work at one time in unison. It's hard. I mean, it takes reps. I mean, you can do it. That's why we don't run outside zone, because we didn't feel like we could do all those runs we do so well and do outside zone. It's just a lot. But yeah, and then Coach Hensley, it's a good play. You can build a lot of wrinkles into it. The blocking is very similar to midline. Yep. Coach, PS5, Xbox, Coach. Xbox. Hold on. Because I'm about it. Xbox. So, well, I don't know. I might text Coach Cain, see if he can come on early and see what he's talking about. I kind of feel like some guys are getting messed up right now with the time difference. So, Coach, I play Madden, but yeah, playing Madden. Had to release all this year's free agents and sign them through real deals in our franchise. Yep. Me and my buddy, we do an online franchise, and we just got to the off season last night too. So. Yep, I don't know where our coach is, so I'm gonna text Coach Cain, and we can talk about wide zone instead of outside zone. He said he's watching the stream. So heck yeah, Coach Cain's gonna hop on. We're gonna talk about some wide zone, and maybe he'll tell us which one's better. Obviously, he's gonna say wide zone, but if you don't know Coach Cain, he's a really good dude. Put his thing up. I've been studying duo a bit this offseason from the Rams, thinking I might be better number 3 run to pair with wide and inside zone than taking time to teach power and counter. Won't have to pull ever. That hurts my heart, Coach. Hurts my heart. Power and counters where it's at. That's just for me. I know you it might not be for you. It's all good. There he is. All right. Coach coming on and saving the day.
Get set up real quick.
All right.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me, Coach?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna keep this up like this, but sorry, give me 1 second.
It's all good.
Turn this down a little bit. All right. So, can everybody see my screen?
Not yet. It hasn't come through.
Screen.
There we go.
Perfect.
All right. We got it. I'm going to step away and you got it.
All righty. So, guys, I want to do a little conversation here about one of our base plays here at Barton College. Wide zone for us is our bread and butter. Okay, this is our go-to run, regardless of who we're playing, regardless of the scheme that we're getting. This is what we want to do. Like I said, I'm Coach Cain. I'm the run game coordinator, offensive line coach, and video coordinator at Barton College. For those of you that may not know much about us, we're a newer Division II program located in Wilson, North Carolina, so right between Raleigh and Raleigh and Greenville. This is going into season 3 of competition. We were set to play our first season in 2020, but due to COVID, we weren't able to. So we played 2021 this past fall, and then we're prepping for this upcoming season. So you see my contact information, on the screen. Feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, email, whatever. So a background on us, or background on me, like you see on the screen. I got my start coaching high school football. Was at the Cannon School in Concord, North Carolina for 2 seasons. Moved to Pennsylvania right during the beginning stages of COVID. And then got my first college opportunity that following January. Moved around a little bit and just finished my first full calendar year here at Barton College. Us by the numbers. So this past season, we ran 723 plays as an offense. We're a slower tempo team. We're going to huddle. We're going to break the huddle. We're going to play a lot of 12 personnel, ground and pound football. 155 of our 723 plays were some variation of wide zone this past year. And by being able to run wide zone so much, it's really allowed us to set up our play action. Some just quick statistics, just on wide zone alone. We averaged 6 yards per play. We finished 16th in the nation in total rushing, led the conference in rushing, and had the number four running back in the nation. So, still building off that with a young group. Lucky enough to have all 5 starters coming back this year, our quarterback coming back, running back coming back. All those guys are doing a great job. So wide zone for us, like I said earlier, it's a go-to play. We feel that we can find a way to run it regardless of who we're playing, regardless of the scheme that we'll see. We're in the South Atlantic Conference, and, in my opinion, it's one of the top 3 toughest Division II conferences in the nation. We're playing Lenoir-Rhyne, Newberry, Wingate, Tusculum, Mars Hill, the list goes on. Primarily we run this play from under center or from the pistol. We've worked some throughout this spring ball, being able to run it from the sidecar. It's a little bit different for our tailback, but a lot of our success came from under center or from the pistol. We teach this play as a stretch to puncture. Okay, we are pressing, and I'll get on the aim point a little bit, but we're pressing to the call side butt of the ghost tight end, and we're working to get the linebackers to flow. Once they flow, our tailback puts his foot in the ground, and finds the crease. We do not reach guys. Okay, we find guys on their angle and we keep them on their angle. Okay, we're working for horizontal displacement. We're trying to take guys and create a new line of scrimmage. And sometimes wide zone gets misconstrued and mislabeled as a finesse play. So for us, it is just as physical as inside zone, as counter, as power. We're running off the ball, but we're doing it while creating a new line of scrimmage. For us, our aim point, okay, we're getting our backside hand into the sternum and our backside knee through the crotch. That's the first part of it for us. Day one install, when we talk about wide zone, we get done drawing it on the board. We start talking about, well, how are we going to accomplish this goal? And you'll hear me say this all the time. My guys hear it all the time. Did you get your backside hand to the sternum? Did you get your backside knee through the crotch? Okay. I use a aim point of get your eyes to the play side shoulder pad. A lot of my terminology I use with my guys is play side, backside, play side, backside. Okay. So when I say play side, if we're running the ball to the left, okay, it would be the defender's right shoulder pad. Okay. So we're not turning our butt to the hole or to the outside. we work guys on angles and we press back into them. Sometimes a guy's going to play into our chest, or he's going to dive inside, and we have to, seal it, and the ball's going to get to the edge. But when that happens, we're pressing back into the defender. So it's not just run to the outside, turn your butt. It's get that backside hand to the sternum and press him back in. When we get to the second level, we're working with the same idea. We're trying to get our eyes across the linebacker. Sometimes, someone said it earlier, linebackers are much better athletes than us up front. So if they beat us to the point, we run them past the point. If they beat us to where the tailback should go, we're running them by that, and the tailback will make us right. Like I said earlier, our running back's aim point on wide zone is the inside leg of the ghost tight end. This is not a cutback play. Our running back is being taught to press that thing as far as he can press it and then puncture the defense where he sees the hole. Some of the techniques I'll talk about, we're either covered or uncovered. I know most of you guys, probably all you guys, teach like this. Our covered O linemen, you're either the lead lift in a zone combo or you're running a catch hand reach. So lead lift, that's what I call my post guy or my lead guy in a zone combination. We don't use the term doubles because one of our combo calls is a double. So everything's a combo. Gap scheme, run zone scheme, everything's a combo. So catch hand reach is just what I was talking about a little bit ago. That's getting that backside hand to the sternum, knee to the crotch. It's a solo block on wide zone. Primarily, we get this if we run to the open side, away from the tight end, which we do a lot, and we're running it at a 5 technique, and the tackle's got one-on-one with that guy. He's reaching, he's getting his inside hand into the sternum, backside knee to the crotch. One of the little techniques I'll teach my guys, if we can't get there, the guy's fighting, he's taught well, he's not letting us reach him, we toss him out of the club. We displace him and we throw him, outside, keep him outside. All right, if you're uncovered, okay, you're either the overtake man in a zone combo, you're the second guy, or you're working what we call a 3-step indicator. And I stole that terminology from Oregon, and all that's saying is if you're the uncovered guy and we're working a zone combination between the right guard and the right tackle, ball being ran to the right, and the guard's uncovered, he's got 3 steps to understand if he's going to knock it over, if he's going to take over the block, or if he's going to climb vertical. Okay, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in the next slide. Okay, so like I was talking about our catch hand reach. Okay, this is our solo call on wide zone. We're teaching them backside hand to the sternum, backside knee to the crotch. Some of this is repetitive. If they dive inside, that's the only time that we really turn back on a D lineman. But we do have adjustments if we notice that that's a common thing for teams to do to us. So 3-step indicator. This is our process for uncovered O linemen. And these vary. It's 3 steps on wide zone because of how we're trying to press the ball. Inside zone, it's a 1 to 2 step indicator. So they have a decision to make. Are they going to knock it over, take it over, climb? Most offensive linemen are big boys, so I teach it using food. If you see a little meat hanging on the bone, go ahead and knock it over. You see a lot of meat hanging on the bone, go ahead and take it over. You see no meat hanging, climb vertical. Some of our terminology, I know a little bit of this is just boring, but our front side zone combos are, we have a single, which is our play side guard and center, a double, which is our play side guard and play side tackle, a triple is a play side tackle and tight end combo, backside scoop, slip, sled, it's backside guard and center, backside guard and backside tackle, and then backside tackle and backside tight end. With our zone combinations, guys, we set our combinations based on the linebacker alignment. So if we get a shade, we're running the ball to the right, and we have a front side 30 backer. We're telling our center he's reaching that shade by himself. The guard's working vertical to the 30 backer. That same play, we get a stacked backer. Now we're running a single. If that guy goes backside, this is where some of this stuff starts going in with a thin and thick call. For us, a thin call is anytime that linebacker is shaded head up to front side of the play. That's basically telling the overtake guy that the lead lift guy is going to give him a little bit of help, but he's got to get on his horse and go. That thick call is going to be when that linebacker is backside of the play. So that means we're going to really mash that down lineman. We're gonna create movement and create a wall, for the tailback to puncture the defense. And then just some of our terminology that we use when we're talking about defensive line play. Are they chasing the play? It's pretty obvious. Is the D lineman playing to the call side gap? Do you have a 3 technique that off the snap, he's running to the ball? If the ball's ran to the right, he's not really playing his gap. He's just trying to run and chase the ball. Is he staking the gap? This is more so, guys who play maybe a 2 instead of a 3, or a tight shade instead of a true shade or a 2-eye. Are they playing hard through that gap? Are they, trying to eat up a double team and free up a linebacker? Then are they backdooring it? Do you have a 3 technique to the call side, running the ball to the right, and he likes to dive back inside? He slow plays it, lets you overreach him, and then he dives inside. Okay, so that's how we communicate when we come off the field. Just trying to make it universal for my guys. So we're not saying a bunch of different things. We're all saying, hey, he's chasing it, he's staking it, he's backdooring it. Hey, we went thick here, we went thin here, so on and so forth. Some of our variations that we'll use, I know it's a lot. Some of them are for, 3-3 stacks. Some of them are for a tight front. Some of them are for, 4 down. So just kind of show you guys some of the variations we'll use. Cut is just split zone for us. Boss is telling us that our fullback or our H, our sniffer, whatever terminology you want to use, he has the +1 on the play. If we got a 4-3 box and they roll a safety down, he would have that safety in the alley. Bob is something we started this spring. Our defense shifted from a 4 down to a 3-3 stack or a tight front. They've bounced between the two. But this is our way when we get that true 3-3 stack with no overhang presence to get the fullback to block the play side backer, and we bump our zone combos back a guy. It's a way for us to be able to get 6-on-6 and make those corners and safeties have to make the play, on our tailback. Lock is a very common tag for us. That's just telling us when we have the tight end backside that if he has a defensive end, he's based the defensive end. If he doesn't have a defensive end, he has an open gap. He's solidifying the gap, and then he's climbing vertical. Watch, this is more of a, spread tag for us. When we're trying to play more 11 personnel, and this just tells us that the backside guard and tackle are locked. And you see in parentheses sometimes, if we call watch and the backside guy is a tight shade, it's going to end up turning into a zone combo between that guard and center. Search, so more of a heavier tag for us. We line up in 2 tights and a fullback when we're trying to mash people sometimes, and search tells us that the fullback's inserting for the first linebacker play side. We handle linebackers 2 and 3, if it's a 3-backer box. And then some stuff, Gary is just a guard down on a 2-eye or a shade and the center pulls around. And a wipe call is just if we have a backside 3 and maybe the backers cheated front side, we'll have that guard work back on the 3 and the tackle will fold underneath them. How we handle our movements and blitzes, we use a color scheme. If we're game plan for somebody and they give us a lot of movements, a lot of blitzes, we'll put in yellow, orange, or red color calls. A yellow call is just telling us, that the tackle guard center, when we have a 2-eye, we've been tipped off that, hey, they like to give us movement to the 2-eye. So we'll tell them yellow, orange is versus a 3-tech, and red is just that anytime we can call it with the center, front side guard, backside guards. More so if we have a tight shade and they like to cross face, away from the play. But all these color calls are, guys, is we're telling those guys affected, as you see, the tackle, guard, center, whatever, that they're square dragging through their gap. So they're essentially shuffling. They're getting their eyes up. They're leaving that backside hand, dragging it for their buddy, but then they're getting vertical. So it's just a way for us to be able to take on any sort of movement, any sort of pinch, or any sort of single edge pressure. It's just a drawing of our wide zone, how we block it. I'm not going to read through all this, obviously, so that way I can get to some film stuff. But it's just kind of our base stuff that I talked about. This is our boss call. The B, which is our fullback, is working to the rover here. We got to catch hand reach with the left tackle. We're running single to the Wille. We're slipping to the Mike, and the backside tight end just cutting off the end. We have different variations when we install, especially wide zone. We give our guys all these different drawings against different fronts, so they have different ways to understand how we do what we do. So I'm not going to dive into these too much. Our difference is, as you see here, this is us running the ball away from a tight end. So that's where we're going to get our boss call. And then here, this is us running the ball to an attached tight end with also being able to run a boss call. It just gives us one more guy at the point of attack. So I'm going to move over to some film.
Hey, Coach, before you get to the film, can you answer this question by Coach Rapanick?
Coach, how do you teach the first couple steps off the ball? We struggle getting guys on their path after the snap. Yeah, it's a good question. So one thing I learned doing this. So personally, I've never been a wide zone guy. Everywhere else I've been has been very heavy inside zone and power. So this is the first time I've really had to dive into wide zone. I just tell the guys to take I don't give them a degree or it has to be this length. I tell them that their foot, okay, if you're in a right-handed stance, that foot needs to be able to get your hips where it needs to go. So we use the boards. We put the toe on the top right or top left of the board, depending on which way we're going. Okay, and they're thinking they got to cross that board. So they're opening, they're losing a little bit of ground with that first foot. Okay, and that second foot's shuffling behind it. I don't like crossing over. I don't like doing those kind of things, because if a guy moves or stunts or anything like that, we end up getting caught turning our shoulders more than I would like. Let's see, Coach Hensley, what do you like to do in 11P versus 5-2 fronts of wide zone, or is it just a rush at the tight end, or what tags do you use? Yeah, it's a good question. So if it's just base 11P for us and we get a 5-2 box, the cop-out answer is, we'll just RPO it. But what we'll end up doing based on the alignment of the defender to the call side, we can lock it with that backside fullback, or if we have tight end on the ball, backside tight end can lock it. But we're just gapping everything. All right, we make a tracks call. It's what we found to be the best thing to work for us against the 5-2 front. It's just everybody's opening and running through their call side gap, because at a certain point they're going to get out leveraged. And if they give us a 5 to the front side, the tackle's going to run it by, and we're going to end up getting a linebacker that's going to get called up in the trash. It's not ideal to run wide zone versus a 5-2 front out of 11P, but we've done a little bit of it. So That's a great question, which I hope I answered it well enough. But, yeah, we would just make a tracks call, and that backside tight end would have to be responsible for the backside gap.
You're good, Coach.
All right, cool. So right here we're running. I know it looks like a lot of at the top of the screen. We use a lot of terminology, but this was a bittersweet one for me going against my old alma mater here. But we go, and they had been giving us a lot of 3 down front all week in prep, and then we came out. This is later in the game, and we just go base wide zone with a boss tag. So I'll start it up just a little bit so you guys can kind of see the aiming points of guys. So we're teaching our slot right here that he's tracking to the safety. Receiver's obviously blocking the man over him. We've ID'd this guy's the +1. Okay. I know might be a little delayed, but the fullback is tracking for right here. Okay. We're not worried about this guy. We're not worried about this guy. Okay. So that's how we're blocking it with the front side 3 that are not, offensive linemen. Get you guys to the tight. So we get a tight front. Okay. The backside defensive end standing. That's fine. That's what we want. Okay. So my guys right here, my right guard, right tackle, they're making a double call to 23. Okay. This is going to be more of a vertical double team based on where 23 is aligned. So my right tackle's footwork is going to be slightly different. He's going to pick it up, put it down with his right foot, and he's going to run through with his left foot. Okay, he's really just trying to get this shoulder turned for the guard to overtake this. Now my guard's got to get on his horse. He's going to drop a little bit of ground with his backside or with his right foot to get his eyes across. Now, going back to what we said, if this 4-eye fights like heck to go through this tackle's shoulder, now at that point, my guard's just going to run this guy off the screen. We have a scoop here to the backside 10 backer. My tackle, this is an awful cut, probably one of the worst ones we had all season. Definitely let him know about it in film. Then backside tight end, he's just cutting off the backside gap. So let this thing run. So the defensive end says, I'm not getting reached. That's fine. I tackle and guard, take him to the second level. They do a great job running on their angles, being physical, okay, and they're taking that guy to the second level. Backside here, okay, our center, we've been very lucky. He is very athletic. He reaches shades and 2 eyes for us, but he does a great job here of being able to pass that shoulder off, gets a good lift on it. Guard overtakes it. Okay, this is a young pup right here. Okay, we talked about it after the clip during meetings. Can't be doing stuff like this and possibly calling a play back. Okay, I'd like to see him keep running his feet. But what we talked about earlier, center wants to get his eyes across. Okay, guy beats us to the point. We push him by. Okay. Do a great job getting everything taken care of on the front side. We're going to leave our running back one-on-one with the safety. Our guy's not too bad, so he does a good job splitting it through. This was really the backbreaker for the game. Show you guys another one, same game. So this time we had a mess up here at receiver. Okay, receiver should still track to the safety. Corner is blocked by the receiver. Our fullback has the +1 right here. Okay, tackle with this guy being almost a 3 technique. He's running through this shoulder for this guy scraping over. Okay. Another coaching point I use with my guys, we're going to run to where they're going to be, not where they're at. Okay. We're going to leave this guy unblocked. We're going to leave this guy unblocked. So to make it easy for us, guy slants. Our guard does a great job getting his backside hand into the sternum, so he's able to collect it. Tackle gives a good lift. Okay, I like to see him press back into it once he sees the linebacker's not beating him over the top. I like to see him press back into it and really solidify this so there's no run through. But the guy sees our tackle, does a little juke, takes himself out of the play. Okay, backside here. Our center gave a solo call. Takes care of the shade pretty easily. So our backside here runs a slip. Okay. Left guard here doesn't do a great job of getting his eyes there. Okay. Luckily, we get by with the tailback being able to press this thing to the outside. And coach, just let me know if I'm getting close to my time or if I'm over, whatever. I can talk for a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna let you keep rolling, coach, because the next one's not until 1:30. I'm probably gonna cut you off probably like 1:15-ish, and so I'll give the other coach the rest of the time as well.
That sounds good, coach. All right. So this is us out of our 11 or sorry, out of our spread set. Okay. So it's a little bit different now. We don't have the +1 over here to the boundary. Okay. So now it is receiver for the corner. Okay. Our 2 guys working up to track right here. Okay. And we're going to end up getting a tackle cut off. Okay. And we're going to work a combo back here. Okay. They have one more right here than we can block, and that's okay. We're going to put our guy on their guy. So we anticipated anytime we were getting a spread set that there was going to be some sort of movement. So our guys make a color call here. I'd like to see my center just let this thing go to the guard. Okay. 2 young guys here, or 4 young guys really, early on in the season. So, still working out some of the kinks. Okay. My tackle here is patient. Like to see him get a little bit more on the defensive end, slanting inside. He tracks up to the backer. Ideally, we should be 2 for 2 when this guy slants here. The center passes it off, and now his eyes are tracking for 43 coming across the screen. But doesn't shake out necessarily that way. They put 2 guys in a gap. So we really just mash 97. We're going to make 43 and 6 make the play. Young tailback here. He went to the outside. That's fine. Tackle got 42. Not a great block. Okay, but gain a 24 on a pretty good defense. Same game, earlier in the game. Okay, we're back into a spread set. We had game planned all week, spread sets. We're either going to get a 4-1 box or, a very light 4-2 box, and this guy was going to try to split the difference to be able to play the RPO window and be able to play the run. So right here, I'm not going to bore you guys. We're obviously going to block the corner with the receiver. All right, so this time our tackle goes catch, hand, reach. Okay, the guy fights outside. He just works him outside. Okay, works him outside. We get a single here to number 10 with a 2-eye. Our guard gives some help, but our center, like I said, he's a good one. He's able to reach across that guy. We get that guy taken care of. Get good hands on 10. Okay, young guy backside, gives a good presence. I like to see him at this point, instead of shuffle and crossing his feet, I like to see him just keep running. Okay, running to try to get right here and cut this guy off. Now he stays with the play, does a good job. Our tailback's able to press this thing. Gets underneath, finds a hole, makes a nice play. So right here we get an odd front. One of the few times we saw odd this season or this past season. My tackle here, they would normally work a double to number 5, if he was at a normal linebacker depth. But here we just ended up going 2 catch hand reaches, tackle here, guard here. Okay. We scoop to 12, tackle cuts off 20, tight end or fullback in this picture has the C gap, and we should be hatted up. It's pretty good. Front side here. They take their backer and go backside. Okay, so we're able to get to second, third level. Tackle here does a good job. It's his first game, I believe, playing tackle for the season. I teach all my guys to be able to play multiple positions, so he had to make a start here for us in a crucial game. But he does a good job keeping that guy outside. Right guard climbs vertical, gets onto the second level. Our tailback does a very good job of falling forward on his runs. So, another solid game. Okay, let's see. We got a spread look here. So it's a little bit later in the game. So this is a tough look for us up front with this guy covering the center here. Okay, this is where that tracks call came into play. We'd go here, pretty self-explanatory. Everybody working through their gap, leave the furthest rusher. Okay, but we didn't make that or a color call here. We ended up just taking, what we saw wasn't clean by any means. Was not clean at all. But guard here, he has to wheel back because he doesn't have help. Okay, doesn't have help on his inside gap. So he has to wheel back, tackle, fights to the edge, realizes the guy's not going to let him reach him. So you see the pull with the outside hand, push with the inside hand. That's when we call it, that's what we call tossing them out of the club. Tailback gets us right, presses, gets underneath. Like I said, finishes falling forward. But that's a good job. So, like I said, guys, that's us. We're a very, very large wide zone team. And, it's been something for us that's been beneficial. And it's been something for us that we know week to week we can carry in regardless of who we're playing.
Cool. Awesome. Coach, that was great. You went, you went like about 45 minutes. We had to use Coach's time, but I don't think there's any questions. I appreciate you coming on and talking wide zone. I definitely learned a little bit. I'm definitely a gap scheme guy. So anytime I can learn some wide zone, because I feel like I'm pretty good on inside zone. So outside wide zone, that's what I need to get better at. So I appreciate you speaking on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you having me on. And, I think this is a great opportunity for everyone to learn something. And, like I said, appreciate you having me on.
Yeah. I will catch you later.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Next speaker, Coach Stephenson.
Hey, how we doing, sir?
Good. Yeah. So we're taking over Coach's time. So you have about 45 minutes. You can let it roll. Do what you want. I'm gonna back out and you take it over.
Okay, Coach. Thank you very much. It's been doing a great job. Okay, let me get my screen going here. Yep. And I want to share this. Okay, make sure I'm sharing. Can you see my second screen, Coach?
Yes, I can. You're on.
Perfect. Okay. Excellent. Just making sure. All right. Good afternoon, coaches. Hope like yourselves, I'm absolutely enjoying this day. Been up watching it since 5 a.m. Like most of you guys. So I'm really enjoying where we are so far. My name is Tarquin Stephenson. I am the offensive line coach at Mission Viejo out here in now sunny California. I've been getting bombarded by some heavy storms recently, so we're kind of getting back to our lovely sunshine. I have my details for my phone number, my email, my Twitter. Please add me, text me, email me. If you add me on Twitter, I'll for sure follow you back. You know, I'm someone that obviously wants to kind of keep learning and keep teaching the stuff that we do out here and what I've been doing for a while. So yeah, so please, I'll come back to the screen at the beginning for you too. Okay, so as ever, just going to talk a little bit about myself. Yes, the accent is real. I am originally from England, North London. To be precise, I am born and raised. I moved out here about 10 years ago now. But yes, I am an Englishman coaching American football. Contrary to popular belief, American football has been played in England for about 40 plus years at a pretty okay level. You know, there's some great guys that play out. I've gone out and played in the pros and college, etc. now, and it's becoming more of a tapped market. So for you college coaches, I highly recommend you start linking and connecting with those guys in England and in Europe because there is some phenomenal talent, as you're slowly starting to see. I've been coaching for 18 years. All in all, so far, feels a lot longer than that. A few of those gray hairs are coming through, like most people. But yes, 18 years coaching from 10 out from about 9 out in the UK and then 10 out here in the States. When I was coaching back in England, I was coaching at Essex Blades, which is our collegiate level, and coaches the Gladiators, which is our sort of our adult league amateur level, and they're both in the same area, the same town. I, as a player, and as a coach, I played in what we call our Southern All-Stars at collegiate level, and then for Great Britain at our collegiate level. And was coaching there too. Was coaching O-line and D-line on and off for those years. And then fortunately tore my knee. And then I was kind of moving into coaching anyway. I left the rain to come to sunshine. Ironically, the next day after I moved out here, made the big move, it rained nonstop all day. And I wasn't particularly happy about that. But then it didn't rain for nearly a year after that. So I was like, I think I've made a good choice coming out to California. And so the first team I ended up coaching with was in Laguna Beach High School and was there for 5 seasons, made to what we call our CIF semifinals twice. Actually, that was one of, I think, if I remember correctly, about 6 or 7 times I've had done in their 90-year history. So it was, it's not known as a football program. It's getting better now for sure, but it's very much known for actually water polo is what they're very, very good at, the girls in particular. And then at Dana Hills, I was there during that pandemic time. So it was, we had 1.5 seasons, but it spanned over 3 years because everyone was trying to get ready to get back to playing the sport. Fortunately, between Laguna Beach and Dana Hills are one of two very few schools that actually had an ocean view. So I was quite fortunate to have that luxury. And then now currently I've been at Mission Viejo since 2021, or 2021, should I say, till present. And, a couple of stats since I've been there, because I'm talking about pass protection, and this is what my talk's going to be about, one of the main things is that, and I hate like all you coaches, you hate giving up sacks, right, at the best of times. But when I actually kind of did the calculating of the numbers from pass plays, we only gave up 28 sacks and 640 pass plays in the last 2 seasons. So that gives you around about just over 4% of the plays is going to end up being in a sack, and that's a number I want to keep trying to reduce. So, and considering the level and the teams that we play out here, we're pretty fortunate to kind of work on having a pretty good set on our protection and the work that I do with the kids. And last year, I'm really proud of it. We ended up being number 3 in California, number 1 public school here, and then we finished 32 in the nation. We were at 15, I think, and that was just prior to the playoffs. And once the playoffs finished, it moved on from there. So that's a little bit about my story. Now, moving on to what is a no-fly zone. Okay, this is what the topic was about defending. People wondering if we're going to talk about fly sweep or anything, but no, the no-fly zone that we're looking at, we talk about, is actually an area that we will protect. And when I measure it for the kids and I tell my kids, I say, hey, we're looking from the left guard's left foot to the right guard's left foot, and you're going as deep as a quarterback. If he's in guns, if he's understanding, he's looking at 5 to 7 yards. Is that area. But usually talking about 5 yards and sort of our depth. We ensure that our running backs are part of that and understand that too. They're just as important in our structuring of our protection and how we work as much as it is the offensive line. That no-fly zone means absolutely nothing should be getting in that area. If anything gets into the area, it should be getting cleared out immediately. Now, you could be washing a guy through, that's fine. But that quarterback needs to be clean. I always tell my kids, always tell people I coach and talk to, is that for me, the best player you have in your protection is your quarterback that gets the ball out on time. If he gets it out on time, your sack numbers will come down, makes life so much more easier for you, and he can help you when you're game planning against a dude that's playing as an end or 3-tech, whatever he may be. The quarterback can feel any pressure. We keep protecting that zone. He's got a clean pocket. Good things will tend to happen. When we don't, the correlation matches that it's always going to drop. We get forced throws, incompletions, or interceptions. With that zone, and it's a tangible area. So when I do my grading, I'm looking at games and I see, hey, we had a nice completion. But if I see anyone within that area, and if it's that player that's protecting, he'll lose a point. So I'm a 0-1-2 guy, so he'll end up being a 1 on that as an example. So it's really key that we protect this area. Just keep that sort of military style. Nothing comes in this area. And if you want to try and be in here, we want to make sure it's game over and get you out of here. So moving on to sort of my philosophy. Okay, so as everyone will have a philosophy in what they look at and what they discuss in terms of how they kind of build a protection. For me, the most important thing is you got to get out your stance. Okay, get out your stance, and you got to win the set. And you've got to win the set with your feet. Now, when I talk to my guys winning that set, getting to that spot, I don't necessarily give them an arbitrary number. Hey, you must kick 3 times, or you must do this 2 times. Not necessarily that's the case. It's just about getting to your spot. Okay, based on leverage, which is the next point, but getting to your spot, getting ready to have that fight right there and then. If you're a jump set guy, you better be going being aggressive right now and get onto it. Okay, close that space and go right now. Win that set with your feet. Be aggressive. If you're going to be set in vertical or 45, which I do, then you got to understand you're going to get to your spot. But then when you get that set with your feet, now we can start our battle. We have to understand our leverage. Biggest thing that I ever see from when I'm self-scouting to looking at other schools, other things, anything you're just looking at when you look at linemen, because we can't help but watch stuff, even when you watch the poses, people understanding their leverage. There's a number of kids that don't understand that if he's tight in his alignment, okay, and I want you to be in my set, need a crutch, K to C, need a crutch, and you already need a crutch, you don't need to go anywhere. That's the problem when kids start to overset. So we try and think, well, hey, look at where he's at. If he widens out, he's tilted, okay, so then he's maybe going to give you that outside move, or he's going to give you a starter step, working inside move, but then you're probably going to kick a 45 if you're a guard. Okay, if you're a center with our angle set, you're going to maybe end up being nose to nose because you got a tight 1 to 0. Okay, and then if we're working as our tackles, the width, if you get that wide 7 or wide 9, however you put your alignment, then you've got to get your set to that spot. Okay, my leverage has got to be, well, I need a crotch, so I need to get width and then a little bit of depth. Okay, with my set angles, I'm a hard 45 vertical guy. Hard was we're looking at very much being sort of your post, or you're powering down inside. protecting on that quick game. Okay, could be really physical and hard, 45 set and vertical. Okay, end to end is nose to nose, is particularly for our center. And, you know, a guard maybe when he's got super tight in a 3-tech or he's got a 2-tech. And then but really, I want to be a needle crotch guy. Okay, half man, whatever, however you want to describe it. Hips are square for as long as you can. Okay, you're going to be as long as you can, keep them square. I think that's universal for everyone, and that hasn't changed for me or for anyone for the longest time. You want to be as square for as long as you can. The moment you open, your knee gets out, you open out your hips, and you're squaring up to the guy, then you become to base, and then now you're in trouble. That's when DNs can start going long arm stabs, speed of power right down your chest. That's when you're in for a long day. Okay, you're trying to keep it square, keep that needle crotch relationship, and then we can work our width and our depth depending on where you're at. With the strike, excuse me, with the strike, I always tell my guys, it's like your strike timing and your distance is you want to treat it like you're shaking someone's hand. If you find your kids or your players are getting far too long and their hands are out here, then you just know, well, hey, if you're going too long, get them out of here. Just go. Right now, we're just going to end up going. Think about a handshake. You don't shake someone's hand by kind of dapping them up and being kind of like really tight. You think you want to be nice and long about it. You want to be out here. They're out here all too long. You want to be tight, right? I want to shake your hand. Sorry. I mean, you want to be right here and shake your hand. That's why I know my elbows are tight. Everything's working nice and tight inside when I'm working on my strike. That's what I'm trying to get to. So when I will say those guys, just think about trying to shake someone's hand. Hey, kid, think. Shake his hand. Shake his hand. Okay? The QB depth, we have to know it. Okay? I know it's one of those things where we can sit back and you think, well, hey, we're just going to go and protect, drop to a certain spot. We have to know that depth. Okay? Invariably, we're more of a shotgun, sidecar sort of team. We do play with some pistol and under center at times, but we are a sidecar shotgun team. So then our quarterback may be doing, in his at his 5, you may do a quick 1.5 step, getting to that 6.5. He might be end up doing a little bit deeper. When he's under center, he might do a deep play action at 7. Our protections and how we work, the kids have to know that depth because we know the defensive, especially the defensive ends, are working at contain, working at rush, are going to work back and work flat or try and gain up to try and work up to our quarterback. So we need to know where he's going to be at so we know when we could turn anything into a wash to wash by. I always want to tell my guys, get him to a second move. Okay, second, if anything, third move. Now, some guys in defense will say, hey, if I'm getting to my second move, I've worked up my chop, I've done a chop, and I can my spinning sides, my second move, I'm great. But sometimes the guys will want to start changing their weight and transition and weight in different ways within their rush. If you get them to that second move, you're now thinking that mental clock in your head is 4 seconds. Now that ball should be gone. You can keep working. But if you get them to that second move where they've had to stop their momentum to make a drastic change and you're in a great position if you need a relationship, then I think we're going to win more battles than we're going to lose at that point. And then as most important with everything, you just have to protect with passion, right? Everyone just protects with passion. You protect this game. It's absolutely like it's the fight to the death. It's like you got to protect your mother, father, or your guardian, whoever is the most important to you. That's how they're trying to get to him, which you treat as your quarterback. That we understand that we're going to protect with all that passion. Okay, so looking at my fundamentals that I'll teach with my kids, I want a nice base. I want my knees inside your ankles. You want to be your feet outside your hips. Gives you the rough, a good aim point on how your base is going to be. Okay, you don't want to be able to bend their knees and ankles. We don't want back benders. Okay, I try to teach my guys don't be back benders. The kid in the image here, Mark, he's our nationally recruited tackle guy right now, about to go into senior, and he's 6'7", 291. But, he's actually got a really good knee bend, and he's better than that. He's not really a back bender, but I've had guys same sort of height and build that can bend at the back. So we want to try and refrain from that. Okay, I like to have the weight slightly inside. I'm not one of those super heavy lean inside, but just slightly inside. Okay, because you're going to be able to transition, and if you have to post down inside or power down inside, and that cross face me, which we'll come up to in a second here. So working on guys. So I'm like, I always try to think about keep that weight slightly inside. With the upper body, we're working also low to high, which we'll talk about in terms of the independent hands. in certain situations. And then, I mean, the chest up, shoulders relaxed. I think guys sometimes can be too tense. Okay, have their hands right down by the thighs. His hands are a little higher here in the image. Don't have to be right up super high, but I'm looking at probably sternum above my belly button, so I'm ready to be able to get my strike. Okay, so when I'm there to shake that, I'm shaking his hand and I can strike from low to high, striking up. Okay, so I want to have that ability so I can be relaxing the shoulders, and then I can refrain from getting that full extension or being too tight and being late on our strikes. Okay, so going into a little bit more detail on my sets, like I said, so we got hard, we'll post or power down, that's more for our sort of our quick game. Okay, a little bit of our play action that we run. Okay, we try and be a little more working hard down, keeping square, you may have to tilt an angle a little bit because you want to give a bit of a run read. Okay, so you may be working a slight 45, working down block. But you're looking at trying to be violent, hard, square, and post down. Now, one of the things that I'm going to be looking to tweak and change a little bit with our guys is if we're working on our slide protection and our guard has to slide down to a one tech, and say, for example, he is the right guard and he's slide into his left. Okay, usually we can post down and power down. You're going to be strong with your hip up and inside. Or actually, when we start working a little bit of sliding down and actually switching from a right guard stance to a left guard stance, and now you're working like you can keep that nice natural wash and keep that knee to crotch relationship out that way on your slide protection. It's something you're going to be looking at and tweaking at because I've got a couple of kids that have the ability to do that. So it's just that slide adjustment, try something a little different, because I've been seeing a lot of talks about how they work on powering down to a one tech in particular and switching their feet and their stances to turn themselves into that natural side, whichever it may be. If you go into our left, it'll be a left-handed stance. 45, like I said, knee to crotch. When we talk about twist pickup, I talk a little bit about it. I'm looking forward to listening to Coach talk about his twist pickup stuff that he has coming up. Yes, Coach, so I've just got the chat here. Yeah, so when I said, switching. So when we slide, and it's something to look at. So when the guy is in the right-handed stance and he has a one take over the center, and if I'm sliding to my left, okay, if you, rather than trying to be sliding down, and it's a little harder for you to, you miss it because that guy gets a nice chart, whatever he works in that inside move. If you switch your feet and then turn yourself into a left-sided play, you're now going to be in a more natural position. Then you can wash him and take him out flat. It's a way of thinking, and I've been seeing some coaches talk about and show, and I wish I had found some clips on it, but it's something that I think your body position makes sense in how you do it. It doesn't stop you from dropping your hips. You're still trying to keep yourself square. You're just adjusting your feet slightly to get that slide. I think it makes it more natural for you. But I've got kids, because I teach kids both left and right, so I think it allows us to have that ability to do that. But it's something, and I'll actually find the clips that I was talking about, and some coaches have been talking about it, doing that the pros, and I think that's what they do at the Browns. I think that's what Scott Peters and Coach Callahan work on doing too. So it's a new concept, so I'm going to try and air at the moment in off season, see how we do. Just pick up, like I said, we're going to go into a little bit, but obviously I know there's a coach going to be talking about what he does. I'm really looking forward to seeing that, because we get a lot of twist games and when we the teams that we play out here. Independent hands working sort of low to high and strike points, and we'll get to that in a second in a bit more detail. And then I'm a vertical set guy, so I'm looking at working at sort of wide rush alignment, looking to work the shoulder wash. It's one of those things, we're just trying to get to our spot. We're going to have to think about mixing a 45 to a vertical. That could be 2 to 3. It could be 2 45s, 1 vertical. It could be 3 45s, 2 verticals. Whatever it may be in that rush guy, whatever he's trying to do to allow you to get your width and keep your hips. Our kids have to get used to that, and that's what we talk about, understanding our leverage. Okay, so one of the main things we do here, and I do my guys, is we talk about our strikers and our ranges. Okay, so we'll talk about the handshake principle, but I have different strike ranges. So we talk about in our drill, which we have, I've got some drill film for you, is we talk about the ranges. So we'd work in, if he's in range, he's tight, which is in range, which means I can take my step. I could take one step right now, and I'm going to have contact. That's someone that's in range right now. So he split you in half. He's probably foot to foot. If you got that range, then you know, okay, I'm good. He's in my range. Now, if he gives me his chest, we're looking at the guys turning their chest. You kind of simulating working maybe an arm over, okay? Whatever the defensive move would be at that time, or what they're trying to work on, but it would be an arm over, excuse me, here. So we'd work on that. Now, we can also look at keeping our hands inside and our elbows tight, okay? It's real simple. It's the easiest one. Chest, boom, strike inside, elbows tight. You compress that, you bring that in, you don't allow them to make any other moves on top of that. And then we got in range, and they're trying to give you that shoulder, trying to give you that dip. So now if they're going to try to work a chop rip, or they're just trying to, anything that's going to give you their shoulder that's tight, you know, they're going to try and make themselves skinny in the gap. Then we're looking at now working our sort of our independent hands. Now we want to be able to strike on the chest with our inside hand, and our backside hand should be on our hips. So working low to high. If they transition in any different way, then we can switch our hands from inside being low to high. Okay, so chest and hip, and like I said, I've got some clips where you can see the kids working on that. My head should be pretty much within the shoulder, you know, into the armpit. You know, one kid where, you know, he's got his head a little further out, but you want his guys to be kind of in here tight. Then you're going to pin your elbow inside. So if they're trying to rip you inside, you can pin your elbow down and stop them from trying to finish and clearing their pads and their rip. Okay, and when you push down on that hip, on the aiming point, when you're trying to work down on that hip, that stops them from being able to spin comfortably and easily. When we get out of range chest is the same thing as would be in range. You're looking to try and get your hands inside. When that happens, you're going to be more patient, but really we work on out of range and the shoulder. So usually for our tackles, is you got that wide 9 or wide 7, however you do your count on the outside. And if it's a guard, it's when he's had to work a slide all the way out to a 5 tech, you know, because we've got a team working a stick inside or any sort of slant movement inside. Now we're working to get that, and they're going to try and dip on you. You're going to kind of strike and punch the surface right in the shoulder. We want to work him on the shoulder because it's going to be low if you get that strike, and you'll be striking down a little bit if he's trying to get low on you. Then you work on that shoulder, and if he keeps that balance, and you can work that wash, and we can extend out and wash him past the quarterback. And then, like I said before, you know, our QB depth, you know, we understand we've got a quick game. We do our deep play action, you know, dropping down to 7 and 9. We do a little bit of 3-step and 5-step, and then obviously our pistol, our shotgun, a quick step. So we understand what their depths are, and then we can work accordingly to that. So our first look here, and a couple of clips for you, is our is going in range and chest. Okay, so we're working here with our right tackle, just focusing on the guys inside, the guys on the left. Freshman, we're working our guys inside, so we're working here. He's got his tight, he's foot to foot. Now he's going to go in range on chest. And you'll see our tackle here, he'll get his strike, he'll have his elbows tight, get his hands inside, and he'll have his feet still moving, a little busy. Okay, he's just trying to keep that muscle memory that there's different transitions and weight. I always want to make sure that my guys, this guy in particular, your defensive guys, that we want to make sure that they actually understand what they're trying to do and do it properly. Okay, the biggest pet peeve you have is that they just give you a lazy effort, poor reps. If you've got defensive line and you coach both, bring them along, that's great. If not, make sure they understand the technique, what they're trying to show and give a good look for your guys. Okay, so that's one of those things that drives me batty at times. So we're here. You try not to overset. Gonna need a crutch. This kid's obviously 6'7", the other kid's 6'5", so a little taller. The hands inside. He's just keeping his feet busy. Switch it up. We got our next kid. Here. Making his knee to crotch. So he gets a little long of his step. Okay, so the time is perfect. He's tight. He's got longer legs, and he just gets right outside. So he doesn't go very far. You know, the D rep, he should be a little bit wider. But right here, if it's that tight, that's fine. Keeps it tight, keeps it easy. Then we go and work. We'll see on our left side because we want to teach guys both sides. You know, if you have to be exclusive, then so be it. But I was trying to teach them both sides because you never know what game situation you may have that you'll be like, hey, I'll have to, you know, you're gonna have to go and play left tackle, or you're gonna have to go and play right tackle. So let's get everyone comfortable in what we're doing. And this is just in our off season, so we keep it nice and easy, just get into our fits, busy feet, good strikes, get in our spot, need a crotch. Always looks like they're really overselling when they got longer legs and the taller guys, but no, he's in a good spot. Right here. Just keep him busy feet. A little wider. His next rep. Now you want a defensive guy to really turn 45 when he's trying to show his chest. Love this kid. He just has his moments where he's just gonna be a little lazy and giving his looks for these offensive guys, but you want to really change that. Show like you're going to do an arm over or swim, whatever, however you still want to, however you coach that technique or those guys coach you for defensive line. And then now we're looking at some other guys. Okay, so this was a tackle. This is a couple of kids from last year now, and he's a little quick of his set, right? I think he gets a little wide of his base, but he's just, which you want to be okay with, but you know you don't want him to end up oversetting too much. This is a quick set, but you can see the defensive players just trying to give him that chest. He's turning as if he's going to be able to do an arm over, or club, anything that's going to be outside, maybe even a swipe. He's going to turn that chest. So then we got our in range and dip. And so when we're working here on in range and dip, so this kid gets himself a little out here, a little bit too wide, gets his head out, but he's got his hands in pretty much the correct spot. So I want to be able to have in that chest or to that near side pec, and his backside hand to be on the hip. But he just opens out, gets his head a little bit away from the shoulder here. But it's a little quicker on his set. When we work in here, he's got longer guys. He's got to pin that elbow when he's trying to stop that rip. Strike. I got a couple of shots on the other angle so you can see it. But he's understanding his leverage. You know, the guy's a little wider, but he's still in range because he knows he's taller. He's our tackle, so he's just working on that rip. I'm trying to be pinned and working on his set, sorry. Now here he gets a little, so now when we get to here and on our left side, he gets a little lazy. His backside hand. You get a little long, a little loose on it. It's not a great rep. Sometimes you don't get great reps. And then we're just going to get on them, even in the off season. And from another angle. If we're not lagging too much for you guys here. But from another angle, at least we know he's going to be striking on a chest bone, pec, and then working on the hip. He's a little longer with it, but he's just trying to really get a good feel where he needs to get to his spot. His hands right now here on the hip. I really want to turn my shoulders on that dip. I really want our defensive guy to really almost have his back to him when he's turning, working that rip, working around that corner. Okay, so our outer range and our dip. Okay, so now he's got on a wide alignment. Okay, so when we go out of that range, he's going to be working that washer. He's going to end up figuring he has to think about his set. So he has to think about, okay, now I'm at 45s, a couple of 45s or 145s. I've got longer legs to maybe two verts. Is he a speed guy outside? Is he a guy that's trying to work moves inside? What is film dictated? So now he understands. He's going to understand his leverage. So now when he thinks, well, this guy's a speed rush outside, then he'll get to his sets. He's going to win that set with his feet, and then he can strike a surface on that shoulder. He just gets off just a little bit and a peg, but now he's going to step, and he's good to go. This is a couple of the younger kids. A couple of younger kids working here. So a new kid that's just joined us this year, and then this is just a freshman and a sophomore. We're bigger, but he's a center / guard, so he's going to be flatter with his slide to get out there. But he's just going to be working that strike right in that shoulder surface and then work that wash. All right, here we go from there. The angle, strike, and then wash him upfield. You can extend that arm out, really run him by. So here we're going to be striking. The shoulder, the surface, yep, and wash him right by. If you'll see, our tackle here kind of extends his arm out right at the end. He gets long with it. It's going to be violent. It's a violent strike. As soon as he's striking the shoulder and he's turning upfield, you're going to really press him out. You've got to get him violent and start running him by. I think we get another one. He does a pretty good job of it here. Yeah, boom. Extend out. Wash him right by. Strike, work, extend him out, wash him right by. Hopefully, I'm not lagging here, coach. It seems like I'm kind of watching on my 2 laptops. I'm just hopefully the screen's not lagging.
No, it looks good.
Cool. Okay, thank you, coach. So yeah, so washing him right by. Okay, and then so this is. I said now we got a younger guy. You get a freshman. Okay, I coach the varsity and basically the JV guys. The freshman gets coached by a freshman guy, so he's brand new to what I'm working with. We try to keep everything unified, but it was a new coach coming in. He's doing a really great job. So, but this kid's got some habits we're trying to break right now. So, and the guy he's going against is a sophomore, trying to be a junior. So they're a little raw in terms of what they're doing. Okay, so it's a little different, but he kind of gets out and goes independent's hands. Okay, that could happen if the guy's going to run through him, but you don't want him to. The issues I see here is his knee opens out too quickly. You know, there's a couple of reps before where it was terrible. So you're trying to keep him patient with that. He kind of straight verticals, doesn't get necessarily any width and turns. So these are the sort of the points I try and instill in the guys and try and coach them up on. Okay, so those sets and ranges are probably, if there's anything you're going to do, like you can do it as EDDs. If you want to do it as part of your practice, you get down into your sort of your spring and summer is just working a strike range, just getting the timings right, understanding the feel and the look. Okay, he's flipping to arm over me, or work a club and arm over. He's looking to dip, rip on me. Okay, you're going to work those different moves. He's working a chop, anything that's just, it shows you the shoulders and the hips turning and get that timing right, so you can get that feel right. Now we work transition. Okay, so we can go from 2-point stance or 3-point, they're still working a strike, working from low to high, it'd be a lot of independent hand work. We always talk about our base. Okay, gets the defender to line with his foot to foot. Okay, or knee to crotch. However we want to do that, you might get a little wider at times too. Okay, but really want it to be tight. Now we start replacing hands. So you do your hand replacement work. You try to simulate what we do in the game. So the first few will be working a chop. So they just chop, replace it. Working a set, chop, replacing their hands. Okay. And then you may progress it to something else. And so for me, we do here, what we see here, we'll work on a chop, then we're working on a chop to a spin. Okay, and then we work on some starter steps, a cross face, and then we work on a couple of other different things. And then the next time I do a session, it might be something else. We might be working clubs and swipes and so on and so forth. So it's just getting used to doing the hand replacement work, getting that movement with their set. They can get their knee and the crotch and their body relationship right too. Okay, and then when we know we're going to get that cross face, whether it be a starter step or a spin back inside, we shut the door down and we are aggressive. Okay, we are shutting the door down and we are really aggressive. Okay, let's get onto this for you here. So he's just outside chop, keeps his inside up and tight, ready to go for any changes inside. He's keeping knee to crotch, and he's just rapid fire. Rapid fire. He go for probably 3 to 5 yards. You can go to a whistle, whatever you want it to be. You just want to keep it rapid fire. Some guys, he's a little longer with his hands, then he gets it tight. Okay, so when you're looking at when you're trying to your different coaching points, he's just got longer legs, so he knows he's going to have maybe a wider base, but his hands can get a little long, and you'll see some film of him where that becomes a bit of an issue for him in a couple of plays. Okay, so he's going to be keeping rapid fire. Some guys are working their cross chops, whatever it may be. Tight hair gets a little long, but he's keeping it tighter. Inside hands a little low, but you can. Those are the kind of things you want to be working up for him. Okay, he's got long arms, so he's able to kind of do that, and he's a pretty strong kid. And then we start working a spin. So we're working a chop, 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 spin. You tell him, hey, kids, do 2, 3. You decide when you want to spin. I don't want to make it obvious so he knows he's ready for you. You want to get used to the feel of the transition of weight. Okay, so as you can see here, he's going low to high. He's outside. He feels it inside. He's got hands on contact at all times, but then his backside hand is right there on the hip. Okay, then he gets his inside hand on the chest, and then he can start driving him up. Being low to high, and be violent, shutting that door down inside. Some of our younger guys. So just chop, 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 working that spin. You got a good base. He allows him to keep his hip square. As soon as he feels that transition, boom, you can shut that door down and get aggressive inside. Gets a little wider out here, but it's not too bad. Then we get starter rip. Okay, so we're trying to work that starter step. Obviously, some of your bigger guys may not be great at doing it, but at least he gets that sort of take a couple of steps upfield and then trying to cross face. I'm gonna skip. I've got another one here, so I want to make sure I get to some film. Then now he crosses face. Try not to drop our hips too much. I'm just working on that post. My best drill for hand replacement, I really like when I do it in transition. I think it gives us that sort of real in-game situation, but I also do run it in terms of just our static, hand replacement, half man. You're just on your spot, resetting, working with the inside chops, outside, double swipe inside. We'll do all of those the old traditional ways, but I like doing it within my transition to get them used to it because that's what we see a lot of. Okay, our defensive line is really good. And the coach is really good, and they're very hands-based. They're very good at being aggressive with their hands. So we will do a lot on transition because you want to simulate the game situation. So right here within this drill, because it helps with your hips too, he's just getting used to that beginning chop. Just replace. Because it's rare you find that you're going to get your hands have to get knocked down, replaced, and you're both static. It's always a movement that's happening. And then here you can see this one. I think he oversets here, so he ends up dropping his hips a little bit, and he's too late. Okay, now that's because of his set. You watch his first step, trying to get to the up. He's a little high with his kick there, oversets, and then the kid takes one step, crosses his face, so he gets a little bit too deep. And then now he's chasing. Okay, so when we're just doing our twists and our stunts here, for me, and I know coach, I don't want to labor it too much because coach is going to be doing the talk about it. But our main thing is everything will be obviously stop the penetrator. You want to flatten him out. Got to be aggressive and physical about it. And you'll see a couple of clips here real quick. The guys are not doing a great job of flattening out so much, but some are. The easiest way for the guys to understand, I teach my guys to understand the different levels. What we get is if he's hard, you're hard. So if he's rushing hard, boom, you're rushing. You're flattening out, striking hard. If he's soft, then you got to be soft, and you got to start working back inside or outside, depending on which way the stunt's going. Okay, if he's hard, you're hard. If he's soft, okay, the alarm bells are ringing. Now get my eyes, get my body back inside. Now with my tackles, and you'll see in some of the couple of film clips, when they set, they'll have their inside hand in, but they've got their eyes on their defender too. Okay, and who they're looking at because they want to feel if they feel any pressure from the stunt just before the communication of a bump or switch call gets made, they're ready to kind of work back inside because they can bump call if you're getting that end stunt inside. Okay, so you'll see them strike with their hands out, and some of them be a little loose with it here, working on their sets so they can keep their levels right, and then they can work back inside. And for our center, when we get our sort of nose or nitro or our nose stunts inside, we do the same. So on our slide protection, when he's coming down and he's sliding, he's got a one tech, he's got to slide away from it. He could put his hand towards that just to help allow the guard to get there. Now, if we do the switching of the feet, it'll be really interesting to see how those guys work it. But with a stunt, you can see it's coming back. He feels it here. Then it's coming over the top. Then now he knows he can take over. So, and you'll see a rep here where the guys are get a struggle. So right here, our first set, he doesn't flatten out enough. He leaves too much of a space, too much of a gap here right now. Communication is key. Their communication can be a little hit or miss. You know, it drives me insane at times. You got to get them to really shout. But, you know, they got to flatten out here a little bit of a bump. These guys are these are younger guys too. That's a little better, a little less space. Flatten out, pass him off. Be bum call. The freshman is a little unsure about it. As tight as they are, they're giving you the look of what they're going to do. But he's a little newer to it, so he's just not overly comfortable in it yet. And this is a rep here. This is what happens when you don't get the guy doesn't flatten out. So this is our new guard. You send a new kid. He doesn't really get a strike. He kind of just sits and waits. There's too much space. Here, he doesn't really flatten out. I mean, the guys don't give him a great look, the best looks in the world. But he needs to do a little better and being violent. He's a strong kid, man. The kid is really thick. But better their bump. As you want to see right here, now he closing on space. Mark here flattens out a lot better. And we're good to go. And then we get on the left side here. That's good. Right down. There you go. Right hip, boom, bump off each other. Make that call, flatten out. We're good to go. Okay, one quick for the guys inside. Left guard doesn't do a great job here of flattening out so much. He gets a little confident. These guys are all super young, all brand new, kind of to it for them in their mind. So they're kind of really raw. But when we see a quick rep here, what I was talking about, if you're sliding away instead of sliding right, center's going to put his hand up, so he misses it. Okay, so he's going to be able to get his hand. Our guard has to flatten out and do a better job. He does a lazy job. He puts his hand on the center instead of his hands on the D lineman. And he's a long kid too. He's about 6'3", so he's 6'6" with that high top fade he has, but he is a tall kid, so he doesn't do a great job here. But the next rep, the center does a little bit better. His hand got a feel, and now he knows you can help pick him up. So it's okay. It was not the best rep. A lot to work on with these guys. Okay, so I was going to finish up here because I know I'm conscious of the time, Coach, for you. But now I was going to go for some film clips, okay, so you just kind of see everything, how we're doing protection and how we try and really make sure we defend this area right here, okay? That's what we're trying to defend right now. Fortunate last year, we were pretty loaded, got 11 guys going in Division 1 in full rides. You know, and particularly in our skill guys. So the biggest job for me was making sure we can protect and making sure our quarterback is now at Ball State, get our ball out to the guys. We've got one receiver at Utah, one at Arizona, you know, another one we think was going to Colorado. So you got all these kids that are just dudes. You're just like, let's make sure we can protect. So I think we got a twist pickup right here with these guys, so you can see the levels a little bit. Now you got to be a little bit patient. So our guard is patient. Okay, let me go back here a little bit. You'll see from an end zone view too. And being patient. I do have a pet peeve where I find if I see offensive linemen just standing around not doing anything, it drives me loopy. I want to make sure that, you know, there's always work. Go find work. If you've got to settle back inside, settle back inside. So technique-wise, our right tackle, gets himself a 45 and a couple of verts, so he's got himself to a good spot. Right guard clears out, so he can be patient. He sets back inside. They've communicated there's a switch, and he washes him by. Allows our quarterback, who's really good again in a great feel. We have a step up, and we're protecting that zone. Left guard works back inside because he sees that stunt away. And he's able to work back inside. Our tackle's able to pick it up. This is us versus Servite, who were, I think they were number 4 in the nation at the time. So as you can see, our left tackle, the guy took a quick set, crossed his face inside. He's working that transition. We then just wash him. Didn't shut the door down. Well, then I'm going to wash him right across the quarterback's face, take him out of the zone. It wasn't the cleanest out of the zone, but it was better than what would have happened if he had given up, which, you don't ever want to see guys give up. You got to protect with passion. You see, if you watch that left tackle, if you just watch his left hand, or watch his right hand, because we knew this team would run a lot of stunts. He's just protecting his inside. Our right tackle does the same thing. On his set, he just puts his hand inside just to make sure you can feel anything. Nope, I can go and work outside. And we're good to go, and then good things happen. Okay, so this is where we get a breakdown in communication and understanding. So we empty out our field. We did run a little bit of empty. And this is on our tackle. Now, unfortunately, our quarterback gets rid of it. On time, we actually end up getting a 7 on it. Okay, coach, I see I'm going to be finishing up here. Give me a couple more reps. But then we've got to make sure we understand that we didn't protect the fly zone. We just got lucky that good things happened. There's just a couple I needed to show here, coach, and I'm done for you. It was one of our big rivals, because I want to make sure we see some twist pickups and then the good stuff and the bad stuff. Where was it? Oh, sweet. Okay, so this is our quarterfinal game. We were playing against Centennial, who were at the time, I think they were number 8 in the nation. They were always in the top 10. A very, very, very good team. So we were just always making sure that we understood that they would come out sometimes in a 3-man surface, but I like to be a 4-man. But we had to make sure we understood that their stance and late blitzes, we kind of picked those up as we could effectively. Now, here's a shot of where our guard gets a little long and gets beat inside. But if you watch our center, he comes and works because he knows he's got to protect that area. He gets his eyes back and picks him up right now. Boom, pick him up, clear him past the quarterback, wash him out. Okay, it wasn't complete because he felt that pressure. Tackles getting his block, and then our center picks him up right there. And then the last 2 clips, coach, and then I'm done for you. This is what happens when you're watching our right guard again. If you end up getting a short surface and you turn your hips too quickly, you're going to give him that short edge, gets in our quarterback's face. We get a completion out of it, but it's not great. Our left guard's working on his slide. There's no work. Work back inside. Protect that zone. If you watch our right tackle here, he's blocking. He's still blocking his guy. He's still blocking. I always tell my guys, hey, if you want to block the guy, bring him to me. Protect with passion. Our right tackle right here. If you watch this kid right now, all the way through. Keep blocking, playing over yet. That's why he's getting 20 scholarships and he's going to end up being in the Big Ten, potentially. And then the last clip for you, coach, and I'm done here. So a good bit of timing. And the one thing I was like about this clip is it's just a protective passion. Once again, it's looking at the right tackle. We get up. I mean, everyone across the board does a pretty good job. Our guard does a little bit better. He tries to protect his inside a little more here because the guy is now playing at a 2. And then we get a late blitz, but our quarterback obviously does his read because he knows the guy's cleared. He's gone hot, which is fine. But right now, we just watching our right tackle here. He's just blocking. He's just imposing your will. Get yourself a pancake in pass pro. You can't ask for much more than that. Right? That's protection with passion. That's protecting your no-fly zone. Okay, you just got to be violent about it, get a strike. Everything turns into a run block in some shape or form, and then away we go. Okay, so this is my details again. Hopefully you guys got some great stuff about that. I want to try and answer any other questions for you, coach, and for you guys. But we are here to go.
Guys, hit up Coach on Twitter. He has Twitter on there, and he can answer any other questions he's got for you. Appreciate it, Coach.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day, man. It's been awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Now probably for the best session of the day. Hey, Coach Nygel Pearson. What's going on, Coach?
What's up, boss man?
Not much. Coach Pearson, he was my head coach. The last stop. Learned a lot from this man. They're all aiming for a great session right here. He's got an hour on tap for y'all. So y'all going to talk about pin and pull and some variations. Coach, you got it.
Thanks, Coach. Oh, there it is. Where to go? Hey, man, I appreciate you having me. I'm excited. I've been jacked up all day about getting on here and talking a little ball. Let me see if I can figure this thing out here. I think we're good to go. We good, Coach? I'm good, right?
Yeah, we're
okay.
Good.
All right. Good, guys. So I'm going to talk about, I know some guys call it truck and pin and pull versus multiple fronts and with some little variations at the end. Before, just to kind of give you, I learned this play as a player. And as a player, we kind of didn't run it against our front. And then I got to Catawba, and they kind of had a way to turn it into kind of like buck sweep versus our front before we just run outside zone to our front because that was our bread and butter. But we really like truck a lot when I was at Catawba, and these clips are from my time at Catawba College. We did not run it at North Rowan with me and Coach Tatum. Just didn't have the guys that we thought were good enough at the time, and we had a lot of guys playing both ways, so we didn't get no time to really teach it to get us an outside run. So we're gonna get rolling. Why truck? Why pin and pull? Get the ball outside right now. It's a run that you can call to get you. Make sure you get an outside run. Quarterback can still read defenders, and we'll talk about that as well. You can break your tendencies with your running back alignment. We've even dabbled with being same side in the shotgun, in the pistol, and some under center stuff. And like we talked about, can run multiple against multiple fronts, and you can run from multiple formations. And let's be honest, all offensive linemen like to pull. And in the way I teach it, we have all 5 of those guys have the ability to pull at some point against certain fronts. So that's what makes this play fun. And I think that gives a chance for the offensive lineman to buy into it and be really be excited about running it. Our even front rules. We'll talk about even front first. And it's easy, okay, for what we talk about with our offensive lineman. If you have a down, take a down, okay? So what that means is you have a guy on your inside shoulder. That means you're no longer you're the down block guy. And I haven't heard down block technique. I can probably talk 30 minutes on just down block technique. But what we try to teach those guys is hand in the chest, hand on the back, and we like to put our face mask in the armpit. That's kind of our coaching point. Now, you're going to see some clips where it doesn't always happen like that, but that is what we like, okay? And the reason we put our head in that armpit is when defense linemen like to spin out back toward where the ball is going, we can call what we call beat the back, when those guys spin, and we can move with those guys to keep leverage, okay? So we don't want to put our head behind them because we don't want to give up that soft shoulder. So we try to put it right in that armpit, and we work that drill when we first installing it. I start with a fit up, then I start with just moving your feet. And then the next progression will be a spin, just to kind of get those guys learning, so they don't see me. And that's a great drill, and we can do it all guys at the same time, or I can rapid fire it down the line to teach those guys how to do those down blocks. Okay, and here's where the first puller is responsible for the force player. So that can be in the 8-man front, the guy who's already in the alley. That can be a trap corner. That could be versus too high. The Sam linebacker comes on out the box to that tight end side, and he's the player right now. Okay, so that's why we deemed it right there, the force player. So that made it easier. Before, I've been in a system before where the quarterback would let the lineman know whether it was too high or 1 high, so that lineman can know whether he had a guy in the alley or not. Okay. The second puller is responsible for the first inside linebacker to run through. So if that linebacker triggers right now, he'll have him right now. Okay. The backside tackle is the third puller, and I think that was what makes it a little bit special the way that we do it. We have that third puller, and he has the backside linebacker to run through, unless we have what we call Momo, man on man outside, and that includes 40 linebackers. Okay, so if he gets a man-on-man outside situation, or he gets a 40 linebacker to outside eye, then he stays on the end. He's no longer the puller. Okay, because usually what that means is we get some kind of squeeze scrape action or some kind of gap exchange on the backside, and we can still handle that if people want to try to gap exchanges and make our quarterback pull it into that scrape player. So that was kind of one of the tweaks that we ended up adding on later on that's really helped us. And we all skip pull unless the first puller has a defender on the line of scrimmage. So if we look out, we'll see it versus if we get a walk-up guy right now, the tackle kind of peep out there a little bit while he's getting his stance. So we have those guys in 2s or 3s, and these clips are in 3s. And that tackle, and that sometimes that tight end let him know that he has a guy right now, and he will no longer skip pull. He will trap pull, okay? And my thoughts on skips and traps is that when you're pulling to a second level defender, we skip pull so we can track that guy. If you're pulling to a first level defender, that means a guy who's on the line of scrimmage, we trap pull. And those are the rules that we use in our offense to kind of keep things clear for our offensive linemen, even our gap scheme. So the second puller on power, the guard, he's a skip puller, and then on counter, and then the first kick out guy, he's a trap puller. So we always make that clear for our guys. And then the tight end, he's responsible for the end-man line of scrimmage, and he's going to reach that guy, or he's going to pin him if he's a 9, if he's a 6 or 7. So we got some variations of how we handle different techniques on the tight end. Okay. Backfield, QB going to set his eye square to the read key. We're going to extend the ball, reading the end-man line of scrimmage, and put your weight in your heels as you mesh with the running back. We do not drop step slide with the running back like we do in power read, because we want that guy to stay right there so he can get backside. We done the under center. I'll show you a clip of under center. People have always asked about that. We open that 5 o'clock play side and give the ball as deep as possible to the running back so he can still see those pullers. Running back first step with near foot to the running back on the track if we're in the side puller, and he wants to track the near hip of the second puller. And under center, it's a rocker step with that foot away so he can get some time and to get behind those guys. Then he still tracks the near hip of the second puller. Okay. All right, so this is it versus even front. Okay. So we got too high right here. So whoever becomes that force player is right there. Okay. We've had some instances where you're going to see some trap corner stuff, and we actually got a little answer for that as well. So we got down here. It's a 3 technique, tackles down. It's backside shade, centers down. No man on man outside, so the tackle's going to pull. Okay. And he's looking for run through, force. We got front side backer. Then we got run through by that third puller. Okay. And it wouldn't change if it was 8-man front. That guy was already down. He'll still have whoever the force player is how we like to define that and make it clear for our guys. We really didn't like to give that. We kind of caught and got given that first puller a man, and that didn't kind of work out for us. So we like to say whoever the force player is. So whoever the first guy is in the D gap outside that tight end that happens to show. All right, here we go. Let's get into it. Okay. Here, this is an even front clip. Let's go ahead to see if we can get a tight shot here. All right, here we go. So tight end is here. He got it down. He's going to take it down. Okay. We're going to pull here for force. He has a G shade backside. He's going back. We get a pull here. No man on man outside situation. So we're going to get a third puller. And now we're going to read the defensive end. Now, this part of the down block is that you will see that tight end, he kind of taps that outside foot right there. I lost it there. He taps that outside foot, and that's just in case that guy goes across his face. So we always say that we can lose that guy. We don't want to lose him outside right now. So you see that nice little tap right there? We teach that there. Okay, you'll see these guys cutting here because this is college, but in high school, we tell those guys just landmark that outside shoulder and run through it. So we got skill pull by all 3 guys. And there's our tackle on our backside run through. That's nice on the backside. And then our guard has that front side backer. And our tackle is going to whoever that force player is, which happened to be that roll down safety. Running back does a good job of getting into that second puller. and kind of let him decide where he's going to go, and then he gets vertical on it. Coach, let me know when I got like 10 minutes left.
I got you.
All right. Here's our next clip versus even front. So we like to make sure we got the look I want, the look we want. Sometimes we'll combo this thing, and if we get a 9 technique, we run power base. If we get a 6 or 7, we'll run truck. So here it is. It's a good coaching technique right here. This is a bad job by a tight end right here. But we had an O-line coach tell us back in the day, don't swap head gears. So anytime you swap head gears, like right there, then you're beat, right? First puller, force. He keeps chasing that guy, which is fine because that's our force player. And this is a great job by the backside tackle of getting run through for that backside linebacker. That's nice right there. We came to find out that this was easier for us, okay, with that backside guys, instead of having to send that tackle through. Some guys say, hey, let's go ahead and try to get him here right now and cut that guy off. We found that it was harder to get around the trash than pull around for it. It was easier for us. A lot of guys always predetermine who's pulling. We didn't like to do that. Those guys communicate and let them know who's going and who's pulling. And we had different kind of words that we use for those. And we let those guys kind of come up with those words. You'll see the center right here. You see that tap step right there, just in case that nose try to cross his face. The tackle, okay, we talked about our that down block. So if we kind of like to term it as if that guy, the guy you're blocking down on, if he has some of your shoulder, you can tap. Okay. If he doesn't have you near your shoulder and he's already on the next man, then you can go ahead and go right now and take a step with that near foot. So those are the kind of things that we taught. Now my guy right here, he's not really doing that, but that's kind of the mindset that we like to have with those guys. If that guy's covering your body at all, let's tap it just in case he crosses your face. Okay. But if he's already not on your body, we're going to block him down. Let's say this guy was a 3 technique right here. Okay. Then that tackle can go ahead and get all of him right now and step with the near foot to the down block. This is the running back being a running back. The tackle, the tight end got beat, right? But he doesn't quit on the play. Because of that, we're still able to get us a good run off because he doesn't quit on the play. And being a smart football player. All right, here to give versus even front. It's a nice shot of those guys skill pulling from the side, getting around the trash, and then getting vertical. And we still reading that backside in. It is from the butt. Here you go by the tackle right here, right? That guy's not covering him, so I'm gone. I'm all the way into it. Now, this is from a wing set, okay? Tight end not attached. We kind of cheated him out a little bit on this one, but you'll see some of the clips later on where he's in a wing or drop alignment, and he still stays in the hole right here. And one of the things about that we only like to do it with a wing, okay, when we knew that we were getting an over front, okay? Because what happened is we learned is that if we didn't move him out, okay, or he wasn't attached, and that tackle had a pull, it wasn't a good play for us because those tackles and those tight ends, they end up hitting together, okay? So we would give the quarterback, hey, those guys knew if this happens, then we're not going to run it that week to that look, and we're not sure that we're going to get a 3 to the drop tight end side. Okay, so that's what we was always we're conscious of. And if we didn't know what we were going to get and we want to run it to a drop tight end, we'll combo it with another run. So if we did get that, let's say it might be power that week. Okay, if we get an open B gap and that tackle's gonna pull, let's just go power. Okay, so we'll combo that call to make sure we got in the right look. We're getting our look back tempo stuff. Good job by the tight end right here. Down blocks look good. Okay, our center, like him to get a little more, don't let that guy get back over the top and kind of run him. But a lot of times you see what happens right here with that center and that down by that tackle, they end up running to each other, which is fine. Good job by third puller, tracking that guy. I like to see him get that hat across to cut off penetration, but we still end up getting a good play. And the good thing about, some of these clips, the guys, they don't have to be pretty blocks all the time. You don't have to be pancakes. We saw some earlier, but we getting on hats, okay? We covering guys up, and we creating running lanes and letting running backs be running backs. Let's go to the tight. All right, so down, we pulling, we back, skipping, no man outside, wide, 2 back of box, we good to go. Now, here's a trap corner, okay? We would like to see our puller, okay? Those guys kind of replace guys right here, okay? We'd like to see him go there, him come here, and that guy be right there, okay? Our first puller, go ahead and took that guy as a force player, fine, okay? We know with 2 guys on that backside backer, and they don't have anybody else. They don't have anybody else to fit it. I like the center right here to be a little bit firmer. He's getting a little antsy because he's stepping with that other foot, okay? Trying not to let that guy beat him over the top. And that happens, okay? You see our alignment by offensive line right here, right? We cheat. We're gonna move furthest back as we can until that referee tells us to move up. So you see those guys, we want those hips, those helmets breaking that center hip, okay? Breaking that center hip. And as long as we're good there and they don't tell us, we're not moving up, okay, until they get us. So that also creates some separation. So with the center, if he is giving us some penetration, we're still able to get around with our alignment. This one kind of ended up cutting back on us. Okay. Another straight even front. From our drop alignment, we go ahead and put them outside of the tackle right here. That's our forward. Now that guy forced it right now, so we went ahead and took that guy. And you kind of see our second puller trying to get to the other guy because they got a good understanding of who responsibility we have. So the second puller is like, okay, let me go ahead and get around if I can, okay? But that running back rule, okay, is what? He'll put a second puller, right? But he sees green grass, he hits it. We get the third puller on that backside backer, okay? I don't want you to be discouraged because we're cutting here. It's still just as good if that tackle just runs through that front side shoulder. The play will be just as good. It is from the butt. I have to be kill shots. So watch my tackle kind of get beat, but helps him is the down block by the tight end. Not a great, not some say, an awful cut by the backside tackle. Wing set, tight end outside. Not great by our receiver right here. Go to the butt. It's a great job by that left tackle, okay? Put that hand in the back, We'd like to see him get it down a little bit more, get his helmet down a little bit more to be in there. That's a nice job of having that hand in the back and being able to keep leverage and moving his feet. So now we don't have a man-on-man outside situation, so we still got our third puller. And let's be honest, guys, let me show you. We're talking clinic talk, but a lot of times that third puller doesn't get to that guy. If the backside linebacker got to make the play on the outside run, then, you know, that's still a 5-yard gain if he's making the tackle. I'll take that all day long. All right, I'm gonna get to these. This is I think what kind of makes what we did a little bit special. Okay, here's our situation. Let's look at it. We get into nub trips right here. Okay, we got trips, nub, tight end. We still got our force guy. Now they bump the safety over and they bump the backer out. Okay, so now my tackle knows. Okay, I got man on and I got a man outside. Okay, it's an ace box. Okay, ace box, man on man outside. I'm not pulling anymore. Okay, while the running back is reading, the quarterback is reading the end. He will say, hey, he'll see that guy block the end, so he knows he's gonna go ahead and hand the football off. So now we're holding that guy, and if that tackle he doesn't quite get back, he's kind of get that guy a hand. He can almost get two right here, and then get that angle right there, and we'll be cooking with grease. And the sift, just like guys sift on a sift technique on inside zone when it's an ace box, it's kind of the same thing right here by what that tackle's doing. Give him a hand, bam, then he flattens out, then we really cooking with grease. Good job by the tight end. That guy's not on the shoulder, so I can step to him right now. Tackle's bad. Because he doesn't get that hat in that pit. That guy beats him over the top. I love to see number 74 keep running through that inside shoulder of that backer. That's a great look at it by that tight end. Head right there on that shoulder, and almost in that pit, that hand, that chest, that hand, that back. That's a good look. And we're not cutting that front side. That first puller, we go back to the tight. He's running his feet. So, you know, like we talked about the cutting on the second level, on the college level, we don't have to worry about in high school. We can still do it. All right, here's another man-on-man outside clip. Tackle stays on. Same look, you know, no trips look. We're just going to count. That's ace box backer for us. Corner, safety. And our linebackers are bumped over. Nickel Sam right here, Mike. Okay, and here's the Sam. So that guy's bumped over, and that's how they're going to play null trips. And that's a good thing about null trips. You can kind of see how guys going to play it and what they give you. Tackle stays on. I'm fine with that. Better job by those guys on the down blocks. The right tackle, he doesn't quite have an understanding like the left tackle did earlier. We're trying to gain the hat, but we're still good. Like we said, that guy got to run across and make the tackle. But still a what? How big game was that? That's still a, let's see. Eight-yard gain. We'll take it all day long. Backside linebacker got to run, make tackles. Great plays. Another Momo situation. Tackle, no trips. We like it out of this no trip look. You'll see man on, man outside with ace backer box, corner, safety. He has a good understanding. All right, now here's a look of that first puller, knowing that he has a fourth defender on the line of scrimmage. So now that turns into a trap pull right now. So now in this instance, when we have that man on man outside, we only have 2 pullers. Great job by the running back of squeezing that hip of that second puller. Squeeze, 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 burst. We already talk about the man on man outside. Here it is. Man on, man outside. We got 2. That's the guy will pull for anyway, and he's already moved himself from the play. So there's no need for me to skill pull. Okay. And giving him an opportunity to squeeze and scrape us on the backside. No need. That guy's inside. The tackle kind of sold out because he's not covering. I'm okay. Tight end does a decent job on the down block right there. Getting in his way, shielding him, and we got hats on hats. Running backs on safeties equal good plays. Here's a little different deal look for you. With our 2 tight end look. So here we go. It's the first time you're going to see the tackle pulling, okay? What we call buster, 2 Gs. So we're going to get down here, centers down, guard, tackle. With the tight end backside, we don't worry about the man on man outside. Okay, we're not reading it, we're rolling. We'd like to see that tight end drop, okay, and try to get his outside. That guy's not in on us. There's a tackle. He's on the force guy. There's the force player right now. There he is. Second puller gets around. It's a bad job by the Mike right there. I don't know what he's looking at. I have no idea. So when that happens, okay, there's no cutback player, right? There's nobody. All right, this is a good one right here. All right, watch our right tackle gets beat, okay? And our third puller ends up being the trash man. No, coach, we did not draw this up like that at all, okay? But he ends up being the trash man. That backside backer, when you got a threat of a running quarterback, that's definitely going to slow him down. And he's looking at the mesh and not looking at surface keys. So we got our force. We got our second puller coming around. And our third puller ends up on the guy who the tackle should have been on. Okay, now we get cute, right? We down the season a little bit. It's been a good play for us. Okay, we know we're getting over front the trips. We'll get a little short motion. Okay, and we miss on the crack. But you know how when you get down to the season, you try to give yourself different looks. You give people different looks at how you want to do things. Here it is again. We can see it better. Let's see from the wide. The tight end whiffs on the motion. We're able to clean it up with the second puller. So these are not perfect clips, right? And my third puller still coming around. Looking, still fitting. Did it work out the way we drilled up on the board? No, sir. We still kind of end up with hats on hats by the way things kind of sorted out for us. And it's great when you can have a number 5, the nice little scat back we had that can kind of get vertical. I think he saw that second puller kick that guy, so he knew that he needed to get vertical right now, which is a good run by him. I just a clip from under center versus even front. That running back, maybe he can be a little bit slower, but the rules don't change to the offensive line. So what we've done, we formation you with our rip trips look, got the same thing, doesn't change for the offensive lineman. We got under center, still doesn't change for the offensive lineman, okay? We short motion, okay? Still doesn't change for the offensive lineman. Now, the thing I'll tell you about that short motion, just like we talked about with the drop guy, you got to make sure that we get in the 3 to those trips, unless you're getting a tackle pulling with that down block, and it's not a good look. But we look at the under center from behind. Little drop. Got a little bit wider than that second puller. Tight end does a good job. Tackles good job. Tap. And what you got to get these guys like, it don't have to be kill shots. Just be on guys. Okay, so we talked about now. Okay, now we're going to dress it up another way, right? So we've done rip trips. We've done motion. Okay, now we're going to shift. Okay, and we still reading that in. So we get into these. Now that end squeezes. Oh here. Shift. We knew that we're going to play some man. So we're okay with that. So we got a squeezing guy and we got a 30 backer. So we have nobody to play the quarterback backside. It's a good job by our quarterback of reading it. Okay, whenever we don't have, he doesn't see, he knows that we're reading that. If he doesn't see two on outside, we coach him up. He knows he's reading it now. Good job by him. So it still gives you to do all the options, all the stuff you want to do in the read, RPO world as well. Now, this is the ones that, as an O-line coach, right, I get back in the film room then on Sunday, and I was like, oh, man, we got it blocked up, okay? And he pulled it. And he should have. That's his read. You got to live with those. And it's still a 10-yard run. We'll take those. Now, looking front side, that 10-yard could have probably been a touchdown if he had that thing off, right? But he's doing the job. He's doing what he coached to do. He don't know how the thing's going to turn out, okay? But that's what we coach him to do. Tight end does a good job right there of just being patient, tapping and covering that guy up. Force player ends up being the inside backer. So we on that guy right now. And we'll be cooking with grease if he hands this thing off. Lord have mercy. Every time I watch the clip. But he ran with the puller, so that's what he's coached to do. All right, here's one more pull read. There it is. And what's great about this, right? This guy is probably taught that if he gets down blocker, he gets away, he's squeezing. This guy's probably taught, he's reading surface keys. So he gets pulled. So what's he doing? He's getting over the top. So you can't have it both ways, right? So ways of kind of getting the defensive guys kind of confused a little bit. I think that's awesome. One guy reading service keys, one guy told to squeeze, get the hip, and now we off to the races. All right, now let's get in the eye front. This is where we get fun, man. I love it. Okay. Now the center, okay, we identify eye front, whatever that call is. Okay. Guys, Okie, whatever you want to call, he identifies his eye front. And then the same thing with the even front. They let those guys know how we're treating it. Okay. Now you're going to see a clip later on where it looks like an even front. But for film study, we decided we're going to treat it like an eye front. Okay. So whatever that the center identifies the front ass, that what rules comes into play. Okay. So now what changes is, okay, the front side tackle and tight end, they will gap double, okay, to the backside linebacker versus 50. So essentially the second linebacker in the box, okay, versus 3-3 stack, they're going to double to the mic, which is the second backer, okay. The front side guard will still have the same rules, okay. The only difference when we make it eye front, okay, now we have the guards are pulling. They're locked in the pulling when we identify eye front, okay. When he says okie, whatever the call is you have in your offense, once that happens, this triggers this, okay. Backside guard, front side guard, both skip pulling. Like same rules come into play. If we got a force player up on line of scrimmage, we're gonna trap pull with the first puller, and the backside tackle will skip pull as well, unless he gets his same man-on-man outside rules, okay. Now, what is this? We talk about that scramble reach, right? I didn't know what to call it, okay, because we didn't want him to reach like his outside zone and give up too much penetration. So we've taught that center, okay, that kind of fit near shoulder and kind of roll your feet up. That's what we call it, a scramble reach. So it's a fit. I'm throwing my hips and kind of running my feet around to get leverage on that guy on that scramble reach when he has a nose. I let those guys. That's what he wanted to call it. Once we talked about it, so that's what we do. Okay, so like we said, eye front, both guards pulling, no matter what. Backside tackle, he's pulling unless he gets his man-on-man outside rules. Tackle and frontside tackle, tight end, they're doubling to the second backer in the box. Okay, and now I think that on one thing we did was we called it both schemes. We at first we had two different names. Okay, if you know you're getting the eye front or you in your look back tempo, it may be for you to do that. Give it two different names. But later on, we got some older offensive linemen, and they were able to identify the front and then figure out what scheme we're going to use. So you can do it either way. Let those guys identify the front and know the scheme, or go ahead and give it another name when you know you're getting eye front. So those rules are locked in. So either way that works for you will be great. All right, here it is versus 3-4. So we got the tackle, tight end, double back. Okay, we got our force. We got our front side linebacker. We got a man-on-man outside situation. So that backside tackle, he's staying right now, or he's sifting, whatever one you like to do. Okay, it doesn't change for anything else in the backfield. All right, 3-3 stack. Now we doubling here. Okay. Now, remember we talked about in our rules, okay, 40 linebackers, okay, we're gonna Momo those guys, okay, we're gonna treat that like Momo. Right now he's a 50, so same, okay. Now, here's it gets tricky, okay. We start talking about tight front, okay. Well, how do you handle tight front? Well, we get a tight front, we'll switch with these guys. Let's go back to the 50 look. So if we get a tight front, coach, okay, we'll let that guard stay, okay, and we'll pull that backside tackle versus the tight front. The front on the front side doesn't change. Okay, those guys are still double back. But if we do get a tight front, okay, we'll make what we call a switch call on the backside, and we'll let that tackle pull and the guard to stay. Okay, so we still only get two pullers in that look versus the tight front. Okay, am I good there? Talked about that here versus the 50 versus 3-3 stack. Right, here it is right here. We identified as odd. Okay, so this game right here, just kind of give you a little background information about the ability to call it and not have to worry about the front, is this team played odd and even back and forth, okay? So our P and 10 call this week was going to be some kind of formation and truck, pin and pull, because we knew in our run game that run had all the answers that we wanted. They lined up in even and odd, they lined up in 3-3 stack, and they lined up in 50, okay? So we knew that we could protect ourselves versus all that stuff with calling pin and pull. And that's one of the things that you can do if you're able to get those guys to identify the front and know which scheme applies to those fronts. Let's go back and watch it here first. There's our double. We're doubling back. We got our scramble reach. Tackle the sides, man on man outside. I'm okay with that. He's staying. Trap pull by that first puller because that guy's on the line of scrimmage. So we're going to trap pull him. Here's my second puller. He's getting around that scramble reach trash. And now we got running back on safety. Tight end whiffs on the backside backer, but he gets enough on him, okay, to affect him. It's from the tight. So right now, if they were in tight front, okay, that got bumped to that 4-eye, okay, we go switch, guard, block, now tackle, we'll pull, and we'll still only have 2 pullers versus the eye front if we in versus tight, which I know a lot of defensive guys are playing right now. There's our scramble reach. He's getting a little more penetration I would like. But what makes this play is the double team. That tight end push hit, getting that near hip. We talk double teams, right? Gap doubles. Displacing that hip. Hitting that hip. Bam. Good. Now we don't want to see him lunge on that backer, but he good job of hitting that hip and getting that movement. This is what we did as well, that we would always start that guy in the pistol, and we would shift him right before the snap. Here's him. Let's start front side. We got our double, and our tight end gets a cut right here, and I think he kind of just falls into it because he's out of control. It's a better job on that scramble reach, but what happens is that down block with a double, and it turns into a down block, gives him a shot right here. I ain't going backside. I think he's just out of control. But our rule, man on man outside, I'm going to sit. I'm going to double down. Now, hey, did y'all watch CJ Cain earlier, any of you guys from Barton? That's him right there. That's him right there. Back in the day. So we got a good squeeze and we get a log, right? So that second puller, he see those hips flip. He doesn't see numbers anymore, so he knows he goes around. And this week, these guys like to cut cutters. So we were big on teaching that this week. But like I told you about earlier, same thing, just ripping that backside arm through that guy's front side shoulder is just as good as cutting, guys. Just as good. Get your skilled guys in space, man. There you go. This is a good look. Let's go to the tight. Let's get this one if I can get through. I know Coach Tatum going to get on me here a little bit. All right, here we go. I'll tell you that doubling. And that guy comes up right now, bam. He goes right into that tight end's track. Tight end does a good job. We got a trap pull because the guy's on the line of scrimmage. We got a man on, man outside, so the tackle stand. We got our scramble reach. We got our double right there. They tried to plus it over, run into our tight end side. We're still able to get us a seam. How you teach a scramble reach? Cause we just kind of, it was almost like a field thing for those guys. This is kind of the first year we did it. And like you see right here, that guy slants, it kind of helped that scramble reach guy and just widen that thing up in the middle and getting the ball outside. 10 minutes, let's see.
Yeah, you got 10 minutes, go.
You got 10, coach? All right.
Yeah.
The off front clip. All right, this is what I want to get to, okay? All right, so we knew, let's go to the tight. Okay, now, this look got 1, 2, 3, we got 4 down linemen, right? Technically, this guy's standing up, but we knew game planning that they like to analyze like this, but they really were our front team. So we identified this as an our front, even though the guy's a tight shade. So with that, our tight end's going down. He gets blown up right here, okay? But guess what? It's a good block. I still got to go around. With the trap pull, by that first puller, he's able to get that guy and log him. I like to see that tight end give him a little help, but he's getting his brains knocked in right here. But guess what? That's a good block, guys. He didn't make the play right there, so we're good to go. And now we got our running back one-on-one, okay, with this point, the safety. I think that might have been the corner we were in real trips. But that's what we want. We want our skilled guys on their skilled guys in space. Here's one more shot of the same game. No trips. Can you flip the running back and run it to the backside? Now, Coach, I was going to ask guys, we hadn't really got into running it without to the tight end side. I know some guys do some stuff like that, so I'll be interested to talk to us if you want to run it away from the tight end. Right now, we always run it to the tight end, so I have to, try to figure that out. Good question, Coach. I was going to ask you, even talk about it on the back end to kind of see what guys do if they kind of got a way to run it. Now, this is the deal with that center. I'd rather him get on that guy right now. The trap pull, there's big CJ Cain again, okay? That trap pull helps, right, with that wrong arm. Great. Okay, so we never teach those guys to roll. Like guys say, okay, roll that guy. No. Go to trap him, and if he wrongs arm, the roll naturally happens. It happens naturally. Same thing on any kind of gap scheme run, okay? Go to that first puller, go to trap him, and if he wrong arms, it'll happen, okay? Don't go with the tension to loop around that guy. Go with the tension to kick the guy out. And that second puller, he sees that hip get around, and now he's outside. One-on-one with skill guys. That's all we want. I want my best skill guy, running back guy on those skill guys. Quarterback eyes right there. Look at the helmet. See his eyes right there? Okay, he sees the read key block. He treated like man-on-man outside. Okay, that's a little different. We game planned it like to run it like that this week. Okay, the way they were playing it. We're going to go ahead and do that. Ooh, Coach, I'm about to get to that, Coach. You're getting ahead of me, Coach. I'm about to get there. Hold tight. All right, I'm going to talk about Coach Tatum. Give me 15. My man took 2 of my minutes. Give me 3 of my minutes. Okay, so hold on. All right, so now here's the variation. I'm getting excited. Here's the variation, guys. You see through these clips, the main guy that kind of get beat is the tight end, right? So we make a call, right, where we'll arc the tight end to the force player. The first puller will now trap the defensive end, okay? and we'll flip up a little bit. If we feel like going into the game week, they're playing a 9 technique, okay, we don't want to run power base, or we feel like that defensive end is a better player than our tight end, okay? Now, I didn't come up with this. We got this from watching the Chiefs probably, I don't know, about 5, 6 years ago now. We were watching some cut-ups, and he kind of jabbed and arced that guy, and we really like that, okay? And you will see that right here. All right, we got a 9 tech. We arced it. We went ahead and called the arc right here. Let's see what the technique was. Come on. I don't have the tight on this one. God dog it. Okay. So we decided, hey, that 9 technique, let's go ahead and arc him. I think he may be head up on him. So we arced him, right? So now my first puller knows now with our call, okay, that we're trapping the end right now. We're kicking the end. Bam, bam. And we still got our man-on-man outside rules right here. Look at my tackle. He's like, oh, I see him. I got to stop. Put my brakes on. Bam. Go back to him. And that's the guy, right? That's an unblocked guy. And he can't run over all the trash. It's just like in gap scheme versus 4-3 box. Okay, you may not have a guy for that 7th guy, and he got to run through all the trash. Same thing. So this was our change-up, guys. And I think the way the man-on-man outside, the way we handle our fronts, and this right here is kind of what separates, but I think that makes our play then a great play because we had those answers. I think anything that you're going to kind of major in and put time in, you got to have answers to all the situations, right? We go again. We arc them now. I would like to see the tight end go right now to the safety, okay? Now, what he's doing is he's checking the trap corner, okay? And now he's going because he knows it's too high. But watch what happens if he goes to that guy right now. Bam, we get a good kick. Trap pull, bop. And he finds the second puller. Now, when you do this, guys, when you hand that arc into it and you kick that defensive end, it's going to hit inside a little bit quicker. So those running backs have to know that this play is probably not going to get outside. Because all this kind of turns into is counter with the arc on the front side. Bam, bam. But we still get our play, okay, versus a tough end. Here we go. We missed a little bit of it. There it is right there. And we still able to get inside. All right, here you go. Who my man? Tony asked me that. Here you go, Tony. Okay. We got our variation with the QB. Okay. Now, the offensive line, we would call this something different. Okay. Why do we call this something different? Because in this scheme, okay, we don't have the force player anymore. The force player belongs to the running back. Okay, so we would call it something different to let the offensive line know, no, we're no longer responsible for the force player. Okay, so the first puller now has the second puller's responsibility in the old way. Now the second puller has the third puller's responsibility in the old way. In the backside tackle, he's always basing the defensive end. And you will see here, our quarterback's going to give a little fake here, okay? And that tackle is kind of going to give him a high hands and a high hat to make him think it's passed. They kind of hold that backside backer, right? Because we technically may not be able to get to that guy, okay? And this is great for goal line short yardage for us. Watch the quarterback. Give him a little hat and watch his backer right here. Watch it. He's out there playing pass, right? And now we're able to gain hats. Here we go. Rules still apply. Okay. Now we don't have the arc on with this one. The tight end got to take that guy. Okay. Got to take him. Okay. He got him. We called it. He has them all day. It don't matter. So force, now he's essentially the first puller. Second puller, he's looking inside now. That guy kind of, plays, I wish the quarterback takes it all outside, he still scores anyway. So we good. But I think that's a great variation, Coach, especially in short yardage goal line situations. We got a lot of mileage out of it. Here it is again, goal line short yardage. This guy's a little bit quicker on it the next year, but we still got the same thing. Even look at the tackle right here. He knows that he doesn't have that guy, right? It's like an itchy one scratch. He want to go get him so bad, but he knows he doesn't have that guy, and we still get our second pull around for that run through for that backer. This is a great look at it right here. No man-on-man outside rules is always tackle staying big, and there we go with the running back leading. All right, this is a little neat deal we did. This was like almost like triple option kind of deal, okay? We knew that they were going to try to scrape us on the backside, but instead of having the linebacker play the C gap, they like to play the corner. Like, hey, that corner triggers, you just flip it out there. And we also have that tag on the backside of some of our inside zone stuff. When we're loading this guy, we bring in our guy around to load the alley guy. That guy triggers. Okay, we'll load here, and that guy be our read, and we'll do the same thing. Because this safety got to get all the way over there. That's stealing. Here it is again. Kind of got a little, that corner kind of, but he still tried to make the play. Little pop it over there. Okay. Still would have been a good game for us. We got a drop on it, but that was there. Guys, I want to talk about the RPO world, right? I want to put this clip on here because we always talk about what gives this play issues, right? And the main thing that I think that gives the issues is if linebackers walk up in those gaps right now, okay? And week to week, we determine that, okay, if a linebacker walked up, you treat him like a down lineman. So if you got it down, you take it down. Rules don't change, okay? And this is what it did when we was reading the backside backer. We were dabbling with the RPO world, okay? That backer disappeared, and we had a nice slant window right there. And look what happens here. We only get one puller. We got guys mugged up, okay? And we're actually in a unbalanced right here. Okay, so when we went unbalanced with the tackle at tight end, we went arcing him. He was always going to be down, regardless of what it was. He was going to take that guy. And it's a nice deal for us. That's it for me, Coach.
Awesome, Coach. I'm gonna let you you have any comments? You want to say anything? I'm gonna get Coach Workman in here while you're doing that.
Guys, any let me see. I got some questions here.
I think they some of those you kind of hit on them. People saying it was stealing with the boxes you were getting.
Okay.
Stuff like that. But yeah, pin and pull. The three pullers. I don't know what defense is going to be doing when you got three guys pulling around. I'm sorry. But Coach, I appreciate it. I'm gonna get Coach Workman on here, and we're gonna keep rolling. I appreciate
it, guys. Hey, that was my where I have my stuff on here. You can shoot me an email, or you can hit me up on Twitter. There it is. Yeah. All right, Coach. Love you, man.
Yeah, love you too. See you.
All right. How do I get off the lead studio?
Yep. All right. Coach, what's going on?
Coach, how's it going? Can you hear me?
I can. Sound good.
Beautiful, beautiful.
All right.
Ready to roll?
I'm ready to roll when you are. If you want to present and I'll get out of your way, you can get going.
All right. Can you see it?
Yes, sir. Let's get it.
All right. So just a quick introduction. It always helps to know who's presenting, who you're talking to and everything. Coach Andrew Workman. I'm the O-line coach and run game coordinator at West Virginia State University. I'm originally from West Virginia, really, really deep West Virginia. So if anybody needs any subtitles, just kind of let me know. I'll try to hook you up with that. I think YouTube actually does that for you. But just kind of giving you a brief overview of our base run scheme. It is our mid-zone scheme, okay? And we'll kind of get into what that is and, getting more detail into that. So a little bit more about me, my professional journey from 2013 to 2017, directly after graduating high school. I was in the United States Marine Corps. I was in an infantry battalion and an artillery unit, and did that for 4 years, deployed a couple times, got out, didn't really know what I wanted to do. My high school coach hit me up and was just like, hey, you want to coach some ball? I said, yes, sure. So I helped them out that fall. 2 days after I was in a staff meeting talking about artillery, I was in a staff meeting talking about dive and counter and trap. So pretty interesting there. And then, I ended up at West Virginia State University. My wife and I moved to that, the Charleston area. That's in the capital city. I mean, it's 10 minutes outside. And, kind of showed up one day with a resume, and they just so happened to be needing a student assistant. So for a semester, I helped out with safeties. And immediately after that, got promoted to tight end fullbacks and coached there from 18 to 20. Got to leave there, took an O-line job at Huntington High School right down the road, one of the bigger schools in our state. Starting right tackle from Tennessee this past year was a Huntington High guy. From there, I spent the spring season there. We did some flex day workouts. We got the off season in, got the O-line ready to roll. Took a job down at Guilford College in Greensboro, North Carolina. I think a few of you guys are familiar with it. I was there for the fall of 2021, and didn't work out. My wife and I decided not to move down to that area and resigned. Came back up to West Virginia, and Coach Pennington hit me up about February. Said, you want to interview for the O-line job, and I said, yeah, of course. So I did. Got the job. Been rolling, hooking and jabbing ever since. All right. So just a couple stats always helps to gauge what we're talking about and the importance it has on our offense. So in 2021, the fall I was not there. The fall before I got there, very modest rushing season. Fourth in the conference, total rushing, 1662 yards, 151 yards per game, 4 yards per carry. Not a bad season. All right. We really wanted to change things up, move faster, much faster, spread it out more, kind of a spread and shred mentality. So we kind of got on the board, started talking about what we want to do with that. We implemented, mid-zone as our base run scheme. And I kind of took a wing T kind of philosophy with me there. Couple plays, but a bunch of ways to dress it up, make the simple look complex. And what that did for us is, pretty good for us. We ended up rushing for we were a top rusher in the Mountain East. We were a top rushing offense in the Super Region 1. That's about 4 or 5 conferences in Division 2. We were 22nd in Division 2 rushing. We rushed for a total of 2285, 207 yards per game, 207.7, 4.9 yards per carry. Our starting running back, he rushed for 859, second string 643, and our quarterback rushed for 499 yards. So, very mid-zone did a lot for us. Okay, so moving forward, mid-zone itself, 256 attempts, 1,719 total yards, 6.7 yards per carry. All right, you can look at the bottom. I've got it broken down into inefficient, negatives, efficient, and explosive. And efficient is anything 3 yards or more, and explosive is anything over 12 yards in terms of the run game. Negative is negative. I count 0 as negative as well. And inefficient would be below 3 yards. So we had 3 300-yard rushing games and 1 298. Mid-zone, kind of was a big part of that, as you can see. Okay, when I got there in the spring, the way we got here, we wanted to move fast. We wanted to be simple. We wanted to have all the answers there. We wasn't quite athletic enough to run wide zone, get there moving. We wasn't quite big, and dominant enough to run tight zone consistently or run power every play. So we needed a middle ground. One of my first thoughts were, go gap scheme, go GT, but really it just didn't mesh with the rest of the offense. So ended up on mid zone late in the spring. Okay, just to show you kind of what we're working with. personnel wise, because I feel like when you develop a run game, you have to take personnel into account. Okay. We had 4 O-linemen under 6 foot. We only had 1 at 6. You can see right there. Our average, weight was 280 pounds. So we had some really small guys, really, not a lot of large guys, but that's kind of what we were working with. We were a lot like a hand, right? You got 5 fingers, 4 fingers and a thumb. Okay. We had a guy who looked like a bowling ball at right guard. We had a guy that looked like a Division I tackle, left tackle, and we had a center playing right tackle. So that's kind of how that went. All right. What made those guys different is whenever I first got there, something, I met with a lot of the upperclassmen because a lot of those guys were there when I was at West Virginia State before. They wanted to, really reemphasize that dominant, just violent culture. Okay. So that's the first thing that I started doing when I got there, is just reestablishing we're going to come out, punch you in the mouth and keep punching until, we can't anymore. And that's part of what we do. It's not about what we do, it's how we do it. I think, the G.I. Joe thing on the left, knowing's half the battle. The other half is extreme violence. All right. Straight from our manual, this is our culture. A lot of the guys recognize this through Cobra Kai and Not Karate Kid, and that kind of hurts my heart a little bit, but it is what it is. I think, what's more beautiful and more fitting to an offensive lineman than, strike first. You want to get your hands on somebody, strike hard, knock the breath out, get them on their heels, show no mercy, follow through, take them to their coach on their sideline, make them ask to go home. All right. Our core values: family, aggression, accountability, commitment. Okay. Mission. Straight from my mission statement. All right. Build. All right. We want to build a culture of growth, respect, and violence. Again, there's that word violence. If you're not playing violent on the O-line, all right, then you're going to get yourself hurt. You're going to get somebody else hurt. Okay. Somebody on that line is going to be playing violent. You need to be one of them, period. Okay. When I say build, it's an acronym. Believe, understand, invest, love, and develop. Okay. That's what we're going to do for each other. All right. We're going to move defenders from point A to point B against their will, period. We're going to protect the quarterback, period. All right. We're going to police the pile. If there's a pile, it's moving towards the enemy, period. Okay. Our mindset. All right. We're going to move fast. We're going to break things. Okay. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. All right. Whatever it takes, that's what it takes. And the obstacle that's in our way is our way. Okay. I don't just scream things into existence. Now, I've got some good vocal cords on me, I'm told. And I get creative with some profanity, I'm also told, but I don't just scream it into existence. I did teach high school for a while. I believe there is a progression to everything, and I am not original with this progression. A lot of people use this progression. It's just, me putting my thoughts together and enabling me to have a progression to teach. Okay. Now this clinic is based on the scheme, so I want to get through this, individual part pretty fast. So if anybody wants any of the film for the individual drills or the progressions, hit me up. I'll have my contact info at the end. All right. My teaching progression is pretty simple. It's up here. We're going to talk about approach, contact, and follow through. All right. Approach, contact, and follow through. Here's a good example of what I'm talking about. Just a little example of mid-zone indie progression. All right. Approach, we're going to get on board starts. After that, read, react boards. So basically, we're going to have a first level defender. He's either going to make a move or he's going to press vertical. Our guys got to take that lateral step. They got to see what's going on. They either climb and pass off, or they, throw them out and drive. Very simple. Scoot, we'll talk about that in a minute. Something we do, something, a couple coaches have talked about today, but scoot footwork, scoot technique, that's something we do. We'll do it on air and with a defender. Okay, contact. We're going to get in a nice demeanor. We're not just going to go out there with our feet together. All right, we're going to get out there with gator legs. We're going to have a nice slight forward lean. We're going to get our toes 45 out and all that weight on our instep, and we're going to turn this thing into a power clean. We don't want to press defenders as much as we want to lift and drive defenders. All right. So we're a double underfit team. We're going to double underfit any chance that we can, and it's feasible. We're going to do it just because it's what we're better at. And we're going to work on torque strikes and tearing through that. Tight reaches. It's also a sub progression within that. Followed through 2-point explosion. The Bloom drive drill is an excellent drill for getting those hips involved and really lifting and finishing a defender. The weave drill, making sure you keep that, good demeanor through your finish. and you're ready to, change direction throughout that block and throw outs, front side tackle, front side guard versus a 3 and a 5. We want to get those guys thrown out. We'll go over that later. All right. Run game technique, we want to, fit low to high. We want to surround the defender with our feet. All right. We don't want to go out there and get our hands on this guy and try to, if you've ever been stuck in a ditch, all right, I'm from West Virginia, there's a lot of ditches around here, a lot of 2-lane, 1-lane roads. If you've ever been stuck in a ditch, you put your hands on that bumper, you put your feet close together and you're pushing down on that, trying to get it out. It'd be, pretty long afternoon. But you get up underneath that fender, you lift, and you drive it, get those hips involved. It's going to be a lot easier for you to get out of that ditch. Okay. That's, part of surrounding the defender with our feet. It also helps us not get thrown out of the way ourselves, keeps us balanced, keeps us under our base. All right. We want to strike tight. Like I said, we're a double underfit team, but, we got guys that come in that don't quite grasp that at first. So I just tell them, hey, we're going to work on that. Until then, just keep those thumbs tight, keep those elbows pointed at the ground. All right. Hide them. All right. Keep them tight against the ribs. Okay. Stay on the run. It's a track meet through your aiming point. Okay. 3 types of force we have to understand too is the difference between push, lift, and torque. Okay. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. But if you want this slide again, my contact's at the end. All right. We're a very, very tempo team. We average about 12.5 seconds, per snap. A lot of that has to do with our center, getting his hand on the ball, putting his cleats on the ground and getting everybody set and ID in the front. Okay. He will never leave the hashes. His eyes will find that line judge immediately and we will get set and we'll be ready to go. All right. So the first thing you got to understand about our mid-zone game is how we ID the fronts. Okay. There's two primary fronts. You got even, you got odd. Okay. Very simply put, you look on the left at our even fronts that I've got put up for you. The yellow box, gold box represents the middle 3. All right. There's 2 ways to look at it. The quick way. All right. Crash course way. The little blue dotted line within that gold box, that is the center's nose. All right. Even front, first level, there's nobody over the center's nose. Odd front, first level, there's somebody directly over the center's nose. That's one way to look at it. Second way to look at it. In the middle 3, there's 2 covered players in an even front. All right. In the middle 3 in an odd front, there's 1 player covered in the middle 3. All right. Then you got to look at the, the second area that we have to worry about in the box. All right. The second level. Okay. So we ID even, odd, and on top of that, we ID split or stack. Okay. And that is very self-explanatory. The blue dotted line. Again, somebody is either over the center's nose or he's not over the center's nose. Now, off of those, we got to, our 4-1 boxes, we have to ID a little differently. All right. Even light, we call it light. All right. Light meaning there's only 1 backer in the box. Okay. We've got a minus, stack, and plus backer. We treat minus and stack as the exact same. Okay. And what that does for us, basically, we have SIFT rules on the back of our base mid-zone play. All right. If we get even plus, we can go ahead and assume that backside backer's out of the box. He's out of the picture. It's probably going to be a lock. So when that center gets up there, hey, even plus, that backside tackle and that backside guard look at each other. It's like, it's probably locked, man. All right. He's still got to sift it out, but he's ready to lock it up in the back of his mind. We get that stack or that minus backer. They're trying to play us outside in with that field backer, trying to give us a pirate, stunt. So we're going to go ahead and push our ID out. All right. We're going to get a 3-man game out there with them. Okay. Why mid-zone? Well, it's relatively easy to teach and comprehend. It helps with undersized O-linemen. Simple to identify the front, play fast, backfield action. It moves defenders. It's not tight zone, not wide zone, but it's moving defenders ever so slightly so we can stretch and function. All right. Limits negative plays for us. It absorbs movement. All the answers are built in. All right. You can run RPO, zone read game. You can go 21 personnel, lock it up, and plus it. You can do a little bit of everything. Now, what is mid-zone? Very simply put right here, tight zone, running back aiming towards that backside hip of the center for us. We do not ID linebackers. All right. We track everything. We're moving so fast. That's just what's easiest for us. And it also helps us as O-linemen teach the scheme better. Okay. So when we know we're going to take the most dangerous player to our spot, all right, now all those framing defenses, those defenses start in the 4-2 and they want to get a 7th hat and box by bringing that safety down, rocking those backers back, or vice versa. All right. We're taking the most dangerous man to our spot. We're accounted for. All right. So multiple reasons why we track it. Another reason why we track it is because I tell the guys all the time, we don't block fronts. I don't care what front they come out in. We don't block fronts here. We block fits. We learn defensive fits very, very thoroughly. Okay. You know, that plus tracking everything helps us learn the scheme and, you know, the intent of the play itself, which means we can understand why we use certain techniques. Okay. Couple examples. Here's an example of our tight zone run. All right. You can see 17. He's going to aim towards 70's backside hip. Okay. You can get a nice combo in the middle there. We locked it up on the backside because it was a 4-1 box. Okay. Everything is vertical. We're really getting vertical to those spots. We make a nice cut. We get vertical on it. Easy day. All right. Here's a good look at the wide zone. All right. Everything is just wide. Very, very wide. Now, that front side 5-tech decided he wanted to contain. So this is just a much stretchier version of our mid zone at that time. All right. Everybody's on a run. They're running that track meet. We're stretching and puncturing at a much wider angle. Okay. All right. Running back rules. Now, you're going to notice I put a question mark up at the top over the title. Why do I do that? Well, you give these running back rules, all right, to the running backs. But what you got to understand is you got to be like water with the running back position. Those guys aren't offensive linemen. They're not as technical. The great ones are, all right? But again, you got to understand your personnel, okay? Understand your personnel. Be like water, all right? Fluid. That being said, we're going to aim him towards the front side guards, front side hip. We want to hit this right up B gap, all right? We want to hit this right up B gap, okay? Now, running back rules. He's going to read the first down lineman, pass the center. First down lineman, pass the center. If we're running towards the 3-tech, we're going to check for pinch, read the hat, all right? On the backside A gap, make a cut, okay? If we're running towards the open B gap, we're going to press that combo and read the center's block. If he gets hat over that 2-eye or shade, we're hitting it. We're hitting the front side. If he don't, we're hitting it right up there, right off the center's butt. All right, here's our rules. We got basic covered, uncovered rules. And here's a little tree. You know, I've both kind of bastardized and put together for myself. And, you know, I'm not original. I don't claim to be. I don't claim to be a guru. I just take what I find and I implement what works for us. Okay? That's huge. Find what works for you. This works for me. What is covered and what is uncovered? Covered. There's a defender on your body somewhere, whether he's shaded front side, head up, or back side. We treat head up as back side. What is uncovered? There's nobody shaded on you at all on the first level. Okay. All right. We're always going to step play side. We're lateral, vertical footwork, or scoot. Okay. One of the two. Okay. Very simply put. I won't go into this too far, but basically we're going to get a knee read if we're uncovered to the play side with an open gap. Again, combos. All right. If you're covered backside, half man. If you're uncovered with a closed play side gap, half man. All right. These are just all that explained. All right, we won't go into it. Scoot technique, why scoot? Okay, scoot. All right, scoot's a 3-step progression. All right, it's when you need to close space and get vertical while staying square. All right, you get nice vertical push on it. You can rewind and get displacement against movement. All right, it allows you to get on the same level as the post or lead man, depending on how you call your combos. All right, again, gives you leverage. When you want to use it, uncovered O-lineman in our mid-zone scheme is going to probably scoot. All right, there are certain situations where we won't, like sifting, all right, on the backside versus the head up technique, all right, and a stack linebacker in combos versus loose techniques. You get that play side 9 technique, that 4-eye with against the front side guard. That's when we're going to use it. Okay, just a couple drills we do to work scoot. All right, man in the middle is our center. This is really good for him. All right, getting vertical on that 3rd step, staying square. Keeping those hands and elbows tight. All right. He cheats and checks his feet at the end. All right. Bad example. Guy on the left, you can kind of see he hops about 3 times, but he doesn't actually get his feet in the ground till he's working vertical. If that happens, all right, you can get knocked in the teeth and you're going to end up in the running back's lap. We don't want that. We want to attack them on their side of the line of scrimmage. Okay. Another example of it right here, full line, all scoots. That's a technique that really helps us, all right? Combos are combos, all right? If we get a funky look or if they're not lined up, we're going to give a Zelda Zorro call, and all that is that's our full line track it, all right? We're full zoning it, everything, okay? And if we need to out it, we're going to call out, all right? Combos, not all of them are made the same, all right? All right, we're with mid zone, we're going to stab our Heisman and then angle drive if the linebacker is plus on that combo. If the linebacker is stacked or minus, we're going to go ahead and double under fit, all right? And we're going to scoot it, okay? It's all linebacker leverage and technique against the first level. Okay, here's a couple looks at it. Not great, but the intent is there. That was a gallop, all right? So here's our base mid-zone full. All right, we're not locking the backside. Okay, again, covered, uncovered. All right. Here's what we're looking at. Again, aiming towards that B gap. We get the 3-tech front side. Running backs reading the 3-tech. Okay, we're going to be lateral, vertical across the board. We're going to throw out and drive. This is a great bump by our center, okay? He uses scoop footwork here. He bumps that 3-tech over, opens that A gap wide open, and climbs to the linebacker. Running back sees that. He runs off the center's butt. Backside, against that backside shade, there's 3 ways you can look at it. You can ricochet that, you can fold it, or you can do what we do against, base looks, which is we're going to tell that guard the same thing we tell the front side guard. You're lateral vertical. I don't care if you reach the guy. All right. You're going to double underfit him. If he contains that A gap, you are going to torque, throw him out and drive him. All right. You're going to expand that backside B gap 3 gaps wide. If you get hat, you're going to press vertical and reach him. That's simple. All right. Backside tackle. He's got sift rules. We've got that linebacker right where he needs to be to not have to sift it. All right. We just have to go straight up to him. Okay, this is a really good look at a sift right here by our backside tackle. All right, left tackle, looking at him. Okay, that linebacker's playing outside. He's going to combo with Casper. He's going to end up locking it right there, getting vertical. Another thing that works for us, all right, here's a good look against movement. All right, you're going to see the defender on the left. They're going to try to do an inside game on us. That lateral vertical footwork allows us to get hands on. All right, get just enough of them. Here's a really good backside cut by our running back. Okay, we get the front side shade. We get a nice pass off by our front side tackle. I think if we hit this front side, we're still good to go, but we decide to cut it back. Okay. Try to get a little slant for some reason by that 3-tech. Pretty sure he messed up there. We pick it up. We're vertical. We're scoring touchdowns. All right. So here's a good look against odd. Okay, we get that 4-eye front side. We're going to use what we call a surge on both of these combos. Well, on the combo right here, because this linebacker is plus on this combo. What that means is we're going to ricochet right here. We're going to scoot. Try to take this over, and we're going to ricochet right there. If we get any sort of movement, he's just going to go ahead and tight track it up. All right, staying under control. He decides to tight track it up. We hit it out the front door. We score. Okay. There's another look against odd. Well, that one didn't play. Here's a look against odd when they, we had a head up 4 and we had a 9. They tried to twist on us on the backside. Our left tackle does a great job here sifting this, sorting it out, and taking the most dangerous. We hit it out the front door. Okay, we get a combo on that nose. We scoot the left guard. He climbs. We throw out at right tackle. Open that B gap wide open. Okay. Here's a great look against front side pinch. We're looking at the right side towards the field. Okay. Passing it off, climbing to the next level, tight tracking it up, getting hands on. Here's a great Rico by our left guard here. Ricochet, they called surge here. He decided to Rico this up to 44. It was a very light Rico, but it got the job done. We hit it out the front door. Receivers got some blocking for once. You can't beat that. Okay. And, you know, another part of this game, again, our quarterback rushed for 499. When they start over pursuing and they start playing unsound on the backside, we just tell our guy to rip it and run. And he does that. Okay. Rip it and run. He scores there. Okay. Right here. We full zoned it. That calls them to overflow. Nice boundary pull. He's off to the races. All right. Okay, one of our 11 personnel variations is we're going to put a tight end on front side. We're going to plus it. We call it plussing. Okay. It is as simple as it sounds. He's going to take the +1, all right, area, pass the guy that we take. If he's in a fullback, okay, he's going to step play side and get vertical on the backer. If he's in a wing, depending on that guy's technique, he's either going to long arm that, climb vertical tight, or he's going to go wide and go attack the safety, depending on that technique. So we might get a combo with the tight end if so. Variation.
Hey, Coach, I'm going to let you roll until I can get a hold of Coach Carlson.
All right, good to go. Hey, so one of our adjustments, again, we call 4-3 box, kind of how we call 4-1 box even light. We call 4-3 box even heavy. When we plus it, when we hear that even heavy call, our tight end is going to make a call to our quarterback and our O-line. Our O-line knows it automatically, but just to make sure he's making that call, okay? And what it does, instead of us, locking in or doing anything on the backside like that and our center working to the middle linebacker, we're going to go ahead and push it out, all right, to that overhang or that third linebacker. We're going to let that tight end take the mic, all right? I don't have film of this yet. We were not put in this situation, but get past this. All right, it's a good look at our lock, okay? So it wants to play. This is our lock variation, okay? They try to twist us on the back side here to the left, all right? We get nice footwork and a nice throw out on the play side. We pick everything up. They try to fit it like inside zone and go downhill. We hit it out B gap, and there's nobody there to account for us. That's the thing about mid zone, gentlemen, all right? Teams will want to fit you like inside zone, tight zone, and teams will try to fit you like wide zone. Neither will be correct. Neither will be correct. All right? Neither. All right, here's another variation. We call it weird and wild, or we did at the time. We're going to keep our SIFT rules on the back side. We're going to have a what you would call an insert player on the backside from the tight end, okay? And again, if we get a 4-2 box, we're going to go ahead and make a lock call here. Lock, auto, lock against the 4-2 box, okay? Or, an odd front. Anytime there's not a even heavy front, we're going to go ahead and lock it against an odd or backside tackle with tight reach set, okay? Here's a good look at it. Running to our right now. We lock it. We get an insert player. All right. They try to fit downhill. We run through an arm tackle. We're hitting the B gap wide open. Turns into a very wide A gap where B gap used to be. Good throw outs right there. All right. Here's a good look from a few years back. Same concept. Getting vertical. All right. Same concept here. We're doing it out of a wing. All right. It's lock. We got that shade there. Okay. So we're going to drive that B gap wide open. Look at the spacing we get from that. Again, not telling that right guard to reach here. He's going to be lateral vertical, and he's going to throw this guy out. This is one approach you can take if you don't want to ricochet and you don't want to fold. All right. And just like we had the 4-3 7-man box adjustment with the plus, we have it for this as well. Again, we get that even heavy call. Tight end makes the call to the quarterback. He's zone reading the backside defensive end. We are no longer locking that. That backside tackle is either going to combo up to the backside backer, or he's going to sift up to that backside backer. All right. That tight end is going to take the Mike linebacker, and that front side combo is working to the front side backer. Okay. That's just one of the adjustments we had. Okay, here's a decent one right here. I think he ends up passing this off and collecting most dangerous.
Hey, Coach, let me get you finish this one up, and I'm going to get Coach Carlson in.
All right, good to go. One more clip here. All right, we get a nice motion. Okay, 4-3 box, even heavy. Okay, they slant on us. We get a nice pull there. Okay. A couple adjustments we have. Now, again, some of the adjustments you can do, this is the last, I won't show any film because I'll get into it and I'll talk for 3 hours. But some of the other adjustments you can do, again, is folding. All right, so pinning and pulling. And what we do is the puller ends up being so if we pulled the center, if we ran what we call the coochie pull, okay, our front side guard is going to block back on that shade or 2-eye. Our center is going to skip pull around and become the new right guard of the scheme, taking his zone, okay? And with him skip pulling and staying square, he is able to do that, pick up movement if we get it, and we can still pass it off like normal, okay? Coach, that's all I've got. Let me just get my contact info up real quick. I've got film from all of this, all right? If you need anything from this presentation, you want to talk some ball, our doors are always open at West Virginia State. Here's my contact info, fairly easy to find. All right, this is my cell number, not a work number. That's my email. You can find me on the school's the athletic website as well. All right, that's
awesome.
That's all I got, Coach.
I appreciate you, Coach.
Yeah, no problem. I really appreciate the opportunity, Coach, and thank you to everybody who was listening in.
No doubt. All right. Coach Carlson, how you doing? I can't hear you. I don't know if your microphone settings might need to be. No, I'm still. There you go. Say something. Nope. Wouldn't be a stream without some technical difficulties. It's all good. Let's see. Okay, it's telling me that your mic isn't connected. That's weird. What I usually do, I go to settings and go to audio, and then I just put like default if you can. Nope. I can hear myself. Bear with us, guys. We'll get it figured out. Still can't. Try going out and coming back in, Coach, because I had a guy yesterday do that. Well, until we get that figured out, guys, I appreciate everybody sitting in here watching. We've been rolling along, coming up on 8 hours. It's been a great 8 hours. It doesn't even feel like it to me. I've been here the whole time, obviously. Do me a favor, go ahead and like and subscribe for me. And let me see me add him back. Nope.
Sounds like it would have a great
I hear music. You play music? Okay, that's Let's see.
Right now.
There you go.
Sorry, I suck.
It's all good, Coach. Hey, we are. It is what it is.
I'll jump right into film. We'll be good.
All right.
Let's go. Share screen. Make sure this keeps working. I have a lot of screens. That's crazy.
Hey, we can adjust, Coach. It's all good.
All right. Can you see? Can you see the Wolves?
Yes, sir.
Wolves football.
Yes, sir.
All right. So sorry about that, guys. I'm the O-line coach at West Georgia. We play in the Gulf South, which is, earlier Coach Saulnier spoke from West Florida. We play each other in a couple other schools, but I'm going to jump into it real quick. I'm going to talk about twist progression and pass protection stuff. Real quick, only stats. We were the number one total offense in the country in Division II last year. We had a really good quarterback. He's playing the XFL right now. He skipped his pro day and all that stuff and went straight in and is playing for the Sea Dragons right now in Seattle. But because he was so talented, we threw the ball a lot. I mean, we're number 3 in the country in total pass yards. He threw for over 3,000 yards, and then we also had a 1,000-yard rusher. So because of that, we threw it a lot. We had a lot of different stuff we did in Indy differently because we threw so much drop back game. So we took a lot of pride in not allowing sacks and different things like that. And we were number 4 in the country. We gave up 5 sacks last year and threw it about between 425 and 450 times. But with that, you kind of get a lot of things with that limit your negative plays and tackles for loss allowed. So we were top in the country in that, as well as first downs. Our quarterback really did a great job moving the chains for us. So I mean, I'm pretty sure we led the country. They don't keep it by total, but we averaged 26.8 first downs a game. And then we were averaged 40 points a game. What's crazy about the Gulf South, though, we averaged 40 points a game, and we were 3rd in our league in total offense, which that tells you kind of how good the offensive football is in our league. In terms of protection, we're going to talk about there's some drop back games, some quick game protections. There's half man, half slide world. There's full slide game. There's man protections. We do basically all of it. We're very multiple. We have a lot of different answers. We use fullbacks. We use tight ends. We use running backs. We throw empty. We use empty formations. We scat the back. We do a lot of different things that we'll get in. But first thing that we're going to talk about is how we set our protection. We're always trying to create a ditch. We want a dish. We want a wide pocket where our tackles are responsible for setting the width of the pocket, and our middle 3 is responsible for setting the depth of the pocket. So in a perfect world, this is what we want our pocket to look like, would be the top side of a dish. Coach Workman, he and I worked together at one point back in the day, and he talked about phases of the block in the run game. There's also phases of a block in pass protection. So with a man set, the same as an approach in a run game block would be your set angle or your drive. The contact phase, which would be the second phase, and the run block would be your strike and anchor in pass protection. And then your follow through phase would be your feet, obviously moving, playing with steel bars, and redirecting and preparing for a counter. So from a pass protection side of things, there's still 3 phases of a block. And then everything is a progression-based concept from the ground up. We're huge with talking to our guys about our feet, putting our body in position to strike. And then obviously we looked at how the dish was made. This is how we kind of ID it. If we were in a 4-man slide or a man concept, we have both ways we can call any of our drop back game. We can check a slide protection. We can check a man protection. Our center can do all of that at any point in time based on the front and based off of linebacker alignments and different things like that. So at any point in time, we can do all of these things. With a twist concept, so basically a twist is used to either obviously disrupt your protection or try to get extra one-on-one situations. This could be used with an automatic read by the D-line, or it could just be a set call from the D-line coach from series to series or play to play. But the base part is to get one-on-one matchups and to find different ways to pick offensive players and do different things like that. There's, in my opinion, how we want to block twist, there's keys to it. We want to play long. We want to redirect. We want to be physical, communicate post-snap and pre-snap, know the situation, which is all pre-snap, and then which comes the next one. We want to be aware pre-snap of what we're getting and then using our eyes. A big thing that we do that helps us in our twist game is how we strike. We're very big on independent hands. We use a lot of outside long arms, use an inside lever or clamp hand. We will double strike, but it is versus certain looks in certain situations. The reason we like independent hands is because we can play longer, we can play square, we can combat defenders. D-line coaches are really good now with their hands, so it gives us a chance to get to a battle where if we double strike, we're going to be in trouble. So one thing we do, we get on the mitts. So from, this was new stuff. This was in the spring. We're already done with spring ball. We had our spring game on Wednesday. That's why I kind of threw this together as quick as I could. All right, but we get on the mitts, and really teach our guys to keep a high long arm with their outside hand, like number 70 here in the middle. All right, so we put them on the mitts to aim small, miss small. So we truly drill independent hands at all times. And then our inside hands will set as a lever. So we'll get on the mitts every day. They can do this in the summer on their own. It doesn't have to be with me. Obviously, right there, they're working a set to a mitts. His outside hand, he's a transfer. He just got here. His outside hand needs to be high in his set so he can not miss as long. That's why he's missing it and not having a plan. But this is new for him. Then, obviously, here's another one. We'll work the mitts with our outside hand. This guy's been with me for a year. And he's going to layer with his inside hand as a lever or a clamp hand, which would be his right hand here to stop versus any inside move. But I love using independent hands because I'm able to stay square in all of my sets. It's very square all the way through here. All right, so then if you want to see a version, so we talked about independent hands with our long arm, then you have a clamp hand. So I coached at Mississippi Valley State a couple years ago. This is against Jackson State in 2021. The DN on the top side of the screen is playing against our left tackle. He's playing for the Detroit Lions. I think he had like 8 sacks last year. He's like drafted in the 5th round, but he was very talented, so we had to do a really good job with independent hands. He was a speed rush guy. He could go up and in. He had great hips. He had great hands. So our left tackle had to be really on point. So I wish his hands were a little bit higher, but he's going to work an independent struggle with his outside and then use his inside hand as a clamp hand because the guy was always, if you could get him to 3 kicks upfield, he was going to fall back inside on the right hand. All right, right there with his clamp hand. So that now he has created leverage, all right, to get back to an anchor, all right, which is what 78. The minute he leverage there, he's going to steal basically like he's got a nail stabbed through his elbow. He's going to clamp and he's going to lift, and then he's going to anchor and keep hot feet through. And that's what the left tackle is using right there. All right, the right tackle is trying to work a chop hand and going to hands, going to war with that, going to combative hands on number 99. All right, that was a Georgia Tech transfer. So they had 4 D1 transfers and a 4-star across the board right here. Okay, so we had to use some really good hands all the way through to make sure we could handle them. And that's what we're working there. So which is why we're such a big believer in independent hands. All right, now this is here at West Georgia. So our right guard's a little wide with his set and he drops his post, but he's using a clamp hand with his left. So that allows him to be aggressive with his outside, stay square. And if he gets it inside, we can go to clamp to a wheel technique, which will get him to a push-pull and use leverage back to center back up on the 3-tech spike right here. Okay, so everything he's doing right here, all right, we'll use a clamp with his left, and that allows him, okay, to come back and get to a wheel to get nose-to-nose on the post. All right, so when we talk about independent hands, we really drill the crap out of it in one-on-one pass rush. So our center, okay, what we tell him is we want to set 7/8 of the man. So we want to take almost all of him, okay, because his job is to set the depth of the pocket. So he needs to take more of the defender so we don't get a short edge. So he's going to take 7/8 and use a long arm with his left hand because he's sliding to his left, which he's throwing his long arm here. And then his right hand is coming from the snap, is going to snap from back underneath, which he gave it to him, all right, to give him back the inside hands now. So he's going 1-2. He's squaring his set. 1-2. I want to see him anchor and get off his heel. I don't like that. He's a little pigeon-toed, so we have to drill some things a little differently with him, all right. But he's going to go, all right, drive and pull, long arm. All right, offhand from back underneath, all right, on the underhook, all right, which gets them back to an anchor with hot feet. So we really will take a lot of time and work our hands on all these. Now, then we want to go back to refitting and squeezing where he should have probably chopped the left or broke the elbow, all right, because I think our D-line coach teaches a forklift, all right, so we're trying to get back to combating that and squeezing that back underneath and making him come down the middle of the defender, all right, and that's what we're working there. All right, right here, this is a kid. He's really a center. All right, he's really our backup center, but we got a little banged up in spring. One of our tackles got rolled up on, so we had to pop him out for a little bit. And what he's working is a long arm to, again, a clamp. All right, and he misses with his left because he's pushing. He should be snatching it tight. But when he gets it back in, it creates him. I want to see him jam his right hip high so we don't get a close pocket on this right here. So he's got to get to a clamp way faster than that. All right, the times we use hands as a double strike, we'll come from underneath on a jump. So right here, our left guard's about 6 foot. Okay, he's about 285. The 3 technique on him is about 6'4", 310. All right, he can play. All right, so we had to change kind of our sets. He's kind of working a jump to a double under to get hands from underneath. So the guy was a big-time bull rush guy. So as he's bulling us, all right, we had to change to we can't strike like everybody else because we're not as long as him. So he's going to work a jump or a short set to a double under here, all right, and then be ready for a bull. And we got to walk it out or hop it out quicker. But we're at least getting a chance to stop his rush before it starts on the line of scrimmage. Okay, with some of our inside guys, if they're not as long or they're playing more of elite pass rushers, we try to stop their rush before it can even start. And that's what we're working here. We're going jump to double under. The biggest thing when you jump or short, you got to keep a high post foot, which is he's trying stuff. This was this spring, so we're working different things. All right, and that's what we do in our pass pro one-on-one stuff. We're working a jump here with this guy to stop their rush before it starts. He's got to keep his head out, and then he's getting to a clamp. All right, and you can see how that inside hand's allowing him, and he's getting back to his post. Needs to stay high. All right, he's a little stiffer guy that we have. In D2, you get so many different types of bodies. You can have guys that are 6'5", that are long and athletic. You can guys that are 6'1", that are a little shorter. It might be a little stiffer, and they're used just to move guys. So you got to do a lot of things with different body types. So you can't just set and teach one way to set everything. So we're going to work a lot of different sets. We're going to work a lot of different hand concepts. All right, and that's really what we're going to really putting a lot of our time into. All right, like right here, this guy's 6'4", long kid, about 280. All right, but he's tempo to set a little bit too much, but he's able to get long arms and levers in there here. He needs to keep his his inside hand a little bit higher. All right, he's dropping it. You never want to have your inside hand facing the ground. You should always be layering the defender so we can get to a clamp quick. All right, but this way, so these guys are working long arms to clamps. All right, he just needs not tempo is set. But we're going to try all this stuff, all right, and we need to reset our hands here quicker during these one-on-one sets, one-on-one situations. All right, the biggest thing is we want to build the set from the ground up. All right, there's a major correlation with hips in our sets with golfing, all right, and swinging a bat. So if I was kicking to my right, right here, and I am this guy with the stagger, right foot stagger, I would want to close and cut my hip back square, my shoulder square, to get me back square, just like I'd be hitting a baseball over center field. All right. Same thing in golf. If I'm driving, I'm basically in a right foot stagger here. If I'm driving a golf ball, when I close my hips through and transition my power through the golf ball to hit it straight and square, that's the same thing as where I need to be in a set. All right. And so that's a lot of stuff that we talk about with our guys, that if this is your inside foot, this would be your inside foot. This is your outside foot. This is your outside foot. I got to get my hips back square to where I'm hitting the ball, all right, which would be for us where we're driving into our set on the defender. Okay. Our eyes and pass pro, we're going to look at the inside number and shoulder point. We want to see more of the man. All right. But that's going to tell me where he is going to go on a lot of things. If that shoulder disappears, I can get to a post. There's different things like that. All right. So every day we're going to work drives off med balls. We're going to work drives on PVCs and really focus on driving back and lateral. Okay. There's a lot of stuff about in protection. Okay. When you guys do this med ball drill, all I tell them to do is get in a stance, and then whatever side they're kicking to, just pop that knee down. That's what the center's doing here. He's getting in a stance. He's going to pop his knee right down to keep his width that he's always playing with out of his stance, and he's going to work the drive. And you can see his outside hands, right hand's a little higher. His inside hand, which would be his lever hand. All right, we can work to a post. We can work to a flat post. All right, but we're going to work driving square. We'll have a drive foot and a catch foot. I still think that is a very good concept to teach. All right, so we will do a lot of that. Then we will go to the PVC pipes, all right, and really worry about staying square. I'm checking their hips and their shoulders. When you pick up twist, you have to be square and you have to play long. All right, and this allows me to check their sets, all right, before we get out there and when we're working OTAs and different things like that. All right, then you can put it all together from the ground. We can put some dots down and we'll give them landmarks. All right, so if we're sitting right here in the middle is where we start, I'm working a 2 set. I can work a short set. I can work different things, but I'm the defender and they're working their set off of me. All right, and I'm checking their shoulders. And the biggest thing is you don't want to see him drive with his left knee. He's doing it a little bit here and pulling. You want to see him drive off of his right instep and big toe. All right, but he's pulling a little bit too much with his left, but then he's getting back to a square, all right, position where he's going to knock this knee back in, cut my hip, and long arm with my left, which will get me back to being square. All right, so when picking up twists, we're very big with playing square and all this. Okay, so I'm just checking all of these different things and using these for landmarks, all right, just to give them a reference point. Okay, when we strike, we want to make sure that our head is out. Okay, when you're seeing twists, you want to make sure your headgear is separated from the defender. So all we'll do, we work a separation, a headgear drill. We start with our head tucked in, and we want to snap that out as quick as we can so we can see the defender and play long. All right, so we'll work that probably once a week, and then we'll obviously re-emphasize it throughout what we're doing. Okay, some keys, all right, to make sure whether you're picking up twist in the slide, all right, this is in the spring, okay, is the center's got to get back and lateral square into the slide or into wherever you are telling him to get to. So right here, our center is getting back. This isn't a twist, it's just a movement. Our center is getting back and square and lateral into the slide here, which is why we're able to take this. I wish the guard could be a little thicker with his right hand, all right, because he's wasting himself. All right, there's no reason to be thin here. We should be a little heavier here to set the depth. All right, but our center does a nice job getting back and square and lateral back into the slide. Okay, that's what we're looking to do here. Okay, here's another version of it. All right, the center, this might be a twist game here. Let's see. All right, nope, it's just a little tag stunt, but the center's got to get back and lateral square. Oop. Hold on one sec. There we go. All right. Come on.
Hey, Coach, the next coach is going to be a couple of minutes late, so you got time.
Okay. All right. So right here, the center's going to work back and lateral square. Okay. And you'll see it right here as we go. So he's going to drag and get back and lateral. So he's able to take this tag stunt. Now the left guard's doing a much better job firming up the pocket. So they were able to step up. All right. So we can get a version of a dish. The left tackle, all right, he's false stepping with his inside just a hair because he's hopping because he's on his heel. All right, he's a big, long guy. We got here. He transferred from a junior college. He got here late. So he was just trying to get him caught back up. But that's what we're trying to get here. Here's our backup twos. This is in our spring. Here's our 2 center. All right, and he's going to work, you'll see right here, back and lateral. So it doesn't have – everything that we show you is not going to be the same person. It works for everybody. So right here, they're twisting. We're going to get the center back and lateral square. All right, again, we don't want to waste the left guard here, but it gives the time for the quarterback time to step up in the pocket here, but we're working back and lateral square into the slide. All right, here the center needs to be a little more square here. Okay, on the late twist unfolding here because he's going to get a little bit of leakage. So he needs to really drive and get back and lateral square. We're giving up a little bit too much ground with the left guard on the underside. We need to get to the midline of the defender. All right, and that'll make it a little easier here. All right, I'm going to jump through. I can look at that. We got a bunch of those all day with getting back and lateral square. All right. So here we go. All right. Okay, so right here we're going to get a twist game, okay? And we really need to work on the guard does not need to underset. We're getting lucky on the left side here. We need to take more of the defender square. All right, we got a little quick dragon step, but we're going to pass the penetrator over and up and get back to it square. The center's doing a really good job in the slide, taking number 90 on the loop stunt here, okay? And that'll get him back to a kick to re-kick and then flatten that out now. Okay, so what we did, we took the loopers and slammed it, so we brought a place where the quarterback's able to step up into the pocket here on the twist. But all of it's because he's square and getting back to it. We still need to be a little bit more square there. It takes time. All right, this is some of our second guys up right here. All right. Again, we need to be a little more square. We're going to take more of the defender here. So some of these are in third down situations. We're going to sit on some of them. Some are in first down situations. All right, but the right guard is really square in his set. We're dragging with the right tackle, which allows us to have time to sort this quick, all right, and get back to the looper. All right, and everything's about redirecting there. Okay, so I'm going to shoot through here. All right, some of the stuff we do, we call it a drag and read. So if I am the tackle, okay, on the man side, I want to drag and set the 3. I want to read the 5, or I'm drag and set in the 4, and my eyes are reading the 9. Okay, so we're really going to drive. I really want to make sure that he's not on his heel. His hips are a little high in his set. He's a big, tall kid. All right, so we had to really develop him. He had a great year. He's 6'6", 330-pound guy. So there was some stuff that we had to really work through with his body and some of his ankle mobility, which is why he's struggling on this heel kick here. All right, but he's reading all the 9, feeling the 4. Same thing here. Now here we're doing a 3-5. All right, the right tackle, okay, needs to be dragging the hand, seeing the 5. He loops right now. I'm going straight to a trap concept and taking over and absorbing the 4 or the 3 technique right here. So I'm just training eyes. Same thing here. We're seeing the knees, seeing the man. All right, shoulder point goes in. All right, he goes now. Now I'm going back, drag the trap right there, boom, and I'm coming back square. I don't want to see, that's why I said Nygel, I don't want to see the left tackle right here, his knee come up. All right, I want to see it come more forward, not up. All right, and taking more of the defender. Okay, so that's what we're working here. So if you look at it, if you look at the left tackle here, he's going to see 5. Here's when I was at Valley. All right, I wish you would have dragged this, but you're going to see him redirect, boom, now. All right, which allows us to snap the guard off. The guard turned too much in his set. All right, he was pretty athletic, so he got past it. But you're going to see the tackle right here go read, all right, to bang it through on the looper call, okay, and absorb that up. All right, here's another look at it here. The left tackle, this is basically all third down situations here. It's all 2-minute stuff. We're getting twist every play. We got to be square with the left guard in his set, all right, to take more of the defender, okay, which is what we're doing with 78 here. He's going to pass the penetrator over and up. The left tackle is going to drag the looper call. All right, and that's going to make him bang it off. And now I got to get my right foot high and clamp it back and squeeze. All right, but that's what you're working here. There's a place for the quarterback to step up off the twist. All right, this is against Delta State on the 2-5 technique. All right, we treated the 2 like a 3 that week because they were twisting out of it. So now we're going drag, all right, to looper to bang it off. We're throwing the penetrator over and up with the right guard. We want to make sure you get extension there. All right, and then we're going back to a hop here. All right, same here right now. So now we're getting drag set to guard looper. Okay, so if you watch this, we're getting drag. All right, where the guard had the looper. So he's got to bang this off now. The guard's got to leave there. So now I got to trap and expand the tackle back off. Now the tackle's going to snap off. Stop the penetrator at all costs. Number 1 rule with twist is stopping the penetrator. All right, and now it allows them to snap off sink late to it. Okay, but expands the pocket just a hair late. Okay, now right here, that'll be the same thing here. All right, he goes in now. All right, we get a looper read. He's going to go back in tight on the right tackle side. Okay, the biggest thing we got to make sure we're doing is with our feet is redirecting. All right, so we'll get some sandbags and work this drill to redirect. Okay, and to make sure our hands are out of our body and that we're playing with extension. Okay, which is one of the biggest things with twist. All right, and then we'll do it without it. But I got to make sure when I'm redirecting that I'm getting the defender out of my chest on all this stuff. All right, now I know this isn't a twist, but we're getting a drop call on the left side between the left tackle and the left guard here. Okay, so the left guard and tackle know that he's dropping, so he sees it right away. Drop call. Okay, the guard reacts right away. We need to make sure the tackle closes the space up. All right, and then we get back to the added on pressure right here. So he's going, you can see the redirect with his feet right here. That's a big version of why we do that drill. Okay, with the drop there. All right, so right here you get the guard tackle redirect on the left side. So we got the 3-5 twist late. Okay, so we're going drag and setting squaring off more of the man to late loop, okay, to bang it off. So you're literally working the redirect together between the tackle and the guard here. So you can really see that, all right, and how it's going to unfold with the drill that we just did. All right. Right here, this is the version of the center on the redirect. So centers are the pendulum of the protection. All right. This guy, we got to be a little careful with. Like I said, he's a little pigeon-toed, so sometimes his foot crosses over. Okay, so we really need to fight that pressure here. All right, but he can go back to a re-kick if he's behind it. So right here, he's working kick to re-kick just like he did on the zigzag, all right, or redirection of what we were working earlier. Okay, the left guard turns his shoulders way too much and undersets him, which is why he's late to the looper here. So that's why the left guard is late on all this, and the center is stuffing it. Okay, and he's back in lateral square in the slide, and he gets back to a re-kick, okay, to set the depth. All right. Right here, we're working a guard redirect, so we're in a man call here. All right, what I don't like, we should be setting back on this so we don't get picked. All right, hold on. Ooh, my bad. All right, so the guard and center need to work more back. The center needs to work to a settle set. This is during spring, so there's a lot of practice stuff on here. All right, the guard's working back. He's got the looper. We're going to go to a redirect and play long, get him out of our chest, and then we can firm it up so we can step up. He should have just stepped up there. All right, we will work what we call passing the penetrator, okay? So what we're doing, these are new guys. Some of these guys are new guys that haven't been here long, all right? So they're going to fit with the defender. So if I have the penetrator and I am playing long, okay, I'm going to start with my feet buzzing. So like the right tackle, these two just got here. This was spring. They got here in January, so we need to get them lower in their hips like this guy who's been here longer. All right, so we're going to buzz our feet. Same thing, this guy's new too, so he doesn't really know as much about the drill. We're going to go buzz our feet. All right, to penetrate, we're going to throw them over and up, and then I want to snap back off, sink and accept, or snap back over based on the twist that I'm getting. All right, so if you watch that, we're working throwing the penetrator over and up and getting extension, okay? And then we'll work it on patterns. So I want to make sure we're not turning too much, that we're setting back square. We're working patterns together, all right, stuff that we'll work through practice after it, okay? Then we'll work passing the penetrator over and up, passing the penetrator over and up, and then hopping out. Okay, once we snap off of it. So that's what we're working here. We're throwing the penetrator over and up, getting extension, all right, and then stopping the bull if they were coming through with the looper. Same thing here. We're going to pass penetrator over and up, hopping out the looper. All right, he's missing on his hands. Sometimes you got to come from underneath on these, all right, especially if it's like a backer or something like that. Throw him over and up, get him out of chest, play with extension, all right, and get to the hop out right there, all right, and let him reset his hips. Okay, so we're going to see he's going to get him out of his chest to go over and up. All right, get full extension. Don't grab, full strike. Throw him over and up. All right, on this, we'll then get to a hop. He could play from underneath on these. All right, but we need to reset our anchor here. All right, same here. Over and up. This guy's a pretty violent character. All right, which we have to be violent when we're throwing him over and up. Be violent with it. Over and up. Hop it out. Get him out underneath. Reset. Take his rush and force it back up by using a hop. All right, so right here, you're going to watch the guard on the left side. All right, this was in the spring of last year. So he gets the penetrate, throws him over and up. He's still underset, needs to take more of the man, but violent, and then gives him time to snap off on the looper. All right, there's one right there. Here's another one, the right guard. This was last year in the spring. We need to take more of the man. The right guard's going to pass him over and up, out. He's got to separate his head here quicker. All right, we got the drag by the tackle, the right tackle, throw him over and out, okay, and then we will snap off and get ready to counter, okay? All right, now this is that valley. Now right here we get a penetrator with the nose. All right, the 3 is the looper, okay? We're in a rock call, which is a 4-man slide here. All right, we flatten the penetrator out, over and up, and then we snap back with the left guard on the looper. Get him out of your chest, over and up, all right, and redirect, okay? One drill, I got this from Georgia. They do a really good job. They go hand fight to rip All right, now you can work on the snapping off on blitzers or loopers. All right, so we're going hand fight, rip, okay, and then snapping off quick on looper, throwing him over and up as quick as we can. All right, hand fight. Oop, here you go. Hand fight, rip, throw him over and up, and then snap off as quick as I possibly can, sink back and accept. So,
all right, Coach. I'm going to have to stop you right there. I'm going to get Coach in. I appreciate you and talking about picking up twists. Picking up twists is very hard. It can be. And we appreciate you talking about some pass pro for us.
No problem. Sorry about the technical difficulties earlier.
It's all good. It's all good.
Right.
Thank you. Coach Matt Newby, how are you?
Coach, how's it going? Good.
It's good. It's good. Yeah, we are just kind of rolling along. Let me make sure I put that on there. Coach, I'm gonna let you kind of do your own intro, and we'll roll right into it.
All right, yeah, like it says down there, I'm Coach Matt Newby. I'm the offensive line coach at McMurry University in Abilene, Texas. Been here all of a month and a half. Came in from a private school here in Austin, but I'm a McMurry alumni. Graduated 2016, played here. Program wise, we're a Division III program. We're in town with a Division I program, Abilene Christian, and another Division III, Hardin-Simmons. So we fight for a lot of the same guys just in that area and that region of Texas alone. But we recruit all over Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, New Mexico a little bit here and there. But so we don't care where they come from as long as they come and they can play. So getting into it, guys. I'm going to just talk about our 11 personnel stuff that we've been doing with our gap scheme stuff just in the spring. We're in spring football right now. We're on spring break, but we're in midpoint of spring football. We just got done with our first half spring ball, and then we'll come back after the break and finish up with the last half, and then, of course, our spring game to cap it all off. And I'll have a schedule at the end that you can look at for any of you guys that are in Texas. Can come visit, come see a practice. They're open anytime. Let us know. You can come in if you want to sit in on an offensive line meeting. By all means, come on in and come see us. Just recapping of what basically I had already just said. Alumni 2016. Been coaching 8 years, 7 years in high school. I did my first year, of course, coaching was as a student assistant. I had got injured, blown out my shoulder, and the doc said, hey, you can't play no more or I can't fix it. So I said, hey, if I can't play it no more, I might as well coach, and been loving it, enjoying it ever since. I've been in Texas and Louisiana. I spent 3 years, a little bit of that time, 3 years of it in Louisiana, coaching some 2A and 4A ball there in Louisiana at Oakdale and Bolton in Alexandria. In my short time, I've been OC, DC, interim head coach, coached things that I never thought I'd coach DBs, coach linebackers. Coach running backs, even a little bit of quarterback stuff. So I've been coaching it all, it seems like, in the short amount of time. But some points that I've learned from that is, especially when it comes to offensive line play and stuff like that, never say never when coaching different O-line techniques. One of the things that when I came out, I was like, man, I'm never going to coach the flipper. I'm never going to use that. Well, that doesn't have a purpose anymore in football. We can use our hands. But having coached in some of those 2A schools, and then when I was coaching in private school here in Texas before I got to McMurry, I learned real fast that it has a purpose. You get an undersized lineman that can't really control him with his hands, doesn't have a strong bench press. That's the kind of thing you want to be able to, hey, reach into your tool bag and use something that you can use to defeat him with, leverage and power and using your body more so than just your hands to control and defeat a guy. And then I put this down here at the bottom. Mainly for young guys, young coaches, because I was one of those coming out. I'm only going to ever coach offensive line, and that went out the door probably year two. I ended up being a offensive line, defensive line, and running backs coach at Oakdale in Louisiana. But don't put yourself in a category. Coach what you know and be a student of what you don't. I think that's huge, and even that, having coached O-line 8 years, and there's other guys that I know, guys on here that have been coaching a lot longer than I have, that, y'all are still learning something new every day, and there's always something you can learn. And one of the best things that's happening right now in football is Jim McNally being on Twitter. So I love seeing that guy, some of his goofy videos and anecdotes and things like that. So we're going to hop right into it here with power. This is just basic drawing up what we do. right now with a tight end attached. We can put him on the line, and I'll talk about some variations of it. But this is just a basic drawing up of it. And, I put on here the coaching points, guys. If y'all want to screenshot it, use it, by all means do so. I'll have at the end of this, of course, I'll have my email and cell number that y'all can reach out to me, and I'll send this to y'all. This is something I just put together, pulled it out of our big install that we have, and just use this to kind of some points and talking points for y'all and to hear how we teach some things. So our why, we don't really, we have some definitive things that are going to be said as far as where he can align. He can't be more than 3 yards off the ball or behind the line of the offensive lineman. And he can't be inside half of the play side guard right here, just because of snap and things like that. And of course, we use smart splits with our tackles and guards to help push that out a little bit, to help get him some room and leverage in there to dig out on that defensive end. And then also, if he decides to squeeze, we're going to work midline and try to outside half and wash him in and just create a part of that double team, becomes a triple basically, and shove him in there and make him a part of the pile and a part of the wash. Our play side double team, one of the things we really want to focus on is getting some vertical off the line movement, vertical tube at the point of attack. So getting in there, and I don't know if anybody knows Barry Chinnis, old coach at Southern down in New Orleans. He teaches the cheek to cheek instead of hip to hip, and something that I've used and learned to really like, because it helps keep our guys from bumping off of each other and creating a natural gap in the double team if they try to settle into it too hard, too fast. With teaching shoulder to shoulder and hip to hip, it just gives a different landmark, a different idea. Teaching them, to over exaggerate some things so that it looks better when it's actually in use. They're not actually getting maybe cheek to cheek, but the thought process in their head of what they're trying to work to helps us out. So we're double team play side, first man play side of the center. And this, with this being an over front right here, we could also do it to an under front, working with that guy, and it'll be more of almost a scoop block with our tackle really trying to 3 hard step flat, trying to set in there and get into it to help push the guard off so he can slip right up to the -1, or right here we've got it listed as Mike, and ignore those guys up top because they're not going to be drawn up necessarily exactly how they would be in a game. It's just how I had it on huddle. So right there, our center is what we call a cat call, and that's just center and tackle with our backside tackle, and you'll see it. Everybody, you should know gap seal hinge. That's a pretty basic terminology right there used for that, but we really want our center and tackle to try to close and come into one and peel off on that end late. So we got a cat call right there. And I teach our backside tackle that he is going to really try to shuffle down in there, probably 2 to 3 steps shuffle in there to kind of try to attack with that outside shoulder or that nose guard, that shade with his inside hand, and just try to get even a hand placement, a half second, quarter second little stun on him before he can wheel back out and pick up that end that's rushing up the field. If that guy gets there, I teach my guys, if he gets there, he's All-American. He should not get there. If you're moving quick enough and you're moving in the right direction, he should not be able to get there. So our guards, we tell them, I have them skip pull, keeping shoulders square, keeping body square. And this plays into some of our other stuff when we get into like our 10 personnel and work trap. And then here in a little bit, you'll see when we work our GY and GT counter, we keep his shoulders square when pulling and shuffling flat down the line of scrimmage, so that it gives the same look to that play side defensive end every time. He doesn't know whether it's power and he's going to sit up, climb up to the backer, or if he's going to kick him out. So it's a little way for us to give a different look, or the same look for different plays, so that they keeps them guessing and keeps them thinking they know what's coming, and then something else happens. Moving on, our dart, of course, just tackle pulling, kind of the same idea. Now we have our tight end set backside, and going back, I'll go. Let's see. Going back right here, we can actually, if we feel like, hey, this guy squeezes really well and we can't dig him out, we can, of course, always read him. And what we'll do is we'll have our Y. He will arc release, and we'll just basically load block the ID or point man, whatever you use as your terminology. He'll load block that guy. Or if we have a down safety, a walk down safety out there wide, he'll kick out that guy and just give us a little bit. If we have to bounce this for some reason, gives us some running room or a running lane to go through out wide. Dart, same thing as far as concept, still basically kind of like power, but we're just pulling our tackle, gives us a little bit different. This is going to be teams that like to go under front to our strength. Gives us better angles all the way around. Starting play side, we tell our guys that, drawn up there, it looks a little wider than what they probably will be. That guy will probably be a 5, maybe even a little bit wider into a 6 or 7 position. But we tell our guys to drive them to 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock on, we teach them anything from 3 to 9, up top. That's what we use as our directions instead of angles, teaching guys angles. Hey, a 45-degree angle. Hey, a 10-degree angle, that kind of stuff. It just makes it a little bit simpler. 90-degree, we just, hey, easy. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, backside 11, 10, 9. Just teach them something simple and easy they can use, something they should all know, how a clock works and how a clock looks. So we tell our guys inside half and drive to 1 o'clock. And one thing I teach our guys is, this area right here along the side, I call it the sweetmeat. You plant that grenade in there and you lift with that inside and lift that inside armpit. And then with your outside hand is what you're throwing with your underhook to get that vertical push and driving with. And this is one of those areas where, hey, if I have a guard or a tackle that's a little bit undersized or strength-wise up top, he's going to use that flipper that I mentioned earlier as his play side, technique to get in there and get that drive and leverage on it. If he can't just reach out and grab him with his hands and lift and push and drive him, we're going to sink our shoulder into his gut and lift through our hips and drive him vertical. And that's one way that we just kind of, again, a little point that defeats having to think, hey, you got to use your hands. Yes, we want to eventually take that flipper and flip down and go into a controlled position. But for initial drive off the line and vertical displacement, we're going to go ahead and do whatever we have to do to get that guy moving vertical. So that's our play side guys. Next is our double team, backside double team. We got a get it call, which is our backside double team on gap, get it call. All right. And this is a true, almost want to treat it like inside zone vertical tube. Drawn up here, it shows working vertical, and then back to that guy. Realistically, he's probably going to be scraping across the top. Oh, what happened? Go back. There we go. He's probably going to be scraping across the top, and we're going to end up slipping off with our center, most likely to get him. But, one big key point is, hey, go where he's going to be, not where he's at. Don't get stuck in your head just because that's where he starts. That's where he's going to end. You may end up driving this guy across the formation. He may end up, all the way over outside our right tackle if we're running dart to the right. And then tackle here, we do teach our tackles to bucket step when they pull, get wide, get open, and run flat down the line of scrimmage, finding the first point of insertion and get vertical, work it inside half of that the ID. And one thing that, again, here we got to use it's teaching the same thing that we do on dart or on GT counter, so that we don't have to, these guys, hey, you ain't got to remember a whole bunch of techniques. Just do these couple things really well, and we'll get really good at a few things instead of being okay at a lot of stuff. And that's one thing that I learned coming in, and one of the things the head coach and I really talked about coming in is, hey, we've got to get good at a couple of key things instead of just trying to do everything. Everything. Give them a few key points that they can really work on and hone on here in the spring, and then when we get in the fall, we can build upon that from there. Let's see. On dart, do you have specific rules based on the front? So yeah, our double team, our backside double team is definitely going to be a first man, like head up to play side. So if we've got an odd front here, we're gonna, the guard center is going to actually step play side first to make sure and maintain leverage. On an odd front, it would be different. It would be the guard would peel back to the end, working for what would be technically -2 with the Y, and then our play side guard and center would work to the -1 with our tackle inside settle and surge step, driving this guy out to 1 o'clock again, and then tackle would be pulling around just like he is there. That would be versus an odd front and over front. It would just be a down block by the guard with the center, block back with the backside guard on it. What would be a 3 technique if it was an over front to the strength. And then a bear front, we've got a call. When we get a bear front, we've got a call, we call it daddy, which is down, down, basically. Just another way of saying down, down, a daddy call, which everybody's blocking down. Everybody's creating a big wash. And we're going to, if the end, play side end is outside, we're going to still drive him to 1 o'clock, but it would be backside guard, center, and play side guard would all be creating that wash with our Y still inserting and kicking out. And tackle would just be running the wall and inserting the first time he got daylight. So good question. All right, next is our GT counter. And I'm sorry, guys, when I did this on PowerPoint, it looked a lot cooler and you could actually read it. But sitting here looking at it in the display, it doesn't look like you can read it. But that says GT counter up at the top. And this is just, basic counter for us. I mean, same thing. We just got tight end detached. He can be attached. Again, it's a preference and a game time decision on what we're going to do and preparing through the week of what that defensive end does. Is it's going to be better for us to have him in the backfield, or can we have him aligned on the line of scrimmage and inside setting that guy? If he's a more of an edge rusher and not a cross-face inside guy, then we're definitely going to try and put him up on the line of scrimmage and let him just hold him right there. But also the reason we like him in the backfield is it does allow us to get him out if we decide to option off of this. It gives us the ability to arc release him to either send it to flats or a choice route or something like that. So basic GT right here. I mean, same thing for our Y, a line for success to dig out the backside in. If he squeezes, you're working midline to inside, trying to get inside half to keep him from scraping all the way down and getting to the play. Play side double team is the same thing right here. It's it's still a deuce call for us. It's still a deuce call right here, even though if it's an under front and he's working inside half. Sorry, I was reading your comment. I'll get to that. We're working just a deuce call, and it is still the run flat for the play side tackle. It's almost like you're running stretch to the left there or the right, depending on which one's the play side tackle. You're running, getting flat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and getting vertical on the 5th. If that nose decides to sit and play that gap, and then you're going to do all you're going to try to do is get a piece of him and force him to for sure go backside, not allowing him to scrape back in across the guard's face and come back play side and make a play. And then again, we're working to the -1, which is first linebacker head up to backside of our center. And then coming through our guard, saying our center, just, hey, he's probably right here because we're skip pulling. He's just going to probably shuffle, and then work driving out old school, almost sab block from there, of just driving that guy out to the sideline, taking him out of the play, removing him. And I mean, if at all, minimum stonewalling him right there and not letting him chase her back across the play. And if he does come off, he has to do it upfield so that he can't chase the play down and give us negative yardage. He's got to do it at 4 to 5 yards. We don't want him penetrating and creating anything that can allow negative yardage. Right here, same thing for my guard that we talked about on power. He's skip pull, staying square, and the reason is for that is in case that play side end decides to crash or squeeze, we can easily log him. We stay in square to log him, and we're not trying to have to peel back late on that guy and try to adjust on the fly. If he's squeezing, it's real easy for us. We just stick a foot in the ground, get north on his outside half, and turn him in and just create him part of the wash, part of that double team. And then again, play side or backside tackle, he just bucket step open, running that wall and reacting off the guard. If that guard ends up having to log, he knows he just got to go a little bit wider. And instead of working inside half there, he would just work outside half or best fit. A lot of things, like I say, when I tell them, hey, I want you to work in the inside half, it's really an exaggeration idea of really wanting them to stay tight and hug the wall. It's more of, hey, if he's outside, take him outside. If he's inside, keep him inside. Don't let him dictate where our running back's going to go. You are the one that dictates, hey, here's your running lane for our running back. And then Y, same thing. And we can even If we want to eagle call this and read that backside end for maybe our quarterback to pull and insert backside, we can eagle call this, and he can either arc or we can insert him, and he can work up to the -1, the mic right there. Splits on counter, again, is one of those things right here, especially against an underfront. It'd be a little bit more difficult for our play side tackle if he was smart splitting this and getting out at 2.5 to 3 to really get in there and help with that nose. But again, that's kind of you got to watch film and game plan on that. If he's a guy that can cross back over the top of the guard, or if you've got a guard that really can't control a down block, well, that's something you would have to look at and consider. Right here with what I've got right now, the guys I've got, I probably would smart split him out to 2.5, just to give ourselves a little bit better timing wise for our pulling guard, just to give him a little bit of time to see it a little bit clearer. Backside right here with the center and backside guard where he's pulling, he's definitely going to try and cheat down to a foot and a half, maybe if the guy really doesn't want to come with him, but he's going to try and cheat down as much as possible to give our center the shortest distance possible to have to get over and get on that guy. And really and truly our play side guard, he's going to probably cheat down as well. I mean, I would rather him cheat down and this play have to bounce than him to stay wide and this play end up, in the backfield, 2 to 3 yards deep getting tackled because we didn't get on that guy. I would rather him put him on the center's back and run both of them down the line than have to worry about him blowing through my inside shoulder and getting penetration and blowing up this play. Backside tackle kind of can do the same thing that we've been doing as far as lining and giving our tight end a little bit of time. Because we've got to remember our backfield's still going to be timing up and running off of his hip. So, our back's going to 1-2 opposite way and then come across. So if he's got to split out wide, it's not going to hurt. Again, at a 2.5 to 3 foot split, it's not going to be so earth shattering as far as timing wise and changing the play up that he can't split out wide to help give our tight end a little bit better time, a little bit better leverage point to get in there and dig that out. So that's how we would, as far as splits wise, it would be first thing is, we want to play with our normal 2.5 foot split, 2 foot split. And then from there, from game planning, kind of adjust on who, depending on what we're facing personnel wise of what we would see versus an odd front right here. It would be really simple wise as far as, play side tackle, you're going to take him as wide as he wants to go. And then, play side guard, you're going to tighten down as much as you can without getting in the way or not. I don't want you getting foot to foot here, but you're going to tighten down as much as you can to help out. And a minimum right there, what I want to see is him attacking that near shoulder and throwing him to the backside A before he works vertical. That way we give our center the best opportunity to, again, a minimum wall him off and stonewall him and create that wall right there. And then working vertical for our -1 scraping across the top. And then backside would be the same thing. Guard, you're going to tighten down if need be to give yourself a shorter distance to work that kick out so you can get there quick. And then backside tackle can, again, widen to line for help our tight end line for success. And tight end right here, just a key point of if we're tackles pulling just like on dart, you don't want to be a yard off this guy. You want to give him probably 2 yards so that he can get his bucket step in, get his depth, and work flat down the line at 2 to 3 yards deep so that he can have good vision to second level and to have an insertion to find the insertion point to get vertical. So he's going to be probably 2 yards deep right here and probably at minimum inside leg of the tackle, maybe even have to be outside leg of the guard. If not, just playing head up in the gap. So that's how we would do splits on a GT. GY makes it a whole lot easier versus an even front as far as splits and everything like that. We don't have to worry about it with the backside, with the tackle and the tight end. The only thing he has to do is not outrun the guard, and he's going to actually try to let the guard get out and trace the inside hip of the guard there. But he's a line inside foot. There we go. I got a line inside foot. The backside tackle, that's kind of the widest. We really want him to get on that any wider than that because he is going to mirror. He's going to punch step out just to kind of show this second level guy, we might be running at something outside. If they're spying into the backfield with him and are keying on him, we want to give them that shoulder fake, one-step shoulder fake, and the timing allowing to get our guard out. So that's him, and then he's going to shuffle flat down the line of scrimmage and then find the insertion point and get vertical right in the inside hip of the pulling guard. Got you, Coach. And then working front side, we've got our deuce call right here, and this is more of your true deuce, B-gap, double team, working to the backside backer, our -1. Right here, I want our guard teaching point wise. If he's my outside shoulder, I don't want to give up any room, so I'm going to settle with my inside foot and then surge with my outside. Settle and surge is something that, heck, I learned that from Mason Miller, who's the OC at Tarleton now, when he was our O-line coach at McMurry back in the day. Settle and surge through his inside half. Tackle, you're going to drive, work the same thing we would as driving to, now you're driving to 11 o'clock. You're thinking, hey, I'm going to work outside sweep meat of the DT, and then inside hand is my fork, lifting it up, underhook lift. All right. And then guard, or sorry, let's go center. Center, same thing. Hey, I would probably tell him right there, same thing. You want to settle with your play side foot just to make sure that if he's going to try to scrape across the front, across the top and spike across, that we're going to want to have at least something in that direction, flash a hand, something that's showing him, hey, hey, you can't come this way. I'm prepared for you to come over here. And side note, guys, if anybody has anything on coaching a left-handed center, this is in 8 years. This is my first time coaching a left-handed center, and it's a little different and teaching things because I keep constantly trying to show him everything right-handed, and then he looks at me crazy because he's like, Coach, I snap with my left. But anyway, side note, so if you got anything, send it to me. Backside guard, same thing that we do on everything else, power and GT, skip pulling, keeping square, not showing his numbers until he gets to the point of attack. And again, allowing that if he has to, if this end squeezes, he can log this guy. And then our Y just has to take one or two shuffles further to get out. And again, right here, I have him showing working inside half. That's not always the case. If he's scraping outside, scraping across the top, if he's outside of our tackle, hey, if he's outside, keep him outside. If he's inside, keep him inside. But we want to for sure attack inside half and make him work where we want him to be and not letting him dictate where the play is going. Backside right here, with the backside tackle, we're going to still have a cat call on the back, which is center and tackle. He's going to do the same thing he did on power. He's going to shuffle, try to get that inside hand to the outside shoulder of the nose, the backside shade, and then he's going to wheel back and just run that defensive end up the field. Right here, again, this is another play. We can eagle this and read the backside end and just send our tackle vertical to low block this -1 if we wanted to. We can do a couple different things here with our Y. We can hot him off of this and just showing counter, and then he releases on that mic. We've been running counter. Hey, you know what? We're gonna release him, and he's gonna run a route probably an out route off of that, depending on safety alignment. Just something to give ourselves a little bit of advantage right there. I think, Coach, that is all. Here's my information, guys. Like I said, I'm offensive line coach at McMurray. I got there mid-February. There's my Twitter, email. You can school email me, no problem. Phone number if you want to hit me up. And then my at McMurray football got washed out, but our Twitter handle for our football page is at McMurray football. Here's our spring calendar right here. Like I said, right now we're on spring break, and next week we take it through 4 days, Monday through Thursday. On Tuesday and Thursday, we will be in pads, and then the following week is our lead up to our spring game. Tuesday we'll be in pads, and then Saturday for our spring game we'll be in pads. Be in Division III, we only get 4 days in pads. Unfortunately, it's not as fun as you think, but it is good, and it's good for our guys to get a lot of work out of pads, so that we really work on focusing on hand placement and technique and stuff like that. So when we get the pads on, it just is a little bit easier. As far as the control side of things, inside drill right now versus our D-line is not always fun. There's a lot of arguments, but it is good technique work and a good over-exaggeration of our key coaching points and what we're trying to do and how we attack things. So down there at the bottom, guys, and Coach shared it over here in the comment section, that is the link to our questionnaire. If you have any guys, 20, 23 guys that haven't found a home, I'm still looking around at a couple of offensive linemen. We've got about 8 or 9 good ones coming in right now. Some good guys that are going to be really helpful for us right out the gate, probably. But I still need some more guys and what I inherited. We're working on them, but we're looking for some good guys for the future. So 2023, 24, anything 25, 26 is any of your guys want to fill out a questionnaire and just get us their information early, and we can follow them along and follow them as they grow as athletes, and one day hopefully you get them here with us at McMurry. So anything you got, guys, there's my information. Don't be afraid to reach out. Text me if you want this presentation, and more than welcome to shoot it to you. I got it cleared with our head coach. There's no terminology on here or play calling stuff, so I can share this out, no problem. Just let me know, and appreciate you guys listening in today.
Thanks, Coach. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, absolutely.
All right. Coach Ian Rapanick. Hey, you have a great first name.
That's right. That's right.
So, Coach Rapanick is head coach at Perquimans County High School.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I feel like I say it wrong every time, but it is what it is.
Wrong.
Yeah. Coach, go ahead and do your own intro, and I'm gonna let you roll, and we'll get started.
Absolutely. So again, my name is Ian Rapanick. I'm the head football coach at Perquimans County High School in Hertford, North Carolina. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I'm talking counterplay today. I call it God's play. It's, in my opinion, the best play in football. We absolutely love it here. We run it a lot, and we have a lot of fun with it. We do a lot of different variations of it. We're a base spread team, 10 personnel mostly. We do get in some 20 personnel, 11 personnel as well, but we'll kind of get into everything as we go. My cell phone number's here, my Twitter's here. If you would like this presentation, I'm more than happy to share it with you. If you want to just talk ball, if you want to, ask more in-depth questions about what we got going on, how we do things, I'll be more than happy to help the best that I can. Kind of how we took over last year before the fall. I want to say I got the job in April is when I started teaching and really starting to meet the kids and stuff in Perquimans County. I'm originally from Chesapeake, Virginia, which is about 45 minutes north of Hertford. I'm back from my second stint at Perquimans, was coaching there in 2017, went back home to Virginia, bounced around a little bit, was a head coach at Norview and Norfolk for the 3 years before I got back to Perquimans, and, really missed it, really missed the family atmosphere. We had our first kid, my son, and we kind of looked at where we want to raise him and, the people that we wanted him to be around. And, for us, it was a pretty easy decision to come back if they wanted us to come back. And, obviously it worked out. So we'll get into the football part. For us, why counter? A lot of people, it's a counter play, obviously based on the name, but for me and for our offensive staff, we're going to do whatever we got to do to be able to run it. If you're going to give us a 50 front, which we don't see very much, then we're going to make an adjustment. We're still going to run counter. If you're going to give us a 40 front, we're going to make an adjustment. We're still going to run it. So, we do a lot of different things. Obviously, I didn't come up with any of them. It's all stuff that I stole from other people that are way smarter than me. But, it's a big play for us. And, inside zone and counter are our two babies, I would say. It's poetry in motion, as I like to say. In my opinion, there's no better play in football when it hits. The way it looks it's beautiful. It can be extremely explosive. It can be a home run, whenever you call it. Obviously as an O-line guy, I've coached O-line really my whole coaching career. I got a great O-line coach now, so I was able to give it up. But, they obviously love to pull. They want to be seen in space. Colleges want to see them in space. And when we call it, they get excited. We're, like I said, a 10 personnel team mostly, but we run a lot of RPO stuff, which a lot of people around us don't run. And it's a great play for it. Obviously you get a lot of flow from the backside linebackers. because of those created gaps, and then obviously on the play side, it gives you a +2, or in our case, when we get the right look, a +3 advantage, which we'll kind of get into. And then all the different things that you can do off of it, which we'll talk about some of the stuff. Some of the stuff I have film of that we ran last year, some of it I don't. So I apologize in advance. Some of, the tags we tried to work in, but we didn't wind up running them because, game plan wise, it just didn't call for it. And then, really going into the last year at Norview, we ran a lot of this stuff. So I do have experience running it. I just don't have access to that film.
Coach, can you present on your slideshow so it goes full screen?
Oh yeah, okay, I can do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate you. I like to think I'm a technology guy, but I guess not. Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, cool. Appreciate you. How we call it at Perquimans, first thing that we want to be able to see is how they're set in the front. And for us, it can be really difficult because a lot of the teams that we play and, common opponents don't run spread. Their I formation, their wing T, their, flex bone, there's something, that we're not running. So after the first year, it's going to be a lot easier to kind of figure out how they're doing it. A lot of the time it's an in-game thing that we kind of pick up on. And that's going to indicate whether we're running same side counter, which we didn't do great at last year, to be honest with you, or obviously the traditional handoff where they come across the quarterback. And then we want to know how they're playing the edge. Are they going to box it or spill it? Obviously, if they're spilling it, we want to try and log that, or, we need to determine if it's going to be a true kick out, which we get the majority of the time, I would say. We don't necessarily make it an automatic log. The way that I like to do it is I don't want the kids to have to decide that on their own. We tag sweep with it, and that basically says, okay, the play side or the backside guard is going to reach that DN, and the tackle is going to hit outside, and it's basically going to turn into buck sweep. It's probably going to take us 2 or 3 times that we call it in a game to really see. But for the most part, like I said, a lot of people are trying to, the DN is a force player and we kick it out and, hit up inside just like everybody does. And then on the play side, are we going to double team the 3 or are we going to work gap down backer rules? Really is game plan thing for us. If it's a 3 technique, that's a really good player. We're going to try and double them. If not, we like to work the gap down backer rules. That's like the wing T guy in me, I guess. With that, it gives the ability for the play side of the O-line to kind of decide, obviously game plan wise, we may say, okay, we're going to double him this week, or, we may think he's a pretty good player, or we may think that he's just an average player and we're going to, make that decision based on a game plan. But y'all know how games go. It may change halfway through the game. It may, wind up staying the same like we expected or change it completely. Excuse me. And then if they're a base 50 front, we want to be able to account for that backside 3 technique. And if we're going to do that, then we're going to add an H-back and we're going to go what we call long or hug. Long is saying that the tackle and the H-back are the ones that are pulling, and hug is saying that the guard and the H-back are the ones that are pulling. So we'll kind of get into our base stuff. We call counter, crown, and cola. We signal everything here. That's automatic backside guard and tackle pulling, just like, everybody in America runs it. It's base counter. We're going to kick out the in-man on the line of scrimmage, and we're going to wrap inside of that for the play side linebacker. Again, based on game plan, we can double the 3 technique, or we can work our gap down back rules. And then we're always reading the backside DN. We have ways that we can manipulate that backside DN if he's like a really hard scraper. But a lot of the time, my quarterback is not the best athlete in the world, but I tell him, hey, I don't need you to be a freak athlete. I just need you to be an able runner. I need when the DN squeezes, I need you to be able to pull the ball and get us a couple yards, which you'll see when I flip over to the film here in a second. All right, so a lot of this stuff is based out of a 4-4. That's what we see. I told Coach Tatum last night when we kind of looked at this that, it's like time stood still in Northeast North Carolina when it comes to defenses. But, this is our base run. with what we call crown and cola. Again, counter to the right is crown, counter to the left is cola. We got to be able to signal it. We do a lot of different tempo stuff, and we'll do a lot more this year. But you get a look of a gap down backer on the play side. Is there anybody in your gap? Everybody knows how those rules work. We're going to pull, kick out to the play side DN, and then we're going to pull a route for the play side linebacker. We were doing the away and come play with the running back. We're looking at doing it a little bit more like inside zone footwork this year, especially when we run same side. It seemed like it's going to flow a little bit better that way. And one thing also, full transparency, a lot of this stuff is not going to be beautiful. I wanted to give y'all clips so you can see what it looks like in game, but it's not going to be perfect, and I know that. Here is, again, our base. You may see an RPO or two coming off the backside of this, but you'll be able to see, the gist of it and how it would look in game. Here we're running crown. We get a pretty good pickup. Running back makes a play. I'd love to see our right tackle here. Stay on this down block on the 3 technique. Film guy still needs a little bit of work, so bear with me. There's your kick. Kind of turns into a double kick there because that play side linebacker walks up. A lot of people kind of freak out when it comes to that stuff, but, you can see here in the box, it's a home run because the only person that can make the play is a safety. Again, if our play side tackle stays on that DN, we're in great shape here. Running back's a really good player that we got coming back, so we're excited about him. He breaks that little tackle and gets us about, I think it was 18 yards or so. And then another clip, you can see our quarterback, again, not the most athletic guy in the world. This was our 3rd round playoff game, but we're running it with a little bubble RPO right here into the boundary. Quarterback pulls the ball. I'd love to see number 3 throw a block on the safety so we can go score. Instead, he gets in the way. But, again, right, I mean, you see right now this DN on the read side, it's 100% running back the whole way. Make him wrong, pull the ball. This is our first drive of the game, I think. Pretty big play for us on 1st and 10. I don't know what happened to the corner or the safety there, but again, love to see the blocking downfield a little bit better. But, if it ain't for the DN, we block it pretty well on the play side, I would say. So, again, that's our base. I'm kind of going back and forth between this presentation as well as the film, so bear with me going back and forth. And this is a variation that we did not run at Perquimans last year. This is CT counters, we call it. It's basically the backside guard and the center changing responsibilities. So if you have a center who is an athlete who can snap the ball and run, we had one at Norview a couple years ago, and I didn't really realize how good we had it. But if we weren't able to get a beat on how they were set in the front, we were just going to call crown and cola like we do, and the center and the guard were going to decide who's pulling. And if we called it 2-1, meaning there was a 3 on the backside, the backside guard was going to stay and block out on the 3, and the center was going to pull and kick out. Like I said, they're just switching responsibilities. Center would make a me call, just communication again. It's not anything groundbreaking. Makes a me call saying that the backside guard's staying. Nobody else's responsibility changes. Obviously you got to rep it. We would set it up to where we knew, during team or inside run or whatever it was, that the defense was going to have a 3 on the backside, so then we could look at it. But if you have the ability and a center that can do this, it's really pretty when it hits. I will say that, just because, so many teams read guards, and when your guard doesn't pull, they don't really know what to do. The time is a little bit smoother as well. You don't have to worry about everything kind of getting jumbled up in the backfield with the backside guard and tackle. Gives a little bit more time, just because that center can clear a lot faster on the pull. But if you have the ability to do it, I mean, it's beautiful. A great variation of the play. I have it drawn up here again. I don't have any film for it, so I apologize for that. But you can see the one. Obviously you got to have a play side guard who's going to be able to take that one-on-one. Basically watch them straight down the line of scrimmage. Center can pull and kick, and then again, the tackle is going to wrap for the play side. That play side linebacker, and to me, it makes it a little bit more of an A gap play, which I like. The way we teach it is kind of A to B gap, almost similar to inside zone, but it really makes it a little bit more downhill just because, you're replacing the center with the guard. And then, if you get a good down block on that one, it's going to be straight out the front door. All right, so the next variation we got is same side. Again, we ran it last year. It wasn't great for us. The footwork with the running back was something that we really looked at over this off season and are still looking at. But you can run this out of 10, 11, or 20. Our two-back stuff was really good to us last year. We do a lot of our variation stuff out of two-back, which I'll get to kind of later on. But our 11 personnel stuff, obviously you can do it out of that too. Just depends on how you're going to block it and how you want, who's pulling and that kind of stuff based on the running back on the same side of it. He's just got to be a little bit more patient. Obviously we have nothing holding the backside D end on this play. One thing that we're looking at doing this year is kind of Wake Forest, like how they do that slow mesh stuff and have the the quarterback basically block that backside D end with his back. I think it's something that could be really good for us. Obviously, tendency wise, we're going to have something coming off of it, just so people aren't running and taking our quarterback's head off. When you get into a situation where you're reading D ends and stuff like that, a lot of times they're going to come up the field and just sit. But like I showed you on the last clip, they'll squeeze sometimes also, and that would be an opportunity for that quarterback to quote unquote block them with his back. Again, gives you ability to break tendencies with us being a spread team. And in the past, really, we've had a lot of people who start to blitz away from the back. They know everything's coming across the quarterback. So we started with putting it in same side zone with inside zone. And then, we looked at, well, if we can run it with inside zone, why can't we run it with everything else? And I kind of put how we're going to be run it in the backfield this year. Running back will cross over downhill and kind of bend it back versus that normal how we ran it last year. They come across the quarterback and then bend back. It's just there's a lot of trash kind of in the inside that we had to get rid of. So again, I'll go back to the drawing of it so y'all can see that. I do have a clip of it. We're running RPO off of it as well. I want to say we throw the RPO in this clip, but like I said, this footwork by the back, it ain't great. I'd love to see him, come across. A lot of times our quarterback will tell the running back, hey, I'm throwing the smoke on this, is what we call it, the bubble. But kind of get an idea. It's a pretty good kick out. That kid that plays the guard that's on the kick out right there was a really good player for us. We're going to miss him. He's going to be playing next year, so that's a good deal. But, the way we had been running it, and I can kind of show you with my mouse here, he would come across 1-2, put his right foot in the ground and come back. And it wasn't great. We kind of got into the same side counter this year, which we hadn't, or I specifically hadn't, really before with counter. But again, it breaks tendencies. It causes people not to be able to just bring pressure all day away from the running back. So, for us, we wanted to be able to do those things. That's what we looked at. We're still kind of ironing out the details of how the backfield's going to work. So we ran Y counter also. It's basically out of our bunch formations. We'll pre-snap motion the back out of the backfield a lot of the time, push motion, whatever you want to call it. a lot of the times those linebackers are bumping, and then, you know, that the wide receivers coming back across and taking the ball, and we're running counter. Again, best part about it, doesn't change anything for the O-line. You know, I think as O-line guys, we always want to look out for them. We always want to make sure that they're just able to play. They know their rules. They block their rules, and that's the extent of it. You know, so me being an O-line guy, coaching O-line, playing O-line, obviously, you know, I want to make sure that everything that we do, we're not changing too much for those guys. But this wound up being a very explosive play for us. And again, you know, we pre-snap motion the back out of the backfield. The Y, which is our number 3 receiver, what we call him, he's coming to get the ball. And again, we're just running counter. But different, cute, whatever you want to call it, ways of calling it. We had pretty good amount of success running this variation of it. And, you know, when it hit, it was pretty. So there's a pre-snap motion out of the backfield. I want to say this was the first week that we ran it. Got a good kick out by that backside guard, excuse me. I'd love to see that backside tackle turn up a little bit sooner, a little bit tighter. I'd also love to see this number 5, the Y, really run. He's one of them guys that you love, but sometimes he drives you crazy. But he was our guy that ran it because he played running back a little bit as well. But, you know, angle by the play side guard I don't think is great. You know, again, we ran this. I want to say this was the first week that we ran it. I'd love to see him stay a little bit higher on that angle, expecting that backside linebacker to come back. But, you know, I love also to see our Z receiver up top block somebody instead of dancing right there. But, you know, we're still working. We're still getting better. And, you know, some different variations of the counter play, which is what we're here for. So this was our third round playoff game as well. It hits a little bit cleaner here. There's a pre-snap push motion out of the backfield. Here's the Y coming across. Don't love the kick out there. Kid kind of makes a play, and we get a pretty good run out of it. One thing that we tell our tackles is obviously we can't do this where he just kind of sits up in the hole and stops. But a pretty good block down the field there by our play side tackle. And
about 10 minutes, Coach.
Okay. Appreciate it. Again, I mean, you know, I think everybody in America, when you run a play like this that you're setting up a lot, you love to see this play go the distance. And I promise you I'm right there with you. And I think every coach on our staff as well as player on our staff is thinking the same thing. You know, but again, we wound up finishing the year, you know, decent from what we expected based on the beginning of the year. So, you know, I guess you got to see the silver lining sometimes. So, next variation is quarterback counter. Again, you know, we can run it out of 10 personnel. We can run it out of empty. We do both. You know, when we do this, we're going to send some kind of jet motion or orbit motion to hold that backside D end. Sometimes, honestly, we don't, just to see what that D end is going to do. You know, when you're pulling 2 people, obviously on counter, you want to make sure that you have something holding that D end so he can't fold in to make the play. I actually saw a video from Coach Tatum a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, with the bash concept, and we're going to put that in. We do a couple of different things, I guess, that you could consider bash that we'll get to next. But with our 10 personnel stuff, that push motion out of the backfield, a lot of the time is what it comes from, or the jet or orbit. But a lot of the time before we're running that orbit motion, it's going to be to throw the swing or to throw the triple off the backside, which I'll get to here in a second as well. There it is. Again, you know, I mean, nothing groundbreaking. Everybody does it. Got to hold the backside D in, send the jet motion, come back, and let's go play ball. Again, you know, y'all saw a couple plays ago, my quarterback is not a freak athlete by any means. He does a good job. He makes good decisions. You know, he goes to school, he tries hard, he does all that stuff so he can play for us. So this is kind of where your bash concept comes into. We got this from Clemson. when they were running with Deshaun Watson. I think they did it with Trevor Lawrence also, but it's just a different way of reading the backside DN. So we call this toss, crown, or cola, depending on which way we're running the counter. To me, it helps you out a lot because a lot of the time, if you're tossing that ball on the backside, it's outrunning those angles of the linebackers as well. We get a lot of squeeze scrape sometimes. So a lot of the times that linebacker that's falling and scraping back over isn't able to make the play on the toss. I know I'm going a little bit faster now, but I want to be able to show y'all as much as we can.
Coach, you got a question about your when you do the push motion?
Yes, sir.
Coach asked, "Are you going to fake the pass after you hand the ball off to the running back?"
So the majority of the time when we push motion, it's an RPO for us. Mm-hmm. I tell the quarterback, if you see any kind of rotation, which we don't see any of because everybody's playing cover 3 or cover 1 or 0 like you see here, it's a pre-snap RPO, I guess, quote unquote, if you want to call it that. If he sees any kind of movement going with the push motion, then he's running the counter. If he doesn't see any movement with the push motion, then we're throwing it out there right now. I guess, again, you could call it a bass concept if you wanted to. You get 2 plays in one. But for the most part, with the wide crown and cola like we ran with the bunch formation, there's no read with that. It's an automatic give.
Cool. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So this is the toss. Again, we're reading that backside DN with the toss fake. Anything telling the quarterback, hey, he's not playing the running back, we're tossing it. And right now, we get a pretty good hit there. Love to see a better angle by my H up top. Have interest in blocking the safety right there, and we got a pretty good play for us. So, you still get it. I don't love my quarterback's feet here. We teach them shuffle with the counter to give time with the toss to give time for the backside tackle and guard to get across. This was our first game of the season, so it wasn't beautiful by any means. But it gives you an idea of kind of how we block those things. I want to say he keeps it on this one. Yeah. Even worse on the feet here. I want to say he saw that linebacker walk up, but you know what they say. We got no clue. Again, play side tackle. I'd love to see him take his outside hand and turn him a little bit. But it's a pretty good idea of what you would get there. You got your 3 receivers blocking up top. You got the toss action there, pulling, in this case, the DN and the outside linebacker. I'm not sure if they know who the contained player is. And then there it goes. All right, let's see what the next one is. All right, so this is our 11 personnel stuff. We call it long. Why we call it long, I'm not 100% sure, but it tells the tackle and the H-back that they're the ones that are pulling. We can tag the toss with this as well, which a lot of people started to pick up tendency-wise, is we'll still run the toss action, and if the quarterback doesn't pitch the ball, then he's running the counter and we're running crown and cola long. The backside guard stays, blocks out on the 3, or if it's a 50 front, the center's going to base the nose and the guard will block out on the 3, and we still have our two pulling. Pretty good variation for us this past year. We run it against a 50 front and a 40 front. It really just depended. There's a normal one. Again, like I said, I know it's not beautiful, but I wanted to give y'all some ideas of what it would look like. I don't love the running back's path here. If we stay on the kick out, we got a pretty good play. Here's another one of it. I want to say we caught him in a twist game, that play. Yeah. Winds up hitting a little bit more A-gap there because of the twist game, obviously. Again, love to see the left tackle make a decision here. But again, there's a long, we work the gap down backer rules. We work the double team on the play side. This is a hug variation that we run. The guard's kicking out, tackle staying, either blocking out the DN, or if we get a 30 front and they're running fours, and then we'll base block the 4 with the tackle, and then you get the 8s back pulling as well. This is our super counter. So I got this from one of my buddies. He always says that if you're even, we got 3 leaving. So we're going to block back on the 1, just like always. We'll double, or we're gap down backer on the 3 on the play side. We'll pull and kick with the guard. We'll pull and wrap with a tackle. And then our 8's back is that extra fill guy, whatever you want to call it. We don't really teach the 8's back a person or any specific player to block. We just tell them first opposite color jersey, he's yours. And a lot of the time, sometimes it may wind up on the safety. Sometimes it may wind up where, if we get an extra linebacker in the box because we're going 11 personnel, then we're still whole. There's your super counter. Again, it's a little bit slower to hit, but when it does, it's pretty.
All right, Coach. I'm about to bump you off.
All right, that's fine. I had 2 more, but again, guys, if y'all have any questions, if I can help at all, if you want to see the other 2 that we had, please do not hesitate. Call me. If you don't mind, I'm gonna pull up my information one more time.
Yeah, there you go.
And there it is again. My cell phone number, that's my work phone. So text, call, whatever you want to do. I'll be happy to help. My email, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Coach Tatum, again, thank you so much for putting this on, man. It's been a lot of fun. Learned a lot of football, even over the couple hours that I've been watching. So, I appreciate it. Appreciate y'all watching. And again, if there's anything I can do to help, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We're pretty much an open book over here.
Appreciate you, Coach.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Coach Vitale.
How's it going, man?
It's going good. It's been a little bit of a long day, but I'm good. Literally, one of my buddies brought me some chicken, so I'm good to go, and we are rolling on. So, Coach Anthony Vitale, from the O-line coach from the Saskatchewan Roughriders, he is going to talk about some pass pro. Coach, you got it?
Yep. Let me get the
We are blessed to have Coach on, our first professional coach on here to talk some ball.
All right, there we go.
All right. Looks
All
good.
right, you got that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like Coach said, my name is Anthony Vitale. I'm the offensive line coach in Saskatchewan. This is my first year in Saskatchewan. I was in Edmonton. I was with the Edmonton Elks the year prior. So a lot of my film is going to be from that. I want to use film of clips from where I was teaching and not somebody else's stuff. So all of my film is Edmonton film. But like I said, I'm currently with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Appreciate Coach, one, giving me the opportunity to be a part of this thing, but also, 2, just doing this in general. Obviously I'm passionate about our position, offensive line play from top to bottom, and just what he's doing to try to develop coaches and have that trickle down to players, I think is a really cool deal. So wanted to be a part of that. I put up my Twitter on here, fellas. Feel free to reach out to me. Let's connect on there, exchange information, all that type of stuff. Give me a little bit of a grace period. I absolutely suck at social media, really from top to bottom. So give me some time. If I don't reach out right away, I'm not ignoring you. I just, it takes me some time to figure that stuff out. Okay. But I'll get right into it. I know we're kind of short time here. I just want to start with just a couple of different things that I believe in. Number one, I always start with this, and I tell this to players too, man. Look, I know we all have goals, and that's something that holds true with coaches as well. It's okay to have goals. It's good to have goals. But understand that just like with the players, we want those goals to be things that facilitate team success and have those things drive us more than just pure where we want to end up. And this is something that I believe in. Whatever your goal is, you substitute in NFL coach is kind of what everybody gravitates to. That's the ultimate of the ultimate. But whatever your ultimate is, you can substitute it in right there. Just understand you can't do that for yourself. You can't make yourself an NFL coach. Somebody has to do that for you. Somebody's got to take a chance on you. Somebody's got to be able to help you and write that check to be able to get you into that position. But what you can do is make yourself an NFL caliber coach.
Hey, Coach.
And that's things like doing what you're doing right here. I know there's probably 8,000 people that signed up for this thing, and how many people are actually on here. That's a tribute to the guys that are on, and that's a step in the direction of making yourself an NFL caliber coach.
Hey, Coach. I can't see your presentation. I just see where your NDV sport where you have your slides.
Okay.
Can you have to figure out how to pull it up where it's full screen?
Sure. Let me switch it out. See if I got a better shot here. All right. So let's do this, and then let's pull that off of there.
Yeah, can you
there? Right, how about now, Coach?
That's it. Let's get it.
Okay. So that's something I believe in, fellas. Just being great where you are and not wait until you get the opportunity to try to be. If you wait till you get your chance to be a high-level coach by title, if you wait till then to prepare, you have no chance. So it's about preparing before you ever get that opportunity. And then as we talk about protection, this is something that I believe in, something that we talk a lot about in our staff room, is we're going to reserve the right to game plan, but have a philosophy. Know who you are, know what you're about, know what you believe in, have core beliefs. And that's true in pass protection as well. It's something that a lot of times when you talk to guys, every answer is, oh, that's a game plan decision. Everything is a game plan decision. Well, you should have core beliefs that drive how you would ultimately like to approach different fronts, different pressures, all those different things, because you're going to get some things in a game that you've never seen on film, that you're not able to just go out and game plan. So having the ability to give your guys look, these are our rules. This is what we do. And this is how we do it. And then, yes, we may game plan this 3 down front this week. We may 4-man slide as opposed to base it out. Okay. So, but we have a firm core belief about who we are and how we want to do things. And then we game plan as needed to go. But we give our guys rules so that when we get into live bullets and we get something that we haven't seen before, they're able to just apply their rules and play. So that's something that we believe strongly in. Okay. So in terms of getting ourselves and what we actually believe in, here's some of our core beliefs, okay? We want to identify our 6 guys, and I'm using 6 as a response to 10 personnel, okay? 5 offensive linemen, 1 back, 60-type protection. We want to identify who our 6 guys are, and then for us, we want to locate the free safety. Okay. Generally, we have felt like the free safety is a pretty good indicator of where we're going to get blitz coming from. But it's our job as coaches to find out what the blitz indicators are, know those things, and be able to teach that to our guys and try to give them a little bit of a head start pre-snap to try to figure some of those things out. Okay. At Saskatchewan and when we were at Edmonton, we're an ID-driven team. So whether you call that a mic point or whatever you call it, okay, but we own the ID. We're not a team that's just going to slide and say, you own the A gap, you own the B gap, you own the C gap. We feel like at our level, the blitzes are too sophisticated and it's too easy if you just slide to gaps to take advantage and cause in a 6-man protection to bring 6 and still have a guy coming free. So what we believe is we're going to set the ID, we own the ID, and we'll play off from there. Now, with that, there needs to be great communication. So with us, we'll get into some louder stadiums that ID has got to be a clear verbal. We're going to identify it. 52 is the mic or whatever your terminology is, but we're also going to give a visual above the shoulder point so that when it gets into a stadium where we're not able to hear each other, that everybody can see visually who we have and then work off to find out who they have from there. Okay. We are a sort team, so we do have sky responsibilities. And that's just our terminology for there are some times where the nickel or the safety will come, the corner will come, and there are some times where we got to deal with that if our primary ID is a dropper. And then one thing that's important to us is we want to protect the core first. We want to solidify the inside, and then we'll work out and be helped to the outside after we have secured the inside. And we got some good clips of that just to try to show you what our thought process is there. Okay. We make a tremendous emphasis on the help system, whether that's running back chips, tight end nudges, or whatever, again, your terminology is there, or just simply building in free hitters into the system. Okay. That's something that we believe in. And I've seen time and time again, not just in our league, but in the NFL at the highest level, free hitters, chippers, nudgers, it changes the way that guys rush. Okay. And that's important to us because it helps give especially our tackles, a fighting chance in there against some very, very talented rushers. We do carry squeeze rules against certain pressures, right? So there's times that we'll get some sky pressure where we have to squeeze down. Okay. So maybe that's a little bit too much. Some guys feel like that's overly complicated, but just full transparency, that's something that we do. We're a center-driven team. So in other words, our center is going to be responsible for all of our IDs and calls. But the quarterback always has the final say on everything that we do. If he don't like it, that's the end of the discussion. He's going to make another call, and that's how we play. That's what we do. Okay. Now, that being said, it's not that the quarterbacks go off and meet and we go off and meet and we don't get together until Sunday when we get to Edmonton to play game one. That'll be the first time we've talked about it. We spend a lot of time together going through those things and making sure that everybody's comfortable. Right. So if that guy's changing it, it's generally not a hunch. He sees something on the second or third level, and he's going to help us get in the right thing because he's got a little better vision than we do. But we generally try to take that off his plate because he's got a lot going on for us. Okay. A couple of things that are outside of just core beliefs that I think are important to me as an offensive line coach. I would tell you this: as you get into your game plan and you draw your protections and your how you're going to handle things, you cannot be predictable in terms of which way that you are going to slide. If the defense has your trigger, then you are in deep trouble. It is going to be a long night. Okay, these defensive coordinators are too good, man. If they know where you're going to slide, whether that's opposite the back, to the field, to the boundary, to the 3 technique, whatever it is, and it can be primarily that. It can be part of your core belief that you would like it to be that. But I do think it's really important to not be 100% predictable where your slide is going to be because these coordinators are too good on the other side. They're going to pick you apart, and they're going to create matchup problems where you on paper have them blocked, but your back cannot block the guy that they found a way to match him up against. Okay, so that's something that's important. All right, we feel like you can be physical in protection. Now, everybody's going to say that, okay? But it's up to us as coaches to build a system that encourages it. And I would say you must build a system that demands it. Okay, you have to demand that those guys be physical in protection. Okay, and the ways that you can do that are, number one, through the help system. Running back chips and tight end nudges can be violent. Okay, but beyond that, we want to have violent hands and punch these guys, right? We want to get our hands on these guys, and we want to punch these guys as physical and as violent as we possibly can. And we're not running off the ball like we would be in the run game, but we can still coach a violent style in that with our free hitters, our help system, and the way that we punch. All right. And another thing is cover down to the ball. If you're not connected to a defender and that ball's gone, you should be downfield hunting up a defender, trying to help that guy get extra yards. Okay, our receivers coaches push our receivers to battle to get extra yards. They're not going to just duck out of bounds. They're not just going to lay down for a defender. They're going to fight for yards. They got to know that their offensive line is on the way and we're coming to help them. Okay. And the last thing I would say is, as an offensive lineman, no matter where you are, you got to know where you're getting help and you got to know where you're giving help, right? So that know where you're getting help helps you determine what kind of set you take. And then know where you're giving help is just a responsibility to R5, making sure that those guys know if they're supposed to get help, then by God, we're coming to help them. That's just the way that it is. Okay. All right. So just want to start with this before I get into the rules. I know we wanted to go through just 6-man protection rules, but there was just a clip that I wanted to show you just to talk about some of the things that are important to us. Okay. So this is us when we were at Edmonton. We got Trey Ford as a rookie for us. First round pick for us, playing in this game. It's his first start. Okay. And just talking about being violent. All right. So watching the left tackle here, he takes his set, right, and he puts hands on this guy. We can be violent with our hands, right? We want to set, we want to sit our hips, and we want to punch these guys and be violent with them and be physical. If you're going to dance around the rush and you're going to pitter-pat and you're going to screw around with your departure, then we're going to punch you in the chest and we're going to make you feel it. Okay, so that's something that we want to talk about, and we'll use this to show guys it's okay to be violent with your hands. We don't have to be purely reactionary with everything. The other thing is we talked about the help system. So if you watch the back here, 28, okay, number one, even though the offensive line is sliding to our left, we're responsible for this backer over here to the offensive line's left. The back is aligned to the left. Okay, so he's going to take a peek, and you see his head working. That's good. It's not because he's unsure. He's taking a peek at the box and the shell. We want to be aware of what we're getting. Where's our safety? But then ultimately his eyes should end up over here to the right of the hash, because that's his primary responsibility. The primary responsibility isn't giving us any kind of blitz posture. So he's going to shuffle out, and you can see our left tackle does a good job of getting hands. He's got it handled. But if he were getting any kind of speed rush out here off this edge, 28 would make sure that there is no speed rush possibility. Okay, if he gets any kind of speed rush, 28 is going to take a shot at the outside half of the rush and put him back on the tackle's body. We're going to be violent about it. All right. And then the last thing here from this angle now is I want to show 68. Okay, so now his progression is the inside backer to the field, to our left, and then we would actually have a sky responsibility if we had any safety or secondary pressure coming from the field. Even though we have that, he's still going to sit in there and he's going to give this center help, right? He's going to be a body presence for the center, even though his eyes are outside. Now, if he gets his Mike linebacker triggered, if he gets any secondary pressure from the field, you're going to see him get out of there. But other than that, he stays in there, and he's going to be thick to help the center have a presence to that side. Okay. The other thing is, once this ball is thrown, okay, now this is Kenny Lawler. He was with us last year in Edmonton. He played at Cal. Some of you guys may remember him. He was with the Seahawks for a little while. And this is really indicative of not only him, but Coach Howell, our receivers coach, did a good job. Our guys are not just going to lay down for you. This was the highest paid receiver in the league last year. He's going to fight off the first tackle. He's going to battle for extra yards. He's going to drop his shoulder on this guy, and he's going to battle, okay? So anytime you have receivers that are doing that, okay, they better know that the offensive line is on the way, okay? So here's Walker, 87, is going to turn. He's going to try to get a block down the field. But our guys should be getting down there in the mix too. Here's the right tackle, play to Florida, 62, Ivy. He should be hustling down there, taking a shot wherever he can get one. The right guard is working down in there. We want guys moving towards the ball, trying to be physical, creating a presence for guys as we go, okay? It's an emphasis for us. We want guys getting there, helping the receivers up, and getting them back in the huddle, okay? So those are some things that are important to us. Okay. Now, just talking about rules for us. Okay. When we get into that 4-down structure like this here, okay, we're going to find our 6. let's get back to the main one here. All right. So when we get into this, we're going to find our 6. So the 4 defensive linemen down here in blue are going to be our 4 down guys. We're always going to take the bigs. In 60 protection, we're going to be going to the right as an offensive line. So we would set the Mike as the ID. And again, we would ID him by number, but also give the above the shoulder point, telling everybody that that's who we have. The running back is just simply going to take the first non-declared rusher to the backside of the ID. So if we ID the Mike, he's just going to find the first level 2 defender backside of that, and that's going to be where his eyes start. Okay? So now, offensive line-wise, we're responsible for the Mike. If he were to hit it in this A gap to our side, we would take it. If he were to hit it in the A gap to the backside, you would see the center and the left guard pass that off, and they would own that together. Okay, they would exchange the nose and the Mike, okay, and we would handle that. If the Mike dropped and we got the Sam or the nickel, whoever that is out there, working off the edge, right, then that would be our responsibility. Okay, so we say it takes 2. It takes both of those guys to make us hot to the offensive line slide side. Okay. If the Sam is coming from depth, you'll see us generally take normal sets. If you see that Sam really start to trigger down, we get some rotation where we really feel like it's going to be the Sam on the blitz. We'll make a call that alerts us. We'll set a little bit more vertically, and then we will sort out the 3 most dangerous of the 4 possible rushers to our side. Okay. What we're telling the running back is he's got that first non-declared, the S1 or the Wille in this picture. If the Wille drops, he would have anything to his side. So if it was a safety working that side or it was the boundary corner, then the running back would take that guy, assuming that the Wille dropped. If he doesn't get anything from his side, he's going to take a quick peek over to the other side, to the O-line side, and then they would be responsible for scanning over for any overload pressure. So if we got the Mike hitting it through the A gap and the center was eaten up by that, and they also brought the Sam linebacker off the edge, the back would scan across for the Sam backer on that picture. Okay, so that's our base rules on that. Okay, so on this, excuse me, where the Sam linebacker is walked down and we have some rotation that has alerted us that, hey, we may be getting this Sam linebacker, we would just make a jet call on this pre-snap, and all that would do is just give us a little more depth within our set. We're still going to be primary off the mic, right? But it's just an alert call telling us that if the mic drops and the Sam is coming, we're going to make an out call, out, and then we would push out for the Sam. So we're still 3 for 3 on that other side. And once again, fellas, if the mic came and the Sam came, then the back would scan over to that side and he would handle the overload pressure for us there. All right, just some things that we do. And again, once you start to get into things where you're changing things out of the huddle, okay, that's not for everybody, but just being aware, these are some of the things that we do to handle some pressures that we see in our league, okay? If we get an anticipated 4 from a side, okay, so now we're still in 60 protection. We should be on the mic here. The back should be on the Wille. But just based on film study, pre-snap rotation, whatever it is, we feel like, hey, they're going to bring the Wille and they're going to bring somebody else off of that same side. Okay, what we can do is we can now make a flip call. And all that does is now 60 protection where the O-line was going right and the back was going left. It changes to 61 protection. So now the offensive line is going left and the back is going to go right. Okay. So now I know in the picture, the back is picking up what we would call the boundary half here, the H. Okay. By rule, the back is still going to start his eyes on the mic. That's the first non-declared once we change the protection to 61. We ID'd the Wille as the new ID. The first non-declared would be the mic. But the back has got to know we're flipping that thing for a reason, okay? And that reason is generally we feel like we're about to get overloaded from one side. So that the running back is going to quickly check that mic. Look, if he's coming, he's got to take it. right? But what we anticipate is the boundary half in addition to the Wille. So that running back is going to take a quick peek at the mic, and then he's already there on that side for the overload right there. Okay, so that's one thing that we do to handle some of these overload pressures that we get. And again, it could be as simple as the free safety, but whatever it is that's triggering you on that, that's something we want to be aware of. Okay, this gets a little bit convoluted, fellas, but all I'm doing here is I'm showing you, like, some of these guys are taking the defensive ends and they're putting them inside. They're taking the linebackers and putting them outside. And if you just say, look, the Wille is the new defensive end, the Mike is the new defensive end, then what you get is some really horrific matchup problems against your running back. So this is just simply to say, look, if we got something like this, we would track those bigs. We own those bigs wherever they go, okay? And you make whatever slide call it takes to get you on the 4 bigs and the linebacker to our side, okay? So that's just nothing more of an illustration of we would track those bigs even though they're not lined up as a typical defensive lineman. All right. Once we get into 3 down, and this is one, there's a million ways to handle this. Okay. Everybody does this a little different. For us, the way we want to start is we want to handle the 5 in the box. So we would take the 3 down. We would take the buck to help on the nose. The right guard would take the mic to help out on the defense. Guy, okay, but we're taking the 2 most dangerous of the 3 rushers to that side right there, okay? And then the back is going to check middle, so if we got any secondary pressure inside, he would take it, he would have anything to his side, and then he would scan, okay? And I know some guys 4-man slide, they just gap it, they do whatever they do, and we may do that too, just based on what we get, but this is how we start. When we get into stack, now you'll see us get into a 4-man slide. All right, so we'll make a whatever call, some letter, 4-letter R word, we'll make a call there. All right, left tackle's on the man side. The center and the left guard will be for the nose and the buck. The right guard and the right tackle will be for the mic and the rush, and then they'd be responsible for any +1 off that edge if the mic dropped. If their primary dropped and the Sam came or the corner came, whatever it was, then they would trolley out to that and they would handle it. Okay, back would still be responsible for scanning. If they brought the mic and the Sam, the Wille dropped, the back would be responsible for scanning over to that side. All right, so just looking at a couple of different fronts and how we're going to handle these things here. Okay?
10 minutes, 10 minutes, Coach.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so now we're just in a 4-down front. Okay, again, just putting an emphasis on this. The running back is taught that if you get a speed rush, it is your job to take it away. All right, so now this isn't a pure speed rush, but there is enough of this defender on the outside half of the tackle that we feel good about this back taking a shot. We would love to break every single rib on this outside half, right? Knock this guy off the block. This is a good job, puts our tackle in a good spot right here. Okay, we want our backs to be physical. We want our tackles to be physical. All right, so as we set this, all right, now we're sliding to the right, and it's the same idea. Even though the center is responsible for 21, that's who we've ID'd in this picture. He's setting thick to 18 because the left guard has got a long way to go. Okay, so now they get the game. They're going to exchange it, right? But we still have eyes. We still have 21 if he came. If 21 dropped and we got any type of boundary pressure, we would take it, right? Same thing for the back. You can see him go through his progression, right? And sometimes when you talk about, hey, first non-declared, anything to my side, scan, it seems slow. It seems like it takes forever, right? But you can see our guy here. You can watch his eyes, how quickly he gets through that progression. 45 ain't coming. He's got no secondary pressure. Nothing showing him that early. He's going to take a quick peek for any scan, and then he's going to chip this guy on the way out, and we're going to go. Okay, now same idea. We're getting into a 4-down type of front right here. Right, same idea, setting thick. Even though we have 56, this is Thurman here, our guard is going to set and be a presence for this center, and then when he goes out, he'll work himself out for the game. Okay, and they're handling the game. And look, fellas, I know technically there's a lot of things we could be doing better. That's a whole other, I could spend 7 hours myself on things we can be doing better technically here. But just talking about scheme, our eyes would be 56 to anything from the field. The back is gone. He would be checking 4, who's Judge, played at UCLA down here. He's checking Judge. He's checking the scan. He's getting himself out of there. All right, same idea. We're getting a 4-down type of front. Back is looking to chip. There's nothing there for him. He's going to go ahead and get himself out. Okay, so same idea. I'll buzz through some of these since I know we're getting short on time here. All right, so now this is indicative of the type of things that we're getting in our league now. Okay, so now just by rule, this is a 42 front, and we're sending our offensive line to the left. Okay, so we should be on Thurman. We should be on 56 right here to anything coming from the field. The running back is on Judge. He's on 4. Okay, so now for the running back, nothing really changes. His linebacker is triggered up. He's got him. Okay, that's his guy. But to our side, this is something that we talked about in terms of having some sky responsibility that would screw us up a little bit. Okay, so now 56 is the ID. He's going to be the wide edge rusher. So you can see as 56 disappears and they bring the safety down inside, you can see it. The center is going to be yelling about, hey, I need you to stay here. Hey, he'll just say whatever word you want to use. Stay, stay, stay. Okay, so now that takes us off the ID, right? They're bringing 7 against our 6-man protection. We want to leave the widest guy. Even though it's a bigger body than the free safety, we're never going to let the free safety hit it on the run through our A gap. So we're yelling, stay, stay, stay. That tells the guard he's got to stay inside here. Tells the tackle he's going to be on 95. Okay, now the left tackle, we don't want him to set this far out. What we want him to do is to set off. And all we're trying to do with that set, fellas, is we know that we can't block 56. We don't have enough. Okay, but what I can do is set at an angle and try to widen his rush so that he's not just completely free. So we're going to set off in vertical. And again, I think he's too far out. It puts him in a really tough spot to get back into the 3 technique, or excuse me, the 5 technique. Okay, but he does want to set off so that we're going to widen the rush of the unblocked defender, and then we'll squeeze back down inside to try to handle the 5 technique working inside. Okay, now this is a 3-down front. Okay, and just for discussion purposes, 10 is a defensive end, kid out of UTEP. All right, he's a defensive end typically for them. All right, who's playing in that linebacker spot. So no matter where he ends up, we would own him. Okay, and why I wanted this on here because we're not doing a good enough job. Technically, there's some things we can be doing better at the center spot to help ourselves out. The guard is looking to help them, but what I would tell you is we got to treat these guys, especially when they're defensive linemen, these spies, as rushers until they get themselves out of there. And there's times they'll drop themselves out, and that's fine, but until they do, we've got to respect the rush on those things. Okay, back looking to chip. Hey, doing a good job. He goes through his scan. He's out. He's going to chip that guy because he's off the tackle's body, and then we'll roll. Okay. Same basic idea. Now they're using 93. He's up and he's mugged. So they're giving us a 3-2 type of look, but they're dropping those 2 guys out. This is 60 protection. So you can see our right guard. He sets off. 42 is out. He should be yelling about an out call, out, out, out. So now he's going to take the defensive end working inside. And 62, our right tackle, is going to be out. And again, mechanically, I understand, fellas, there's a lot of things we can do better here. But just schematically, that's the guy that he has. And then on the other side, he's got no rush at left guard, so he's going to help inside to the center. Left tackle is man on 23. We got to have to be better on that. And then the back has any edge pressure to his side. All right, same idea. 10 is a big. We own him no matter where he goes. He's a defensive end. So now, even though by rule we typically have said we like to base this thing out, we'll slide because our big is over to that side. Okay, and then we're going to let that game sort itself out. We know that one of those guys is almost certainly going to be a return, so not getting overly anxious, right? Playing through, letting our guys develop, and getting hands on as best we can. All right. Again, you got 10 in the middle as a defensive end. Same basic picture on this. All right, this front we get a lot of. We get varieties of 50 type of fronts, okay? And we get this in a bunch of different ways. And I'm short on time, so I'll try to buzz through. But 9 is a defensive end. It's the Dartmouth kid who typically is a defensive end for them, right? So we're going to own him wherever he goes. So what we would do is we would take the defensive end out here outside the left hash. We own him. Right now, if he drops, we expect that interior 3 to work for a contained rush, right? So not getting overzealous in terms of how we set out to that. Same thing for number 62. He would have Judge out here in the middle of the field, right? And then we would put the back on this interior rusher, Thurman here, 56. All right, same idea. Now they've got 9 on the inside. It really doesn't change us. Right? We should just be tracking that as we go. He feels like he's out. Okay. He really should be tracking 9. He feels like 9 is covering down on the back, but just based on how he's playing, I don't know, man, that's close. We should at least be thinking about that because he is ours. Okay. Again, just try to get to 1 or 2 pictures here before I get pulled off the stage here. Now they got 91 on the inside, whereas before the defensive lineman was out here as the overhang. That's now a linebacker. And the big is in the middle. So you'll see us be different here. And it's not because of anything other than we have to account for the big. We're not going to ever put the big on a little. So you'll see us slide down inside to get 91. The tackle knows he's got to get himself down inside to take this 4-eye. And then our right guard and right tackle are going to be working this 3 technique to that overhang. And the only reason that's different, fellas, is because we want to account for 91. We would never put 91 on our running back, even though that's James Wilder, who's tough as hell, and he'd be fine handling that dude. By rule, we don't want to put our littles on a big. Okay? So that's how we would do that. Coach, am I about out here? How much time I got?
You're good until my guys join. So keep rolling.
All right. So over here, same type of deal. They got a big, and you can see we're just sorting it out. Okay. So we have a typical 3-2 front, but one of those guys is a big. He's a 93 is a defensive lineman. Okay. So we're talking about that. We're communicate that, pointing it out, right? And we want to make sure that everybody's on the same page in terms of who we have. Okay, so we're setting down. We know that we have to own 93, so they're going to set out for that. Okay, we're not just going to blindly fan because a lot of times we're getting returns, guys looping back to the inside. So you see 65 doing a good job. He's hitting the brakes. He's going to try to force himself back through the switch, right? And then we got to handle those inside. The left tackle, he's all by himself on this right here. So these are all essentially 3-2 structures, but getting a variety of different looks in terms of how they're structuring that and how we want to respond. Okay. So same idea here now. Okay. They're giving us a sting type of look. And when we say that, all we're saying is they're bringing 0 pressure. They're bringing more than we can block on this thing. So we're going to start inside out. So if you look at the left tackle here, this is a little better picture of this. Now, and I'm not a quarterback coach. I don't know what coach is telling them, but this is probably a little bit too long for Taylor to hang on to this thing. In my opinion, I don't know what coach is telling him here, but I like the left tackle. He's setting vertical and off because we know we can't block 0. We don't have enough for him. So what we want to do is set vertical and force him to push up the field for the first few steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, before he can start to bend inside. We got 4 vertical steps up the field by an unblocked rusher. We don't have enough to block them. And then we're going to slam down inside on 23, who is ours, right? Because that's the guy that we are ultimately responsible for, okay? Our job, we can't block them, but we do want to change the angle on the rusher so that the quarterback can take as long as he possibly can. We want to maximize the amount of time he can take it so that we can get Kenny open down here at the bottom, right, and at least have a chance against zero pressure. All right, and same type of idea out here, okay? We don't have enough. Now, in this one, we're getting 4 out. We're getting our running back out just on a little angle, so we know that we're going to lose a rusher on him because otherwise they're short. Left tackle knows he's going to have the unblocked defender to his side. He wants to set vertical. Again, we're trying to get 3 to 4 steps out of this guy vertical. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now he's going to bend in. Trey's got to get the ball out. Okay, so here we got an unblocked defender. We're going to change the angle. We're going to slam down inside on the 4-eye because that's ours. And all we're trying to do is to give Trey just enough time to set his feet and get that thing out of there. He knows he's got to get it out. He knows it's zero pressure, but we're doing the best we can to get that thing out of there just by changing the angle with that tackle right there. Okay?
Awesome.
So, fellas, that's all I got. I'll put my like I said, that's my Twitter deal. I absolutely suck at Twitter, but if you get me on there, if you follow me on there, if you're a coach, man, I'm going to follow you back, okay? And I want to try to help grow this fraternity offensive line coaches as best I can. I think it's important, okay? So we'll connect on there and, whatever I can do to help you. Not that I certainly have all the answers, I promise you, but whatever we can do to sit down and talk and collaborate, man, I'd love to do that. So, Coach, I appreciate you, man. Any questions or anything else you want, I'd be happy to answer whatever I can.
No, I think we're good, Coach. I appreciate it. Definitely. I was texting my head coach, texting a couple of guys, and be like, "Man, those blitzes they're seeing in Canada are funky. It is funky, bro." And I'm glad I'm right here, and you're right there. So, but Coach, I enjoyed it. I really loved it.
Good. I appreciate you having me on, man.
Yes, sir. Take care.
You too.
All right. Hey, we got the session. We're gonna keep it loose, guys. We are at 5:50. Okay, we're gonna roll through dinner. If you want to go get dinner and come back and hang out with us, cool. But we are here with Coach Courtney Brown and Coach Nick Hensley, and we are gonna roll with the young ball coach session. If y'all don't know what young ball coach is, I don't know where you've been, but we get on try to get on every week and get on the Twitter Spaces and just talk about being a young ball coach and what that means. And Coach Brown, started it, and Coach Hensley and I have come along and kind of rocking and rolling with it. But Coach Brown, how you doing, man?
Hey, so first of all, shout out to you, Coach Tatum, for putting this on, man. I've been all day, I've been tapping in and out, and just I'm proud of you, man. Because people, it's so funny that you mentioned the young ball coach, because people were DMing us talking about, did we split up or did something happen because you were doing so awesome? And I'm like, that's the craziest thing. I'm so proud of you, man. So this is your thing. This has been awesome. And when you asked me to come on, man, it's a blessing because I had nothing to do with it. I'm just chilling like an average Joe. So when you asked me and Coach Hensley, man, all you had to do was say it and we're going to make it happen.
Heck yeah.
So I'm just proud of you throughout this whole thing, putting it on for the coaches, man. Watching those blitzes and pressures, man, he has some funky stuff going on up there. And, I love how, the vertical sets, if you got to deal with it. And it was crazy because Coach Justice, when he was at SMU, he put on a clinic. And he had talked about how they read, when they're doing 5-man protection or 6-man protections, the tackle really reads the sound backer, then he reads the second, then he reads the third. You would think you automatically worry about the outside, but he's no, because the inside guy's going to tell you what the outside guy's doing. So watching a vertical set to even where he said it, like I got 4 verticals in before he even threatened my outside shoulder. So like I'm automatically winning because the quarterback knows we can't block everybody. So it's a hot read right now. So like if I can block him for 4 steps, that's a touchdown. Like that's an automatic completion. You know what I mean? So that was really interesting. So shout out to that coach. What was it, Coach Vitale? I think.
Yeah, Vitale. Yeah.
Vitale, my bad. Yeah, man. So that's what's up.
Yeah, Coach Hensley, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right, man. How you guys doing?
Good, bro.
It's been a long one for you, Tatum.
Do what?
I said it's probably been a long one for you so far. I'll tell you what, man. Man, I saw the clinic start time and I was like, shit.
Dude, I tell you what. So, like, you know, I posted. There was a coach from California. And there was a coach from Alaska, and they were like, I was up at 4 a.m. to come get on this thing. I was like, bro, it ain't that serious. like it'll be recorded, you know. But no, yeah.
But that's really dope, and I think that's where, you know, these spaces, and for us, man, like when I started the young ball coach, man, I was just chilling and I was bored, and I was like, man, let me see what's going on. And then like the first one, I was like, holy shit, like people really need this. And then that's when I got with Hensley. Me and Hensley met because we was on with Tom Blazer from 5S1, and he was doing a Zoom meeting, and we were going over like what we run. We were talking about power and how it affects everything else. And then I was like, man, this is a good football dude. Let's get together. Then I met you and brought you on, and then it's like, it's crazy how it evolved, but it's like, it's so amazing, man. And I think this whole point of this is the networking to go with the game, right? Like even talking to older coaches, like they're on Twitter, but that's because like it's good to be on Twitter. It's easier to flow. It's easier to look up cut up. Like Craig Roth, I've learned more about a defensive guy from watching Craig Roth, and I like to tune into him because I want to see what the defensive guys are teaching him. So like watching him just post a video of from Michigan, what's his name? I forget, but like watching him talk about extension of the hands, like, so I train a lot of my guys, like as soon as the DN shoot his hands out trying to get him, we're trapping it. Like we're not even letting you get to that point of like pushing us. No, you're getting trapped. Like right now, I'm dropping your weight and changing the momentum, then we can fight. But I think it's really, really dope at watching this culture, man. So I'm just pleased to watch it and see it, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Yeah, I literally just, everybody's like, man, kudos to you for doing this, and I'm like, you know, I like technology, I like making spreadsheets, like I like contacting coaches, so all this was like, and just, you know, and then getting, you know, StreamYard and just setting it up. Yeah, it was a long time coming, but it is what it is, and I just had guys drop, which is fine. Some guys, one guy, Coach Rogers, was after lunch and he was on Central Time and he missed it. He was like, I'm so sorry. It's like, dude, it's all good. One guy, I never heard from him. Another guy had a family issue. So I'm like, I'm good. We're going to adjust. We're O-line coaches. We're going to make it happen. So
on the fly, brother. Listen, I was just telling you, like my first year, man, like we had, this team was only a 3-0, like they showed 4-4. They was a 3-down team. And all week long in practice, filling in the background, I got to treat it different. So I'm sitting there like, man, what did they give us a forefront? Like I said to my OC, and I'm like, what did they give us a forefront? He's like, well, they haven't shown it. I'm like, but the team we played last week, we struggled with the forefront. Like, coaches adapt, right? Like, I'm like, what if he's in the forefront? So he was like, all right, let's put it in on Tuesday to see what happens. And so our guys had only Tuesday. And sure as shit, we're in the game. They start out in the 3 front. We start pounding them. The next drive, what do? Come out to the forefront. And, like, to get into with the young ball coaches, as an assistant, right, when you do your, like for me, I'm an assistant coach. I'm not an offensive coordinator. I am an assistant coach. Like, my job is to be the best fucking offensive line guy for my team. Like, so to study your ass off and put in the work and to develop that relationship with your offensive coordinator, right? Like, he should be able to trust you that if he says, hey, it's 3rd and 1, it's 4th and 1, what run play can we do? He should know that I put the work in and I've trusted myself to where I know what my guys are. Like, if you asked me last year, the team I had last year, we can run power down your throat, but we can also run ISO down your throat. So if it's 3rd and 1, if it's 4th and 1, I'm going with ISO or power. It don't matter where it's at. It don't matter if it's on the left hash, right hash, boundary, field. Bro, we're going to get after you. And so to fast forward to that playoff game, they were on the forefront, and I was nervous. It was my first time, and the offensive coordinator, as soon as he seen it, he goes, "Brown, son of a bitch." And I was like, "What?" He was like, "They're in the forefront." And, like, had I not said anything, and again, I was young, and maybe the young, naive part of me said it, because most coaches would have been like, "No, I'm just going to do it," and then get yelled at. But I was, like, genuinely worried. I'm like, bro, what if they go into a forefront? And, like, we were able to adapt. And when people try to say, oh, a forefront versus a three front isn't that different, hell if it ain't. In a three front, like, more than likely in a 3-3 stack or 3-5-3, you're telling your left guard, left tackle, hey, you two got the front, you got the 4 tech and the Wille. The center, you got the Mike and the nose with the running back. The right tackle and right guard, y'all got the 4 and the Sam. Like, that's what you practice all week, to work on passing it off, working on angles. When you get a forefront, you're like, wait, now I got an underfront, now I got an overfront, now I got a bear. What the hell are you going to do? You know what I mean? And so to watch the transition and the development, man, it's like every year that I've coached, I feel so much better. And it's like, it's funny because when I talk to other coaches, man, like, the biggest compliment for me is like, man, when we had to go against Cain, like, I didn't want to deal with y'all. Like, that's the best thing as an offensive line coach. Like, regardless of win or loss, you knew you were going to get punched in the face by my guys. And so that's the biggest compliment. And I know Hensley feels the same. Like, when I talked to Hensley, he was like, man, this is the year we do it. We're going to do it this year, I'm getting fired. Like, because we got everything. Hey, Hensley, I'm sorry, bro.
It didn't go that way, actually. But yeah.
But just having that confidence as a young coach, man, it's like, that's why we started Young Ball Coach, because I've learned so much from so many other coaches that have just impacted. And it's not even always about the game itself. It's about preparation. Like, how do you set up your everyday drill video? Dudes love it because, like, you get that aspect of, like, holy shit, like, what do you do? Like, for me, watching myself tailor to where I don't just get on the clinic and watch and I'm like, oh my God, like O-line masterminds. I don't look at Duke Manyweather's Instagram and be like, oh, let me write down every single thing. Let me do every single thing. Like, because I'm not coaching it that way. But if I'm like, man, I really love how, so like, prime example, one of those things I got to get younger guys in their stances was from Finish O-Line Academy, from Coach Lake. Watching him break down the reason why you put your guys, and I start with the younger guys, not the high school 10th, 11th grade. I'm talking about like 7th, 8th, and 9th. I put them in their stances, and I learned it from Coach Leggett, but he did a lot of different things his way, and I'm like, well, I don't really emphasize it as that, or I don't really do that, right? So it's like adapting and understanding, what are you really good at, like, as a coach, and whether that's offensive line, whether that's, you know, defensive line, whether that's linebackers, running backs, receivers, DBs, like, get really good at what you do and then build off of it. And you can't, like, there's no, like, for me, I'll never be satisfied as an offensive line coach because there's always going to be something that I can improve on. There's always going to be something that I'm like, man, maybe if I talk, even like something like when people say get low, that's the worst thing to tell a kid, right? Because when you say, oh, get lower, I can literally be stand up. And if you say get low, if I do this, did I get low? Yes. But is that where I meant? No. So you got to say like, hey, drop your hips, sit down like you're about to take a shit. Then they're like, oh, okay, now I drop. Like, in that little bit of detail, like most people just be like, man, you got to get lower. Or, you know, bring your foot out. Like when people say that, bring your foot out. People might be like this, but you might not want them as that. You might be like, turn it. Then you got to say, turn your toe. Make sure your toes are facing outward. Then the guys understand. So how you grow and develop as a coach, all predict. And I love what you said, because earlier today, where there was a guy who asked you, like, how do you get better as a young coach? I'm a brand new coach. And you're like, find a mentor. Absolutely. Like, absolutely find a mentor. And don't just find somebody who you're comfortable with and you know. Find somebody who's going to tell you, like, bro, you suck. Like, find somebody who's going to be real with you. Not tell you what you want to hear. Not tell you what you like. Find somebody, like, I have a guy, he called me. I was arguing with some dude who runs this page and ranks kids. And he had put a kid who I trained up. I trained this one kid as a sophomore. He went all state. He was an all state first team. They won a championship, like, and he ranked them as like the 15th best guy over. And there was like 3 guys who never touched the field better than him. And I'm like, what are you talking? Like, how does that make sense? My mentor called me like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm getting food. He's like, no, why are you arguing with people on Twitter? Like, you want to be a head coach, you want to be a coordinator. This ain't what you need to do. You're putting yourself in the wrong situation, right? Like, did I want to hear that? Absolutely not. But did I need to hear it? Absolutely. And as a mentor, that meant everything to me. And this was a guy who was my OC, and I thought he hated me. And then I had to realize he got put in a position where he needed to mentor and focus and try to help me as a young coach. And it wasn't his job to do that. And so once we broke that barrier, we became really, really close and started to realize, like, man, we could really do great things together. And so that's just the biggest thing as a young ball coach. And, you know, Hensley, I know you got a lot for you, man. We're here, so we're about to get it on. If you don't know, I can't.
Man, I will say on what you said, I think the biggest thing for a young ball coach is it kind of goes around what you're saying. You got to drop your ego a little bit, right? Like, because especially, I mean, at our staff, we had a gigantic staff for a high school team, bigger than colleges. Like, we had like the highest number of coaches we had in one year was 16 in the whole program. So, like, when you're working with that many people and there's so many ideas and everything, especially as a young guy, like, you just got to understand your place, first of all, like what is the right time to talk and when not to talk, right? Because you're around these dudes who have been coaching for 30 or 40 years, right? But at the same point, like, if you have an ego about it and you let your ego get to you when you're coaching kids or you're in the meeting room, that can have like a huge detrimental effect on everything. I mean, it can just tear it apart, and you won't be open with yourself. I mean, the biggest thing I think for me was like my first year, like, we're running power, but we suck. Like, there's no consistency, right? And so I'm like watching the years back of film, and I'm like, well, you know, 1, we suck at down blocking, so I got to teach down blocks better, and 2, we suck at blocking the 3 techniques. So we had to reevaluate how we're blocking the 3 technique, what techniques we're using. And then the next year and the next 4 years after that, power is play number 1. And so, you know, I think you got to be able to be real with yourself and know when is the right time to be real with others around you too, other coaches on your staff.
You know,
because I mean, there's a difference in having a coaching voice, right? And then, like, we're sitting in the meeting room, and, you know, a guy says something you don't agree with. Well, you know, sometimes when you're a young guy, you just gotta, well, I guess that's what we're doing. So I'll figure out how to make it work, but I don't believe in it, you know.
But then to that point, Hensley, another thing, and this is so key, I'm so glad you said that, because it's not just saying, because what happens is, as a young coach, and I did it my first year, when I didn't agree with something, I was like, fuck it, I guess that's how we're going to do it, and we're going to lose. And that mentality was so bad. So to understand the maturity level of, like, I disagree with my offensive coordinator, but I got to understand, if I act like that towards my offensive coordinator, my players are going to feel it. And I think so many times we forget as coaches that we control the environment. We control the narrative. We control the situation of, like, there's no reason why I can't be like, if a coach comes to me and he's like, hey, like, prime example, we game plan. And I was like, bro, we're going to try to do too much. I'm like, sometimes it's easy for, like, as an offensive line coach, I always said this, like, I had 3 young guys who never played before start. So as a young, you guys know, run the football. It's easier for a young guy to get settled by pounding people than sitting in pass protection, trying to, like, look at it and trying to figure it out, versus in a run game, bro, we're all stepping left, find a guy in your gap and dominate him. And then once he settles down, now the pass looks like everything is calm. Other people are like, no, we come out and we're throwing the ball. Like, we come out, we score on our first drive, running the ball. We ran the ball 75 yards. Then the next drive, we're throwing the ball and the offensive linemen are getting confused. I'm like, why are we not? But, you know, and I was like, but I had to check myself, because the year before I would have snapped out and I would have been like, this is just dumb. What's the point? But I realized, like, in the moment, I still got to be calm. Like, on Friday nights, I'm chilling. Like, I'm not yelling. I'm on a tablet. I'm looking, and I sit my guys down and I just talk to them. And I'm like, yo, what's going on? What are you seeing? and teach them the words to say. Like, don't just tell me there's a guy on my inside. No, there's a 3-tech who's turning this. The 30 backers coming. The Mike, the Will, the Sam. Whatever we're identifying, those words matter. So talk football. Because it's not just getting you ready for now. It's to prepare you for the future. And if we teach them, 1, how not to communicate, 2, how not to take criticism, and then 3, how not to work with somebody that you don't agree with, we're setting them up for failures. And that's a part of a young coach that we have to strive to be better from. We have to be open up and be like, man, like on the mic, I remember my first year, I was up in a box. I would tell every single thing that happened with the front. Man, they slanted. They did this. They did that. They did this. And then the other coach in the box is like, hey, Courtney, relax. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, we know that. We see that. How is it going to help us? He goes, you saying that it's just going to piss the offensive coordinator off. It's just going to make everybody tell you to shut the fuck up. How is that helping? He's like, what you need to say is write down with, and so he told me, and I put it in. I created a document for it. It had what the play call, well, what the down and distance is, what the play call was, and then good or bad, check or X. And then I had a notes section. So I would be able to look. And at halftime, I came down and I'm like, listen, we need to run power because every time we ran power, we've gotten 7 yards. When you tried to run counter, we got stuck because we couldn't move. Like, and then you got the data because then that helps the coach. Now you can see it and say, okay, you're doing what we're doing. And then gaining the trust of being in the box and being up top. Like, that's the relationship that you got to build in as a young coach. You try to come in and think you just going to fix everything. And that's not the reality of it.
Yeah. One thing I will say about, especially like with getting a mentor, and I was talking about not just a mentor, get an offensive line mentor. Because like the guy that we're talking about, he was first time coaching high school ball, but first time coaching offensive line as well, obviously. So I was like, I was coaching offensive line, and I thought I knew some stuff, but you know, I'm a humble guy, so I wasn't like, oh, I know everything. But I was like, okay, I got a basis. I know what I'm doing, you know. But then I got with Coach Pearson, which did the pin and pull clinic, and I was like, I don't know anything. He coached offensive line in college. He was an offensive coordinator in college. I got to know what I'm talking about. I have to keep up with him because if I'm not doing it right, he's going to overstep me and he's going to make sure it's right. So I got to make sure that helped me develop. Like the one thing that's going to help you is you never want to disappoint somebody. So you better be working. Like I didn't want to disappoint him. I didn't want him to come and be like, well, I don't need Tatum because I can just do it myself. Like I didn't want that. So it made me work even harder. But a couple of things I'm going to say. Guys, we're going to keep rolling through dinner. Y'all just tell me when y'all want to quit, but we're going to keep rolling through dinner. Y'all get y'all's dinner, come back, hang out with us. Make sure you like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. We are rolling on. Coach Rapanick is here. He said he texted me and said, hey, I'm going to come hang out for the young ball coaches. And then Coach Navarro, the guy from Alaska, he says 2 p.m. standard time in Alaska, 8th cup of coffee, 5th pages of notes, still going strong. Appreciate it all. We appreciate you, Coach, hanging out. You're from, I think it's from Anchorage, Alaska. So, but yeah, guys, we're talking about young ball coaches, and basically what we're trying to do is for the young guys that don't really know nothing, because we don't know much, but we're trying to say, hey, this is what some things that we've done, this is some things we've kind of figured out as young coaches. So you don't have to sit there and ask your mentor, ask your head coach, or ask your coordinator 1,000 questions. Hey, come ask us. Maybe some things are married up. We're going to kind of talk about how to be a good assistant. That's really big for us. You need to take things off of the guys above you, take it off their plate. They shouldn't be dealing with situations that ain't got nothing to do with them, whether it be a kid in your position group. They start acting up. They shouldn't have to get to the head coach. You should take care of it. Like painting the field, equipment, setting up stuff, taking stuff down, water, those little things that a head coach or a coordinator shouldn't have to be doing. We should be doing as young guys because we need to be grinding and we need to learn. It's almost like an internship. Like you need to get your feet wet and you need to learn how to do the hard things so then you can have an appreciation when things ain't as hard. That's my opinion.
But real quick, Coach, before you even get to like the painting the fields, the getting the water, show the hell up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Like show up in the weight room. And I think so many times, and I get it, like, unless you're a teacher, it's hard with your schedules and stuff like that, which I understand. But like, even for me, and that's why I have the best support system. Like my fiance is the absolute best, like, because she knows football is a priority. And like, yeah, there's days where it's hard, but like she also understands like this is my passion, like this is what I do. And so when there's times like, oh, obviously I'm gonna have to choose my daughter and my fiance, but for the most part, she knows like football becomes a priority of like anything. Like, you know what I mean? And it's like showing up to me matters. Like me being in a weight room, like, and kind of you guys know, so when I got the job that I just got, I was only going to be the tight ends coach and the assistant offensive line coach. But like I showed up and I'm looking and I'm like, all right, he hasn't made a decision on who the offensive line guy is. There's nobody here, you know, and I'm like, we're just going to go through steps and we're just going to do steps because regardless, I'm still going to be on this football team. And if he wants it done a certain way, we can change that. I don't care. I don't have an ego. But like these guys need to get their steps in. They need to get their work in. And that's all we're going to do. And we just work our asses off just to do that. And when that offensive line coach comes in, he can take over. And I don't have any ego, but these guys will at least know we're not behind, right? And that's a part of it. Like, I'm showing up in a weight room every day. Why am I just going to sit here and watch our guys just not develop from their footwork? And all we do is 10 minutes. We get a 10-minute footwork period in at the end of the weight room. But everybody has shown up because then the guys who weren't there when I first got there, they were like, man, Coach Brown's down here working with us. Where are y'all at? And then they're like, who's Coach Brown? And then they got to find me. And then when I see him, I'm like, where have you been? Right. So then, all right, now we start to look at, well, if I'm here every day and you're not, when it comes time for a position battle, this kid was here every day. How do I know that? Because I was here every day. And if I didn't see you, 2 and 2, hey, the math ain't mathing, bro. 2 + 2 ain't 5. It ain't never going to be 5. You know what I'm saying? And so showing up and like to talk about the little things, I think our culture has kind of made it happen. Like everything needs to happen now. And I'm a part of that, like where I'd be feeling like, man, I earned the right to have an offensive line job always. But I had to take the reality of it. Like, bro, I'm 26. And like to put in perspective, I was assistant my first year. Then I went to become the head offensive line guy, but I was in the city league, which is a smaller division of our big football is like the Whippeal. And then we have the PIAA. So the Whippeal is like your guys' section championships where it's really, really big. It's the district championships. And then I got offered, I've been there. I was at West Mifflin, which is like a Whippeal school. And, you know, I kind of felt like, man, if I ever go somewhere, like I just need to be the guy. But to put in reality, like that's not what it is. Like I have to sit and earn the right to be there because I'm still young. I'm still 4 years in. And so what can I do to elevate? What are things that I do that are different? Well, I show up. That's the biggest, showing up, doing all the dirty work. And you had mentioned all those things. Oh, we got a question.
Yeah. Coach Richard Gray said O-line unit a lot of times learns how to handle criticism by how the coach handles criticism. Mentor is key. My mentor, Rich McGeorge, how to be, pretty much taught him how to be professional his last year playing and as a young coach. No doubt. You know, like Coach was talking about, like you got to be calm on the sideline because so much is happening. Like they are on a varsity football game. Teams are twisting and stunting and blinging blitzes and they miss a block and then the quarterback's yelling at them, running back's yelling at them, the teammates are hollering at them. Like that happens. So you got to be the standard. You got to be the cornerstone for those guys when they come to the sideline. Hey, calm down. Let's talk. What did you see? What are they giving us? Let's talk about it. Calm them down. Because like if you get all rattled, you're hooping and hollering, and they're gonna do the same thing, and they're gonna be able to think straight. So no doubt, Coach. Let me get to this comment right here. Coach Rapanick, as a young coach who was also blessed to be a head coach, y'all are speaking facts. This is every head coach's dream to have assistants like this. That's what we're trying to preach. We're trying to preach it. Like I'm not trying to say I'm some great assistant, but I try to be. Try to be the best.
I don't give a damn. Look, I don't give a damn what nobody got to say. I'm a toot my motherfucker. Beep, beep, motherfucker. I'm a great assistant. Because the thing is, man, and you share the same quality, Tatum, which is why we get along so much. Because we don't know who we don't know. And I think the craziest thing in life is the scariest thing is somebody who don't know anything but think they know everything.
Yeah.
The strongest strength is to know you don't know everything, but you're willing to learn. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where, you know, a lot of coaches make the mistake. Young, old, or whatever is egos. Like for me, like I do individual training, bro, I'm literally training 7 guys that I'm going to have to go against this year. You know, and I'm like, but my ego, I hit their coaches up and like, coach, what are things y'all work on so I can get them better? How do we talk this? How do we do that? Because I care about the quality that we're producing in Pittsburgh, right? Versus somebody with ego, they might be like, oh, why are you working with him? I'll never, ever say nothing to a kid who's working with a coach. Like, that's your parents' money. That's what they decide to do. But know that I might not agree with it, right? And so to have the conversation, and I think just really, really trying to be as best as you can, man. Like, you can't control because even Tatum, when you ask me about, you know, individual coaching, and you're like, well, I don't want to be looked at as a recruiter. Well, motherfucker, don't recruit. If you don't do it, if people say, oh, you're a recruit, bro, then it is what it is. People are going to hate you. People are going to, and I think the Marine Corps taught me that, where it was like, you know, you got to have thick skin, because when you realize it, every person you meet has a different opinion of who you are just based off of what you look like. So there's a million different versions of you. The only version that matters is who you are. Like, what are your morals? What are your values? And, you know, being a good assistant to me matters. Like, looking at the programs, what is the program's motto? Like, what do we want to do as a program, and fitting that? And if I find a place where I don't align, I'm not afraid to leave. You know what I mean? Like, I'm on my 4th spot in 4 years, but every single one, it has been development, or I went to a bigger school at a bigger area, but I left those schools because God's telling me I need to leave. It's not fitting me. Like, who I am, my morals, my values, my character, they don't align. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with saying that. And as a young coach, find your spot, find your niche, which makes you different. Like, for me, I grade all my offensive line guys, like every single thing. Like, I grade them every week, you know. But then when I'm watching that, I started to try to break down tendencies of blitzes, letting the offensive coordinator know, hey, they like the blitz on 2nd down, and if it's 2nd down, it's coming. Like, it was to the point where in our playoff game against Southmoreland, I knew if it was to the boundary, they were going to blitz with their mic and their Wille. If it was to the field, they were going to blitz with their mic and their sound. If it was in the middle of the field, they were never going to blitz, ever. So when did we start to take shots? In the middle of the field. If we ever got the ball in the middle of the field, we were going to take a shot. But if we got it in a boundary, we knew we were going to run to the, like, I don't know about you, I love running into blitzes. Like, gap scheme into blitzes, to me, is my shit. Like, you want to try to blitz with the mic? Okay, we're running power. We're running counter right at you. Because it's good if it works, but if my guard or center sees it and they can get their hands on your blitzer, then what do you have? A whole bunch of open space, play the band, let's go. You know what I mean? And so what do you do that's different from every other coach on your staff?
Yeah, be valuable. You have to be valuable. And like you said, show up. Like, availability is the best ability. Same thing you tell your kids. Like coach, you know, I'm not the fastest. Well, are you strong? Be something. Be available. You know, be there. You know, like
just be something.
Be something. Like, we used to say, you can't be nothing. Like, if you're short, be fast. If you were tall, be strong. Like, you be able to jump. Like, you can't be bad at everything.
And if you're short, slow, be a good leader.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
be something.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, but be able to get on the field in some type of way. But like, as a coach, at least be able to, like, you know what? You know, Tatum, you know, he don't really know much about ball. But man, he sure can get. He sure can. He knows something about stretching. He knows something about the weight room. Like, he's valuable. Be valuable. That's all you gotta do.
And you know what's funny, man? It bothers me when coaches, like, they don't show up, and then they go to 7-on-7. Like, they're the receiver or DB's coach. They don't show up to a single workout in the spring. Then they get to a 7-on-7 and they're yelling at kids about.
And they got the backpack on.
They got the backpack on. They yelling at the kids about what the kids are doing wrong. And the kids like, bro, you ain't even been here. How you telling me?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be doing it wrong if you coach me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's so funny, man. Like, you see so many guys just fail because their ego, like, it's okay to have an ego, but I think, like, egomaniacs. Like, I think there's a difference between having an ego. Like, I have an ego, but I'm not this egomaniac. Like, I can kind of look out and it's a work in progress. Like I can step out of myself and realize it a lot quicker now, and that's a part of maturity. Oh, hey, Hensley, welcome back.
Hey, sorry about that. My computer literally just black.
We're talking about value how do you bring value as a young coach? What do you do?
Man, well, I mean, as an offensive line coach, as a young offensive line coach, I actually was about to say this before it went blank. I think you got to realize, first of all, that you're coaching the most important position on the football team for success. If anything is going to happen on this damn football team, we have to move people and we have to block people, right? Like it's just no other way to get around it. But in that, you get a lot more on your plate than other positions. Not only do you have more kids, but you also really need to be doing more than probably other guys on your staff to keep your room, your unit, as far ahead as everybody else, right? Because your unit's going to be, 30, 40 maybe, hopefully, if you're at a bigger school. But I think, you add value by, one, doing your job and doing it well. And two, obviously, we were talking earlier, you show up for everything. But showing up for everything also means, the easiest way for you to get your kids to know that you care about them, go show up to the other sporting events that they do every year.
Yeah.
Go show up to the wrestling matches. Show up to the basketball games. That'll right there make the kids love you. But also it's part of the showing up and being a good coach, right? Make the kids want to play hard for you. That's part of it. I think with that, you also, like Tatum was saying earlier, you got to pick up kind of the load around. You also got to be realistic with how much load you're already taking as an offensive line coach. Because if you're like me and you're doing, hey, in July, we're going to have, one practice a week, but then we're going to have a Zoom call and we're going to have a walkthrough for an entire month, right? And then you got your spring part of the season, and then you're showing up for the weight room, and then you're showing up for fall and doing extra meetings in fall. You're already doing a lot, right? Now, I think the easiest things as offensive line coaches to be picking up for sure is, be the guy that sets the field up, because you already got to go set up the most drills out of anybody. So whether that's, I don't know how it is for you guys, but we had a nice little golf cart we could whip around in. So just show up 15 minutes before practice, pull all the pads out that the defensive coaches like to have in the same number every day, and go drop them off on their side, right? There's taking little things too. I'd say like equipment management is a part for an offensive line coach for sure. Most of us are, technically skilled in some way. And, like I said before, most of the guys on the team are linemen. So you're taking care of your own kids most of the time anyways. They break the most stuff out of anybody.
Hopefully. If your lineman ain't breaking nothing, boy, you in for trouble.
Like I love being the equipment guy. Like somebody, I don't mind going and grabbing my bag with wrenches and screwdrivers and the rest of the parts and going and fixing a helmet real quick. Like I've been fixing vehicles and doing like making stuff in the backyard forever. Like I'm good with that stuff, so I don't mind doing it. Like somebody's like, well, it takes me away from the game. Like the game will be all right, they're right there. You coached them all during the week.
But it don't take you away from it. And I think that's the thing. It's like, bro, you should not be coaching on Friday nights.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know about y'all, but like I really, really mean that. Like, I really, really try to strive to where like Friday nights, like the OC can yell at them. Like, I'ma just be calm. Somebody gotta be a Batman and Robin. Somebody gotta be a good cop, bad cop. If they getting chewed out by you, then the OC shouldn't be chewing them out. Like, and I knew that. Like my OC, the one OC I had, he wouldn't chew him out because he knew I was going to explode. Like, but then I had OC where he was going to chew him out. So I'm like, all right, let me lean on these dudes. Let me support them. It got to the point where I used to tell my guys, I don't care if you got a chance at, like they had a call, I swear to goodness, fuck Coach Coward. And that meant whatever the protection was, we're dropping it. Like, whatever it was, it don't matter anymore. We're all stepping one way. Like, whatever way we call. And the OC didn't care because is it effective? Does it get the guys to do? Yes. When they said that, they knew it was going to be punishment time. Like, they thought everybody was him and they was going to punch you. And, you know, like, being an equipment guy, you know, just doing the nonchalant, like for me, I used to love, like, pregame, I love the whistle for pregame. Like, leading the stretches, it's my absolute favorite thing to do. Yeah. Like,
dude, I got to do it in Seahawks Stadium this year. It was awesome.
Bro, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, there was we had the one year where, like, after we did our stretches, they got their pads going, and then because we were the Indians, like, the captain of the team, he was like, Indians! And everybody like, oh, like a big, and we had like 90 kids. And I'm telling you, like, that strikes fear in people. Like, you know what I'm saying? I always love the whistle for pregame. And like other people be tired, man, I'm juiced up, ready to go. Yeah. Like, ready to go.
If you ain't hyped up, like during that pregame or during the course of the game, like, you can be tired after the game, win or loss. Like, you can be tired after the game, like, you know, breaking down the field and taking up equipment. Like, you can be tired then, but like, you better be jacked up during the game and during pregame because the kids are gonna feed off of that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I love doing stretches. I did it last year. I'm probably gonna do it this year. But yeah, shoot. But since this is my clinic, I'm gonna talk about it. Just like talking about being there, like, guys quitting. Like, you talk about, so Coach Brown, you talk about being at 4 places in 4 years, but you stayed the year.
Yeah.
You didn't just bail. And,
oh my! And listen, like, there was one. I swear to God, bro, I almost quit, and I kid you not. The only reason why I didn't was because when I walked, it was the Monday of camp, or no, we were in heat eye. It was like the Friday before, the Thursday or Friday before camp, and like, head coach said something, and I walked off, and I was like, all right, I'm going home. Like, and bro, none of my offensive linemen practice. Like, they were like, if you leave, we're not practicing. Like, none of us. Like, the whole entire offensive line. And at that moment, I was like, I got to stick it out for the rest of the year. Like, and I knew I was done at the end of that. There was nothing that was going to get me. We could have won the state championship, and I would have left that year. It wouldn't have mattered. But watching your guys. So, yeah, I don't quit. Guys who quit in the middle of it, soft.
Soft.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave that there. I'm not going to say much more about that. But
it's not like you
and if you commit to have a job somewhere, make sure you show up, because I've heard that one too. The guy literally just didn't show up on day one, called out, yeah, I'm not going to coach for you this year. Day one of fall.
That happened. So my second year at North Rowan with Coach Pearson, our D-line coach did that. Literally called him, was like, it was at the end of the year. Called him. He ain't gonna be on there, so I don't care. He literally called him and like he texted him, not called him. Didn't have the decency to call. Texted him and said, "Coach, I'm not gonna be coaching. I'm a first year teacher. Blah blah. Thanks for the opportunity. Period." Pearson tried to call him, wouldn't answer. Literally, he did. He literally went across town to our rival that just came off of a state championship to coach their D line, but didn't have the decency to tell coach. That's stuff that you don't want to do as a young ball coach. Like, have the decency to call somebody or show up in person, have a face-to-face, explain yourself. Like, got to be able to do that, man.
Hey, and if your head coach or your coordinator is not open to you going up to him and saying, hey, I'm looking for other opportunities. I might be here this year, but I might not be. But I'm letting you know in advance.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing wrong with that. And if they're going to get hurt about it, then they're not the coach that you want to be coaching for anyways. If your head coach isn't trying to help you get to the next spot, then that's not where you want to be. If the coordinator isn't teaching you how to be a coordinator or allowing you to be a coordinator or would be excited for you to be a coordinator, then that's not where you should be.
Yeah.
Like, because, I mean, if that's how they treat you, how are they treating the kids? You know? Like, you gotta definitely be at the right place and not be afraid, you know, to go to a different one. especially in high school, right? There's a lot of schools and there's a lot of spots.
Yeah.
There's not enough guys coaching. So
100%.
if you're in a situation where you're like, this shit sucks, this isn't what it should be, then go somewhere else, man. Like there's plenty of football to be coached.
Yeah, especially if you're a good guy and you willing to do the hard things and work, like there's always a spot gonna be for you. Because we're trying to find defensive coaches right now. Like we interviewed some. We're trying to find defensive coaches right now because it's like guys, they want a title or they don't want to come in and do work. Like
right. And I think that's what's funny is like for me, I've been blessed to like I've been on 4 contenders. Well, 3. Last year, I guess kind of we could have been contenders, injuries, whatever. But like even where I'm at this year, like it's a school that's known for their football. We've won some district championships. But it's not all like everything's put together, right? Like I'm arrogant enough to where I feel like I can coach anything. Like as long as you give me guys who want to, like the want to is the non-negotiable, right? Like if you want to, we can work. I don't care who it is. Like size, you know, if you like I still say this, if you gave me guys who are like there's programs out here like Central Catholic who recruit, like they got the best of the best, or Pound Richland who they bring at least 3 6'5" guys every year. I swear to God, if you gave me them, you would see us, like you would see me dominate every single year. I get guys who are like, maybe I'll have a 6'2" guy, like that I got to work with. But again, like it's the arrogance. And I think, you know, like Hensley said, if you can't go somewhere to where you're like, hey, like I'm probably going to explore, not because I'm bad, but like these situations happen. Like there was a situation like before I took the job, my defensive coordinator in high school got a head coaching job. And I went up right to the coach and was like, Coach, like, I'm going to be real. This situation happened. Like, I'm thinking about it. I'm not saying that I'm leaving. I was like, but I owe it to you because that's what I think. Do I need to tell him? Can you just go get a job and meet with him and say, hey, I got a different job? Of course. But your character, you letting him know, hey, man, I'm looking for something else. Now let him make the decision. And if you get fired, you know, that's whatever. At least you know deep down you did the integrity thing, which is let them know, right? Like you don't want to be sitting there. And because what happens is a lot of coaches, like the coach, my head coach now, he was like, okay, well, just let me know. Like as soon as you find out, let me know because then I need to find somebody. But don't tell me like all the way in May and then you're like, hey, I'm going to be gone. Like, bro. And Tatum was crazy is because me and you had this conversation, right? Like you told me late about what was going on with you. And I'm like, okay, well, are you looking? You're like, no, I kind of want to talk to the players. Man, fuck that. I'm like, it's about to be January. Like you're late. Like, and I was being real with you. I wasn't saying that you, but I'm like, nah, dog, like you need to put yourself, especially because you were growing and getting a name for yourself. And I'm like, and now look at where you're at. Now you're in a situation where you're going to be comfortable. You're going to be happy. And because the circumstances that you left wasn't like you were just quitting on them. Like, no, your head coach left. And I don't know what they're doing after that. Like, I hope I'm not ruining that story. I hope I ain't.
No, you're good.
Oh, okay.
No, legit, 100%. Like, yeah, I was like, I mean, and at the time, yeah, I was like, I want to do things the right way. I want to meet with my kids because these are my guys. Yeah. But I could not get over to that school because the middle school I teach at literally gets out at 4 and they get out at 3. So they went home. Like I can't get over there. So I'm like, I just FaceTimed them. And I mean, because at the end of the day, I was talking to my wife. I was like, these are kids. Like they half of them could care less that I showed up face to face. But if I call them and I FaceTime, they can see me. Like that's how they communicate anyway. Like so they were cool with it. And then I still was able to go see them later on. But like they appreciated it. So, but yeah, I mean, it was great advice. And it's like, you know, you can't wait. I was given this advice by my late mentor one time. He said, Ian, because I was like, coach these kids, you know, I don't want to leave the kids. He said, Ian, if you stay for the kids, you'll never leave because there's always going to be a new group. You have to go. So that's my thing. I would never I love my kids, but if you feel like you need to move, or you need to move up or move out and move on, go. Don't stay for the kids because there's always going to be a new group you're going to fall in love with and you're going to be stuck again. So
Yeah.
That's something I would say.
And like, because again, like you were willing to like career suicide to be able to have a face-to-face to say goodbye to these kids. And I'm like, when you told me that, I'm like, bruh, I'm like, you can say goodbye, but hey, these job offers is I'm gonna have a job before I say bye to these kids. Like, because if not, you never know. Come here. You want to say hi? Come here. Roby.
Yeah, no doubt, coach. Yeah, if your head coach isn't what you want, move on. And good things will happen. Yeah. But what I will say is, don't move on because things are hard, and don't move on because things are hard because. Don't move on because things that have nothing to do with football are hard. Make it happen, and football will take care of itself. That's what I will say. Guys, there are 27 guys hanging out during dinner. I don't know where y'all's wives or girlfriends or anybody's at, but they letting y'all hang out. But holler at us. Let us know something. But at 7:00, Coach Patrick Galloway from Gettysburg College. How far is Gettysburg from you, Brown?
Like 4 or 5 hours. It's on the complete opposite side of PA.
Complete opposite. Okay. Anyway, over here, he's from Gettysburg College. He'll come on and talk some ball as well at 7, and we'll get back started. But yeah, 20 minutes of chilling.
I didn't know that Pennsylvania was that big,
bro. It's not that it's that big, but it's like Pittsburgh is the southwestern, the southwestern part of the state.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally like, so Pittsburgh, like Pennsylvania is like Pittsburgh's here. Philly is like all the way like down here.
That's
so,
just crazy though, because like 4-hour drive is like all the way across Washington State. And it's a pretty big state, you know?
Right. Well, maybe they're the same. Yeah, because it's like Gettysburg is near Philly. So it's like Philly is, I think, like 4 hours and 30 minutes. Gettysburg is like maybe 3:45, like maybe 3:30, 4 hours. I don't like, but I know I passed through, like you see the Gettysburg exits on the way to, like Hershey, PA is near Gettysburg, and Hershey is 4 hours away from me. Like, because it's literally, you're taking the toll all the way, like, the toll road is right by my house, and you're taking that all the way. Like, it's literally a straight shot. Like, once you get on the toll, you don't get off. Like, you just stay on, and it's forever. But, yeah, man, and Tatum, I appreciate you for having this, man. And, like, the young ball coach, there was a couple other things you wanted to ask us about before we go. I know we got 20 minutes, but
we talking about whatever, it ain't that big a deal. I'm just, I want to hit on some let's see, hold on. If you don't have a fast, aggressive O line, what are some tips to coach zone blocking? Coach Gapskin.
We're talking zone, right?
So
he's talking zone. I'm saying,
man,
if you don't have a fast,
I'll tell you right now,
Gap.
my opinion for zone, you don't need to be super
fast. Hey,
you don't need to be fast.
Listen,
you need to move together in a controlled manner. You don't want to sprint at the backer or anything like that,
bro. So I'm glad you said that, because for me, what does a fast offensive line mean? Right, that's first what I want to understand. So when we talk about that, so Coach Fowler, what do you mean a fast, aggressive offensive line? Because fast is a relative thing. Like, what does that, like, you don't need to be fast to zone block. Like, zone block is foot in the ground, up and down right now. Power, counter, gap. No. Like, because here's the thing. When you have a fast,
aggressive, not
but
gap.
when you have a fast offensive line who runs gap scheme, they normally miss because they're trying to be too quick to move from the fat guys and they're trying to get to the second level. So fast doesn't always mean dominant, right? Like, a smart, technical, sound offensive lineman will help you with any type of pulling line.
Wait, so are we talking gap or are we
How are
talking
you
zone?
No, I think he's saying if you don't have fast kids that can pull, and you run zone.
Oh,
yeah. Tips on, basically he's saying he ain't got kids to be running gap scheme. He's running zone, so some tips on running zone.
One, run inside zone, right? And then run duo as well to give the defense a completely different look from your back.
Yeah.
Because it's going to look up front like the exact same thing to the linebacker. fuck, it's inside zone coming right at me. I'm plugging. And then he goes the wrong way as the backside linebacker. And even if you don't block the front side linebacker, now your running back's one-on-one, right? Like, even if your kid misses the front side linebacker, like, you're still good because that guy's read is now messed up. And run the piss out of bootleg and read the backside of your inside zone if you can, to help your kids out. Because if you're not going to be able to move people or not be able to pull people, and you got to build it around zone, it's got to be more than just zone. You gotta kind of, if zone's the play, you got to build all the way around it. And then as far as like the non-aggressive part of it, I would say teach your kids zone in a style of combos. Don't teach it as zone like, hey, I'm taking my A gap to the right.
Yeah.
Teach it as, okay, you two are going to combo these two. Here's how we're going to work the combo, right? It might limit you against certain looks, but the kids will get more help. So that will actually hopefully give you more success. You're
responsible for this gap.
Yeah.
You're responsible for this, your play side gap, but y'all are double teaming here to here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even, you don't even need to really probably say like, hey, you have this gap. You could literally just be like, okay, let's just say a standard 3 front, right? Okay, the front side's doubling the front side DN to the backer, right? Like, you're 2 for 2 there. I don't care. We're 2 for 2 there, right? If you get some crazy looks from the defense, sure, like, it's not going to put you in the best situation, but you're going to get your kids help, because if you got smaller guys or guys who are big but not aggressive, they're going to need some extra help to get the initial movement at least going. The other thing I would say is, if your kids aren't aggressive, you got to try over the 4 years that you have them to teach aggressiveness into them. Whatever trigger that you can find for the kid, whatever it is. Like, I had a kid, he's 6'5", 290 pounds right now, and he should be like at least playing Division II. I don't necessarily know if he's Division I material, but like, as a freshman, he's the biggest kid on the whole football team, but he doesn't hit people. But then when you would see him turn it on, he takes 2 guys at one time and throws them into the backfield on defense. And so you're like, well, it's there. Now, how do I just get it out of him? And so for him, it was always him making a mistake. So he would have to go out in a game and make his first mistake before he turned into the dude. But all it took was me going out, and he makes that mistake and going, hey, you need to flip the switch on. And once I tell him that, he goes, oh, shit, right. And then he goes out and just demolishes a guy for an entire series.
But then, so to add to that, Coach Fowler, the biggest thing for me is finding out the why. Normally, when you get guys who aren't aggressive, there's 2 reasons why. One, you can say it's because they're just not capable, right? But then 2, it's more than likely because of what? Because they don't know what they're doing. If you want guys to be faster, if you want guys to be better in understanding, they have to know what the fuck they're doing. If a kid is in a situation where he gets, oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. Am I down blocking? Am I moving? If there's a lot to think about, he's not going to understand it. That's the way you slow down. If you know what you're doing, like for instance, if what Hensley said, for double teams against a 3 front, it's always, to me, right tackle, right guard. You have the 4 and the set. Let's say it's the Wille. Center and running back account for the nose and the mic. And then right, left guard, left tackle, you guys account for the 4 and the Sam. Like, that's how we block it. So all week long, they know you 2 account for these 2. So if for some reason the 4 turns into a 5, the tackle takes the 5 and the guard still has the linebacker. It doesn't change. If the 4 becomes a 3 and the linebacker moves to a 5, guess what? Guard, you got the 3, and then you put them through those situations. Monday, the biggest thing as coaches, the Monday install is the most important day to talk, to walk, to get them guys to ask every question. Because the more they can figure out why, right? Like, I don't teach guys how they need to do something first. I teach them what they need to do. I say, hey, we're going to block this way. How you get to that point, y'all two can figure it out. Y'all two can deal with it. But we are going to account for these two. We are going to do this. So then Tuesday comes, and then we drill it, right? We do the combos. We do the mixing the combos, the going, and then we do a blitz package, right, on Tuesday. So then they can see it. They're going to mess up. Mistakes are going to happen. How do you fix mistakes? More reps. That's it. Don't overcoach. Don't try to fix. Because if you're fixing who they are in the middle of the season, they're going to be confused. Teach them to know what they're doing. Everything else will take care of itself. That's at least where I'm at. Like, you know, we don't value the knowledge of the game. We don't value that Monday walking them through, like literally bird dog. I call it bird dog, where we're literally going to walk through every single thing and your eyes are going to be up. Like a lot of the times, why do people struggle with blitz packages? Not because they're tired, not because they're lazy, because they can't see what the hell is going on. The guard never sees the linebacker walking up because his head's down at the ground. He'll never pick it up. The guard can't see the twist because he's not looking around. He can't see out his side view that the DN has turned into a wide 5, and that means something's coming. Like, teaching them the game of football, and it starts with the preparation on Monday. It starts with how are you putting guys in scenarios to be successful, man? Like, that's where I'm at in my coaching, like, really helping on Monday and on Saturday. Like, what did we do bad in the game plan on Sunday with the coaching, and then implementing on Monday? Tuesday and Wednesday, Tuesday, you're going to make mistakes, put them through the fire. Wednesday, you're still going to be making mistakes, but it should be a lot less than what it was Tuesday. By the time Thursday happens, we should be, for pregame, it should be locked in. Friday, let's execute and let's win.
What I'll say is I love what Coach Small said. You know, tired, confused, or lazy player looks the same, but it's your job to figure out which. Like, either he's tired, okay, you need to figure that out. He's playing slow. He's confused, doesn't know what he's doing. You need to teach him. Or he's lazy, you need to pull his ass out. Like they all look the same, but you got to figure it out. You got to be able to actually, you know, have some critical thinking in your mind and figure it out. One thing I will say is, and I've battled this a lot, is when coaches say, and I think it's lazy, when coaches say that you can't teach toughness.
Bullshit.
Bullcrap. The thing is, it's the environment in which they are in. It is the circumstances in which they find themselves in. Are you putting them in position to have to make tough decisions? Are you putting them in a position to have to be tough? Are you putting them in a position to be aggressive? Because one thing I will say is, you know, when if you see a dumb kid, right? Let's just say he's dumb. More often than not, he's not dumb. He's been told he's dumb, and he believes it. But if you put a kid in a position every day, like this is culture, this is standard expectation stuff. You put them in a position where they have to either sink or swim on being aggressive or being tough. Eventually, if you do it enough, you do it consistently, they will either sink or swim. And more often than not, if they want to play ball, they'll swim. They'll figure out how to be tough. If you put them in that position and you make things hard, they'll figure it out. But if you coddle them, or you just say, nah, he ain't gonna get it, or he ain't no good, you just throw him to the side, or you put him down on JV, and he's at the end of the bench on JV, he ain't never gonna get any better. And you're a crappy coach. So,
hey,
another one thing on inside zone also, if you're struggling to get like vertical displacement, especially against the even front, you can use like the gallop technique, the rock back technique from the Crowler sled. That's pretty much the two names that I've heard it called by. But and you can get more vertical movement as well against certain looks. It's a little bit more on the teaching end, but if you're struggling with getting movement on inside zone, you can go to that, and it'll help seal off a lane and give more vertical push. Something we did in the past.
And then you know what Coach Tatum says. So like when people talk about like the like dumb or the like not coaching, like, man, I listened in August to Coach Tomlin talk about people seeking comfort in coaching, like they're uncomfortable with coaching. And that is such a big thing. Like, for me, I was down, and you guys know this because we talked about it. Like, in the playoff game, I was on my 10th offensive lineman. 10th. And guess what? We should have won the game. The guys who knew what to do blew the game. But guess what? When I say the guys who knew what to do, I'm not talking about players. Because very rarely are games lost because of a player. It's always on the coaching staff. You can't tell me any otherwise that losses aren't by the coaches. Whether it's what y'all allow at practice, whether it's what you allow to happen, whether it's what you figure out, a lot of these losses happen because coaches don't want to coach. What you get away with in practice in a pregame, if you shitbagging and you jogging and you ain't doing what you need to do in pregame, what you think you're going to do in a real game when the bullets start flying? You're going to do the same exact thing. If you're not, and that's like, with the whole, a kid's lazy, confused, or whatever, like, if he's lazy, why is he lazy, right? Like, if you're a coach, you're with that kid every day from spring to fall. Why is he still being lazy? Like, I remember, like, when I got hired on at West Mifflin, when I first got there, the first day, we had a senior. He was going to be a 3-year senior starter. He was a senior. And I was talking, and we had the guy who had been the O-line coach. He's the middle school head coach, but he still came up. So he was like explaining stuff to them. And like, I was telling them to do it one way, and then the O-line coach had said something, and then he's like, "Oh, do you think I have a free?" Oh, he told him he needs to be 45 degrees. And the kid goes, "Do you think I have a fucking ruler?" And I like stopped. And it was my first day I ever met him. And I said, if I ever hear you talk to a coach like that ever again, you will not fucking play on this team. I was like, I will make you do burpees. I will make you do something during the entire practice that you will never, ever want to utter those words ever in your freaking life. And he stopped and like looked. And he like came up to me at the end of Coach, I apologize. I said, I don't take those apologies because you shouldn't even be in a situation. I was like, I don't know what it's been like before, but this ain't what the standard is. We on a new tip. Man, he became my favorite kid. He became every week, and it got to the point where we had problems. And then it came the Monday of camp. I told him everybody's gonna come out to snap. He was gonna be the backup center. He didn't want to do it. So I told him come out. He didn't come out. He said he was tired, whatever. I said, all right, if you're not there by the second break tomorrow, you're not gonna play. Sure shit, Tuesday came. He came 1 minute late. I sat him down and I took him off the starting 5. So Tuesday afternoon practice, Wednesday practice, he was not on the starting team. He didn't even get a rep. And the head coach was like, why are you punishing him? And I'm like, because he needs to understand the value of playing here. We got a guy who's younger than him who's capable and will listen. We don't need him. And you seen, he was like, it came to the point where like Wednesday came and he was like, Coach, like, are you really not about to play me? But then during that, he came out early every time he was the first one out. He was a leader. He was picking stuff up. He was doing everything that a leader should. And it was because he knew that he messed up. But for the first time in his life, he got held to a standard. And I didn't cuss him. I didn't treat him any bad. I still coached him hard when he was on the second group. But he knew he should be on the first group. Man, he became a leader. He became a captain. And it got to the point, man, like at the end of the year for senior night, we were walking and I was like, man, I'm so proud of you. He's like, Coach, you changed my life. Like, I would never be anywhere without you. Then he blew his knee out on one of the last plays of the game. And I'm like, that broke my, like when he got hurt, like I went to the tent and it like broke my heart. Because when you build that relationship, like, and when you're there, man, I spent every day of the summer, every single day with practice with this kid. And to watch him get hurt on senior night to where he wouldn't even be able to play football ever again because he wasn't going to college. Like, that broke my heart, man. Like, and so when you talk about lazy, why are they being lazy? Man, there's kids who they wake up with the lights off. They can't do laundry. They gotta dry their laundry in the sink. They gotta eat breakfast at school because nobody cares. Nobody tells them they love you. And you're talking about why? More than likely a kid's being lazy because he's tired from whatever reason. He's doing other things. And so what is really a coach? What is your job as a coach? Because if you don't say a mentor, if you don't say a leader, then, man, you got to reevaluate what you're doing. Like, you got to reevaluate the things that you value as a coach. Because if you're not coaching the mentor young men, you ain't going to get far.
Nothing coming out, Tatum.
Thank you. Literally, I started saying a little thing came in my face. It was like, you're muted, idiot. So 3 minutes until the next speaker. Guys, I'm going to let y'all wrap up real quick. But every Tuesday, hopefully, if we feeling like it, we ain't really felt like it. We had stuff going on the last couple of weeks, guys. But when everything's on and heck yeah, hey, that's Coach's Y right there. Hey, but if we're on, we are on Twitter on Tuesdays, doing the Young Ball Coach Twitter space. Come holler at us, come join us, come listen to us rant and have a good time. But Coach Hensley, you got any last words?
Yeah, find ways to break through to your kids, whatever that means, because it's different for every kid. Some kids need love, and some kids need to be told honest, true things. I think the biggest breakthrough that I ever had with a kid, I mean, you're talking about a kid that shows up to football, doesn't want to be at practice, doesn't, whatever. He's finally like a junior, and he's like, how come I didn't get a play? And I go, did you do what your coach told you to do? And he says, no. I'm like, okay, then you suck. And that's what I told him. And like that little like honesty of like, then you suck. Like, I don't know what to tell you. If you're not doing what coach is telling you to do, then you suck. Like, so you're not good. So until you start doing what he's doing, like in his eyes, you're not good. And, that broke through that kid. And the next year as a senior, he's showing up. He's finally a leader. He's finally like figuring his life out, his personal life, just from the fact of like, sometimes you just got to bring them to reality, but you got to, do it with brutal honesty. And sometimes kids are going to need that. And then there's other kids that'll shut down if you do that. Yeah. So find breakthroughs to your kids, whatever that means for each individual.
Coach Brown, Coach Henley took out most of your time, but last thoughts.
If you're not first, you're last. No, I'm kidding. But to be honest, man, don't ever take for granted the impact of a coach. You can change lives, and that's your job. And if I don't teach y'all anything else, the two most important days of your life are the day you are born and the day you found out why. Mark Twain.
Appreciate y'all, guys. I'm gonna holler at y'all.
All right, man. Take it easy.
And with that, we're on with Coach Galloway. Coach Galloway, how you doing?
Pretty good. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me
Awesome.
put your ticker up. There we go.
Okay.
Coach, I'm gonna step out. You want to pull up your presentation, and I'm gonna let you get to going.
I got you. Is there a specific way I need to do this, just technologically, or just?
Yeah, just go to present down the bottom middle. It should say present. It should say share your screen, and then you can should be able to pick.
I'm on an iPad. Does that make things hard?
Maybe. I don't know where it would be on an iPad.
Can you? Oh shit! Sorry. When did you just change? Like, can you see this?
No, it's a black screen.
Shit. All right.
Do you have a computer with you?
Yeah, I got a computer with me. Let me change that.
All right, no problem.
All right. Sorry about the technical.
No, you're good. I got you. I'll get the time on the back end. You're all good. You good.
All right. Okay, so we're gonna have to game plan this a little bit. That is fine. Let me change it to my speaker on my computer. All right. I'll just leave off on this device.
Yeah, you want to leave and just come back whenever you're back.
All right, cool.
All right. So guys, Coach will be back. Okay, we were going to make time for him because he is. These last two speakers, I mean, it's a back stretch, right? We're going to make time for them because they are coming on the graveyard shift. I appreciate everybody coming on and watching, guys. It's coming up on. We just passed hour number 11. To be honest with you, I don't really feel it. I feel like once I get done and hit end broadcast, I'll feel it. Once we got past 8 hours, and I was like, "Oh, that was a work day." I was like, "No, it wasn't that bad." But yeah, appreciate everybody coming and hanging on. There's 28 guys right now that are hanging on. Right now in the chat, I'm talking to you right now. In the chat, go and tell me what session you started on. I want to see who's been here the longest. Don't lie. Don't lie. We're all men here. We're all gonna be honest. Go and tell me what session you started on, and I want to see who's been here the longest, and you get a shout out. You don't get nothing, but you get a shout out. Everybody's gonna get shouted out because that's who I am. But I've been here since day one. All right, Coach is back. Make sure everybody likes and subscribes to the channel. All right, Coach.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, sorry, I have a million tabs open, and so at one point I had
good.
two links trying to get it. Let me pull up. Sorry, I gotta adjust with poise, as some coaches would like to say.
There are literally 2 sessions left, Coach, and we are going to take all the time you need. It's all good.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, and thankfully it's fairly simple, or there's not too much to what I'm going to talk about. So while I pull this up, what I kind of wanted to go over is really just kind of something that's unique to us, and it's not something I invented or something of that nature. I honestly, my biggest pet peeve is when coaches say, "Hey, I invented this," because literally, I've heard coaches say, "Yeah, this is my thing I've invented," and I was like, "Yeah, I heard this from this guy who been running it longer than you coach." So, so that's any guys that said that, I'm sorry. But basically I'll go over a couple things, and then I'll kind of teach it off the film. I'm not going to necessarily present off of our actual like install pages, but I'll present off film, and it's actually a little bit easier that way. And then present, cool. Let me double check. Cool. And let me pull up Holly real quick. So really, if you are looking for any protection kind of answers against the odd front, that's what this is kind of going to be. It's one of those things where in the odd front, you get a lot of guys that like to be creative with how they blitz. I mean, that's why people do it. And so we had to find some answers because we're almost a full odd conference. Okay, so
there we go.
We can present.
No, hold on. That's Coach Bennett. Let's see. Coach Bennett, you on it at 7:30. I can't hear him because he's not on here. Have you presented yet, Coach? Because it hasn't come up yet. Is it working, Coach Galloway?
I'm getting like permissions problems.
Yeah. Gotcha.
All right. Sorry, I gotta go systems. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I thought I was going to be.
I'm gonna say this real quick. Coach Bennett, you're in the background. I'm just gonna let you sit there and until your time comes up trying to get Coach Galloway. You have to do these permissions, and then you probably have to restart your go out and come back in once that's done.
Okay, so I gotta restart. My bad.
Yes, sir. No, it's all good.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, we'll pull up Coach Bennett. Coach Bennett, how you doing?
Doing good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, when you're in the background, I can't hear you, but I pull you up here, I can.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. But yeah, Coach Galloway's gonna try and get his deal together, and then he'll go through his thing, and then I will pull you in. Okay.
All right. Well, so you just want me to leave it pulled up like I am here?
If you want to, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna put you to back again.
That'll work. I'm gonna be.
Sorry. Appreciate everybody. Like I said, being here. Make sure you like and subscribe. And we will get Coach back on here. Let's see, guys. Yeah, guys have been here since the first session, but they've been coming and going. That's great. Coach Small, been here since the intro. But the girlfriend's here. Coach, you gotta go. Can't make her upset. But it has been great. I appreciate honestly, a guy's been trying to, give me, all the props and stuff about doing this. I love it. I love doing spreadsheets. I love communicating with guys, and that's all it really was. So it really wasn't that big a deal to me, but I appreciate the love. On the back stretch, my thing is I don't even know what I'm going to do. My wife's out of town. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll probably just go to bed, I guess. Let's see. Okay. Comment so far. What was your favorite session? There's no hate with that. What was your favorite session? It's going to be the next two because Coach Galloway and Coach Bennett are great men, and they're going to be great topics. But so far, what's been your favorite? My favorite so far, I don't know. I can't. There you go, Coach. What's up?
All right, let's see if this works now. I'm sorry. I'm actually known as the tech guy at most places I've worked, so this is slightly embarrassing, but we'll work out.
It is all good.
Let's go with this. Yeah, sure. All right, so does that work?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. So just going off the title slide, my name is Patrick Galloway, offensive line coach at Gettysburg College. I put my Twitter right there for anybody that's listening or that's interested. That's probably the best way to reach out to me if you have questions about this topic or whatever I go over or just in general. Let me know. That's probably the best way to reach me. Just put in, hey, coach, saw you on this and as an entry, and I will see it. I only say that because if you look at my Twitter DM messages, it's probably 3,000 and half of them are from the class of 2029 and eighth graders. So I don't look at those. So if you put a strong opening line, I will look at it because, or I'll just see coach in your name or whatever. And also send me your class of 2024 kids. All right. Is that year for us? And anybody, if you have kids that you think can play for us that are a 3.3 or a 3.2 or 3.1, that is kind of our, what we're looking for. So, as always, send me those guys. All right. Going down, background information. Some people call it like the why you should listen to me slide. I call it just the, hey, you might know someone I know, let's connect type of slide. Originally from Texas. I grew up in College Station, Texas, played for Coach Slaughter, Texas Hall of Honor guy, wing T background. So I'm not a wing T guy, but we were a wing T offense back then. Played at Beloit.
Coach, your presentation's not coming up. You're still it's frozen on huddle.
Oh, my bad. All right. Is there a way I can present, share screen? Maybe that. No. That. There you go. All right, my bad.
There we go. Hey, I just want you to know, Coach Bennett's in the background as a wing T coach, and his head popped up when you said it. So.
Yeah, we we were, the best way to describe it in high school, we were a wing T, hurry up, jet-based offense. Basically, we had 3 Division I running backs and a bunch of 6 foot, 250-pound deep offensive linemen, and basically they told us get in the way and let the guys run. And we did it in a hurry up, so it was wild. But played at Beloit College 4 years. Had a great time there. Met my wife there. I would say go to a smart school, find the volleyball player that's smart, marry them. Went straight to Albright College as running back coach in 2016. Then was at Tiffin University in Ohio as the O-line GA under Ryan Allgood. He's currently at McNeese State as the offensive line coach. So if you have any chance to meet him, I would highly recommend it. One of the smartest guys I've ever met. Then I was at Ohio Northern, which is where I picked up the scheme that we're going to be talking about, where I was tight ends and H-backs. And then in 2020, I got hired. Basically, I got the call right when everything shut down. Said, do you want to be the O-line coach? I said, yes. And then I didn't meet the players until 2021. So it was an interesting time. We played 2 seasons. We're trying to get the program back to where it's historically been. And that's where I'm at currently. The influences for this scheme, the guy who, if I was going to say anybody originated it, it's Juan Castillo. He's currently, I believe, the Commanders tight ends coach, but he made his bones with the Eagles. It was Ravens, Bears, Bills, kind of been everywhere. He's the guy that taught me and Devin Russell, the next guy on that list. He's the guy that taught us that this scheme and kind of where we did it. We've diluted it down a little bit, made it kind of more our style. And then Andy Dickens, the offensive coordinator where I'm at,
he has also helped me. We've kind of distilled it to our own version. So that's the influences for this specific scheme that we're going to talk about, and I'll get into it. And I'm kind of giving the background. All right. Why were we looking for answers for an odd protection? Okay. It's the number one type of defense we face in Centennial Conference. For those of you who don't know about the Centennial Conference, you're going to have 2 to 3 top 25 teams at all time. Johns Hopkins recruits nationally. They have, I would argue, they're an FCS team playing Division III. But the vast majority of our teams we're going to face are an odd front and that tight front. It's getting very popular. This could be an answer. Half slide, we weren't getting our best 5 guys on our best 5 rushers. If they brought 5 men, we had running back on one of them with our half slide protection. The advantages to the odd defense is they can bring guys from anywhere. Okay. So you got defenses keying off backs. All right. In college, you're going to have guys that say, they're going to call defense and they're say, wherever the back line's up, that's where the defense is coming from. So then you have to get in the game of, all right, my running back, you're going to cross the quarterback, and that's your man guy. All right. But you're on the man side, that side. And you have to kind of, it's a lot of gamesmanship, or, hey, we're going to move the back right before the snap so the defense can't guess right, because there are weaknesses to the half side if they attack the man side, So you run into all these kind of games, and it's, we were just like, is there an answer to just simplify everything, make things easier? And so that's what we got to, and then kind of wanted to get away from the game of flipping protection. All right. Our experience with this scheme, we installed it in the bye week. It took me a couple of years to convince my offense coordinator to do it. We installed it week probably 6, 7. So we don't have a crazy amount of clips, but I'm going to show you those clips. It was remarkably quick, picked up by our guys. All right. We practiced it Tuesday, Wednesday, and by Thursday we had it. There were less mental mistakes. Our guys knew the rules. They got to it. And we didn't have any, hey, this guy ran into your gap. Why didn't you get him? Well, I didn't see him. Well, no, it just happened less. And it also, and I'll show you some clips, it gave run lanes leading to explosive quarterback runs. It allowed things to open up in the middle. And we had a freshman quarterback that was probably one of the best athletes on the field, and it gave him the pathway. Okay. And and the big thing I also have to say, this is a starting point in the odd protection. You don't want to check to this. You want to start with this and then check to your half man slide, or check to a big on big protection. And I'll show you examples of both. Okay. Let me stop sharing that screen and then share my huddle. All right. Good old classic huddle. All right. So get to stud protection. We call it stud protection. That's just because it fits in with our, what we call our half slide protections. That's the only reason. The Eagles, and I think Michigan also does it. Michigan does it with Ed Werner. Juan Castillo was there. That's why Michigan has it, is because Juan Castillo was there and he taught it there. But they call it birds. So if you hear birds, that's what this is. All right. I'm going to go right to left. What the responsibilities. So at the end of the day, my right tackle, he is responsible for anybody coming in this C gap. Doesn't matter if it's this guy. It doesn't matter if it's this guy. My right guard, he's responsible for any defender coming in this B gap. My center, man on. You're on him till fucking hell or high water. Sorry, remember my language. All right. On the left side, it is completely mirrored. Left, anybody who comes in the left C gap, anybody who comes in the left B gap. Running back is responsible for both inside backers. All right. Now you're wondering, well, how does this get 5-on-5? Okay. Well, anytime you get this, all right, we were able to handle this. Okay. So if we do our normal half slide, running backs on this side of the field, running backs on this side of the formation, you're going to have this man on, A gap, B gap, C gap, running back reading there to there. Or if you get lucky enough to have it, sliding this way, you got C gap, B gap, A gap, man on. You're playing that game of switching left and right. All right. How we do this is in this process. My right tackle, he is looking, who's our biggest threat to my C gap. We're going to reverse dual read this. That's going to be key. I probably should have said that at the beginning. We're going to reverse dual read this. What that means is we're going to look outside in. So my right tackle, he's looking at this guy. He is my biggest threat outside in. this guy, he's going to have his eyes on him. Because you have that 4-eye or because you have that head up, my right tackle has to vertically set. All right. My right guard, he's going to reverse dual read. Who's his outside threat to his B gap? The defensive end. In the process of looking at that defensive end, he's going to see this outside linebacker. If neither of them come, or this end goes to the C gap, and this guy doesn't come, what we're going to do, we're working outside in. He's going to go from there to my inside backer, so we can pick this guy up, and the running back can get out into the pass concept. If this guy doesn't come, then he can work right here, help on the nose. All right, same thing. Now this is a little bit more clear on the left side. My left tackle, there's nobody here. There is no threat here. So he knows that this guy is really only threat. This guy is really his only threat to the C gap. So he's going to set vertically, basically allow him to come upfield. He's going to be man on. My left guard knows that this guy is the only threat to his B gap. So he's going to go there to there to there. Are you with me on that? Does that make sense? All right. I promise it's going to make a little more sense on the film. All right. Right here on the right side, you see this little twist game happening. All right. We're able to pick up. All right. My right tackle, he takes a vertical set, allows for this defensive end to declare, and now he's man on. My right guard, he's eyeing that defensive end. He sees that he goes C gap. His eyes, by looking at that end, is going to see that linebacker coming. He handles him. We pick him up. Our running back can get out into pass protection or pass concept. Left side, my left tackle, I said he didn't have any threats over here, so he's going to set vertically. This is not a great set by him. All right, but he should set vertically. He's going to have him. My left guard, he's IDing him. He's IDing the defensive end. He's not threatening his B gap, so he can work inside. 31 is not coming, so he can help on the nose. Now, what I will say is this is a pretty soft clip by my left guard. All right, I want this to be a freaking waylay. This is you got him teed up. All right, that's a little soft. All right, but at the end of the day, our running back's able to get out into the concept, and we have a 4-man pressure, and we're able to handle it with 5 offensive linemen. All right. And the twist game doesn't affect us. All right. Going through again. All right. This is an example. All right. If we probably should have slid this protection. All right. But it shows you that we're okay regardless. All right. Now, by rule, my running back is responsible for this guy. So he's going to come through. I'll show you the whole clip. He's going to come through. All right. By rule, that inside backer should be my running backs, and my, offensive guard, my right guard should probably take 8, but he's not going to pass up bad color. All right. So he takes the bad color, and my running back, because he's working already there, can just fill in, and we're okay. Now some of these guys get railroaded. Again, my left guard, he needs to come hard and kill a guy right there. All right. We were able to pick up, pick up a pretty nasty blitz just by having that reverse dual read. All right, going to the next one. All right, this one I believe they bring 5. All right, it's on the goal line. It's our rival. They're going to bring pressure. All right, who are the 5 most dangerous? We're in empty protection. We have 5 most dangerous right here. If we ran a regular half slide protection, it doesn't matter which side it was going to be on. By rule, just for us, he's going to be man on, A gap, B gap, C gap. Basically, we're going to tell the quarterback, hey, you're hot off this guy. That ain't what we want to do. All right. So what we're going to do our stud protection, which is our reverse dual read. And because they come in the both B gaps and both C gaps, we're able to pick up 5 guys. 5 guys on 5 guys. It's not really any different than a big on big protection in this situation. Other situations it is. But because we're not specifically saying you're on this guy and you're on this guy, it allows for them to kind of sort through it. You can see my right guard kind of pushing my right tackle to get the freak back there, man. Our right tackle was a linebacker until last year. We switched him over to help out with the scout team, and they told us he was blocking our best player pretty good. So able to in the offseason coach him up, and he ended up starting a right tackle for us. All right. But at the end of the day, this is what we want to get. 5 guys are coming. We're going to block them with 5 guys. Empty protection. Sometimes guys say, hey, that hey, if this guy comes, quarterback, you got to get rid of it. We want to get 5 guys on 5 guys. All right. All right. This is another example of one of the reasons why I said quarterbacks, it allows for, quarterbacks to get some yards. All right. It allows for the explosive run play. So pre-snap, what we're looking at. All right. The inside backer is vacating with our running back. Right. So we're good right there. My right tackle is seeing this guy pressuring inside. So he knows that this guy is going to be his C-gap defender. All right. He's going to set. My right guard sees the twist coming. He's his B-gap defender. He's going to take him. My center, as always, is on the nose. Pre-snap, my left guard is IDing him. My left tackle is IDing him. All right. 8 goes away. So once you see my left tackle kind of going through the thought process, letting him get outside, let him be that C-gap defender. All right. And you can see quick trigger on my left guard. I gave him crap earlier, but this is actually a good clip right here. I'd want him to be on the ground, but you'll be able to see right here. He clears it out. We cleared out the middle with the run, with the pre-snap motion. And we have an athletic quarterback. He's going to take off, 20-yard gain right there. All right. Our quarterback said, and we didn't expect it, he loves it because it's just, it's wide ass open. Like you can't not see that. And so he loved that aspect of it. All right. And this is just an example of the starting point. So this is a wonky look. Like I don't love this, in this protection because, you got 1, 2, 3 guys all over the place. Well, guess where the blitz is coming from? It's coming from that side. All right. So this is a starting point. You can change the protection still. All right. So that's what we have our guys do. So you can see right here, our quarterback, he steps up. Hey, hey, we're going to flip it. We're going to slide this way. All right. I don't think our running back got it. But we're able to fix it. We're able to get into our normal half slide protection and we're able to pick it up. Now our running back should be on this guy, but he kind of just sees an example of a problem and he fixes it. All right. Show another clip. All right. And this is the team that we mainly put it in for because this team is, they were a top 25 team. They won our conference. This guy's a monster. Their backups were all conference caliber players. I think they were missing 2 D linemen in this game. We called this an odd front. All right. Because we knew this guy was a nose tackle. We just called this odd. It looks like an even front or a wide ass even, but it's an odd front to us. And that's how we identified it. All right. Now this is an example of pre-snap eliminating threats. All right. So my left guard, he identified there was nobody over here. All right. So he's looking there, and then he's going to the nose. My right tackle, he sees a guy over here. He's going straight there. He knows he's coming. My right guard sees that guy's coming. So he's going straight to that 4-eye. Okay. All right. And they're able to get onto him fast. All right. And again, my left guard, he identifies that this 48 is his only threat, all right, to his B-gap responsible. He looks, 31's not coming. That inside linebacker's coming. So let's go help on the nose. The cavalry's coming. Once again, what does it do? All right. What does it do? It opens it up for our mobile quarterback to get out of there, make a good throw on the run, 20-yard gain. All right. And I got to show it from the wide clip. If this college's video coordinator happens to see this, we hate you because this is my not great tight film. All right. But this is a good example of the good eyes that you can get when you do this. So pre-snap, my left side's thinking, all right, my left tackle's thinking this guy's a threat. My left guard's thinking this guy's a threat. All right. Right side, they're doing a pretty good job. This guy ends up coming. They're doing a good job of eliminating, our thought process, thinking that guy's coming. All right. But because our eyes are looking outside in, my right guard sees him from depth because he's looking at 32. He's looking at 32. All right. So in his peripherals, as he works outside in, he sees 23 coming. He's able to pick him up. Now my center is going for a little bit of a ride. All right. But we're okay. We pick up this blitz. Now, running back, this is a freshman right here. He's kind of extra timid, maybe doesn't know the scheme as well. So he's trying to stay in to help. But we got it covered. My right guard's able just to give some contact to him, which allows for our quarterback to break through. He ends up getting, 32 yards off this. But see, I mean, this play was almost better for just providing open running lanes for our mobile quarterback. All right. And this is just another weird look. All right. Again, this is a starting point. We have a nose and 2-3 techniques. So we're going to make that, we're calling this a bear front in our words. Just it happens that this guy's not on the line of scrimmage. So we're just going to solid call this. That just means that we're going to have, I'm on him. My left guard is on the 3 technique. My right guard's on the 3 technique. And my right tackle basically has whoever he decides is the defensive end. So you can get away from this stud protection or this, reverse dual read protection. And you can get to, that big on big or that half slide protection. All right. At the end of the day, they bring 3. We're going to block them, and we're going to pick up a game. This might be the last one. I'm not quite positive. Oh, this is the first one, I think. Okay. So let me make sure. Yeah. So that went pretty quickly. So that makes sense. Was there any questions I got on that? Biggest thing here with this protection is, if you're going to face some odd teams, it allows for you to be flexible. It's somewhat difficult in the sense of explaining it. Once you watch it on film, once you kind of walk through it, my guys got it very quickly. And we don't have a crazy amount of clips. That's why some of the clips weren't the best, just because we only did it by week 7. We probably only had 20, 25 examples on film. But we have basically fully bought into that being our starting point. And, it really kind of gives you flexibility and kind of dilutes and simplifies. You don't have to get in that game of flipping the protection. You don't have to get in that game of, flipping the back, things of that nature, if that makes sense.
So would you kind of say it's kind of like big on big? I mean, I know you're still sliding and you're responsible for gaps, but it's like, but both sides are going opposite directions.
Yeah. It's big on big with the exception of we don't want to tell the guys that that's their guy, because the moment they start saying big on big, they're going to, I'm going to my guy. It's really just letting them sort themselves out. Mm-hmm. And then we also have the option of that guard to kill that nose. Yeah. At the end of the day, we're letting them have kind of like an inside zone where we always say, let the linebackers declare their gap, drive them slow, let them declare their gap, then get off. We're going to let them blitz a certain way. We're going to let them declare their rush lane, and then we'll block you. And like I said, it's nothing out of this world, but it's definitely something when I haven't seen too many guys bring it up, or this variation at least, but it is super effective. And like I said, it's something we're kind of going to major in as far as odd protection going forward.
I definitely have. I've took notes, definitely, because I like what we do in pass protection, but I think we can always be tweaking and always be improving. Yeah, I think more the simpler, like we talking about like half slide, man away. It's like, but then your back could be, picking up, or from a full slide, your back's picking up a big guy. You don't want a small guy on a big guy. So it's like,
at the end of the day, we want to have our 5 offensive linemen on their 5 most dangerous. And that was part of it. We put it in. We're like, our running backs, I mean, they're not running. I mean, in college, you have to block, but in our conference, the defensive lines are probably the biggest strengths of our conference. And we don't full slide for that very reason, because I just don't believe in a running back on a defensive end or a C-gap player. I don't believe in that. So it kind of simplifies things in that way as well. Like I said, it's kind of like big on big, but it's more of a reading, and like I say, it's not too difficult. And if anybody wants to see like the actual scheme drawn up and things of that nature, I know sometimes get going here and may misspeak on something or say something a little weird. Just let me know and I can talk to you. And again, that's my Twitter is probably the best way. We can exchange emails, all that good stuff. Is there any other questions on it? I know. Sorry about the pre.
It's all good, Coach. Like, trust me. We I don't see any. But yeah, I appreciate you coming on and you talking past pro and being one of my late sessions. They weren't the popular picks, but I appreciate you being flexible with that.
Yeah, no, thanks. I started with the had a mandatory family fun event in the early afternoon, so I couldn't. And I saw the morning slots filled up, and I was like, crap! So I had to be a late night shift. But happy to do this and happy to talk. And any chance for guys to follow up with me, ask questions. Also, those guys I mentioned on the earlier slides, Devin Russell in Davenport, Michigan. He is the man. If you know him, reach out to him as well. He's the coolest guy in the world. And like I said, I picked it up from him. I learned it when I was working with him, and it's what he does. I think FAU does it, Michigan does it. And, not to say because the big schools do it, it works, but they have found some use for it, and we definitely have as well.
Yeah. Coach Rapanick said he followed you on Twitter. He'd love to get some diagrams if you've got some. But yeah, Coach, I appreciate it. I'm going to let you hop off, and I'm going to let Coach Bennett get on here, and we're going to wrap up the rest of this clinic. But I appreciate you, Coach. All right, Coach Rapanick I'm sorry. Coach Bennett had to step away for a second. I'm going to just talk for a quick minute while Coach is on his way back. Y'all are honestly have been a blessing. This whole thing has it's gone better than I could imagine. There's one more session, and it's kind of like, obviously, where's the day gone? Obviously, I've been here. 22 guys are still with us at 7:30. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like the stream. And Coach Bennett is back. If y'all ain't never heard Coach Bennett, y'all are in for a treat. Coach, what's going on?
I had to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh man, feel a lot better than I did last time we spoke.
I hear you. Have you already tried to mess around with the present and stuff and share your screen?
I didn't want to mess with none of that while the guy was going.
Yeah.
Let me see. It's giving me share screen. There it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was telling him, we have had I don't know how many straight coaches, but they are all some way, shape, or form spread coaches, and you are the one wing T guy. And and I love it. And I'm not a wing T guy at all. But I run all the wing, not all of them, but I run a lot of the wing team principles. And so I appreciate everything y'all do at that level, run that offense. So we're gonna learn some fly sweep from the pistol wing tee. Coach, you got it.
Can you hear me still?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm just gonna go through some slides and then show some tape. I was originally gonna talk about our whole offense at Clinton, but every time I talk about our offense, it always ends up coming back to the fly sweep, and it's been a really good play for us. Fly sweep, jet sweep, people call it different things, but it's the building block of our offense, and to me it's the cheapest install that we have. So in the spring, we actually install it last because it's the easiest blocking scheme. I put my contact information up. Like I said, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these slides, but I'll leave that up there in case anybody ever needs to get a hold of me. That's my personal email, my cell, my Twitter. I'm always down to talk ball, so if there's ever anything I can do to help you, or you need somebody to bounce ideas off of, I mean, there's a lot of coaches out there way better than me, but a lot of them don't like talking ball as much as I do. So if you need me, you can get a hold of me. Just a little bit about me. Graduated from Gaffney High School in 2009. That's where I'm from. I was a terrible football player, but had some good coaches and teammates. And it's a great place to be from. Always proud to be from there. Got my bachelor's in history from USC Upstate. Went through the PACE program here in South Carolina to get certified in social studies. Then I got my master's in athletic management from North Central University. If any of you young guys haven't got your master's yet, North Central is a good place to go. It's all online. And this is kind of my career. It cuts off down here, so I have to pick up. I don't know why the slide's not fitting. But I started coaching at Ewing Middle School, which was my middle school, right out of high school. So 2009 to 2013, I was an assistant at the middle school level. I think that's the best way to learn how to coach, because if you can make it make sense to a seventh grader who's going through all the things that seventh graders go through, you won't struggle very much getting a high schooler to understand it. Took my first high school job in 2014, went to Boiling Springs High School, where I did the C team. That's the ninth grade team, OL, and I was a varsity OL assistant. Then I was the varsity offensive line coach at Westwood High School in 2016. That was my first full-time teaching job. Took me a long time to get that first degree. And I was down there for a year. Then got a chance to come back to the upstate and work for Jet Turner at Woodmont High School for 2 years. And it's on this slide. I don't know why it's not showing up, but worked for Jet for 2 years in the double wing. Learned a lot about contrarian offense there. And then when Corey Fountain got hired here at Clinton, he needed an offensive line guy, and he called Robbie Caldwell at Clemson. And Coach Caldwell told him to call me, and been here at Clinton the last 4 years, and it's been a great experience. We came in here and programmed and fell on some lean years, and I think they were 2-8 the year before we got here. And then our first season we went 4-7. The COVID year we went 3-3. Played 6 games, but then the last 2 years we've gone 11-2 and 13-1, respectfully. Lost last year in the Upper State Championship or semifinals of 3A. Last year we did some really special things here. As far as we had over 5,000 yards rushing, we had 3 backs with over 1,000 yards. Broke several school records, including most rushing yards in a season, most points in a season, most rushing yards in a game, which was 528 against Woodruff, which is a big region rival. We were Region 4 3A champions, which is a very tough competitive region. Like I said, we lost in the Upper State Championship to a very good Powdersville team. So today, talking about fly sweep. Why fly sweep? Well, because it gets us to the perimeter without having to block the box defenders for long periods of time, and it sets up the rest of our offense by making the defense turn their hips and run sideline to sideline. It also lets us know how the defense is going to respond to motion. We can run it. We can run sweep without motion, but it has to be like a quick pitch. But it's a cheap installation. So we get, it's worth what we get out of it more than what we put in it. I feel like the juice is worth the squeeze, economics term. And we have really good backs, and those really good backs put stress on the defense. And as an offensive coach, you want to move the football and you want to put stress on the defense and their structure and make their life hard. A lot of times, the old saying, more games are lost than are won. You want to make a defense play perfect. And fly sweep, they have to play pretty well to fit it up. We got some variations of it. We run the traditional, we're in a pistol, so quarterback handoff in front. We run the flyer jet sweep with the back cross and face the quarterback. We like to bring that sweep back from several different positions within our formations. Our motion is built in out of our 3-back stuff, and it started by the quarterback, anything outside of our 3-back structure. And we're in the dance with our date, which means we're not going to give up on this play. If you hit us in the backfield for a 3-yard loss, that's not going to be the last time you see fly sweep. We may wait a couple plays and bring it back to you. We may run it to the short side of the field. We also run the toss sweep to the wings and the quick toss to the B-back. And we can also run – it makes power read a really good play off of those 2 actions. And we also will bluff it or run it opposite to influence the defense. So we'll block sweep to the right and run sweep to the left, because there's teams that we play, they do such a good job of integrating into their kids, read that guard or read that tackle. Well, when they see the tackle reach, the backer flies over the top. Well, if we're blocking it both ways up front, or if we're blocking it opposite, we've taken him out of the play and basically made it a pickup basketball game out on the perimeter, full 3-on-3 action. A lot of times 4-on-3 or 3-on-2 where we got the advantage. As far as the offensive line, this is just kind of an overall how we coach the offensive line regardless of the scheme. We're very detail-oriented, big on getting off the football. I think a lot of things can be solved. A lot of problems can be solved in high school football just by getting off the rock and cut with some bad intentions. We preach to them all the time, no hard feelings. It's not personal out there on the field. We're trying to get better. And, we tell them we love them. I have the kids over to the house and all to eat, and we do love them. We love them up, but not during practice. Tell them after, we subtraction, perception, and reaction. Reaction's down here somewhere. I don't know where it's at. But it's kind of the building blocks that we preach all the time. Subtraction's the ability to subtract everything else but what the task at hand is, and focus at practice and focus in meetings. Perception was a big thing when we first got here, because I believe the man who thinks he can and the man who thinks he can't are both right. So if you don't believe you can win, you won't. So perception's a big one. And then reaction ultimately determines how long you're going to be good, because it's not just how you react to getting knocked down. It's how you react to being on top. And if you don't know how to properly react to the bad, you'll never get up. If you don't know how to properly react to the good, you won't stay good very long. The offensive line play for this particular play, the play side tackle is going to reach and pin the defensive end. Like we can make a reach call if it's playing an odd front team. We got like a 4-eye and the dogs walked up on line of scrimmage. So the guard would then take the 4-eye, and the tackle would reach out to the force player if he's tight on the line. Play side guard is going to pull out and around the tackle's reach block unless there's a reach call. But just a regular play call, he's going to pull out and around the tackle's reach block, and we're pulling for that front side linebacker, that play side linebacker. But we're not going to pass up opposite color. If something else shows, we're going to take it on and try to get to their play side shoulder and get our butt between them and the ball carrier. And that play side guard and play side tackle, it's the same deal as y'all teaching on stretch and outside zone, all that good stuff. If the guy won't be reached, then just torque your inside arm and run him to the sideline. The center, if play side A is open, you're going to climb play side A, or you can pull out with the guard. If you're covered by 0, we're going to make an over and under call with our backside guard. An over call is, hey, I'm going to base reach this 0 nose. So the guard, you can go off his heels. Under means I'm going to cut this 0 nose and I'm going to cut this 0 nose. One of my players just showed up at my house. That's when my dogs are raising Cain. The over under call, the center's going to cut that 0 nose, and the backside guard's going to go underneath that cut block so we don't get a high-low. Backside guard and backside tackle, if nothing else, we're going to run their scoop track. The scoop progression, I stole this from Ron Boyd at the Citadel. It's a three-step progression. We're going to run our first 3 steps through the back of the football, and on that 3rd step, press vertical and go on the angle that your hips are on to get the next level defender or get underneath the down lineman. If there's a player on the line of scrimmage on our 3rd step, we will then throw on that defender, trying to put our backside shoulder through their front side thigh. and it's a technique that we teach and we work, and we'll game it up depending on what we got on the backside that week, depending on who those guys are. Here's my contact information again, and I'll show you some tape. Since we ended with scoop, I've actually got my I got to share another tab. I got my favorite scoop clip, and I'm going to take this off now. This is my absolute favorite clip of scooping since we've been here. All right, so we're running. This is going to be a quick pitch look, but we block it the same way as we would jet sweep. And I'll pull some jet sweep clips after this. What I want you to focus on is right here, the backside guard. This is Jay Martin. He's a 4-year starter for me. Now, this is from 2 years ago, his junior year. But it's such a great clip. I had to pull it up since I was talking a little bit about the scoop progression. Now, you'll see we'll get a front side reach here from Naeem. He's doing a good job here. Front side guard to pull and get out and around. The center's going to step play side A. The nose is going to go away, so he's going to climb. He doesn't do a great job of getting on his angle, but he does a good job of trusting and not chasing that guy backside. What's impressive, we have not a very good scoop block on the backside by the tackle here, but he's playing at Clemson right now. But the backside guard, he's actually going to get up underneath this nose, and he's going to keep tracking. You'll see what he does at the end of the play. One thing I like you'll see is that right guard ripping that elbow. Something we teach when we pull. We want to rip that elbow, start the lawnmower, break glass. Pretend there's a plate of glass on your back, break the glass. Center should have trusted it more. But look at 61. Underneath 90. Still running. Bam. That is my favorite scoop we've had since we've been here because he's running. He doesn't give up because that guy gets over the top. He waits. This guy right here is in a decent position to make an attempt to make a tackle. Not anymore. That's what you want to be as an offensive lineman. You want to be a problem eliminator. He's running. He finds a problem. He eliminates it. Also love to see the quarterback up here. This team went 11-2. They're a pretty special group. That's a fantastic job on the backside there by Jay Martin. He's going to Erskine College to play. Good, really good player, really good kid. So now it's going to be, if I can find plays. I'll show you some clips of us running some sweep. Just fly sweep it. So this is our first sweep of the year right here. Unbalanced set. We're running sweep to the left. This is from this year. Week 0. Good reach by 51. The same guy who I was just loving on 61 left guard. He's got to get better depth. He's got to get depth to get around the trash. Got to working an undercall here with the center and the backside guard. Backside guard's running hard. He stays a little bit flatter for one more step. Probably gets to the front side shoulder of that guy. But 25, who's a Mr. Football finalist, takes care of him for us. This is our first fly sweep of the year. You can tell it's the first one of the year because the backside tackle just looking lazy. He's running vertical. That's not what we want. He needs to be scooping on a better angle there. This is later in the same game. Running out of an empty look. Hand it to the best player on the field. One coaching point you'll see 25 does right here is he does that little banana right here. We teach it just as you would if you were under center in the wing T or the double wing. When you take that handoff, we want you to bow a little bit. Okay? Not that much, but bow enough to where we don't have to worry about blocking anything from B-gap back. Okay. That's why we're able to scoop through here. The only two blocks that you got to make is you got to get that reach and you got to get out and around, unless you get a reach look. But you'll see 25, he takes handoff right there on about the 20. He bananas back to about the 18. That's pretty solid. That's pretty good. He gives himself depth and room to work. We don't even block the front side 4. He slants inside. 51 climbs up. 61 doesn't even get in his way. But because he took an angle inside, and our best football player is running outside and takes that little bow step, we're in a pretty good spot. Here we come running again, load the B back up. We get a reach here. Now we get a reach. The center pulls. He's got to get deeper. 51's giving up a little bit too much penetration. But he gets his guy reach, gets him hooked. I'd like to see the center still get out and around. But as you can see, the offensive line ain't doing a whole lot on this play. We got pretty bad scoops on the backside here. Again, this is week 0. Got that right side of the offensive line. This is their first varsity start. Well, everybody except for left guard and left tackle, this is their first varsity start. On the offensive line, wingback right here does a great job of bananing or bowing, whatever you want to call it right here. He gets the handoff on the 32, bends back to the 30, gives himself room. That's buck sweep. That should have been on there. Here we come again, unbalanced set. Now this is with some younger backs. Pretty good reach by 55. Center realizes he's not going to be able to get around, so he just climbs up. Needs to put his foot in the ground, try to make his back right. He climbs too much. The center, once you realize he's too wide, you're not going to be able to get up underneath it. He should be trying to fit it as tight as he can to still give yourself a decent angle to make a cutoff block here. Ultimately, that guy should have been blocked by the front side wingback who just lets him go. But y'all are all offensive line coaches. Y'all know they're skill guys. They'll kill a play in a minute if they can. I mean, this game's pretty much decided, and you see 61 on the backside. He's still giving decent effort until he realizes the guy makes a tackle.